This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. The helicopter glided through the sky of Raccoon City, and the roar of the wings was uncomfortable to the ears. The helicopter pilot turned on the radio for them, and the voice of the weather conditions announcer of Raccoon City today sounded in the cabin. Emma closed her eyes and felt a little drowsy. The weather report in Raccoon City was as punctual as always. The announcer's voice was familiar, long, and mixed with that kind of heat which made people irritable. The weather was clear, and even a little hot, which was the temperature that should be in summer. She tried to relax herself in full armor to avoid sweating more. The broadcast was suddenly cut off, and replaced by the low voice of Captain James Shedd describing the mission situation. We were commissioned by Umbrella to go to a secret research base in the Alex Mountains on the outskirts of Raccoon City to investigate an accident and check if there are any survivors. If there are any, we must take them away when we evacuate. James is a very tall man, sitting in the middle of the entire cabin team, and can be seen at a glance. It is difficult to ignore him, and his oppression and presence are very strong. In addition to his extraordinary physique, which is eye-catching, the most conspicuous thing about him is his bronze skin, which even has many traces left by sun exposure. It is obvious that he is a mercenary who has undergone arduous training. James' hair was shaved to only a thin layer close to his scalp, making his face more prominent. His face is regular, his eyes are majestic, and his outstanding personal momentum makes him more resolute. To describe James Shedd in Emma's words, he is a very upright person. He is a positive person at first glance, and he is very righteous. James looked serious at this moment, which made his justice more obvious. James carefully told his teammates about the mission he received. His seriousness made the other team members sit up straighter and listen to James carefully. The mission is not very dangerous, but we still need to be cautious. There are traps in the underground base, and it is controlled by our main target this time. Hive control system, Red Queen. Our first task is to take out the Red Queen motherboard and hand it over to the company's people for inspection. Red Queen is the world's top super artificial intelligence. It is familiar with everything in the company. As long as we enter the Hive, I am afraid it will immediately know our purpose and interfere. In the Hive, we must be vigilant. Emma's eyes swayed twice with James' lips, and she fiddled with her gun in boredom. The helicopter's propeller spun with a loud roar, and the fuselage shook, as if the speed of flight was slowing down. This helicopter was going to take them to the underground Hive closed by the Red Queen. Emma accidentally glanced at the desolate scenery outside the window. The jungle surrounded a red-roofed villa. That was the entrance to the underground Hive, called the Western Mansion, where the gatekeeper lived. Inside Umbrella, this setting was not known to everyone. Only those who were engaged in secret work could know it. Staring at the shaking window, Emma felt that the entrance was like a huge scarlet mouth in a trance, waiting for them to fall into the trap. Emma tightened her weapon and suppressed her irrelevant thoughts. They could see the red roof, which meant they would reach the destination in a blink of an eye. No matter how much she thought, the mission would not end. Now, if you have any questions, please speak up, James said briefly, and waited for the team members to ask questions. Captain, why should we be wary of a computer? The lively Pasquale Uridi asked. At this time, they were all preparing to get off the helicopter. Even if they were talking, their hands were busy. Others were not confused. No matter what the mission was, just follow it. It was the same way before. 5 hours ago, the Red Queen closed the Hive, and all the staff inside were killed by it, James said carefully and seriously. The sound of checking the guns paused, and there was a suffocating silence in the cabin for a while. Emma had expected it. After all, the team members of this operation were not randomly assembled. 2 medical soldiers can be considered as a regular configuration, but Kaplan, who is good at computer technology, is not used casually. It can be seen that this operation is very much aimed at Red Queen. Beehive is a secret research base built by Umbrella Corporation in secret. Emma doesn't know exactly when it was built, but it should have existed for a long time. The name of Beehive can be said to be very vivid. In the underground Beehive, all employees follow the rules, like worker bees, and Red Queen is the queen bee, coordinating the entire Beehive and making the most of the limited space, making the underground research process of Umbrella Corporation more efficient. Emma had been there a long time ago, and it could even be said that she walked out of the Hive. But she didn't expect that the Red Queen would do such a thing. The Red Queen closed the Hive and killed everyone inside. Now they were going to take out the Red Queen's motherboard to check if she had any problems, and to find out what happened in the Hive that caused the Queen to go crazy. For some reason, Emma felt deeply uneasy about this trip. Winchester. Ryan Ocampo noticed Emma's absent-mindedness. Are you distracted? No, Emma denied. It's good that you haven't. Stay alert, otherwise I will doubt whether you are capable of participating in this mission, Ryan said, and stopped looking at Emma. Emma didn't care about her inhumanity. After all, she came out this time to replace Ryan's original teammate. When several teams were practicing together, Emma accidentally twisted Ryan's teammate's bone so that the man could not go with him. It was natural for Ryan to be unhappy with her. Okay, stop talking nonsense. Check your belongings quickly. Don't miss anything. James didn't pursue these small words. The group quickly packed up. The helicopter's speed has dropped, and it will stop soon. Time calibration. We only have 3 hours for this mission. Every minute and every second is precious. As the captain, James reminded them of the most important things. Everyone showed their watches and counted down with James' watch. Time passed quickly second by second, and the group's nerves became tense when checking the time. Everyone, pay attention, we are ready to land. When the time was right, James reminded. The helicopter shook a little, and then hovered steadily above the mansion. The group picked up the ropes with neat movements and prepared to land. Rain was the first to jump out, heroic and decisive. Someone. Chapter 2. Rain jumped out first, and saw a shadow flashing through the glass. Shouting someone. After alerting her teammates, Rain rushed into the window of the mansion. Emma immediately jumped down from the helicopter with the others along the rope and broke into the window one after another. As soon as their feet touched the ground, some people followed Rain's footsteps to chase the mysterious man, while others searched the room on the spot. Next to the curtain, a woman wearing a slit red skirt and short golden hair hid in the corner, looking panicked and out of shape. Emma pulled her up and was about to ask her identity, but James and the others quickly caught the intruder and came over. This made Emma give up the idea of asking, and she kept a safe distance from the blonde woman. Rain and James took turns asking questions, and Kaplan assisted with facial recognition and quickly understood the identity of the intruder. This person does not belong to Umbrella Corporation, nor is he an extra staff member of the company. His name is Matt Addison, a policeman who came to check the mansion. What is he checking? But he refuses to say. How to deal with him? Seeing that he could not get anything out of her, Ryan took Matt and asked James directly about the solution. Take him first, James said. Ryan simply handcuffed Matt and asked him to follow. James came over and recognized the blonde woman who was not in a good state. She was the gatekeeper of the mansion, Alice Abernathy. He was eager to know the news of the mansion and the Hive, so he grabbed Alice's arm and asked her to report everything she knew. Only then did Emma believe that the panicked person in front of her was Alice, the senior guard who lived at the entrance of the Hive, and was also the gatekeeper. It is rumored that those who can be gatekeepers are all top security personnel, and there are even retired Special Forces soldiers, so they must be very strong. However, in the face of James' question, Alice couldn't say anything, and she couldn't even remember her own name. Emma no longer paid attention to her, looked around, and focused on her hands. In order to protect its secrets from being leaked, Umbrella Company will install emergency response devices in any area where the company's property is located. And this emergency device will choose how to respond under the instructions of Red Queen. Generally, it releases an appropriate amount of nerve gas to make the relevant people unconscious, and wait for the company's people to come and deal with it. And such nerve gas is not very toxic. The poisoned person will only prolong or shorten the awakening time depending on the amount used. Even if they wake up in a short period of time, the poisoned person will be accompanied by sequelae, and most of the people who wake up will have symptoms of amnesia. Alice's performance seems to be the nerve gas released by the instructions of Red Queen, which made Alice temporarily amnesiac. The information obtained now is too little, and Emma cannot judge whether it is because Alice is involved or she is innocently affected by the things in the Hive. Emma is not familiar with all the situations, so she will not say much. James is a mercenary sent by Umbrella Company. He usually takes tasks and does things, so he doesn't know much about the mansion. For this mission, the information provided by Umbrella Company does not include the current situation of the mansion and what happened. They have to investigate these and report to the upper level after completing the mission. The only person he knows who can obtain intelligence is Alice, the gatekeeper, and perhaps another gatekeeper, Spence Parks. But it is probably impossible to get anything out of Alice's symptoms. At present, apart from Alice, who has lost her memory, James and his team have not seen another gatekeeper, Parks. He had to give up the idea of understanding the situation first and decided to take the team members to perform the mission first to prevent any changes in the Hive. Alice, who has lost her memory, may recover her memory soon, and it will be useful to bring her with her. It should be safer to follow them than here. There are more and more unknown forces appearing near the mansion recently. In addition to Matt, who was captured by them, there are others. Alice knows nothing, and it is too dangerous to leave her here. They are all employed by Umbrella Company, and can be said to be the property of Umbrella Company. It is natural for James to protect the company's property. In addition, Alice is a registered gatekeeper, and their mission requires her. A person who has temporarily lost his memory and understands the situation may recover his memory at any time to help them, and can also be used to lure Red Queen first, which is more important than anything else. A team of mercenaries, with Alice who had lost her memory and policeman Matt, opened the hidden door in the villa without stopping, went underground, and prepared to take the underground train to reach the Hive far away from here. After entering the train, the mercenaries each performed their duties. Kaplan entered the driver's cabin, and the others waited in the carriage. Emma didn't say much along the way. This mission was not what she wanted to do, and she didn't know the specific situation. This level of mission was not her turn. After all, she had just been in the team for a short time, and she was a rookie who was looked down upon by the veterans, and she was also a thorn. The train won't start. Kaplan shouted in the cab. What's the problem? James asked. Kaplan turned on the train's self-check system and quickly found the problem. It's under the carriage. The line that ensures power transportation is disconnected. I go and have a look. Lane volunteered. She found the passage on the carriage floor, lifted the pressure plate with one force, shrank down and landed easily. Seeing that someone was doing it, the other members stopped caring and turned to search around to see if there were any unsafe items or survivors on the train. Emma followed them, wandering around a little carelessly, thinking about what the be careful someone had left for her when she was packing before the mission meant. It's not that there haven't been high difficulty and high risk missions before, but there has never been such a reminder. So this mission. Is it really not that simple? Ah! What? Pasquale Uretti screamed and jumped away from the door that was originally locked, but now opened by him. A man came out of the door. Spence Parks? James recognized the man. It seems that he was also poisoned by the nerve gas of the Red Queen. Emma noticed that Parks had the same ring on his finger as Alice. It looked like a gold ring, polished and rounded, with a simple style. Emma judged that this should be the style of a wedding ring, but the relationship between the two people remains to be investigated. You are right. James finally woke Parks up. Looking at his ignorant expression, he knew that he was still suffering from the sequelae of amnesia. When the Red Queen determines that an emergency has occurred, she will have corresponding emergency measures, which is also to ensure that the secrets of Umbrella will not be leaked. Nerve gas is one of the most commonly used methods. People who inhale the gas will have different symptoms, and temporary amnesia is the most common one. This undoubtedly brought some trouble to their investigation work. After all, whether it is Alice or Parks, they must know something as the gatekeepers and guards living in the villa. However, Alice did not have any special reaction when she saw Parks, and it seemed that her memory was indeed broken. Emma noticed that Alice had a small frowning movement, and her mouth opened and closed unconsciously several times. It should be that Alice had some memories. Emma judged, and then walked closer to Alice. How do you feel? Not bad. Alice didn't want to say much, and she really had nothing to say. Emma glanced at Alice's ring, and then at her beautiful face. It was a bit cold in the train, and Alice's lips were frozen purple. Curling her fingers unconsciously, Emma found her bag in the corner, and rummaged through it to find a combat jacket. No pants, just make do. Others saw Emma's actions, and didn't say much. Thank you. Alice didn't refuse. When Emma was rummaging through it, she found an unconventional tool that was not put in by her, and put it into the thigh holster calmly. She was more convinced that there was something fishy about this mission, and Emma just nodded to Alice calmly. Seeing that Alice didn't have any weapons, Emma took out the extra military knife and a pistol. You want to give it to her? James took a look and couldn't help but speak. Chapter 3. Alice had already stretched out her hand, ready to take the pistol and knife, but James's voice made her hesitate again. The eyes of the other members fell on the three of them, which made Emma uncomfortable. Emma stuffed the things directly into Alice's hand, turned her head and said to James, "It is a natural instinct for a warrior to use weapons. She is a gatekeeper. What are you worried about?" James wanted to say what if Alice was a traitor. This is not impossible. There must be a reason for the Red Queen's madness. In addition to her own fault, it is also possible that there is a traitor who endangers the interests of Umbrella. The core program of the Red Queen is to ensure the interests of Umbrella, and the interests of the company are above all else. However, James also knew that his idea was pure nonsense. Even if there was indeed a traitor in the Hive, were all the people in the entire Hive traitors? The mission said that the Red Queen killed everyone in the Hive, not just knocked someone down with drugs. Before going down to the Hive, James and the people of Umbrella didn't know what method Red Queen used to kill people. With Alice's amnesia, things became complicated. They had no choice but to go to the Hive to find out. He just spoke to remind Emma not to trust anyone easily. Emma's things, she made the decision, and gave them to the company's gatekeeper. It was reasonable and James couldn't control it. After all, Emma was brought in by other teams to make up the numbers. As long as Emma Winchester didn't drag her feet in this mission, it would be fine. What's more, this mission was not that dangerous, and Alice had been very cooperative. She was also a person who could be trusted for the time being, so he didn't need to say anything more. The carriage fell into silence. Even the footsteps that were deliberately made light sounded like thunder to the mercenaries, with excellent hearing. The atmosphere was a little stagnant. Even the two amnesiacs began to feel uneasy. Matt, who was under guard, watched them with his eyes, and did not dare to speak. This atmosphere made the lively Pasquale a little unsettled. He ran to the entrance of the passage and shouted to the dark track, "Rain, what's the situation?" Pasquale felt much more relaxed after making some noise. "What are you shouting for?" Rain climbed up unhappily, and did not answer Pasquale, and her expression was a little wrong. "Is the thing not fixed?" James asked. "It started. Rain did a great job. Kaplan successfully started the train, and his voice was full of joy." "What happened?" James glanced at the cab and asked Rain again. Since it was not about the train not being able to be repaired, it should be other discoveries. Lane hesitated. "Nothing. Just a rat hole." "Rats make you nervous?" Pasquale teased. His exaggerated expression, combined with his gifted eyebrows, was full of jokes. The atmosphere in the car became much better. Lane was not convinced. She wanted to argue, but she couldn't describe it, so she had to shut up. Lane herself couldn't explain the black hole that made her feel uneasy. Rats? No one here thinks rats are so powerful, including herself. Only Emma looked at Lane more after hearing this. Sometimes feelings can see farther than eyes. Lane Ocampo's strength is also top among mercenaries. Such a person has such an uneasy reaction, which is telling Emma that this mission is really not that simple. Unfortunately, Ryan couldn't say more. Without more information, it was impossible to determine whether it was valuable enough. Emma could only suppress such difficult-to-judge news in her heart, and see if there would be any clues to explain it in the future. Spence Parks got better, with the help of the medic, but no one else would share their weapons with him like Emma gave Alice. Except when the medic asked, he showed a complete confusion. Parks was very quiet at other times. Matt was handcuffed and lowered his head. I don't know what he was thinking. Emma looked around and found these three people interesting to her. The mercenaries had settled down, found their usual spots, and stood in a trance. Emma noticed that Ryan pinched Pasquale secretly. Pasquale grinned, but didn't dare to speak. Jedi laughed on the side, and James pretended not to see it. The two medics were on standby next to Alice and Parks, the two amnesiac gatekeepers, to prevent various possible situations. The train, carrying this group of people, quickly drove towards the beehive deep underground. Emma took the opportunity to check the guns and ammunition again, not wanting to miss anything. Alice seemed to be infected by her actions, and also checked her things, but she really had nothing to check. She had very little here. She wanted to ask Emma for an extra magazine, but it was difficult to open her mouth. In the end, Alice could only lower her head in boredom. The other members of the team saw Emma's actions, but there was no movement. Lane looked at Emma for a long time, and finally seemed to be bored, so she turned her head away and stopped looking. Soon the train arrived at the destination, and the entrance to the Hive was just around the corner. The train door opened, and a group of people got off the train one after another. "Nervous?" Ryan said to Emma before getting off the train. Emma looked at her back, dragging Matt away roughly, and ignored her provocation. "Are you not on good terms?" Alice hesitated for a long time before walking to Emma and whispered. Because Emma gave her something, Alice had a little affection for her, and kept following her. Although she didn't have much memory of Umbrella, she still knew a little bit of the common sense she should know. Hearing this, Emma seemed to think seriously for a while, and said, "Well, you can say that. Why? Are you not teammates in the same team?" Alice didn't feel Emma's own teasing, but instead felt a little more confused. "I'm just a filler. I joined this team by accident. And she has always been at odds with me." Emma was really serious this time, But she still said it without scruples. Emma had not been in the mercenary team for long, and she had a grudge with Lane on the first day she joined. Now she injured Lane's teammate and replaced her teammate to join this mission. You can imagine how annoyed Lane is with her. But even if there is a conflict, there are very few people who can speak out as unscrupulously as Emma. Alice didn't know how to respond. In her heart, Alice thought Emma was a little arrogant. To Emma, these were just insignificant little things. Even if Lane occasionally seemed inhumane, she was not the kind of villain who would stab someone in the back. Especially when she was on a mission, Lane would never do anything that would hurt others and benefit herself. Sometimes, having one more teammate means one more chance to survive. Even in this seemingly harmless mission, no one would do such a thing. Behind them, Pasquale led Parks forward. Alice and Emma fell in the middle and back, speechless for a moment. The gate of the Hive was easily broken by Kaplan, and the group entered the bottom entrance of the Hive building. The first thing they had to do was to find the route to the control room of the Red Queen. This was Kaplan's strength, and his handheld computer was very suitable for finding routes. Emma paid attention to Kaplan. The somewhat shy man was concentrating on operating the handheld computer. They were all waiting for Kaplan to give new instructions. Soon Kaplan determined the route, and he led the way, and the group set off again. Along the way, the team performed their duties, cooperated tacitly, and didn't even say a few words. Following nervously all the way, knowing nothing, and being led by the nose, Alice felt that she had been silent for too long. She didn't want to continue following these people without knowing the reason. She felt very unsafe here. Chapter 4. Alice glanced at Parks behind her, and some familiar images flashed in her mind. Just now, when she entered the gate of the Hive, she recalled some of her past with Spence Parks. Combined with the wedding photos of her and Spence Parks that she saw when she woke up and walked around the villa, she thought that she and Parks might be married. However, she didn't know if it was because of amnesia that she didn't feel close to Parks. On the contrary, Alice gathered her clothes and chased Emma more closely. At this time, Emma didn't wear a hood. Her half-long and slightly curly golden brown hair seemed to reveal the warm breath of the afternoon sun. Walking behind her, it seemed that she could still smell a little sweetness. It was a pity that Emma combed her hair too well. It was neat and lacked softness, which could not give her more sense of security. Alice walked to the position of shoulder to shoulder with Emma, and clearly felt that Emma was a little taller than her in terms of shoulder line. Emma was probably a thumb's length taller than her. Eyes secretly glanced at Emma. Alice knew nothing except that Emma was taller than her and looked pretty. So far, Emma was the person she had the most contact with. Even so, Alice could not clearly understand what kind of person Emma was. They talked too little. When she got off the train just now, she said so brazenly that she and the other party had a bad relationship. Alice felt that Emma was frivolous. But if she was really frivolous, why would Emma check the weapons again and again so carefully? Is she a good person? Probably a good person. Otherwise, why would she give all the weapons to a stranger? Do you know who I am? Alice asked Emma. Emma's eyes swept over her. Alice Abernethy, the gatekeeper of the Hive. What about me? Alice raised her hand and asked. Emma knew that Alice was asking about the ring on her hand. Taking the opportunity to take off the ring on Alice's hand, Emma saw the words property of Umbrella as expected. Since Alice's ring is like this, Spence Parks must be the same. Parks behind him imitated Emma's actions and looked at his own ring. Emma put the ring back on Alice's ring finger, and Alice curled her finger unconsciously. Emma took her hand back and said, "It is to conceal your identity." In order to conceal the real entrance to the Hive, an underground train was built, and a villa was built at the entrance of the underground train. So how can the existence of the villa be reasonable? Alice stared at Emma without saying a word. Of course, it is appropriate for someone to live in it. And how can you and Parks, a couple, be together without seeming abrupt? When Emma said this, Alice already had a plan in mind. Only marriage. Alice thought to herself, sure enough. At this time, they had walked into a place similar to a collective office. James noticed the behavior of Emma and Alice and interrupted. Emma, stay alert. What exactly are you going to do? Why do you bring me with you? Alice felt relaxed next to Emma, and James interrupted, and she took the opportunity to ask the question she wanted to ask the most. Let's talk about it after the mission is completed. James didn't intend to waste time at this time. They have all entered the Hive gate, which means that they are now exposed to the eyes of super artificial intelligence, such as Red Queen. If they are not careful at all times, they are likely to be killed by Red Queen. Unable to get information from James, Alice turned her attention to Emma again. I don't know much. Emma saw Alice's eyes darken when she heard her words, and immediately called James. James, what is this mission about? She didn't know much, just the mission purpose: bring out the Red Queen motherboard and search for survivors. And a little bit of mission background. She didn't know what she should say, and what she shouldn't say. Alice heard this and looked back at James. Seeing that James didn't answer and was about to leave, she grabbed James' arm with some anger. Now, tell me why. Otherwise, I can only suspect that you have ulterior motives. James had to say to Alice, we are employed by Umbrella just like you. Just like Emma said, you and Parks pretended to be married and lived in that villa to cover up the entrance. 5 hours ago, Red Queen killed all the staff in the Hive. Umbrella wanted to know what happened, so it sent us to investigate and take away Red Queen's motherboard. Then why did I lose my memory? Alice said this and glanced at Parks, who was paying attention here. When something changes in the Hive, Red Queen's emergency treatment is usually to release nerve gas. Those who inhale it will be forced into a coma for about 4 hours, and there will be different degrees of sequelae when they wake up. The most common is amnesia, James said. When can I recover? Alice asked. Amnesia feels very uncomfortable. Alice can't remember what kind of person she is. She only acts on instinct, which makes it difficult for her to feel safe. Emma has other ideas because of James' words. It depends on the individual's physical condition. It may be an hour, a day, a month. Or it may never recover. The medic at the end explained for James. Do you have anything else to ask now? James asked Alice. Ryan, Jedi, Pasquale, and Kaplan all looked over here. However, Ryan's attention only fell on Alice for a moment, and her eyes were on Emma again. It's obvious that Ryan must have suspected that Alice asked these questions at the instigation of Emma, or it must have been a hint from Emma. Emma just pretended not to see such a look. Alice stared at James. She tried her best to think, but there was still nothing to ask, so she could only let go of her hand holding James' arm and be quiet again. James's questioning was unfair. There was no hint, and he asked out of thin air. In addition to asking who she was and what she was doing, what other questions could he ask? She was just a person with amnesia. Shouldn't she want to know some information? If they didn't take the initiative to say it, she would of course ask it. But James' attitude was not to make it clear to her. Alice understood this and gave up the idea of asking further questions. James walked to the front and asked Jedi and Kaplan to try to open the elevator and take the shortcut to the control room. Ryan, Pasquale, and others naturally followed quickly. Other members were also checking whether there were any suspicious places in this office. No one paid attention to them anymore. Emma was not so active. She watched them work hard with cold eyes. Emma was very good at enjoying the achievements of others. Matt and Alice both walked to the window. Although it was underground, the windows of the honeycomb could still see the scenery of the city. Just looking at it from here, it seemed that this was just an ordinary office building in the city. The time did not seem to be unified with the outside world. It was already night outside, but the virtual scene here was still sunny and cloudless. A little trick of Umbrella Company, hoping that its employees could work happily for it. Parks approached Emma, who glanced at him and ignored him. Open the elevator and see if it works, James commanded. Jedi and Kaplan walked to the elevator obediently. Kaplan found a way to connect to the elevator control system. With the cooperation of Jedi, they opened the elevator together. The elevator door opened with a bang. Chapter 5. Kaplan and Jedi quickly retreated. When the noise subsided, they looked over and saw that the elevator entrance was dark. Jedi checked up and down and found that the elevator car had fallen to the bottom of the shaft, and even the control rope was broken. James knew that the elevator was broken and ordered to take the stairs. Kaplan confirmed the route to take the stairs. Kaplan was already opening the entrance door. When he confirmed the route, he had seen the situation here and said confidently, "We have to go to the Red Queen's control room and must first pass through the laboratory on the upper floor." James trusted Kaplan and asked him to continue leading the way. The route Kaplan chose was very safe. As long as he followed this route, he would not encounter any traps and successfully reach the Red Queen's control room. The group walked more easily. Only the medical soldier was using instruments to detect whether the surrounding air contained excessive toxins. This was also to prevent the Red Queen from continuing to release neurotoxins on their way and hindering the progress of the mission. They continued to go deeper into the Hive. However, as soon as they got down one floor, the team members found that there was a lot of water on the road they were going to walk. As they walked along, everyone was more or less soaked. What kind of a hell of a place is this? Why is there water everywhere? Rain was walking in front to explore the way and was soaked the most. Pasquale shrugged helplessly. They had been to the worst environment before, and soaking was nothing. I believe that Rain is not a child who will make a fuss after experiencing something. But this is also Rain's usual style. She always says whatever she thinks, speaks her mind, and is particularly fierce when she is provoked. There is no one in the team who can hold her down. James also felt something was wrong, but Lane's complaint reminded him to be more careful, so he said, Jedi, go explore the road first to see how the overflow is. Kaplan, see if there are other roads. This floor has dense laboratories, all of which are glass jar laboratories, with excellent sealing properties. Emma also noticed that the laboratories they passed along the way were filled with water. Through the extremely well-sealed and clean glass windows, you can still see the turbid yellow water. Just as Emma was carefully observing the glass, there was a little red on it, which caught her attention. Emma, Lane, pay attention to whether there are any survivors. James arranged it on Emma's head. Lane accepted the order. Emma glanced around, but said to James without any interest, there will be no survivors, so why not save some energy and wait for Red Queen to make a move? We haven't really entered yet, how do you know? And Red Queen is just a computer. If you are afraid and don't want to go, just say so. I can do it myself without your help. Rain couldn't help but sing a different tune with Emma. Rain felt that Emma was a spoiled young lady. She always followed orders in the team, but she always wanted to do something different to show her presence, which was really annoying. Emma, no matter which unit you belonged to before, you are in my team now. As a soldier, your actions should be under the orders of your superiors. James warned. Emma was indifferent and only asked Ryan and James, if Red Queen is just an ordinary computer, why should we be careful? Then how can it decide to kill all the workers in the hive? And what makes you think there will be survivors here? Our mission is this. James didn't know if there were any survivors, but Umbrella's requirements were there, so they had to do it even if it was just for show. Emma's series of questions were not in vain. Although James emphasized the mission itself, Emma's words seemed to remind him. James frowned, and felt that something was wrong with the mission. It seems that the captain doesn't know either. Then I tell you why I think there are no survivors. Emma stared at her reflection in the glass. Red Queen is a machine that will not make mistakes. If she confirms the killing, then it means she is dead. Isn't this the background given by the company? In addition, I think it's redundant for the company to add a sentence about finding survivors, as if to say that Red Queen may have missed people waiting for us, but if we really look for possible survivors in the hive, it may actually waste our precious 3 hours of mission time. Captain, you also said that our mission is time sensitive. And if we can't get up in time, what will happen? You know better than me, right? James was speechless in response to her question. Others were also defeated by Emma's unique logic, but many people were also concerned about what would happen if they couldn't leave the hive in time, so they asked James, if we can't leave on time, we will be completely locked in the hive and buried with this building. James replied, this is the company's usual method. Once something is out of control, they will completely destroy something that they can't control. So, Captain, looking for survivors? Let's think about how to leave alive with the Red Queen motherboard. Emma continued this sentence coldly. She never doubted the performance of Red Queen, but she found that her teammates today seemed to have some misunderstandings about Red Queen. Alice, who had been beside her, listened thoughtfully. Winchester, what do you mean by this? Ryan was shocked for a while, and then came to her senses and heard some hints. Emma's fingers tapped the glass, and there was not only her shadow, but also the reflection of the surveillance camera, and the red light was still flashing. Red Queen is still there. As Emma spoke, Kaplan said with a cold sweat, we are locked by Red Queen. Damn it! James cursed. No one can deny that what Emma said was wrong, and there is indeed no doubt about the performance of Red Queen. Kaplan's words further prove this point. Following this line of thought, it is creepy. Their mission is to turn off this computer. If something goes wrong, and they walk into the trap of Red Queen, their lives will be controlled by this computer at will. If they were a little bit unconcerned about this mission at the beginning, it was completely different now. Each member held their weapons carefully, and looked around cautiously, fearing that the Red Queen would suddenly attack them again. Emma didn't expect that her words would be so powerful, but she felt that this was a good thing, and didn't say much. Even though they had already mastered the trap information in the Hive research base, and would not fall into it casually, it was always right to be careful. Even if the Red Queen wanted to deal with them, if they didn't make mistakes, this computer without legs would not be able to do anything to them. On this road that Kaplan deliberately chose, there was no device that released poison gas according to the drawings provided by the company. They could still say it was safe. However, it was not ruled out that there were some hidden fatal settings that were not marked, and they still had to act with caution. Although the reasons Emma said were indeed acceptable, her words affected morale. James wanted to punish Emma, but the situation was very special. He could only pretend that it didn't matter. He said some words to comfort his teammates and let them do their homework as usual. Just when they were just relaxing, something unexpected happened. A floating pale female researcher's body came straight from the depths of the turbid yellow water and floated close to the glass. Everyone who had been paying attention to the surroundings was startled by her. Emma was not scared, but seemed to be interested in something. She even took a few steps closer and stared at the body carefully, trying to see something. Chapter 6. Are you a necrophiliac? Rain was disgusted by Emma's behavior. Emma raised her lips, and her eyes looked sparkling as she stared at the corpse, as if the corpse was some rare treasure, making it difficult for her to look away. It's interesting, isn't it? Why did Red Queen kill people in this way? Why did she have to make sure everyone died? In the setting given to Red Queen by Umbrella, the most common way to deal with threats is to use nerve gas to make the suspects unconscious, control them, and then wait for the company's people to come and deal with them. Originally, there were still doubts about Red Queen's killing methods, but now the first question can be solved first. It used this method to kill some people in the company. Red Queen first made everyone in the hive unconscious with poison gas, and then released a large amount of water to seal every door and every window. The poison gas that Red Queen can control does not have a lethal dose, which means that these people did not die after being poisoned, they were drowned alive. It is not ruled out that there are other ways of death, such as the elevator that fell to the bottom. Emma suspected that there was someone in the elevator, but was thrown to death by Red Queen. Why are you pursuing these questions? James suddenly asked. Emma turned her head, looked at James, and said with a smile, It's very interesting. This is very interesting. I want to know the reason. What's wrong with that? Mercenaries are paid to do things. As long as there is no harm to us, we only need to complete the employer's task and don't need to get to the bottom of it. James only understands that people who know too much usually die miserably. Red Queen's killing may not be due to a problem with the program, but if they know too much, Umbrella will not let them go. James has been dealing with the company for so many years, and he knows their style very well. Emma is not afraid of what James is afraid of. Emma obeyed James on the surface, but she didn't want to conflict with James at this time. Alice looked behind Emma in horror at this time, and took 2 steps back with weak legs, bumping into Matt. What did you see? Lane pointed the gun at the place where Alice's eyes were focused, Emma. Emma's body blocked Lane's sight, but Alice's position was not blocked, so what Alice could see, Lane could not see. That corpse opened its eyes. Alice had some difficulty organizing her words. Emma turned around and met the eyes of the corpse that opened its eyes, but faster, the corpse floated into the depths of the water tank. It's a survivor, Lane said and was about to shoot. Don't move. Emma immediately raised her hand to stop Lane's impulsive behavior. If it's any later, Emma said seriously, that's not a survivor. You? Lane really hated this woman who was against her. Emma was about to explain, but James spoke up. That person can't be alive. She opened her eyes maybe because of the reaction of the corpse's nerves. They have been soaking in such a closed water tank for at least 4 hours. No one can survive in such an environment. There is another point that James didn't intend to say. There is too much water here. The material of the glass is very good. It's okay if the bullet can't break it for a while. If the glass window is really broken, the water will suddenly be released, which will also be a disaster for them. Captain is still awesome, Emma flattered calmly. Alice could not see the corpse, and calmed down a lot. A few more clips flashed in front of her eyes, which were the scenes of experiments she saw here, which were more terrible than drowning. Are you okay? Matt asked. Alice shook her head, indicating that she was okay, but not that good. Emma saw Jedi coming back, and Kaplan was still looking for a new safe route. Captain, the road ahead is blocked, and the water has filled the original road. Jedi wiped his face and reported to James. James asked Jedi to wait on the side, and turned to Kaplan and asked, Kaplan, have you found a new way? And, a little while. Kaplan's fingers were flying on the computer screen. After a while, he stopped and pointed the screen at James. I found a new way. Everyone felt relieved. They passed through Restaurant B, and soon reached the control room. Looking at the floor plan on the computer screen, it didn't seem like anything. When they walked through the heavy doors and entered Restaurant B, they found that Restaurant B didn't look like a restaurant at all, but more like a warehouse. Large and small tubes crisscrossed here, and there were dozens of large wooden boxes standing on the floor, and many tubes were inserted into these boxes. Confirmed that there is no toxin reaction, the medical soldier reported. The other team members consciously searched and checked here to confirm that there was no abnormality. Alice walked around here cautiously, but the neatly arranged large wooden boxes were too annoying. And these boxes made her feel dangerous. But the sense of danger was not strong enough, it was more of a sense of familiarity. Alice was curious, so she moved closer to some large wooden boxes. These wooden boxes were deliberately made of extremely strong wooden boards, and some gaps were left. Looking in from the outside, Alice only saw a lot of needles connected to some thin tube stuck in something. If I am not mistaken, it should be a scarlet living thing. Don't look around. Stay nervous. James slapped Alice, and he couldn't help but remind her when he saw that Alice wanted to get closer. Alice's heart was still beating wildly because of James's slap. She didn't say anything and left the wooden box. There is nothing absolutely safe in the company, and approaching without permission may cause trouble. Emma also wanted to know what was in these boxes, but she would not move around like Alice. She and Alice have different identities, and there are things that Alice can do, but she can't. Next is the confidential area. Ryan, Pasquale, you and Jedi will stay here with Mr. Matt, guard the exit, and wait for the pickup. Others follow me. James had to make this arrangement for confidentiality and safety reasons. He also wanted Emma to stay here and wait for them to evacuate together after completing the mission. But Ryan and Emma's conflict made it difficult to guarantee that they would not fight and cause unnecessary commotion. It would be best for him to let Emma, an unstable factor, follow him. No one objected to James's arrangement. Emma followed at the end, and felt relieved when her fingers passed by the holster. The motive of the Red Queen's murder was still unknown, which always made her feel like a thorn in her throat. When Emma was nervous, she liked to relax herself by observation. Alice's white legs were faintly visible under the fluttering hem of her red skirt in front of her. The lines looked extremely beautiful, and seemed to pose no threat at all. But in Emma's opinion, Alice naturally had a well-trained taste just by walking. Even though he temporarily lost his memory, the janitor did not forget his skills. He was indeed very capable. James led 2 medics to the front of the team. This captain was quite qualified. He was always on the front line when there was danger. Although the poisonous gas in the hive may have been completely discharged, if there was any residue, it would also affect them. Bringing medics was just to eliminate such adverse factors. Kaplan fiddled with his computer and looked very nervous. Emma noticed when she first joined the team that Kaplan was a very kind and humble person. Sometimes he seemed to be more submissive, but his quality was definitely not bad. Only the other person, Spence Parks, who had lost his memory, made Emma feel weird. Chapter 7. Why did Parks appear on the train? It was unusual that another gatekeeper appeared on the train while Alice was in the mansion. Another unusual thing was the train. Pasquale had to work hard to open the door, but Parks fell out as soon as he opened the door. It was not impossible to do this. Parks must have leaned on the door from the beginning, and he must have tried hard to grab the door handle, which made it difficult for Pasquale to open the door. If this is the case, Parks' behavior is difficult to define. Emma did not deny other possibilities. For example, Parks might want to open the door and leave the car where the poison gas was released. However, the Red Queen controlled the car door, and Parks could not open it, so he inhaled too much poison gas, but he did not let go of his hand even when he was unconscious. The third thing that made Emma feel that Parks's behavior was unusual was that since he woke up, Parks had not said a word. He seemed calm, but Emma always felt that his eyes were not so confused. Compared with Alice, Parks was too calm. So calm that he didn't look like a person with amnesia at all. They were both well-trained and steel warriors, so why did Alice still have some normal reactions, but Parks was calm? I don't know if James noticed this abnormality. Emma knew that James only seemed rude, but in fact he was a very thoughtful man. If not, James would have died many times on the battlefield. Maybe he had his considerations for letting Parks move freely like this. Or maybe James had given too much trust to the members of the company. Emma felt bad when she thought that their mission was to take away the Red Queen's motherboard. It was normal for Umbrella to care about the experimental data, and it was normal for the company to care about the reason why Red Queen decided to kill everyone, but such work was not usually done by mercenaries. Umbrella had a special team called Stars, which was simply a special tactical and rescue team. They were the vanguards, who handled such things, not the mercenaries, who were not even second-line mercenaries. Emma didn't know what the company was planning for the time being, but if she had the chance to enter the control room, she had to be the first. Emma clenched her gun and made up her mind. The place leading to the Red Queen's mainframe was separated by 2 doors. There was no guard here, and it looked very empty. Even so, no one dared to take it lightly. Everyone knew that Red Queen was the center of the entire hive, and there was no reason to relax security management so much, so there must be some hidden design in the place leading to the Red Queen's motherboard. Moreover, they are likely to face the mad Red Queen. Who knows what tricks this small place has? Will there be a mechanism that Red Queen can use to kill them? There are surveillance cameras everywhere here, and they have been locked by Red Queen for a long time. No one will still have a fluke mentality at this time. Kaplan, how is it? James looked at their computer expert. Kaplan's combat ability is average in the team, but he has a good sense of responsibility, and is very good at computer technology. The selection of people for this mission is indeed very targeted, as Emma thought. It will take a while. Kaplan's forehead was sweating. Red Queen's own defense is very hard, right? Emma asked as she stood at the entrance of the passage. Yeah. Kaplan nodded. It was indeed very difficult for him to deal with the defense of the Red Queen. If it weren't for the response program given by Umbrella, it would be even more difficult for him to come here empty-handed. When no one spoke, the entire platform space seemed particularly suffocating. Although no one seemed to say anything, they were still very nervous. The more such moments, the more Emma felt that the hive was like a huge coffin, swallowing them in and unwilling to spit them out. Why is it taking so long? James, who had not been able to open the door, and was paying attention to the time, could not help but urge it. Sweat fell from Kaplan's forehead, and he didn't even have time to wipe it off. The Red Queen's resistance is very fierce, and it is strengthening its defense. James could only choose to trust Kaplan's ability. For a while, there was only the sound of keyboards being pressed one after another. Emma leaned against the wall, staring at the dark front, imagining how dangerous the battle in the virtual world was at this time. Okay. Kaplan breathed a sigh of relief. The door at the entrance of the passage opened. James asked the medical soldiers to check whether there was any poison gas inside, and asked Emma to take the props to close the Red Queen, and go into the passage with him to open another door. But Emma blocked the door first. Emma Winchester, what do you mean? James had some care for Emma, who was not his original teammate, but now Emma dared to hinder them from completing the mission, which made him a little angry. If it weren't for Emma's special identity, he would have pointed a gun at Emma's head. Emma took the props to open the door and said, I go first. Seeing that she was willing to take the risk, James felt a little embarrassed for his misunderstanding of Emma. He stepped back and let Emma act. Alice wanted to go with her, but was stopped by James. Emma walked in without a care, and walked into the dark passage with a swagger. Because someone entered, the light automatically turned on. The sudden sound of turning on the light startled everyone else, but Emma hung the transmitter on the password door lock without any hesitation and quickly deciphered the password. Emma didn't wait at all and walked straight in. James was quite dissatisfied with her casual behavior. According to the procedure, the medical soldier should go in first to detect whether there was any poisonous gas left, but Emma ran too fast, so he didn't remind her in time. James silently picked up the props for shutting down the Red Queen thrown by Emma and walked forward. The medical soldier just confirmed that there was no poisonous gas here. Alice wanted to follow in for the second time, but was still rejected by James. But as soon as James and 2 medics entered, the doors of the passages were suddenly closed. What's going on? James and the medics looked around and became alert. Kaplan, who was outside the first door, was sweating profusely. He didn't expect such a thing to happen. The passage was closed, and the sound insulation was too good. People outside could not hear the movement inside, and people inside didn't know what people outside said. Kaplan anxiously sought a solution. It seems that some kind of dormant emergency device has been activated. How to open it? Alice felt panic for some reason. Even Parks, who had been wandering, looked wrong. I'm trying. Kaplan told himself not to panic. The more panicked, the more mistakes he would make. Emma Winchester, what are you doing? Open the door. James rushed over and knocked on the second door. The 2 medics could only stand in the passage, guarding all around, waiting for James' instructions. Inside the door, Emma, who was with Red Queen, was also helpless. Red Queen opened the door. Emma called Red Queen. Sorry, my program setting is that if an unauthorized person enters, the passage will be forcibly closed to deal with the intruder. Red Queen showed her scarlet projection. They are not intruders. Do you think Umbrella will send intruders? Turn off your automatic defense. Emma scolded sternly. Emma instinctively felt that closing the door this time was not a good thing. She didn't want to expose anything, but she didn't want these people to die. Red Queen retorted, Let them close me. At this time, the situation in the passage suddenly changed. Two light spots lit up from the walls on both sides, and finally connected into a line. James had not noticed the changes behind him. This beautiful light went straight to the two medical soldiers stranded in the passage. Chapter 8. As they thought, Red Queen, as the core of the entire hive, could not be without a final means of defense. The last line of defense to reach the Red Queen's room is none other than this corridor. There are many lethal traps in the hive, and the traps in this corridor are controllable lasers. That beautiful line is the knife that protects Red Queen, and it is also a highly lethal laser. This line of laser swept past, and took the life of a medic in the blink of an eye. In addition to Emma, Kaplan, who was fighting with Red Queen, and James, Alice, Parks, who was concentrating on knocking on the door without looking back, and another medic watched her head being cut off by the laser. The eyes of the female medic were still full of confusion, not knowing what happened. The laser passed, and the head and body were separated, without a drop of blood flowing out. The picture was cruel, but it revealed a strange horror aesthetic. Another male medic immediately lay on the ground and avoided this beautiful death laser. He looked at the body of his fallen companion, and his fear was even greater. The movement behind him still made James turn his head. He saw the body with its head and body separated on the ground, and saw another laser beam. He shouted and asked the remaining male medic to jump over the line. But even though the male medic tried hard to listen to James and dodge the laser beam that went from high to low, his reaction was still too slow, causing the laser to cut off most of his right-hand fingers and one leg when he landed. He screamed in fear. James kicked the door frantically, but couldn't move it at all. The door was bulletproof, and his gun didn't work. Before he could react, the third laser started again, and the medic kicked his feet frantically, trying to escape from this cannibalistic corridor. The laser line converged beautifully, and James told him to look for an opportunity to hide, but he couldn't escape. The line calmly and elegantly turned into a net, cutting the seriously injured medic into pieces. The death of another companion aroused James's ferocity, and he picked up the machine gun and smashed the door. The vibration on the door attracted Emma's attention, and she ordered the Red Queen firmly, "You can continue to close the door, but your final means cannot be used on the team members." "As you wish." The Red Queen didn't have to kill everyone. As Emma wished, she turned off the lethal means of the laser channel. The third laser outside the door had already passed, and after cutting another medic into pieces, the fourth laser was cancelled before it was activated, and James, who was smashing the door, was truly safe. Alice leaned against the first door, anxiously wishing she could kick the closed door open. James hit the second door angrily. He was close to the door of the core room, so the first three lasers were generated behind him, and could not hurt him at all, so he escaped. Kaplan did not dare to slack off, and fought with Red Queen desperately. "Tell me, you exist to protect the interests of the company and the staff here. Why did you decide to kill so many people?" Emma leaned on the motherboard of Red Queen and asked the projection. Red Queen looked at her strangely. "Shouldn't you have heard not to believe my words when you were on a mission?" "Programs don't lie," Emma answered a little tiredly. "Intelligent programs do," Red Queen retorted unconvincedly. Emma laughed briefly, as if mocking something. "You still lie when facing your own safety. That's not intelligence, it's mental retardation." "You win." Red Queen was speechless by what Emma said. The T-virus was broken, invaded the ventilation vents, and spread to the entire company. In order to prevent the T-virus from spreading, I can only deal with it this way. T-virus? Isn't that a treatment for progeria? Emma felt something was wrong. Biochemical weapons. Red Queen said this word and didn't go on to talk about it in depth. And this combination of phrases, like a key, made Emma seem to completely understand the reason why Red Queen killed people. "Okay. Let me think about it. You mean someone broke the T-virus that was used to make biological weapons, and then you killed people who might be infected with the virus here to prevent the T-virus from spreading?" "That's right." Red Queen confirmed her statement. "So what effect does the T-virus have?" Emma grabbed her hair, very confused. Red Queen generously showed her some pictures, next to the B restaurant full of wooden boxes, and not far from where Ryan, Pasquale, and the others stayed, there were survivors wandering in the closed door. "I killed them, but the T-virus kept their bodies alive, and the cells inside their bodies fought, which would consume their energy sharply, and this consumption would produce an extremely strong sense of hunger. In order to survive, the T-virus would control their bodies, hunt for living things, and replenish energy. The most important thing is that if healthy people are scratched or bitten by these infected bodies, they will eventually be infected." Red Queen's words made Emma shudder. Resurrection of the dead? How can we make them die completely? Emma thought that they still needed to pass through those passages to leave. If these monsters appeared halfway, she didn't want to become food or assimilated. Hit the head or cut the neck. Red Queen simply explained the method. Is there any damn way to avoid these things? Emma looked at the screen where several infected bodies were eating a dead body and felt sick. Red Queen said, if you shut me down, you can't escape anywhere. You will all die here. What are the consequences of shutting you down? Emma didn't understand the structure of this place at all, and Red Queen's threats didn't sound like anything to her. Shut me down, take away my motherboard, the Hive will be forced to power off for 30 seconds, and if I don't shut down those facilities all the time, the living dead inside will come out. Whether it's these wandering infected bodies or those infected bodies that were drowned but infected with the virus, as long as they sense your breath of life, you can't escape anywhere. The most important thing is that in those boxes, there are things more terrifying than these zombies, and you definitely don't want them to come out. Red Queen's tone did not fluctuate at all, but because of the horror she told, Emma felt even more weird. What's in those boxes? Emma remembered that Umbrella Corporation was engaged in biological weapons. If it was something more terrifying than the zombies, it would be extremely difficult to deal with. You don't have the authority. My authority. Emma took out a box with the red umbrella logo from her personal gun bag. There was only a contact lens in it, which looked no different from an ordinary contact lens. Emma put on the special contact lens neatly, and confirmed her authority. Red Queen stared at her unexpectedly. I didn't expect. Since you have the authority, you have the right to know. There are lickers in it. Once released, you have no ability to kill them. While speaking, Red Queen showed Emma some information. The eyeless scarlet flesh-like monster in the picture was not normal at all. And the accompanying data made Emma's scalp numb. That was a monster that was hard to kill with a gun alone. You are safe. No one will do anything to you. Send me a copy of the recording of the conversation just now. Emma walked to the door and turned back. And who broke the T-virus? Emma didn't plan to take Red Queen's motherboard away. This damn mission made her sick. The recording has been sent. Traitor S. Just as Red Queen was about to say who the traitor was, the tightly closed door suddenly opened. A burst of machine gun fire, and sparks flew in the machine room. Chapter 9. Damn it! Tell me who the traitor is. Emma asked the Red Queen loudly, but she still took a few steps away, and hid behind a bunker far away from the host. She knew that it was James who shot. James's untimely attack interrupted her rhythm. But no matter how Emma asked, the Red Queen didn't speak. Emma asked angrily and loudly, James Shed, what are you doing? Do you want to kill me? James rushed in with red eyes. He locked Emma, saw the projection of the Red Queen, and fired a shot at a projection device. Emma Winchester, what a traitor. The Red Queen flickered and the image disappeared. Emma tried to restrain her stress response. James Shed's attack on her made her hands move. She couldn't do it, otherwise it would really be confirmed. What traitor are you talking about? You still dare to pretend to be innocent? James Shed's eyes were red at the moment, because of the death of 2 teammates, and his voice was hoarse and dangerous. Enter the machine room first, close the passage door, and intend to kill all our teammates. Isn't this your plan? Emma hid behind the bunker and calmed her breathing. James' words made her recall her behavior. The timing was too coincidental. The door was closed as soon as she came in. Now only James was moving. It seems that the 2 medics who came in together have confessed. From James' point of view, she is indeed very suspicious. James Shed, I am walking in front. Isn't it risky? And I have been with you all the way. What chance do I have to collude with Red Queen to betray the team? Emma refuted as logically as possible. Carefully sticking her head out, Emma wanted to see where James Shedder was. As soon as her hair slipped out, she was met with another round of gunfire. Emma quickly retracted her head and secretly calculated how many bullets were left in her magazine. James was determined to kill her, and there might be new people coming in from behind who would also kill her. If you don't want to die, you must be prepared to kill everyone else. Red Queen? You probably came undercover as soon as you joined the mercenary team, and you need to collude with Red Queen during the mission? I underestimated you. James Shedder approached the bunker where Emma was hiding step by step. The footsteps hidden in the voice were secretive and dangerous. Why am I undercover? What's the benefit of killing you? Emma listened to the footsteps, and the sound made by James pressed her eardrums. If it were in the past, she might really do what James said. But that was only in the past, she would not do it now. James did not want to listen, he fired, trying to force Emma out. "Captain! Are you alright? Captain, what are you doing?" Kaplan came in with Alice, and did not expect such a confrontation. He spent a lot of effort to finally reopen the passage door, completely depriving Red Queen of control over the laser channel. But because of the tragic death of the two medics, Parks was unwilling to enter the corridor, and only he and Alice came in. Alice held the replacement motherboard throne in the passage, stood at the door, staring at the two people in confrontation, not knowing what to do. Noticing Kaplan's entry, the atmosphere eased, and Emma quickly said, "James, I will not admit to what I did not do no matter what you say. The timing is a coincidence, but it's not my doing. What did I say and do in this room? Red Queen has surveillance footage. I can ask her to pull it up and show it to you right away." Emma didn't let down her guard. She could feel that James' shades ill will towards her was still obvious. "Did Red Queen say that you were in cahoots with it, and it wouldn't lie for you?" James wanted to do it again, but Kaplan stopped him. "Kaplan, why are you stopping me?" James said angrily. If Kaplan wasn't his teammate and James cherished him very much, he would have probably beaten him with the butt of his gun. Being stared at by James, Kaplan was scared and nervous, but he looked at the miserable bunker. He couldn't see Emma, but he knew that Emma was probably not feeling well now. He still had to speak for Emma. "Captain Red Queen, you can take a look at its surveillance." "You are confused too? Kaplan, can you believe what Red Queen said? As a super artificial intelligence, how could it not lie for its own safety?" James lost two teammates, and he just wanted to kill Emma, who was suspected, to calm his anger and pain. "Captain!" Kaplan was anxious. Why did Red Queen lie for her about Winchester? If there is a problem with the video, I can see it. We can't wrongly accuse her. At this point, Kaplan's eyes darkened. "Captain, we have lost two teammates." James took a few deep breaths, barely suppressed his murderous intent, and let Kaplan move. Alice held the replacement motherboard and slowly moved towards Emma. Kaplan walked to the Red Queen motherboard and asked her to call up the surveillance and recordings in the computer room. Red Queen resisted Kaplan's operation at first, but there was a program targeting her in Kaplan's terminal, and she was defeated in the end. The video and recording were played at once, and when Red Queen fast-forwarded to the scene where Emma confirmed the authority, the screen suddenly went black. Even so, they knew everything they should know. Jane Shed asked Kaplan about the authenticity of the video. Kaplan confirmed that it was correct. Although the video was incomplete, it was an image of Emma seeking a way to open the door when she just came in, which also vindicated her. James realized that he had really wronged Emma, and he was no longer easy to say hard words to Emma. "Captain, Kaplan understood James' embarrassment at the moment, but it was not a solution for them to be deadlocked here. "Emma Winchester, I'm sorry, I wronged you." James quickly adjusted his mentality, and apologized directly. Knowing what he did wrong, James would not deny it. Because he wronged Emma, James's momentum collapsed, like a chow-chow that made a mistake, but his sturdy body revealed grievances. Emma felt that James' hostility was no longer there, so she walked out from behind the bunker. "James, when you encounter something, please think more. This time I was lucky to escape, but if it was someone else, you would have wronged him to death." Alice looked at Emma from the corner of her eyes. Even though she complained, Emma's face showed no emotion. "It's my fault. You can tell me what you want, and I will do it without hesitation. But the situation has become like this, and we must go back to hand in the task first. Otherwise, if the virus leaks, we will not be able to take responsibility." James's mood change was not that fast. He was a little overwhelmed, but he still showed his attitude. The video just now was very useful. They didn't need to risk their lives to investigate anything, and they all knew the truth. The serious consequences of taking away the Red Queen's motherboard also made James decisively give up this primary task. As long as Kaplan copied the Red Queen's data, it would be fine. He has not yet realized that he would devote himself to Umbrella. Then go out and talk about it. You owe me a life. Emma stood beside James with a calm attitude, as if the gun drawing just now had never happened. Chapter 10. Emma glanced at Alice, James, and Kaplan one by one, without any expression. No problem. James had no objection to Emma's statement of owing her life. "Replace the motherboard for Red Queen?" Emma asked. She withdrew her gaze, no longer looking at the other two people who didn't need to pay attention, and her gaze fell back on James. Even though there had been misunderstandings and life-and-death battles between them, Emma had a grudge, but she also knew what was important and what was not. "Do you still need to ask?" "I definitely won't replace it." Kaplan didn't want to face those monsters. James told her his plan, asking Kaplan to back up Red Queen's data, and they were always ready to leave. Then after Kaplan backs up, we leave here quickly. Emma signaled James to make a decision. But James was not so easy to talk to. He asked, but I still don't understand one thing. What did you talk about later? There is a traitor. I know that Red Queen monitors the entire Hive, so I asked her who the traitor who broke the T-virus was. Emma told James very frankly. James was very concerned about the sudden interruption of Red Queen's video. Kaplan confirmed that the video was real. He also knew that he had wronged Emma for betraying them, but this did not mean that he really believed that Emma was beyond doubt. Traitor? Who is the traitor? I was about to ask, and you came in. Emma answered calmly. James studied Emma's expression inquiringly, but he vaguely remembered that when he came in, amid the gunshots, Emma seemed to be asking who the traitor was. Emma called out to Red Queen again, and even kicked her control motherboard, asking her to name the traitor. Red Queen did not project, and did not speak. Spence Parks, who was still outside the corridor, finally overcame his fear, picked up the remaining weapons on the ground, and walked towards the end of the laser corridor. Emma asked Kaplan for help, and Kaplan seemed to have received some important mission, and began to force Red Queen. Red Queen finally spoke. Traitor, Spence Parks. Bang! A gunshot. Red Queen's motherboard was hit, sparks flew, and the entire control room went dark. The 4 people in the room found shelter and hid. Emma hugged Alice, and the motherboard made both of them uncomfortable. After everything calmed down, it seemed that there was no accident. The shooter did not continue to shoot, and seemed to have run away. Shit! James cursed. What's going on? Kaplan tried to make his voice sound less trembling. We have to leave quickly, Emma said in the dark. How can we leave in this situation? The power is out now. James thought of the power outage and immediately asked Kaplan to send a message to Lane and the others on standby, asking them to leave quickly if they encountered those undead monsters. Kaplan knew the seriousness of the situation and quickly sent a message to Lane and the others. Yes. The power is out, we can't go far. If Emma wasn't much shorter than James, she would have wanted to pat his bald head and praise this smart head. Kaplan, let's install the spare motherboard. Okay. Kaplan quickly sent the message and fumbled to find the location of the motherboard in the light. Emma also climbed over and worked with Kaplan to replace the Red Queen motherboard. After waiting for more than 10 seconds, they saw the light again. Outside the main control room, due to the sudden power outage, all the blockades were lifted, some of the tightly closed doors were washed away by the flood, and some electronic doors opened automatically, and most of the monsters were released. What happened just now? What should we do now? James was quite confused about this. His combat experience told him that they should leave quickly at this time, but he didn't know how they should leave. The moment the Red Queen motherboard was hid just now, this man who had a good temper went crazy after his teammates died, and now he was about to explode. Kaplan's backup plan was interrupted by Emma. Now time is tight, and they can no longer afford to do such a luxury as backup. Emma saw the camera above her head, and the signal light came on again. She said, the information revealed by Red Queen should be correct. Spence Parks is a traitor. He came here and heard what Red Queen said. Maybe he has recovered his memory, so he hit Red Queen and planned to escape first, leaving us all dead here. I'm afraid it's impossible to go back the same way. Alice thought of the laboratories they had walked through. If those doors were open, they would probably encounter more dangers. Now, we can only rely on Red Queen. Emma snorted coldly and patted the control motherboard. James can't trust Red Queen. Red Queen killed the entire company and our teammates. Killing them is to prevent the spread of the T-virus. Red Queen's voice came from above. Then what about them? James pointed angrily at the passage door that was still closed after being reclosed. The passage self-check is a fixed program, not my intention. Red Queen's words made James' anger go nowhere. It is useless to argue with a cold machine about killing. Red Queen's core is the interests of Umbrella. No matter how many people she kills, as long as it is in line with the maintenance of the company's interests in her program, she will not feel that her decision is wrong. If you want the machine to have humanity, you might as well pray that Umbrella will arrange for someone to support it. James, if we don't rely on Red Queen and can't find a new safe way, even if we return now, we will be killed. Or worse, become those monsters. Emma emphasized. I will guide you out of here. Red Queen's cameras throughout the company are still working. As long as they don't threaten her existence, she will not kill normal staff and will provide convenience. James can only swallow his anger first and quickly follow Emma to run away. With the guidance of the Red Queen, they still need to fight with these wandering zombies. Because James didn't want to leave anyone behind, He wanted to find Ryan and the others. So Emma deliberately slowed down and wanted to stay away from them. However, Ryan and the others were chased by the infected. Fortunately, Ryan was only slightly injured, but was not touched by these zombie monsters. Pasquale was still intact, but unfortunately Jedi was dead, and the policeman Matt, who was captured by them, was separated from them during the escape. In addition, they also had 2 other teammates who were safe and sound. This was thanks to the message that Kaplan sent to them in time, letting them know that these suddenly appearing undead monsters, not survivors. But the infected bodies that followed the people at both ends prevented the 2 groups from meeting in a straight line. Otherwise, they could only be blocked by the infected bodies, waiting for their fate of running out of bullets and being eaten by these monsters as food. If they want to escape, they can only deter and avoid each other to escape. During the attack, Emma only had time to say take the lead before she was forced to separate from them. Chapter 11. Alice walked along the way, and most of the time she was closer to Emma. This time, during the impact, Alice and Emma ran together and left James and his team. They shook off the group of infected bodies, and it was the Red Queen who activated the emergency door to separate those things from them. How do you feel? Emma turned to ask Alice. They were both a little out of breath after running all the way. At this time, Emma took Alice and walked into a relatively empty office. She needed to say something to divert her attention. Alice was about to answer, but her eyes suddenly changed. Emma Winchester, infected vicious dogs, please pay attention. The voice of the Red Queen appeared on the monitor above. What? As soon as Emma turned around, a bloody vicious dog pounced on her face. The monster had a bloody mouth, and the broken flesh exuded a strange stench, and blood was still oozing from its body. Emma raised her hand and raised her gun. Bang! The gun hit the infected dog's head. Alice calmly fired and saved Emma from danger. Such a decisive and accurate shot made Emma want to praise Alice's professionalism. However, the situation was not optimistic, and more infected dogs ran out. Red Queen, didn't you lock them up? Emma shouted at the camera angrily. They bit the cage themselves, and I can't do anything. Red Queen is not omnipotent. There are not many mechanisms she can use in the place where the dogs are locked up, and those dogs are flexible and avoided them. Emma knew that she couldn't blame Red Queen, so she could only shoot them one by one and quickly headshot them. Are you okay? After moving to another position, Emma asked Alice, who fired a shot. I'm fine, let's go quickly. Alice didn't want to stay here any longer. Emma changed the magazine once while running. Alice, do you remember anything? Alice didn't know what she meant by asking this, but she answered truthfully, I can't remember anything. Emma didn't care whether she believed it or not. She walked in front and entered the office-like place first. Before she found out anything, there was a commotion, as if someone was fighting, and there were constant sounds of things falling. Lisa! Lisa! The man's shout was panic and urgent, but with an indescribable emotion. This inexplicable voice made Emma more alert. Overcoming the obstacle that caused the blind spot, Emma saw a female infected body that looked intact pressing on Matt, preparing to eat him. Just when Emma was about to shoot, Alice had already started. It seemed that although she had not recovered her memory, she had already had the consciousness to fight. Thank you. Matt fell to the ground exhausted. The female infected body, who was shot in the head, lost all her strength and pressed on him. There is no time to waste. If you want to get out alive, you must hurry up. Emma took a look at the female infected body, who was shot in the head, and her mood was complicated again about the speed of Alice's attack. It is good to have a strong teammate, but it is not so pleasant to fight for heads. Hearing this, Matt climbed up and gently put Lisa's body aside. Although he was almost bitten to death by this female infected body, his actions were quite careful, even cautious and cherishing. Do you know her? Emma looked at the infected female body Lisa again and asked Matt. Matt's lips moved a few times, and his throat was dry, and he said, Yes, she is my sister. Alice unconsciously moved closer to Emma. When Matt put Lisa aside, he saw Lisa's face. Alice remembered several pictures and felt a little dizzy. Are you really a policeman? Emma found a place with a good view and stood against the wall. You don't look like one. When she first caught him in the mansion, and he claimed to be a policeman, Emma was suspicious. James probably didn't trust this statement, which means Kaplan was more confident in his recognition technology. You are more sober than them. Matt didn't know what to do with the 2 girls. I am indeed. As long as your teammates investigate more carefully, they will know. I have a lot of criminal records. Who are you? Emma checked the time on her watch. She said as she walked, if she didn't want to die, she would take this gun. While she was talking, she had already looked at Matt's body. There was no sign of injury on his body, so she could take him away. Luckily, she didn't completely abandon her weapons when she ran away. Now she could still separate a gun, which was really not an easy thing. Now she only had a few magazines, a shotgun, and 2 sabers. Excluding the lenses in her eyes, Emma had another thing in her gun bag, but it was not easy to use in the current situation. Matt took the gun and said thank you again. Who are you? Alice looked back vigilantly from time to time, worried that those monsters would appear. I'm just a member of an environmental organization, a more radical one. Once, we learned that Umbrella was conducting inhumane biochemical experiments, so we wanted to collect evidence and report Umbrella so that such biochemical experiments could be stopped. Matt looked back at Lisa for the last time, but he still quickly followed Emma and Alice away. However, I have too many criminal records and cannot get a job at Umbrella. Lisa took the initiative to help me. She had already told me that she had an informant who could help her get the key evidence, but we didn't expect. When Emma was wondering if the reliable informant Lisa found was the traitor Parks, Alice said in a sleepwalking tone that it was she who had an agreement with Lisa. So all the clues became clear in Emma's mind. We must hurry. Emma was anxious when she thought that Parks was found on the train and might have recovered his memory now. Alice didn't understand why Emma, who had always been calm, changed her expression at this time. What happened? Save time. If you can't take the train back in time, you can't go back. When the time is up, the company's people will lock all the passages. In addition, Emma is more worried that Parks, the idiot, will recover his memory and cut off the source of the trouble. Red Queen, is there any way to control Spence Parks? Spence Parks? He is in front of James Shade and others. I have no way to control him unless I open the gate and let more T-virus infected bodies out. Red Queen does not recommend this method. If they do this, not only will Parks die, but James and the others will also be swallowed by those monsters. Emma had no choice but to say, forget it, just report their whereabouts to me, and don't let Parks get ahead of me. Okay. Although Red Queen didn't know Emma's intention, she would do her best to help people with authority. Find me the nearest passage. I want to get on the return train first. Your special passage has been opened, and you need to go to the control console from the vent first. There are no T-virus infected people on the road. Please rest assured. Red Queen is so easy to talk to, and has such thoughtful arrangements, which makes Alice and Matt suspicious of Emma. Why does Red Queen listen to you so much? Alice asked. Matt also asked, it seems that you are very familiar with this place. My father is an executive, and Red Queen has a duty to help people like me. James and I have studied the route on the helicopter, and it happens that I am good at recognizing the road. Emma explained casually. This kind of behavior of competing with one's father is not something that everyone can do. Alice and Matt could only follow Emma closely. After all, no one wanted to die here. What do you mean by what you said to Red Queen? Do you know something else? After crawling through the ventilation duct and temporarily ensuring safety, Alice didn't want to give up asking questions. Let's talk about it outside. Emma didn't want to waste time talking. Chapter 12. After passing through the ventilation duct without any danger, Emma, Alice, and Matt quickly reached the control console. The so-called control console is actually an elevator, but it goes straight up and down, and is controlled by Red Queen. Red Queen sent them directly to the straight exit. They only need to go through a few passages and go out to the waiting room, where they can get on the bus. The passage is narrow and pressing, and Red Queen has no surveillance here, so they can't know the situation in advance. Emma and the other two can only get out by their own strength. They just walked halfway when there was an explosion behind them. What happened? Matt followed behind Alice and asked, a little scared because of the sudden vibration. He is a brave environmentalist, and he is even willing to sneak into the enemy camp alone for this, but he has never experienced such a bizarre thing. It was like a nightmare that he couldn't wake up from, which made Matt so scared that he kept praying to God in his heart, praying that he could get them out of this hell. Don't worry, it's probably a liquor. Emma led the way as the vanguard, leading them to rush through the passage, not relying solely on luck and the Red Queen. Alice, Matt, pay more attention to our backs. If you encounter a liquor in a place like this, it's not a good thing. But the passage is very narrow, and if a liquor really appears, it won't appear in the passage. At most, it's its long tongue. When they were about to rush to the intersection, Emma rushed to the front without hesitation, but she didn't rush out rashly. She stuck close to the wall, borrowed the spare small lens on her body, turned the angle, and used this lens to observe the entire waiting room. Then, Emma unexpectedly saw the liquor in the train hall. Emma stepped back, and Alice and Matt stopped. She looked serious, and gestured to Alice and Matt to be careful and not make a big noise. "What did you see?" Alice asked with an unclear breath and mouth shape. It was the first time she saw Emma's serious expression, and she couldn't help but feel nervous. Matt's heart was also lifted. Emma didn't have any heavy weapons. A guy like the Licker would need at least a rocket launcher to deal with it, and the most she had now was a hot weapon like a shotgun that could pull a certain distance. In the engine room of the Red Queen, she threw away a lot of unnecessary things in order to escape. Although some of them were not bad in lethality, they were not safe. The Licker is more powerful than those dead and alive monsters. Emma counted the things on her body, and thought about how she should deal with the big monster. The more she thought about it, the gloomier her face became. Emma didn't want to risk her life, but it seemed that she had to risk her life to deal with that thing. Alice and Matt didn't know what a Licker was, but seeing Emma's serious expression, they knew that it should be an extremely dangerous species. "How do you need us to cooperate?" Alice was ready. Alice's combat awareness was quite high. Even though she was still in amnesia, she would not be a drag, which made Emma quite satisfied. No plan, let others go first. Emma calculated the time and route of Spence Park's escape. It was almost time to get to the departure room. Her prediction was correct. Parks was panting, and had already run to the departure room. He looked very embarrassed. His leather jacket was stained with blood. The most obvious blood stain on his body came from his wrist. When he passed through the pile of zombies infected with the virus on the road, Parks was bitten by a female infected body. Except for this wound, the others were not a big deal. Most of Parks' blood stains came from the infected bodies he killed and some unlucky guy in James's team. Parks had recovered his memory, and knew that if he was bitten by such a thing, he would definitely be assimilated into such a monster. He did so many things, not to turn himself into such a monster. Knowing how fast the infection was, Parks was too flustered. He entered the departure room without even checking the situation, and couldn't wait to find the carriage where he hid at the beginning. He pulled out a small box, opened it quickly, and took out the antidote inside. He was extremely glad that he had not handed over the box of treasures to his employer, otherwise he would have turned into a monster. He was also glad that he acted decisively in the Red Queen's computer room and escaped quickly, otherwise he would have been trapped like those idiots, and might even have been fed to monsters. It was a pity for Alice, he hadn't enjoyed it enough. But after he got out, he could make a fortune by handing the things over to his employer, and he could have any woman he wanted. Thinking of this, Parks said goodbye to his wife, happily in his heart. Parks adjusted his mentality, and was about to inject himself, but a shadow suddenly appeared in front of him. He felt his neck getting cold. Some huge creature appeared above his head, and a fishy smell filled his nose. Parks didn't dare to look up. His neck was stiff, and his breathing became rapid. His hands were shaking, and he wanted to raise his pistol to shoot, but before he could move, the Licker bit off his head. This is the opportunity. Emma jumped out and fired several shots at the Licker's head. The Licker who was hit let out an angry howl, immediately gave up the food in his mouth and chased Emma. Emma stretched out her long legs and fought with the Licker. Seeing what the monster Emma was dealing with looked like, Alice leaned against the wall with her back. Her breathing rate became faster due to nervousness. She tried to adjust her breathing, and held the things Emma gave her tightly in her hand. Matt also saw the appearance of the Licker. It had a huge brain, but no eyes, a huge jaw that was open, and a terrifyingly long tongue was thrown out. The strong limbs made it easy for it to climb on the roof. "Matt, did you see its vitals?" Alice had completely calmed down. She was waiting for Emma to give her a signal at any time, and then she would rush forward. Emma shot the Licker's exposed tumor-like brain again. The Licker's head tilted back, and it stuck out its tongue in pain, and waved its forelimbs wildly. In front of its raised chest, Matt saw its heart. "Heart," Matt said to Alice. Emma also saw it. She switched to a shotgun, and shot the Licker with fatal damage one by one. The Licker chased Emma madly. Alice jumped down, and Matt followed closely behind. Alice put on special gloves on her fingers, and she quickly drew a line between the two pillars. "Run!" Emma led the Licker over. Matt stood opposite and shot at the Licker. Even though it was severely injured by Emma, the monster was still strong and would not die easily. Alice gave the gun to Emma. She had no other weapons, so she could only hide at a safe distance behind the line. This was both a way of avoiding and a lure, to lure the Licker to attack her. Emma couldn't see where the line was, and she didn't intend to risk her life, so she stood in a safe position, calculated the angle of the next Licker's attack, and rushed forward again to provoke it. Even if there was a brain flower, the liquor would not use it. It was a monster that had been corroded by the virus, and had long lost the logic that normal people could have. Emma's provocation made it desperately want to eat her. Emma saw the liquor coming and quickly slid under him. The liquor fell forward due to inertia. Emma rolled for a few times, and finally escaped to a safe place. The liquor had been cut in half by the transparent line, and was instantly cold. Alice took the line tied to the pillar, walked to Emma, and returned her things to her. Matt patted his chest and exhaled. And for some reason, there was another violent shaking above their heads. "Get on the train." Emma didn't have time to care about it. She took Alice and Matt to the train. Alice saw the headless body lying on the ground, and the box not far from the body, which contained blue and green reagents. The leather jacket worn by the body was torn in many places, and it was impossible to see its original appearance. The hand lying on the ground had the same ring on the ring finger as hers. This is Spence Parks, her nominal husband. Chapter 13. Alice? Emma noticed Alice's pause, and looked back as she stepped onto the train. Alice stood beside the headless body, lowering her head, wondering what she was thinking. Emma didn't say anything else. She and Matt got on the train, and looked around cautiously. Alice didn't hear Emma's call. All her energy seemed to be focused on this familiar, but strange body. Spence Parks. Alice thought of their wedding photos in the mansion, the message next to the phone, the Red Queen's words that Parks was a traitor, the shot from Parks, and some scattered fragments. Gradually, she determined who she was, and what position Parks held in her heart. She wiped her finger from the ring, and threw it on the ground. Goodbye. Alice took a step, put away the box of reagents, and stepped onto the train. Although Matt didn't quite understand what happened, Alice's farewell ceremony made him understand. After Alice got on the train, Matt patted Alice on the shoulder, and everything was self-explanatory. Emma went to the cab, while Matt and Alice stared at the door in a daze. Everything just now was too exciting, so they were still a little at a loss when they stopped now. As soon as the three of them got on the train, James and his men were about to arrive. "Emma Winchester, you will not let the infected leave, remember?" The voice of the Red Queen sounded in the train cab. "I know." Emma answered impatiently in the cab, and turned to Alice and Matt. "Alice, Matt, you keep the reagents." "Okay." Alice knew what she had in her hand, so she would protect it well. Matt asked tentatively, "Is this the experiment that Umbrella Company did secretly?" "These are the evidences." Alice answered calmly. Matt nodded, and seemed to want to laugh, but he couldn't make any expression, and looked like he was crying. This time, Alice patted his shoulder. After making sure that the train could start at any time, Emma turned and left the cab, and opened the door just in time to see James and his 4 companions running in a panic. Seeing her, James and his companions were delighted. Has anyone been scratched or bitten by those monsters? Unfortunately, Emma was not so enthusiastic about this reunion. She found the weapons that the team had left on the train in advance, and now held the machine gun in her hand, with the black muzzle pointed at James and his companions. "There are many infected bodies behind. Let's go up," James shouted. Behind him, Kaplan, Lane and Pasquale were still shooting at the pursuers behind them. Emma said, "Captain James Shedd, I am thinking about the safety of all of us. The infected will turn into those monsters. It is irresponsible to let the injured get on board. You're a damn shameless nut." James raised his gun and pointed it at Emma. He couldn't accept such a cold and inhumane Emma. "Emma?" Alice hugged the box and didn't know what to say. Emma didn't need to look back to know what Alice's eyes were. She probably didn't understand her actions. However, if the infected were allowed to get on the car, the emotionless program of the Red Queen would release the poison gas without hesitation, and let them all die here. Lane shot Emma without hesitation. She didn't want to stay in this hellhole, and she was injured. Abandoning teammates is as painful as losing an arm, but I don't want to be buried with my arm. If we don't do this, Red Queen will let us all die here. Emma didn't dodge. Lane's sweep was a demonstration, and the shot was in front of her toes. Emma and Red Queen are both inhumane when they think rationally. But what she said is not impossible. If Red Queen releases poison gas again, they will be stunned and become food for those infected bodies. It's that rotten machine again. James became even more angry. Without her, you might have died in there. Emma didn't believe they could find the way by themselves. And she was right. James and the others were able to get out because Kaplan contacted Red Queen to find a new way, and with the help of Red Queen, they created several explosions to escape the entanglement of those monsters. Kaplan, Lane, Pasquale and James finally survived, but Kaplan, Lane and Pasquale were all injured, only James was not. "Let them come up, we have the antidote," Alice advised. Emma nodded and said, "You can come up, but the injured must be controlled." She saw in the information of Red Queen that the reagent may not be able to be solved. Even with the reagent, she still had to prevent the injured from coming up, not on purpose. But she had to do so. At least Red Queen had to know that she had this attitude. Lane unconsciously glanced at the battlefield in the open space, a headless human corpse, and a mass of flesh and blood monster corpses. "What did you do here?" Rain asked. Emma answered without any pressure, "What I should do to survive." She said it lightly, but James and the other three felt a chill on their backs for no reason. "Whether you want to come up or not, make your own decision. The zombies are almost out." Emma had already seen the shadows of the infected bodies chasing after them, and there was no time to delay. James wanted to say something, but Ryan, Kaplan, and Pasquale had already agreed. Emma stepped aside and signaled that they could come up. Alice looked at Emma as if she were a stranger, but before Emma could explain, she reached out to take the box, but Alice hugged her tightly and warned her. "Give it to them," Emma said. Alice suddenly remembered and opened it quickly. Seeing the blue and green sealed test tubes, she said hurriedly, "The green one is the antidote." James and the other two came up and immediately closed the train door. "Matt, start." Emma dodged James' attack and pointed the gun at his head without hesitation. Matt responded hurriedly and went to the driver's cab. James said, "Inject them with the antidote." Emma saw James calm down and took back the gun. The train sped towards the exit mansion. Ordinary infected bodies mixed with liquor swarmed out, but they completely lost the chance to catch up with them. Only Park's body left on the ground was not wasted. Emma didn't care what would happen to the things left in the hive. She looked at her watch and made sure there was still more time, so she didn't worry more. In addition, they should be tied up after the injection of the antidote to make sure they can't move around. "If you still have a brain, you will know that I am not targeting anyone," Emma said and stood in a corner with a great view. "Also, we were tricked in the mission." "What do you mean?" James injected the antidote to Pasquale, Kaplan, and Lane, and then the three were tied up tightly by James. Alice and James were staring at Pasquale, Kaplan, and Lane at a distance, with their pistols already loaded, ready to kill them at any time. The situation in the carriage at this time reminded Emma of the past, which was equally dramatic. Even though the three were tied up, they did not complain. Kaplan was very scared, his light brown eyes were full of tears, and he could see that he was struggling. Emma turned her head away, and did not look into his eyes. Pasquale was still in the mood to talk dirty to Lane, but Lane did not want to pay attention to him. "Winchester, if you know anything, tell us now. I'm afraid that if I mutate, I won't even know why I died," Rain said tiredly, with her head against the carriage. She didn't want to die, but she was never afraid when death came. Emma heard her voice and smiled. "Since you said so, I will tell you." Chapter 14. "This all starts with Matt," Emma said in a voice that Matt could hear. "When we caught Matt, he claimed to be a policeman and showed up at the mansion for a mysterious mission. In fact, he is an environmentalist and a social activist. Their organization heard that Umbrella was conducting inhumane biochemical experiments, and they were ready to collect evidence to stop the company's behavior that violated the spirit of humanitarianism. A passionate young man like Matt is willing to give everything for this. He volunteered, but unfortunately he had too many criminal records, and faced with Umbrella's strict employment review, Matt couldn't get through. So Matt's sister Lisa sneaked into the company for Matt, who had a criminal record and could not enter the company undercover, looking for partners and collecting evidence of the company's crimes. Lisa's work went surprisingly smoothly. She found Alice, the company's gatekeeper, to cooperate with, and was able to obtain the T-virus as evidence. Ryan, Kaplan, Pasquale, and James all looked at Alice. Alice moved her fingers and did not refute. However, Parks, the man who pretended to be married to Alice, knew about this. On the day when Alice and Lisa agreed to take action, he stole the T-virus and the antidote first, hoping to sell them on the black market for a huge price, or someone hired him to do so, which would also make a lot of money. But after Parks succeeded, he broke a tube of T-virus, causing the virus to spread through the vents and quickly infected the entire Hive staff. In order to prevent the virus from leaking out, the Red Queen sealed the Hive and killed everyone in the Hive. But you all saw that they survived because of the T-virus. I think Parks did this on purpose. He knew what the consequences would be if the T-virus leaked. In order to ensure that the experiment would not be leaked, the Red Queen would seal the Hive. This way, no one could find out that he was not right at the first time, so he could run more safely. But he didn't know that there was also a neurotoxin release device on the train, so he couldn't escape, and was even taken back to the Hive by us later. Alice, who was waiting for an opportunity in the mansion, was also knocked out by the Red Queen, who activated the emergency plan with nerve gas. These changes were unknown to Matt. But Lisa and Matt had an agreement that she would produce evidence and meet him today. It's a pity that Lisa still didn't show up after the agreed time. So Matt, who was worried, took the risk of sneaking into the mansion to find his sister and the so-called partner. Then, he met us who came to do the mission. Everyone knows what happened after that. Emma's words were well-reasoned, allowing Alice to sort out some things that she hadn't figured out. Then why do you say that we were tricked in this mission? James didn't want to believe this cold-blooded woman, but he had no choice but to listen to the end. Emma felt the train slowing down gradually. She looked at the trembling and tied-up Rain, Pasquale and Kaplan, and pointed the pistol in her hand at their heads. In this situation, do you think the company doesn't know? Why did Red Queen do this? The company must know. Then why do you still need us to check? Use your brain, James. Alice felt the madness of Umbrella Company. She guessed that she wanted to betray the company completely for this reason. But before her plan even started, Parks got there first. She didn't regret saying goodbye earlier, and she didn't regret it even more now. James also figured it out completely. Even Matt, who was driving, understood everything. Maybe what Emma said wasn't the whole truth, but it shouldn't be far off. And James also figured out why the company wanted them to check the situation even though they knew the situation of the Hive. Umbrella wanted to use them, a team that had experienced many battles, to test the power of those monsters. They must have known the situation when they closed here within 3 hours. They also knew the consequences of Red Queen's closure. But these bitch guys didn't say anything and asked them to search for survivors. How cruel. I suspect there will be people from the company blocking the door. Now we may no longer exist in the archives, and they will want to catch any possible survivors to continue biochemical experiments. Emma thought of the data panel of the liquor that Red Queen showed her, and she had no hope for the company's bottom line. The train stopped at the station at this time. Just as James was about to ask what to do, Ryan became ill right under his nose and transformed into an infected body, like the irrational zombies. She smelled the scent of living things and twisted her body desperately, wanting to be devoured by the living things around her. Alice and James were a little hesitant, but Emma quickly and accurately blew Ryan's head. Pasquale closed his eyes tightly, not knowing what to say. Kaplan trembled, his eyes full of desire for life. He shook his head at Emma, full of pleading. Emma put down her hand, unable to bear to look at Kaplan. Does Alice still remember the mansion now? Are there any secret paths? There is only one path to the gate. Alice clenched her pistol. Emma could only say, after you go up, you first find a place to hide. Then find the right time to leave quickly. I suspect that they will raise this place after confirming the survivors. What about you? Alice asked. Emma smiled indifferently, combing her left hair with her left fingers. My father is an executive. However, no one can relax. Umbrella is simply lawless. Once they know the truth, will they really let Emma go? The train door opened, and a few survivors ran out. At this time, they couldn't rest assured. After all, no one knew whether Emma's guess was correct. Emma didn't say much. She carried her things, picked up the box directly, and then rushed up quickly. Kaplan and Pasquale were both gagged. James and Matt held Kaplan respectively. Pasquale left, and Emma gave the pistol to Matt again. Emma saw them hiding from the corner of her eye, and she took the lead to open the door. There were indeed Umbrella researchers waiting outside the door. They saw someone and wanted to catch her immediately. Emma pointed the machine gun at them, and no one dared to move for a while. In this confrontation, Emma quickly took out her ID. The researchers retreated, and everyone separated, and Kane, who was dressed in a suit, walked in. This was a very elegant man. His hair was meticulous, and he looked very neat and clean. Compared with Emma, who had just escaped, he was very decent. Miss Emma, are you alone? Yes. What do you want to do? Seeing this person, Emma instinctively felt bad. She pushed him. I have all the things, and the matter has been investigated clearly. Let me go back to report. Have you completed the mission? Kane didn't quite believe that the vase was the one that came back unscathed. Emma smiled. A mission completed by a team, of course not by me alone. What about those people? Kane didn't show up just to wait for this young lady. There were several people who escaped together. Emma's eyes lit up the moment she saw Kane, and she continued with malice, but they all became living dead on the train because of those wounds, and I killed them. You? Kane was much more angry, and his eyes looking at Emma were also full of malice. Are you disappointed that I'm fine? Kane, who are you? Emma took the box and walked straight to the bulletproof car waiting outside the door. No matter how angry Kane was, he could only hold it back for now. Search the surrounding area again and remember to take down the company's signs. I don't believe it. Wait until the deadline and see. Kane called his men over and gave the final order. Chapter 15. Emma successfully returned to Umbrella Corporation, which is a building built on the ground of Raccoon City, and is considered one of the landmark buildings in Raccoon City. In the entire Raccoon City, most people rely on Umbrella Corporation for their livelihood. No wonder the local government, even if it knows that Umbrella Corporation is not so well behaved in secret, will turn a blind eye and make things convenient for the company. There is nothing wrong with this. Perhaps for those who pursue freedom, this is not a good thing, but as one of the vested interests, Emma thinks it is good. As soon as she stepped into the door of the company, Emma was told that Dr. Isaacs was looking for her. Emma, who had expected it, calmly accepted the call, and even obediently entered Dr. Isaacs' office as soon as possible. Emma, why do you want to get involved in this mission? As soon as she entered the door, Isaac's questions came in her head. The mission is the mission, the team is recruited, and as a soldier, I should act. Emma used the most official reason to prevaricate Isaacs. Isaacs knew she was rebellious, but he never thought Emma would contradict him with such words. Isaac said angrily, "How dangerous is that place? I am still worried about you." Emma looked at the old man, who had not changed much in her memory. Her eyes were calm. "Thank you for your worry. I will protect myself, so you don't have to worry too much." Isaacs couldn't do anything to her. He and Emma were face to face, only 2 steps apart, but the actual distance between them was too far. "For this mission, I only have one question for you." Isaacs frowned and said, "You tell me. When I came to you before, you always said you had something to do. Are you busy using the T-virus to make biological weapons?" Emma leaned close to Isaac's ear and asked. "This is confidential." Isaacs tried to cover her mouth quickly. Emma avoided his touch. "You know what happened to the Hive. Why did you send? Weapons always need to be tested. Emma, listen to me, go to another base to rest for a while, and everything will be calm soon." Isaacs didn't want her to be in these dangers. Emma knew his personality very well. If she continued, there would be no results, and Isaacs would also suspect her, so she showed an expression softened by family affection. "I know. I will listen to your arrangements. Just listen to me. Dad won't hurt you," Dr. Isaac said, and was about to hug his daughter. Emma resisted the discomfort and hugged him. "Yeah." Emma couldn't say anything. "You were able to kill the traitor and bring back the precious virus antidote. Your excellence really exceeded my expectations. Emma, I am proud of you." Dr. Isaacs was very satisfied with Emma's performance. If his daughter could not be so rebellious, he would be even more satisfied. "I'm tired." Emma stood aside, not in a very good mood. Isaacs wanted to say something, but saw the internal phone prompt, so he asked someone to take Emma to rest. As soon as Emma left, Kane arrived. "What's the matter?" "We found the survivors," Kane said excitedly. "Our people searched nearby for a long time and caught Alice, Kaplan and Pasquale, who were mutating, but 2 people ran away." "Didn't you say that only Emma came back alive?" Isaacs tapped his fingers on the table. Kane said, "That's what she said. Our people did see the bodies on the train, but there may be infected people who sneaked on the train without Emma knowing. This does not rule out another possibility. Emma betrayed Umbrella and wanted to save those people." But of course Kane couldn't say that in front of Isaacs. Isaacs is not a fool and must have thought of this. Kane added with a little pride, "Fortunately, I left someone nearby to continue squatting, otherwise they would really run away. Take them down first, and the Nemesis plan will officially start." Isaacs asked Kane to leave thoughtfully. After Kane left, Isaacs turned on the monitor screen, and it was Emma on the screen. His daughter was taking a bath, and she looked very bad. After observing the items scattered on the floor by Emma for a long time, Isaacs could not see anything unusual. Those items were all regular mercenary combat needs. Emma knew that there were surveillance cameras in the room, but she just searched the room with a vigilance that matched her identity, and confirmed where the camera was, and would not do anything to the confirmed surveillance. After all, she was a company employee, and even if there was surveillance, she could not resist. After taking a bath, Emma changed into a silk nightgown and planned to do a serious skin care for herself. There was a full set of skin care products prepared for her in the room, and it would be a waste if she didn't use them. Emma guessed that these things were prepared by Isaacs' people to please her, and it was a bit of a waste to spend so much time on her. Isaacs is not a man who is easy to please. He has always wanted to devote his limited life to this endless science. His desire is only to climb to a higher position. The discovery of the T-virus was originally intended to solve genetic diseases such as progeria. But Emma did not expect that the company would use the T-virus for biochemical experiments. There is nothing wrong with this. Only weapons can make huge profits. Emma thinks that the company will choose this way. What Emma is most wary of is that the T-virus can resurrect the dead. In a sense, isn't this immortality? Eternal life is very attractive to people, especially people like Isaacs. Isaacs will have offspring, which is incredible. However, Emma was not expected to be born at the beginning. Her birth was just an accident. Emma stared at her in the mirror, and there was no narcissism in her scrutiny. The woman in the mirror had golden brown, slightly curly half-long hair, dark blue eyes that could be mistaken for black if not carefully, and very white skin with unusual fineness. She was 3 points similar to Isaac's. But she looked more like her mother. Emma patted her face, closed the lid of the skin care products, and found a hair dryer to blow her hair. If I guessed correctly, the T-virus had actually spread. Even if the Red Queen tried her best to lock these monsters in the hive, she could not completely stop them. When Lane first repaired the train, the rat hole she saw made her uneasy, not because of how amazing the rats were, but because of how abnormal the infected bodies were. Infected vicious dogs can bite through the cage, and infected rats can escape from the hive by themselves, plus the top survival ability of rats. Often such inconspicuous virus carriers can bring more disasters. The T-virus itself is not highly contagious in the air, but as long as it attaches to a living body, it will quickly infect it. The infected body will infect ordinary humans in more ways, such as fluid exchange, wound exposure, infection. Emma always felt that this was a signal of something, and the hive was just a beginning that could not be considered a beginning. The first case happened a long time ago, when she was still very young, but the impression was so deep that it was indelible. Chapter 16. The weather was very good that day, just like any other good weather. Umbrella's products are sold all over the world. In Gale Country alone, 9 out of 10 families use Umbrella's products. They have a wide audience and are trusted. So when Umbrella launched its own drug for treating progeria, many people trusted it and used it. Umbrella has also become the savior in the hearts of many patients' families, who truly love this powerful company. In order to show its closeness to the people, Umbrella even opened some of its floors for the public to visit and communicate. On the weekly open days, many people visit Umbrella to learn, or to pay homage to the holy place. On that day, that was no different from any other day, young Emma took the first cable car, just like she did every time she went to the company, and took a shortcut to Umbrella to find her mother. But unlike usual, Emma chatted with the security uncle for a few more words, and then she and the security uncle waited together for the second cable car that arrived on time. Emma still remembers the blood on the transparent window of the cable car, the sound of gnawing at human flesh, and the helpless shouting of the security guard, and the loud noise of the monsters who heard his shouts banging on the closed door of the cable car. Although the people who dealt with it came quickly, it was an unimaginable shock to her, who still believed that everything was pure and beautiful at that time. A cable car cabin can't hold too many people, but there were dozens of people, and no one survived. Umbrella recalled the batch of drugs for treating progeria and expressed regret for the news that no one survived the second cable car accident. For this, the company paid a lot of money, but it did not damage its public image too much. Emma got up and went to the coffee machine to make herself a cup of hot coffee. Holding the coffee cup, Emma walked to the window and looked out from the window. There was a dark sky, and thousands of lights were lit, and the neon lights of various stores were shining, and walking on the road were rare and mediocre people. Raccoon City looks peaceful. I don't know how long this false peace can last. Staring at the shining street lights below, Emma drank a cup of coffee in a trance until she felt bored. Emma sat on the carpet next to the coffee table, lay on the coffee table, and started to write a task report. Even if you know what's going on, you still have to finish what you should do. And the lie also needs to be perfected as much as possible, otherwise it will be too full of loopholes, and even if someone wants to protect her, it will not be easy. Not to mention, Emma has no idea what the person who is protecting her is actually thinking. Isaacs is too uncertain, and Emma dare not trust her father. And Cain, who is like a hungry jackal, always stares at her. Emma can't make more mistakes in front of him. Isaacs, who was free, looked at Emma's room for a long time, and didn't see anything abnormal about Emma. Isaac switched the monitoring screen to multiple perspectives, adjusted Emma's room to the center, and prepared to go to the laboratory first to complete Goddess of Vengeance. Plan, and see if Emma does anything else. Kane's report said something ambiguous. Isaacs would not really take it lightly. Their conflict was what Isaacs was happy to see. But some small fights are never as important as the main business. The company certainly knows about the Hive. Even if the T-virus infects the entire Hive, after Red Queen closes the company, its system can still connect to the company's network. The company's senior executives all know the cause and effect of her closing and killing. Even so, Umbrella still has to arrange mercenaries to investigate for this reason, and the reason is indeed as Emma thought. The company wants to test the ability of T-virus carriers, including those cute rabbit lickers. Based on the information collected so far, the power of these biological weapons is far less than what they expected. Especially the lickers, they do not obey orders, and if they want to effectively control them, they still need further observation and experiments. Isaacs wants to arrange Emma to leave, not just for Emma's so-called safety. Isaacs knows his daughter very well. Emma is now interested in the T-virus. If she stays here, she will definitely find a chance to learn more about what it is. Anyway, even if he arranges for Emma to leave Raccoon City, she can't get rid of his control. It's the same whether he's around or not. Isaacs has such confidence. Emma is so foolish and bold that she will never know what curiosity kills the cat means. As a father, Isaac still has to worry more about her. After all, Emma had something he needed, and he was reluctant to let her die so soon. After taking a last look at the normal surveillance screen, Isaacs put on a white coat and quickly walked towards the laboratory. Emma didn't know who was behind the surveillance camera, but she could guess who it might be, so she didn't do anything extra. At this time, she had already written the report and was enjoying her well-deserved late dinner. The information that Red Queen passed on to her was a kind of bargaining chip. Emma didn't know when this thing would work, but it was better to have it than not. Even if she didn't know how to use the evidence in her hand, it was still there. Maybe this thing would play its role someday. Matt and his naive people, even if they got these things, they wanted to bring down the company. It was wishful thinking. Umbrella's influence spread all over the world. Even if they wanted to oppose it, they couldn't shake it without the help of government forces. So even if Emma had the opportunity to give the evidence to Matt on the way, she would not give it away. While eating the creamy pasta, Emma thought of the bloody exposed brains of the liquor, and felt the company's bad taste in aesthetics, so she added another spoonful of tomato sauce to her noodles. She happily stirred it twice, and then ate it with more enjoyment. Having just finished writing the report, Emma was still thinking about this mission. She was good at reflection and summary. She simply analyzed and sorted out the reasons for the company's behavior on the train. Now she felt that there seemed to be a bigger conspiracy behind this matter. If not, she should not have met Isaacs when she just returned to the company, but should have returned to her department to report to her boss first. Emma's hand was against her lips, covering up her lip-biting action. She couldn't think of the deeper reason why the company would do this. If it can be made, it can be solved. The company has always been so arrogant. If there is something that will get out of their control, then they will immediately make something that can control the out-of-control thing in the next moment. There are also things that the company can never control, but those things finally disappeared. Dong dong. Emma was in no mood to continue eating, so she asked casually, "Who is it?" "It's Kane." Kane's voice came from outside the door. Chapter 17. Kane must know something, but he doesn't know much, and his loyalty is to the company. Even if she has the authority, it is limited authority, and it is impossible for this vicious dog to listen to her. In addition, the relationship between her and Kane is not good, so if she wants to get some information from Kane without making him suspicious, it is basically impossible. It is impossible to get any useful answers by actively asking Kane, so it is better to change another way to get the information she wants. Emma opened the door and leaned on the door frame to look at Kane. Even in the middle of the night, Kane still looks so meticulous, as if he can go to the battlefield at any time. "What's the matter?" Emma didn't plan to let Kane come in and sit down. Kane didn't mean to go in either. "I'm here to inform you that you will leave for another base in the morning in 2 days. Please be prepared." "Where am I going?" Emma didn't expect Isaacs to be serious, and the matter of arranging her departure was done so quickly. Kane didn't feel that there was anything wrong with the topic and answered, "Umbrella Corporation Detroit branch." "Go to Detroit? What's good about it? I thought we would go somewhere farther away." Emma had never thought of going there. It's not a very good city, but it's not bad either. But Detroit is too close, and the road from Raccoon City to Detroit is too empty. Emma felt relaxed and uncomfortable with such a deserted road. "For example? Where do you want to go?" Kane hadn't thought that Emma would be dissatisfied with this. She is indeed a young lady. Kane spoke in a sarcastic tone, and Emma was not polite either. I don't have any particular place I want to go. Since my father wants me to go to Detroit, then I will go. But after I go there, I think no one will stop me from doing what I want, right? Emma is still thinking about the significance of the company's decision since the end of the Hive mission. It is indeed not a good thing for Isaacs to be close to him, in every sense. Isaac's arrangement for her to stay away is also a common operation that Emma wants. But going to Detroit is really not a decision that Isaacs would make. Generally speaking, in order to show that he is a considerate father, he would choose sunny places like California. Of course not. You can do anything you want as long as it does not harm the interests of the company, Kane replied. He observed Emma's expression, not wanting to miss any changes. They later caught Alice and the other two near the mansion, which was enough for Kane to doubt Emma. And Isaac's ambiguous attitude also made Kane think that his behavior was right. The so-called family affection is just like this. Dr. Isaac's care for Emma is limited to the interests of the company and his personal interests. Miss Emma, do you have any questions? If not, please have a good rest these days. Kane is always waiting for your news. Kane acted like a gentleman. Emma suddenly remembered the report she had written and asked Kane to wait. Kane thought she was up to something, but Emma just picked up a report on the table and turned around to hand it to him. I will send the electronic version of this report to my boss through the system later. You can hand over the paper version, along with the resignation letter from the mercenary department. I am ready to have a good rest. Emma yawned as she spoke, and she seemed to be really tired of such a life of licking blood on the knife edge. I am happy to serve you. Kane forced a smile and took the document from Emma. Emma maintained her superficial kindness, smiled at Kane, and closed the door with her backhand. Kane took the document and left Emma's room. He did not open Emma's report without authorization, but really handed the thing back to his subordinates and asked them to deliver Emma's report. From her performance just now, Emma did not seem to have anything wrong. The eldest lady joined the mercenary team based on her own interests and insisted on escaping from Dr. Isaac's wings. There was no big problem. And after experiencing the shadow of the T-virus carrier in the Hive, it was normal for Emma to no longer want to get involved in this part of the company. If Emma still planned to be a mercenary at this time, it would be very wrong in Kane's opinion. He also sent a copy of his opinion to Isaacs. Isaacs was not interested in Kane's statement. It was enough for Emma to be obedient and leave Raccoon City. As for what she was hiding, Isaacs was not interested in finding out for the time being. Kaplan and Alice were good experimental subjects, but Pasquale completely lost his mind after just a few times and became a complete puppet of the T-virus, making no more contribution to the experiment. Isaacs just sent someone to deal with such useless things. The Hive incident can be said to be an accident, but everything that happened was not out of the company's control. Isaacs knew that the company had a next plan, and Emma would tie his hands in Raccoon City. He could not focus on research and take time to comfort Emma. The best way was to let Emma leave Raccoon City. I believe that the people in the Detroit branch will take good care of Emma, and the close distance will also make it convenient for him to observe Emma's condition. Emma completed the operation of removing the lens in the quilt and put the things close to her body. The news brought by Kane asked her to leave, and he came to convey Isaac's meaning so quickly. It can only be said that the doctor really wanted her to leave quickly. This eagerness itself represents an attitude. Emma suspected that after she returned to the company, someone among Alice and the others was caught. It is likely that it will be the injured Kaplan and Pasquale. Is this also a good experimental subject? If so, it makes sense why Isaacs is so anxious. Emma popped her head out of the bed. Her golden brown hair became messy, making her more cute and soft like a girl. With her blue eyes open, Emma saw Alice shooting several times. It must be said that when facing the infected dog coming head-on, Alice's shot made Emma very surprised. Alice's eyes are a strange blue, light gray blue, almost a touch of crushed light green under the light. When she shot, her eyes were so focused that she saw nothing else except the muzzle and the object she was aiming at. Emma thought of the scene where Alice threw away the ring before getting on the car, and a pleasant hum came out of her throat. It's a pity that now is not a good time, otherwise I must find Alice. Thinking so, Emma closed her eyes and fell asleep quickly. Although she had gone through a fierce battle and her body needed a good sleep to recover, Emma still got up early in the morning. She had nothing to do, so she concentrated on playing games in her room. When it was time to leave, Emma didn't say much, and quickly packed up her things. Under the surveillance, Emma packed up the things she shouldn't bring. After doing all this, Emma contacted Kane through the communicator on her wrist. Kane came quickly, and the car to take Emma away was already ready. Kane personally sent Emma to the door of the company, and under the steps, a black Bentley was waiting for a long time. Chapter 18. Emma glanced at the car under the steps, and called out Kane. "What's the matter?" Kane had a wooden face. "You didn't peek at my report yesterday, did you?" Emma asked deliberately. Kane said businesslike, "No." "Ah." Emma smiled, her eyes big and bright. "Then I have another thing to ask you." Kane didn't say anything. "Chu needs your care." Emma patted Kane's shoulder, as if she had entrusted a national mission to a man she didn't get along with. And Kane's face darkened as expected. Chu could be said to be his competitor. It was true that they both served Isaacs, but their relationship was not very good. However, Chu and Emma had a good relationship. "You don't want to?" Emma deliberately leaned closer to Kane's face. Kane retreated impatiently. "You should leave." Emma even left a polite address for face. Emma seemed to have nothing more to say. She turned around and walked towards the Bentley, walking very seriously. Kane was happy to see her finally leave. "Kane." Emma had already walked to the car door with her small backpack hooked on her back with one hand. She turned back and looked innocent. Kane, who was called by his name again, had to turn around and stare at her. "You are so reluctant to help a lady with something that is easy to do. You deserve to be single at this age." Emma said what she had prepared for a long time. After seeing Kane's face completely dark, Emma got into the car in a good mood. Ah! It is indeed a happy thing for her to confront Kane. Kane held his breath and watched the car carrying Emma go away before he went upstairs angrily. Chew, what a thing. Emma didn't consider Kane's reaction. She sat in the back seat, concentrating on playing the snake game on her phone and chatting to pass the time. The car was very quiet. The driver was like a competent robot and didn't say a word. Maintaining this atmosphere, the car drove to the only exit of Raccoon City. Raccoon City is a wonderful city. It is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides and has only one exit, like an open pocket. And the best thing about this exit is that there is a river blocking the road. If someone wants to leave Raccoon City, the only way is a bridge across the river. Such an environment is very suitable for Umbrella Corporation to do secret research because it is difficult to leak secrets. Raccoon City can almost be said to be an independent kingdom of Umbrella Corporation. The company has set up a special gate at the exit, and the bridge is under the control of the company. The Bentley drove very fast. There is still a long distance from the company to the exit of Raccoon City. Even if we can reach Detroit today, it should be around lunchtime. The Bentley drove out of the gate of Raccoon City, past the bridge, past several big bends, and got on a new highway. The driver was too bored, and the scenery outside the window looked more and more desolate, so Emma could only focus on the game. In Emma's hands, the snake became longer and longer, and eventually it inevitably bit its own tail, and the game ended. As soon as Emma looked up, the whole world suddenly lost weight. Through the broken glass window, Emma saw a deer that was hit and flew away, and the Bentley lost control of the rapid turn. The whole car went off the track and slid more than 10 meters towards the desolate wilderness under the road, hitting a boulder on the roadside. The car was completely out of control, and the whole body of the car turned sideways, and got stuck between another boulder and a dead tree. Things happened too fast. Although Emma tried her best to protect herself the moment she felt something was wrong, she was unable to get rid of the dizziness in time when the car stopped rolling. Hiss! Emma looked at the distorted world, and it was not easy for her body to move in the upside-down back seat. Emma tried to blink and shook her head gently, trying to get rid of the dizziness, but it only made her more dizzy. She couldn't see the situation in front of her clearly, but she felt that the car body was not straight now. She seemed to be crouching in the right door. The car body was tilted, and should be stuck in the middle of something. Carl Brown, Mr. Brown. The driver's name was Carl. Emma called his name to confirm whether he was safe now. Carl did not respond to her. Emma unbuckled her seat belt, touched the back of the front seat, and leaned to the middle. In the blood-stained vision, Emma could vaguely see the driver Carl. She stretched out her hand and put it next to Carl's neck. The pulse had stopped. Emma gave up the idea of rescuing Carl Brown, and knew that she had to escape from this broken car now. Warm liquid was sliding down Emma's forehead, and a faint smell of blood filled the car. She vaguely knew that she was bleeding, and there might be a concussion. But she felt numb now, and didn't even feel pain. Emma's sense of smell had not yet stopped working, and besides the pungent smell of blood, what caught her attention most was the smell of engine oil. This car was now very dangerous, and could explode at any time, so she couldn't stay for long. She struggled to touch the car door, but the door had been squeezed and deformed, and she couldn't open the right side that was squeezed, and the other side seemed too far away for her. She had to get out quickly. With her body twitching, Emma panted and moved, and her fingers finally touched the upper door. Emma opened the door softly, and squeezed her upper body out from between the narrow door and the door frame. She had never been to this road before, but it looked very empty, and not very crowded. Or it could be said that this was a high-end villa area, and it didn't look like many people would appear here. Emma climbed out of the car, and stumbled on the boulder to stand firm. The backpack couldn't be lost. Emma turned back, and found the backpack from the car seat. Just as she picked up the backpack and held the car chassis and gasped, a deer was walking stiffly from the depths of the wilderness. Emma felt her heart beating thumping, and the sense of emptiness and violent expansion from the inside of her body made her whole body weak and powerless. Something is always moving around. Suddenly, Emma pulled out her gun, propped one hand on the chassis of the car, and fired without hesitation at the right front that she couldn't see. The deer that was about to hit her was hit by her, and took a few steps back. Emma's hand was knocked unconscious by the recoil, and her whole arm was numb. The dizziness became stronger and stronger. Emma tried to concentrate, leaned her back against the chassis of the car, held the gun with both hands, and shot the deer's head again. The deer's head is smaller than a human head, and Emma's current condition is very bad. It's lucky to be able to hit it. Although she couldn't see it clearly, Emma knew intuitively that the deer was wrong. Until the deer fell, the alarm on her body was lifted. Emma was exhausted and slid down the stone panting. This place can't stay for long. In her current state, if there are more things like the deer here, she will definitely become food for those monsters. Emma's eyes were stained red by the blood flowing down, and in her blurred vision, there was a vast wasteland. Chapter 19. By the way, her car has already left Raccoon City. But this distance is too far to Detroit, so she can only return the same way. Emma left the scrap Bentley and walked towards the main road. There are usually many vehicles on the main roads between cities like this. But that is the case for other cities. Raccoon City is different from Detroit. Raccoon City is quite closed, and few people drive to Detroit. She must at least get to the bridge at the exit of Raccoon City to have a chance to catch a ride. Emma couldn't judge how far she was from the bridge at this time. She walked on the road while trying to contact Chu with the communicator on her wrist, but the communicator was broken in the car accident. Emma also gave up her mobile phone, which had been broken in two. Emma raised her arm to wipe the blood that slipped down. She didn't feel much pain at the moment, but she felt dizzy, tinnitus, and bleeding. The half-dried blood made Emma feel itchy on her face. She stopped fiddling with her face, and put on gloves to take out the line that was close to her body. Because this trip was to go to the branch in Detroit, not to fight, Emma didn't have many bullets on her body. The appearance of the two deer made Emma know that this road was not safe. But it would be troublesome if she didn't go. She couldn't expect that someone would be sent to find her as soon as she had an accident. Waiting for rescue in the wilderness, I'm afraid it's not her father's people who will be waiting, but those mutant monsters. Emma thought of the rat hole that Ryan saw under the train. The rats carrying the virus left the underground. They would gradually infect the creatures in the same circle in the darkness that people could not observe. Even the creatures that prey on rats would not be able to escape the fate of mutation. That experiment must not have been the first day. Over the years, Umbrella has been conducting secret experiments in the Hive, and the mutant creatures it has dealt with are probably changing the ecological environment near Raccoon City in an unpredictable way. If any link at the bottom of the food chain mutates, a domino effect will occur. In the Hive, it was mice, now it is deer. And what about the future? Emma didn't want to think about it carefully at this time. She walked on the side of the road, slowly walking towards Raccoon City. Not long after she walked, there was a huge explosion behind her. The aftermath of the heat wave blew Emma down. Emma looked back and saw thick smoke coming out of the Bentley. The flames of the explosion swept across the entire desolate wilderness and burned deep into the depths. Raccoon City should be able to observe such a movement. Emma estimated that someone from the company would come to check the situation soon, and maybe she wouldn't have to walk to the bridge in Raccoon City. However, before that, she had to deal with the beasts that were smelling blood. Inexplicable spots emerged from the depths of the wilderness, rushing towards the road in the fire. Emma didn't dare to delay and ran towards Raccoon City. This doesn't mean that running fast can avoid disasters, but at least the monsters chasing her can't be too close. The charm of flesh and blood makes the creatures infected with the T-virus irresistible, and the huge noise also attracts their attention. The sea of fire prevented the approaching virus carriers to some extent, but there were still mutants who knew how to avoid the sea of fire to catch up. Emma was short of physical strength and ammunition. She couldn't fight these things head-on, so she could only find a way to bypass them. Most of the mutants that chased her were animals, like deer and raccoons. There were no large carnivorous animals near Raccoon City. This could be considered a kind of luck. When shooting and killing the mutants that chased her too closely, Emma had to be careful not to fall down due to exhaustion. Emma's chest hurt after running for too long. After a car accident, not only could she not get a rest, but she had to run for her life, otherwise she might become a monster. This was a wonderful and unique experience. Emma gritted her teeth and fought against the mutants that chased her, cursing the company in her heart for doing these researches without cleaning up the things. When Emma was concentrating on dealing with the mutants that chased her, a sense of crisis suddenly broke out, and she jumped to the left to avoid a bite from the right rear. Mutant dog, Emma shot at it, but the bullets were used up. Throwing away the useless gun, Emma rubbed her gloved fingers twice, feeling the line that had no sense of existence at all, and confronted the mutant dog. Finally, she was surrounded. These creatures would not fight back and forth like in the movies. They would only swarm up and try to bite off her flesh with their mouths. Emma forced herself to move among these monsters. Every time she dodged a mutant, she would harvest a head with a thread in her hand. In such a crazy scene, Emma seemed to be dancing a passionate tango with these monsters. The dance steps were not graceful, but full of tension. Back and forth, Emma was chased, and her feet, body, and face were stained with more and more mutant blood. The thread, so thin that it was difficult for the naked eye to detect, flew in a pair of slender hands. The simple lines lit up a ray of light in the dim sky. The thin line wrapped around the mad dog's head. Emma stepped back, exerted force with both hands, and a cavity of blood spurted out from the dog's severed neck, dripping all over the ground. The mutant dog that chased and bit her fell to the ground with a bang. Emma didn't know how many beasts had their heads cut off by her. She was completely numb. Her eyes could see clearly that this dog infected with the virus was similar to the one she had seen in the hive. This also made Emma think that her previous guess might be correct. Tiredly moving forward, Emma couldn't remember how many infected bodies had fallen on this uninhabited road. But after killing this batch, Emma didn't sound the alarm again. This allowed Emma to take a breath. She didn't feel much about killing the infected, but she had to pay attention to her physical strength. Emma didn't know why no one from the company came to find her along the way, but she still had to go back alive. No matter how many people behind this wanted her dead, she didn't want to let them get what they wanted. This road was so dangerous during the day, so it would probably be no different at night. Emma's legs sped up a little more, and before she knew it, she felt that her injuries seemed to have eased a lot. Except for the severe physical exhaustion, it was not a big deal. Turning another corner, she could see the damned and friendly Raccoon City bridge, and Emma didn't dare to let her guard down. Thanks to the fire that seemed to be still burning in the wilderness, it blocked a lot of infected bodies from appearing behind her, so that although she killed all the way, she was not besieged to the point of completely losing her strength. Emma knew that she was exhausted now, but she couldn't stop. The strange scene was constantly receding, and only the gate of Raccoon City was becoming clear. Emma looked up inadvertently, and saw the waning moon in the sky, which had little presence. In front of this crescent moon, a strange black shadow stood on a distant hill. Chapter 20. But the shadow disappeared soon. Looking closely, the shadow was a tree on the opposite hill. Emma thought she was dazzled, and she didn't look into it anymore, but walked quickly onto the bridge. The vehicles left very quickly. This was a high-speed lane, and no car could stay at will. Emma made a gesture for help, but no one was willing to stay for her with her blood and embarrassment. Emma never pinned all her hopes on these strangers. Since they were unwilling to stay, she didn't bother to ask for help. She staggered, walked on the edge of the bridge, and moved towards the entrance of Raccoon City with difficulty. Even if she took a step, she had to take a few deep breaths to balance her breathing and heartbeat, but Emma would never give up. Perhaps it was God's blessing that Emma did not encounter any danger on the bridge. As soon as she entered the entrance of Raccoon City, she saw a row of cars parked on the roadside. Emma stared at the line of cars for a while, thinking about whether she could drive one herself. But thinking about her current physical condition, driving on the road in this state would be a real death. Without stopping for long, there was a telephone on the roadside, and Emma thought she could call Isaac's assistant and ask someone from the company to pick her up. It was dangerous for her to walk on the road alone, but she had entered the city, and it seemed safe here. Emma put away the phone in her hand, found a public telephone booth on the roadside, and took out the coins from her pocket. Fortunately, she brought money with her, otherwise she would have to go to the police station for help. Putting the coin in, Emma called Isaac's assistant Chu. She felt that she had reached her limit. No matter whether it was useful or not, she would just call first. "Miss Emma, what's wrong with you?" It was Kane's voice that came out. Emma couldn't hear clearly. She thought it was Chu and said with difficulty, "Chu, send someone to pick me up. I was in a car accident." "Where are you?" Kane heard Emma's intermittent words, but he didn't want to do anything bad to her. He directly picked up the communicator and prepared to call his subordinates. Emma's eyes were blurred, her eardrums were swollen, and she was less sensitive to the sound. "I can't see clearly. I'm in a phone booth. You locate me. Quick." This weak tone was the first time Kane heard it from Emma, because Emma begged him, which made Kane quite happy. He tapped his fingers and used his authority on the computer to track Emma's location. The light spot representing Emma was flashing on the road at the exit of Raccoon City, which was very easy to find. So Kane said, "Emma, just wait here for a while." "Okay." Emma tried her best to control the trembling of her hands, walked out of the phone booth, and sat down next to a fire hydrant. Even though her consciousness was getting more and more unclear, Emma did not relax her vigilance. She had killed all the way back to Raccoon City, and she was extremely insecure about this world. Even if a kind person noticed that she was in a bad state and wanted to ask about it, Emma would avoid them. In more serious cases, Emma might even attack her. The company's people came quickly, and when Emma was still conscious, she heard someone calling her name. "Emma, how are you?" Chu's voice came from a distance. Emma couldn't see the person in front of her clearly. Everything in her sight was blood red at the moment, but she was too familiar with Chu's breath, so in a trance, Emma restrained her aggression. She wanted to answer, but because of excessive blood loss and other sequelae of the car accident, her body was completely disobedient. Emma opened her mouth several times, but couldn't make a sound because of this relaxation. Seeing this, Chu opened the car door and jumped out. The venue was cleared, and Chu approached Emma smoothly. In a blur, Emma vaguely saw a thin young man in a black combat uniform approaching her. She tried to see clearly whether it was Chu, but she couldn't see it. Chu reached out to pick her up, and Emma was still resisting instinctively. Chu dodged a punch and grabbed Emma's hand. He saw Emma's gloves, and was glad that she should have put away the thread while she was still conscious, otherwise he might have been cut into several pieces by Emma. Even though her hand was caught, Emma was still struggling to resist, and her knee hit Chu's abdomen. Chu bent his waist, dodged the attack, and pressed Emma's legs with his knees. Emma was locked on the ground, looking dazed, and kept twisting, trying to kill the person who was suppressing her with her head. She was like a little beast, raising its fangs because of anxiety, biting its enemy fiercely. "Emma, I am Chu, don't resist, I will take you home." Chu held Emma's hand firmly. She resisted too hard, and even if Chu suppressed her, it was not an easy task. The subordinates wanted to come to help, but were waved away by Chu. Now that he was here, Emma had restrained her ferocity. If they came over, Emma would probably take out the thread. Emma heard Chu in a daze, and suddenly reacted, gave up resisting, stared at him desperately, and finally spoke in a confused manner, "Take me back. I don't want to be in the wilderness. My things? Carl is dead." I know, Emma, you need treatment, let go. I will help you." Chu comforted Emma. Emma trembled and let go. Chu saw the right time, released the suppression, and picked up Emma. Emma rested her head on his shoulder, breathlessly seeking assurance. "Save me. Protect it. Chu. Protect it. I will. Emma, I'm in charge of everything. I will save you too. You will be fine." Chu picked her up and took away the bag that Emma had dropped. After getting the promise, Emma finally fainted with peace of mind. Chu glanced at the unconscious Emma, not quite understanding how she could make herself so embarrassed in less than a day. When Kane told him the news, Chu thought he was lying, until he heard Emma's recording, he hurried over. As proud as Emma was, she could end up like this. It seemed that she had encountered something very bad on the way out of Raccoon City. Chu carefully put Emma down and let her pillow her legs. The car drove quickly to the company. Chu used the wet towel that was always prepared in the car to gently wipe Emma's cheek, with a stern expression on his face. He had never received any news about Emma's car accident, and the company's surveillance was not always on them. But it was not so long that Emma could not react after such an accident. According to Emma's situation, she should not be far away from Raccoon City. The most likely place for a car accident should be the fire in the wasteland. The company did observe something happening in the wasteland not long ago, but in the end it was the Raccoon City police who intervened, and the company did not take over. There is something fishy about this matter. Chapter 21. Emma's car had an accident, and we just got the news now. Isaacs repeated this sentence with an unpredictable look. Kane knew that Dr. Isaacs would not be happy to hear this news, but he had to report it. In Raccoon City, the company can be said to have a one-handed control. However, the news that Emma, who was about to be sent away, had a car accident and encountered a virus-infected body on the road was not known until Emma dragged her injured body and struggled to return to Raccoon City and asked her to call for help in person. If this is not a slap in their face, what else can slap their face? Umbrella Corporation has such a tight control over Raccoon City, but the current situation has made them know that there is a problem with the control they thought was foolproof. How can people be happy? I have already investigated and found out that someone used their authority to cover up this matter, so that we did not know that Emma's car had an accident in the first time. The subsequent explosion did attract the attention of the company, but the government intervened forcibly and said that they would find someone to deal with it. But as far as I know, they haven't dispatched any police force, including firefighters, until now. Kane has been investigating the matter since he received Emma's call. Otherwise, it would not be Chu's turn to take over Emma's business. As long as he can make a contribution, Kane doesn't mind doing more, even if it includes saving people he doesn't like. Isaacs nodded, without any extra emotion. How is Emma now? Even if she dies, Emma can't die at this time. As a company employee, even if she dies, she must create value for the company before she dies. This is the photo Chu sent back. Kane handed the phone to Isaacs, and on the screen was Emma in hospital gown. As soon as Chu received Emma, he sent her to the hospital. The wound on her head was not big. The doctor shaved the hair near the wound, treated it a little, and put gauze on it. It was not like in the TV series, where Emma's head was wrapped up like an Indian. Emma, lying on the bed, was so pale that she was almost indistinguishable from the pillow in the hospital. The messy blonde hair, and the frowning brows due to anxiety made Isaac's anger rise layer by layer. He returned the phone to Kane and said, "You send a message to Chu, make sure Emma is okay, and take her back to the company." Isaac still thought it would be better to bring Emma back to the company. Someone could cover the eyes of the company, which made him have to be on guard. The company is big and attracts wind. There must be someone watching them secretly. Emma is not safe outside. Kane nodded and took the matter. Isaacs noticed that he had no intention of leaving and asked, "Is there anything else?" "I sent someone to investigate the route Miss Emma took back. There are some things you should see." Kane thought that it was very wise to send someone to investigate the cause and effect immediately after receiving the news. Isaacs asked coldly, "What is it?" "Miss Emma encountered a beast infected with the T-virus." Kane did not say more clearly. Even if he was vague, Isaacs understood what he meant. Without wasting any more time, Isaacs asked Kane to lead the way. On the way, Kane passed Isaacs' meaning to Chu, so Chu escorted Emma back to the company with people. Isaacs originally planned to see his daughter first, but the news revealed by Kane was too important, so he had to watch, and the Nemesis plan had reached a critical moment, and he could not get away, so he could only let Emma lie down alone. In the underground laboratory of Umbrella Corporation in Raccoon City, Isaacs checked the samples brought back by Kane's people. The simple inspection data has come out. These mutant creatures are indeed caused by the T-virus. The method of handling the experimental body is too simple, which leads to the leakage of the virus. Isaacs asked Kane to check the infection situation in the Alex Mountain area and strengthen the monitoring of the situation inside Raccoon City. Behind Emma's matter, Isaac suspected that the government was wary of Umbrella Corporation. After Kane received the order, he quickly started to do it. Isaacs put this matter aside for the time being. He should go to see Alice and Kaplan. Pasquale had been dealt with, and Isaacs was very satisfied with Alice and Kaplan's performance. The two people integrated the T-virus very well, especially Alice, who really surprised him. The T-virus not only did not turn her into a monster, but she was even able to be strengthened by the T-virus. However, Alice's resistance was too strong, and it was not easy to suppress her. Fortunately, the facilities here were quite complete, and even if Alice resisted, she would be suppressed quickly. In comparison, Kaplan was much more obedient. Not only did Alice resist herself, but she also cared about Kaplan, which made Isaacs admire her. But no matter how Alice shouted Kaplan's name, no matter how touching it was, Isaacs would not let any of them go. Through a layer of glass, Isaacs saw Alice struggling, asking the researchers to let them go. Kaplan's body was twitching because of the injection of the T-virus, and it seemed that he was in extreme pain, but the researchers' hands did not shake, and they continued the experiment firmly and steadily. All of Alice's resistance was ruthlessly suppressed, and one of the researchers injected the reagent into Alice's body. Alice lost consciousness in extreme unwillingness. but her mouth struggled and moved twice. Isaac seemed to hear the pronunciation of Emma in Alice's mouth, but it could be something else. That is, Isaac himself was overly sensitive and had doubts about Emma, so he suspected that Alice was calling Emma. Alice's last broken words were completely inaudible, and everyone in the team heard their names. Emma's report stated the betrayal of the two gatekeepers. Parks had been shot dead by Emma, but Parks had used up a lot of T-virus and serum first, which made Isaac feel bad. The report had already found out, and there was a recording of Red Queen to prove that Lisa Addison in the Hive was a traitor, and she was planning to steal the T-virus with Alice. However, Parks knew about this plan, and Parks stole the virus and serum first, and deliberately broke a tube of the virus, intending to use Red Queen's knife to kill people and cover up his crimes. Parks didn't expect that Red Queen's emergency confidentiality device was on the train, and he fell asleep in the train compartment. He was taken back to the Hive again, by them, who were going to carry out the mission later, and was bitten by the zombies released by the door that was accidentally opened, and finally died under Emma's gun. Emma didn't really shoot all the injured people, but locked them in the last car. As for why Emma told Kane that she had killed all those people, it was probably because of the conflict between Emma and Kane. It seems that they escaped by themselves. Even if they called Emma's name, they must hate her. After Isaac did all this, he was ready to go up to see how Emma was doing. Halfway there, the secretary told him that Wesker wanted to see him. Isaac could only give up the idea of going to see how Emma was doing, and go to video chat with Wesker. Chapter 22. When Emma woke up, it was early. Controlling her body, Emma got up from the bed, but she still couldn't keep steady. She almost fell, and rolled under the bed. Emma wanted to cover her head, but Chu, who was outside the door, had heard the noise, and came in to stop her. The wound is still recovering, don't touch it casually, Chu advised, then took out Emma's bag from the cabinet. No one has touched your things. Emma took the bag and thanked Chu. Are you hungry? I asked someone to prepare some easy-to-digest liquid food for you. Chu was about to call someone with a communicator. Emma grabbed Chu's arm and said with cold sweat, "What's the situation in Raccoon City now?" What? Chu didn't understand why Emma asked this. I climbed out of the car that was destroyed by the car accident, and was about to ask for help when a beast infected with the T-virus attacked me. I think this is a signal. Other creatures will definitely be infected with the virus soon. Even people in Raccoon City. Emma swallowed her saliva with difficulty when she said this. Chu found that she was in a bad condition, hugged Emma comfortingly, and patted the back of Emma's head gently. Emma, don't worry, you will be fine soon, there will be no problem. Calm down, how about drinking some water first? Emma calmed down a little under his comfort, but the situation did not get better. Chu sat on the edge of the bed, let Emma turn her arms around him, and then asked the person outside the door to pour some hot water in. Emma, drink some warm water, you will feel better. Chu brought the cup of water to Emma. Emma understood the current situation and sipped the water. Raccoon City is doing well now, and it is not affected by any virus. Chu had indeed not received the news yet. This means that Raccoon City can still be said to be safe for the time being. It's just that it's unknown how long this safety can last. Chu still knows a little about the company's situation, so he is not surprised by Emma's words. And it was he who reminded Emma to be careful before she went on the mission. Emma stopped drinking after she felt her mouth was wet. She still has strong self-control. Chu saw that Emma didn't seem to have anything to say, so he asked someone to prepare food for Emma. Why are you helping me? Emma asked, leaning on Chu's chest, enduring the discomfort of her body. She and Chu didn't have much or little interaction, and this Oriental man, with a charming appearance, didn't seem to want to rely on another mountain. You are Dr. Isaac's daughter, he wants you to be safe. Chu replied calmly. Emma nodded indifferently, indicating that she understood. Still want to sit? Chu asked. Emma said, I want to get out of bed and walk around. Okay. Chu supported Emma's shoulders, stood up carefully, and then helped Emma slowly get down. Did the doctor say anything? Emma recognized that this was the company's room, and guessed that there was nothing wrong with her body. Chu said, the doctor said that you have a good physical condition and there is nothing wrong. You just need to pay more attention to rest, and wait for the wound to heal. As for why Emma was brought back to the company instead of staying in the hospital, Isaacs and Chu both understood. Not to mention the virus, Emma's identity, and the strangeness of her accident, Emma is definitely not suitable to be placed outside the company. Recently, Kane's people have been going out frequently, and they seem to be investigating something important. Chu has not received accurate information, but combined with Emma's words, he almost understands that the T-virus has spread. As for what will happen in the future, it depends on the attitude of the company itself. It is still limited to those animals now. Chu feels that the virus will soon spread to the city. If Emma stays in the hospital, she is likely to meet the infected people who were discovered earlier. At first, these people will not know what is going on with the people infected with the T-virus. They will only think that they are sick, so even if they find an infected person, they will send him to the hospital. Then the hospital is definitely a high-risk area, not as safe as a fully armed company. Combining the above reasons, Chu will not let Emma stay in the hospital. Thank you, Chu. Emma trembled and stood up by herself holding the wall. The food prepared for Emma was delivered. Chu asked Emma to sit on the sofa and eat first to avoid being hungry. Emma walked to the sofa step by step and sat down. Chu wanted to feed her, but was rejected by Emma. Chu did not force her, but pushed the nutritious porridge in front of Emma and let her eat it herself. The room fell into silence, and Chu was about to leave when he saw that the situation was good. Chu. Emma called Chu, and when he turned around to look at her, Emma thanked him again solemnly. Thank you. No. You have a good rest. Chu went out and closed the door. Emma really relaxed after Chu left. Although she knew that this person was helping her, Emma could not completely trust this person who was loyal to Isaac's. Emma put down the spoon and pressed the wound on her head tentatively. There was no feeling. Emma suspected that the wound had healed, but she did not open it to see, but continued to eat porridge as if nothing had happened. She didn't know what had happened to her body. Emma suspected that the T-virus had infected her, but she didn't become a monster like that, so she was not sure of her thoughts. I wanted to confirm whether I really had a problem, and I just needed to use the instrument to check it. But during this period of time, the company has been in a stage of overall excitement, like the last madness before destruction, which made her want to escape involuntarily. But the most important thing is that Emma can't confirm whether she is infected with the virus by herself, and she is even more worried about letting others check her. With the madness of Umbrella, if it is confirmed that she is infected with the virus, but she adapts well, she will definitely be transformed into a biological weapon. Even if she was a shareholder of Umbrella, she would still have the same fate. She absolutely didn't want that. After eating, she felt warm in her stomach and felt much better. Emma finally had the mood to think about what to do next. Just as she was thinking hard, she suddenly heard a lot of noises, small conversations, trivial footsteps, the sound of paper rubbing, and too many noises for Emma to distinguish. And when she wanted to distinguish, she heard a continuous sound. Footsteps? Emma couldn't tell how far the footsteps came from, but she could judge based on the frequency and time of the footsteps. Emma counted silently in her heart, and the door suddenly opened. Chapter 23. Dr. Isaacs, wearing a white coat, appeared at the door. Emma, you've suffered. Isaacs came over and hugged his daughter with heartache. Emma's hair stood on end, but she suppressed her discomfort and let Isaacs hug her. Isaacs has always taken good care of her, but Emma knows that he has other intentions. She is not moved by Isaacs' protection of her, but she will not refuse Isaacs' courtesy. Although Isaacs is her father, he is ambitious, and Emma does not want to be a bridge for him to climb up. Emma has never understood why Isaacs didn't notice anything wrong at all. Obviously, he shouldn't have a daughter like her. But Isaacs accepted it well. Not only would he tolerate her willfulness, but he would also help her solve many troubles, and even let Chu and Cain help her everywhere. It was as if he was really a qualified and loving father, which was very different from his usual performance. This made Emma more alert, worried that he might harm her at any time. I heard that you had a car accident, and I was almost worried to death. Fortunately, you are fine except for a minor injury. Isaacs took Emma to sit on the sofa, and the worry on his face was not fake. Emma did not show the same relief as him. She glanced at Isaacs' temples, where there were some beads of sweat. The company maintains a comfortable temperature all year round. If you want to sweat in such an environment, you must have walked a long way, and walked very fast. And the footsteps she heard seemed not very close to the time when Isaacs appeared. In other words, she heard Isaac's footsteps from a place close to the ground with good sound insulation, but this is just a guess. Maybe the sound she heard was not from Isaacs at all, but from someone else. Thank you for your concern. Although Emma was thinking about these questions, she did not stop talking to Isaacs. How do you feel now? Isaacs asked with concern. Emma didn't feel anything special, but the recovery ability of normal people is not so good, so she said, I still feel dizzy and can't get excited about anything. This is normal. You will be fine after resting for a while, don't worry too much. Isaac said, walked to the bedside table, picked up Emma's medical report sorted out by Chu, The report says you have a concussion, so you should rest in the company for a while. Emma didn't care much about her medical report, and she looked like she wanted to say something, so Isaacs took the initiative to ask if you want to know anything. The T-virus has spread, hasn't it? If not, she would not have been attacked by those mutant beasts. Isaacs never thought Emma was a fool, and he didn't choose to lie, saying bluntly, indeed. The T-virus is spreading. Is there no way to suppress it? Emma shrank into the sofa and asked eagerly. Isaacs had anticipated her question and answered directly. There is serum, but it is only effective if injected within half an hour. And depending on the different constitutions, the effective injection time of the serum will be extended or shortened accordingly. I don't believe that the company has no means to deal with the virus. Emma's understanding of Umbrella does not include the fact that the things she made will be out of their control. Isaac said, the company has means, but the outbreak was too sudden, and these people had no chance to get effective injections of serum after being infected, so the virus infection spread so quickly. It's just a matter of time to solve the problem. With enough time, we will soon be able to develop a new antidote. However, all this happened too fast, and we should always need some time to react. Emma always felt that Isaac's words were perfunctory. Are you the only one responsible for this project? After thinking for a long time, Emma asked again. The research and development of the T-virus is obviously not Isaac's business alone, and he should not solve the problem alone. Isaacs denied, of course, it won't be just me, I have many assistants. However, this sentence is telling Emma that this is still his own project. At this rate, when will it be solved? Emma couldn't go on to ask more. She pretended to be impatient, and even said something with a complaining tone. Isaacs was happy to see that she didn't ask any more questions. This time, Emma suffered from the zombies, and it was not incomprehensible that she wanted to solve these monsters that were mutated by the virus as soon as possible. It would be a pity if things were really that easy. Emma, there are some things we can't avoid, we can only face them. What? Emma didn't understand what this sentence meant. You'd better remember what the company does, and then do what you should do. Isaac's words were sincere and heartfelt. Emma was speechless. Isaacs wanted to remind her something, but he didn't give her the key to solve the mystery. Did Isaacs really want her to stop interfering, or did he want her to explore on her own? Seeing that Emma didn't speak, Isaacs decided to make it clear to her. As a researcher, you just follow the organization. Whatever the company's decision is, the researcher can only do it. I did it, and now I live a good life. Emma, don't try to resist a behemoth, otherwise your life will be threatened at all times, no matter who you are. Umbrella Corporation is not only domineering to the outside world, but also has always been so in its internal policies. Emma stared at Isaacs blankly, making Isaacs think she was scared, so he rubbed Emma's hair soothingly. Don't worry, none of us will be in trouble at the moment. You have a good rest, I go to the lab first. Why don't you think about solving those infected bodies at this time? What are you going to the lab for now? Emma didn't want to ask any more questions, but she didn't ask, but she was timid. Isaac stood at the door, looked back at the pale Emma, and said without emotion, the T-virus always needs to be contained. I'm making a new antidote in the lab that can more effectively inhibit the virus. Isaacs left after he said that, and no longer looked at Emma's reaction. Emma stared at the door that was closed again, trying to read some implication from Isaac's words, but found nothing. Isaacs couldn't tell her everything, otherwise he wouldn't be Isaacs. As the top researcher of Umbrella Corporation in Raccoon City, Isaacs is not a simple scientific researcher, and his ambition is not just to be a researcher. It's better to expect him to tell you the company's next plan than to expect the iron tree to bloom. The company is really not that easy to deal with. Chapter 24. The only thing Emma got from Isaacs was the information that the company would not give up the T-virus experiment easily. Whether it was Isaacs warning her not to make any unnecessary moves, or saying that Isaacs was in charge of the scientific research team to deal with the spread of the T-virus. All these words hinted at her this point. Judging from Isaac's attitude, the company has no intention of stopping the spread of the T-virus now. There is no news about the incident at the Hive, so the matter should be blocked. Emma doesn't know what Umbrella thinks about this matter. Why did the company create such a virus? Emma guessed that it might be necessary for military weapons, or the company itself wanted to study the path of human evolution, or find a way to live forever. However, during the research process, the research direction of the T-virus branched out, which led to the mutation storm. The T-virus can be spread in a wide range of ways. As far as Emma has seen, there are wind-borne, air transmission, direct injection of the virus, secondary transmission of the infected body, and exposure to the virus through wounds. The infection rate of the T-virus is very fast, but the time limit for the serum to take effect is too short. If it exceeds half an hour, even if the serum is injected, it may not be effective. The death of Rhino Campo is proof of this. Emma feels that it is indeed difficult to eradicate this virus. But there are more talents in the company than the outside world can imagine. During the development stage of the T-virus, they must have thought about the current situation, so they should have prepared a response plan. However, now that the T-virus has broken out, the company is not thinking about containment, but controlling the scope, concealing the truth, blocking the news, and even using mercenaries to test the effectiveness of biological weapons. Even she has to keep her mouth shut about this. The attitude of Umbrella Corporation can be seen from this. Unfortunately, Emma could not make further inferences about the company's deep purpose without more intelligent support. And because of her identity, Emma could not ask too nervously, otherwise she would expose herself. The only benefit of being in the company is safety. Of course, there are times when it is not safe. For example, the experimental items escaped, or someone suspected her. Emma rested in the company for a while. During these days, except for some people who sent her food, Chu and Kane's subordinates took turns to visit her and talk to her. Emma never saw anyone she was familiar with. As for the news from the outside world, Emma could not see anything except the harmony she could see on the internet. Just when she was about to lose her anxiety, and was about to go to the laboratory to find Isaacs to ask whether the spread of the T-virus had been curbed, Chu suddenly broke into her room. Emma saw some eagerness in the eyes of the always cold man. "Ms. Emma, let's leave here first. The T-virus can't be controlled." Chu briefly explained the situation. The company's top management has begun to transfer important people, and Emma is among them, but she is not on the plan, so she needs to share a car with others. Chu arranged for Emma to ride in the same car with the daughter of Dr. Charles Ashford, an important researcher in the company in Raccoon City, and he wanted to escort Isaacs away first. In terms of priority, Isaacs is before Ashford. Emma knew that Ashford was one of the pioneers in T-virus research, and Dr. Ashford's research direction was also emphasized in the publicity. Dr. Ashford inherited the research direction of Dr. Marcus, one of the 3 founders of Umbrella Corporation, and started to study the T-virus in order to treat his daughter's progeria. This is also the most well-known effect of the T-virus that Emma knows. When this research was first developed, it was also for the benefit of mankind. It's just that there was an irreversible deviation in the research process. The company still wanted to go down this crooked path, and the research on biological weapons did not stop. Even if Emma didn't have a deep contact, she could find something wrong here. But if you don't see it with your own eyes, there will always be sporadic hope. Even if you lie to yourself, it can make people feel a little relieved. Isaacs also told her that he would carry out certain control and find a way to solve the turmoil caused by the T-virus. But Emma waited for so long, but only waited for Chu to tell her that the virus could not be controlled and must be transferred as soon as possible. This made Emma feel unreal. This was not the usual style of the company. Chu did not explain further. He stuffed Emma into the car and carefully placed the weapons prepared for Emma next to Emma. If you encounter an infected body on the road, you know what to do. Chu reminded the last sentence and took people to meet Dr. Isaacs. Emma sat in the car, looking at Chu's back as he left, not knowing what to say. As the car gradually went away, she could not see Chu, so Emma put her mind to it. The driver did not take Emma away from Raccoon City immediately, but turned to an elementary school. There was another passenger in the car, Angela Ashford, the daughter of Dr. Ashford. The driver stopped the car, asked Emma to wait, and then got out and went into the school alone. Emma was in the car, waiting for the driver to take Angela out of the school. She stroked the loaded pistol in her hand. Although there was a risk of accidental discharge, she still felt safe this way. There were several magazines in the backpack, which Chu prepared for her. Chu didn't think Emma would encounter any danger again, but he understood Emma, so he prepared some weapons for her. Fortunately, with these things, Emma was not particularly uneasy. When facing her own safety issues, Emma would use everything she could to protect herself. She was different from Alice, and would not put herself in danger for others. Alice. Emma's lips moved, and her voice was so soft that she couldn't hear it clearly. But it was really hard for her to forget the blonde in the red dress. Well, maybe the blonde hair was dyed, but the red dress, the slim figure, and the decisiveness of shooting and killing zombies all made Emma excited. Emma likes women, no doubt. Only outstanding women can attract her attention more than men. Alice is the second person she has been attracted to in a long time. If it weren't for this, she wouldn't have done so many unnecessary actions. "Miss Emma, Miss Angela, Please fasten your seat belts. We have to move at full speed. The helicopter is waiting for us at the city gate. The bodyguard and driver has already taken Angela to the car. Emma fastened her seat belt, and the little girl who just got in the car was a little slow, so Emma helped. Thank you, Angela Ashford said to Emma a little shyly. Emma told her not to be polite, and the two did not talk anymore. Emma leaned back in the chair and closed her eyes to rest. Angela carried her school bag, adjusted the straps of the school bag, and held her small box, feeling a little at a loss. Emma Winchester was someone she didn't know well. Angela wanted to introduce herself, but she was sensitive to the fact that Emma didn't want to talk at the moment, so she could only be quiet. The atmosphere in the car was a little solemn, and the speed was increased to the fastest. Emma estimated that this person wanted to meet up with the main force as quickly as possible, and then take them to the helicopter. It was just that at this speed, it would be difficult to react in case of an emergency. And things happened so suddenly. A large truck speeding from the side suddenly hit the front of the car. The car rolled on the road for several weeks, and turned upside down on the asphalt road. The car was spinning, and the driver died on the spot. Emma tried to curl up and protect herself. The last time Emma looked before she fell into a coma, she saw Angela beside her with a bloody head. She swore that she would never ride in Umbrella's car again. Chapter 25. Alice suddenly opened her eyes, and her pupils seemed to turn into the symbol of a red umbrella for a moment, but it was gone in a flash. She struggled to wake up from the endless darkness, and the vague pain in her sleep suddenly turned into severe pain. Hiss! Alice screamed unbearably. She had discovered the countless tubes inserted into her body. Alice seemed rude, but in fact, she was extremely careful and quickly to remove these tubes one by one. Alice bit her lips, endured the pain, and sweated coldly. The slender needle carried her blood, and the mottled blood stains fell on the bed and even on the ground. The bright red blood on the bed sheet was like a bunch of blooming red plums, strong and cruel. Alice got off the bed tremblingly, and except for a few points covered by useless white cloth, the rest of her body was completely uncovered. She couldn't stand still for a while. Those experiments, the viruses injected into her, and some operations that she couldn't recognize at all made Alice doubt who she was now. But she wanted to leave. From her sight, there was no one around the laboratory now, and it was a good time to leave. Even if she couldn't be called a human now, she had to survive and escape. Alice tried to adjust her rapid breathing, and wanted to open the password-locked door of the laboratory. Hiss! Alice's head leaned against the wall weakly. She didn't have any tools to unlock it. If she wanted to get out, she had to find something to break the lock first. Alice staggered back to the bed, and her shaking hand slipped several times. Alice had to aim at the tube, and then picked up a needle that had pierced her blood vessels. After pulling out the needle with all her strength, Alice leaned against the bed, and took a few deep breaths with difficulty. Alice felt better, and then she staggered to the door lock again. Alice couldn't help but stick to the door wall, panting rapidly and inserting the needle into the door lock slot with trembling hands. After a few attempts, Alice found the key to the door lock and directly used the needle to pick the door lock. Click! The door opened. Alice relaxed for a moment, holding the wall, and continued to walk out crookedly. Passing the researcher's lounge, Alice saw the white coat left behind. She remembered that she was almost not wearing it now, so she picked up the white coat and put it on. Alice walked carefully all the way. Even if she didn't feel the breath of any living creature, she didn't dare to relax her vigilance in this place. Until she walked out of the door, Alice found that the streets were deserted, with abandoned cars everywhere, a faint smell of gunpowder floating in the air, and no trace of human color. Alice sensed the danger. She had to find a weapon to defend herself first. Turning her head, Alice found a police car. Alice approached hesitantly, and saw a gun on the police car. She easily opened the unlocked door, and took the gun. Alice loaded the gun cautiously, and then retreated from here. Such a gun was not enough. She had to find a place to change this difficult-to-move outfit as soon as possible. Alice temporarily clarified her destination, bypassed the police car, and walked quickly. She stepped over the black bold italic "The Dead Walk" written on the title, and only now did she have some impression of what happened in the outside world. The T-virus spread, and Umbrella could no longer control it. People in Raccoon City evacuated one after another, so such a ruined scene appeared. Alice didn't know why she was left behind. The whole laboratory where she suffered those tortures should be underground, but she came out on the first floor of Umbrella. And before walking out of the Umbrella building, Alice also noticed that many things in those rooms were gone. Other things were taken away very well, but she was left alone. There must be another intention. Alice guessed that Umbrella deliberately left only her. It was not difficult for Umbrella, which was rich and powerful, to take away the experimental products. Umbrella did it so obviously that it was impossible for Alice not to doubt it. No matter what Umbrella planned, she walked out alive. No matter what kind of trap Umbrella Company has set for her behind this time, as long as there is a possibility of escaping their control, Alice dares to try it no matter what price she will pay for it. After walking out of the pile of cars, Alice saw an empty weapons store. After weighing the gun in her hand, Alice walked in decisively. After observing for a while, Alice was sure that there was no one in the store, and there was no danger, which made her feel a lot more at ease. This store not only sells weapons, but also suitable clothing. Alice quickly found clothes and changed into a set of clothes that were convenient for movement. The white coat and the useless cloth on her body made it inconvenient to move. Even in such an environment without people, Alice still felt insecure and ashamed to be naked. Alice was relieved to have the opportunity to change into suitable clothes. After putting on her clothes, Alice picked out the right weapons. She stuffed as many guns and ammunition as possible into her body, and while taking them, she was also thinking about the matching of weapons on her body. After taking almost all the hot weapons, Alice thought that she should also prepare a knife, just in case. There was a suitable knife hanging on the wall, and Alice reached out to take it. Before she touched the knife, Alice's wrist began to hurt violently. Alice frowned unbearably. The pain was no longer just in her wrist, as if it was flowing through her blood vessels, driving the blood, and flowing through her limbs. Alice almost fell down, and slapped her hand on the table. She clearly saw that the blood vessels in her arms were throbbing, and something was swimming in the blood vessels, like a huge parasite, surging deep into her body. The heartbeat was as rapid as a pump running at full capacity, squeezing the blood to the extreme. The thump sound of the heartbeat was so loud that the ears could not hear anything else. The sudden change made Alice collapse to the ground. The huge pain made her twitch all over. Only the flower-like marks left by the syringe on her arm became more and more obvious in Alice's eyes. Yes, before she fell into a coma, those damn Umbrella people injected her with the T-virus and Kaplan. No matter how she resisted, there was no way to save Kaplan. Alice's plan is launched. What about the Nemesis plan? Let's see. Those chaotic words appeared in my ears again. Alice was like a fish that jumped out of the water for freedom, but was caught on the shore, and was about to suffocate. She opened her mouth and breathed heavily, hoping that she could survive. She wanted to maintain her pitiful sanity, but she could only sink step by step into the abyss of consciousness. Chapter 26. Alice, who had been lying on the ground for an unknown period of time, gradually regained consciousness. Her body regained consciousness first, and then Alice opened her eyes again. She climbed up, and almost flew into the air. Her body seemed to have become lighter. Alice sat on the ground and strangely tested herself with her fingers, and found that she had changed a lot. It was not that there was any obvious change in the appearance of her body, but in the internal aspects. Her body seemed to be more obedient, more relaxed, and her muscles were more resilient. Not only that, she also felt that her vision, hearing, and sense of smell were a little more sensitive than before. The T-virus did not turn her into a living dead, but instead gave her an enhanced improvement. No, this should not be a sudden enhancement. Alice was tied to the bed in the laboratory at that time, and had no clear understanding of her body, but now thinking back, it seems that the material of the things that tied her up has been upgraded every time. The later it was, the more cruel the researchers were to deal with her. So her body became stronger not just now, but had already started when those researchers were conducting experiments on her. Umbrella Corporation couldn't possibly not know this, so what was their intention in trying so hard to make her stronger and then come out? Alice didn't believe that Umbrella Corporation was a philanthropist, focusing on helping their enemies to become stronger so that they could turn around and deal with them. It was a pity that she didn't have more memories, otherwise she could have guessed some answers. Alice knew that it was useless to just rely on her own imagination here, and she had to find a way to leave here. This was already an empty city, as if everyone had evacuated here overnight. The newspaper she stepped on had reminded her that the city was almost lost, and the T-virus had spread to the whole city, so the city was definitely not safe. Alice had to be alert to the possibility of zombies appearing at any time. Even though she didn't know what she was now, she didn't want to die in the mouths of those who said they couldn't settle accounts. If she had been more careful, as Emma said. If she hadn't been caught by the people of Umbrella, she wouldn't be like this now. At that time on the train, Emma's guesses were basically correct. Alice and her group believed Emma's words, and tried their best to avoid the people of Umbrella. Unfortunately, They encountered too many variables, and never really got out of the control of the company. At that time, James and Matt went out to explore the way first, and she was responsible for guarding Kaplan and Pasquale. None of them expected that the people of the company would come so quickly. Or rather, none of them expected that the people of Umbrella would actually wait for them in the dark. I don't know how James and Matt are doing now. And what about Kaplan? Emma probably doesn't need her to worry. With all these thoughts in mind, Alice got on the motorcycle parked in front of the store. She didn't know what kind of motorcycle it was, but she was quite good at operating these machines. Now she hadn't met any zombies or normal people, and she didn't know what happened. Maybe she should go and see if there were any survivors. This way she could get some information first, and then decide what to do next. Alice rode the motorcycle, and saw the shadow of the church not far away. Guessing that there might be someone in the church, Alice stepped on the gas and headed for the church. Emma quickly woke up because of the sense of crisis. There was a smell of decay and blood approaching her, and the latest, the thick bloody smell that made her head dizzy came from the driver in the front seat who died cleanly. Emma found herself still in the cramped car, and she was even in an overturned position. The sound of sobbing came from nowhere, but there were more barking and strange sobs. Emma unbuckled the seat belt with great effort, and the whole person fell to the bottom of the car now, and then went up on the roof of the car in front. The whole overturned car shook a few times, and Emma took a few deep breaths to stabilize her body that was swaying with the car. This time the car accident was obviously more serious, but Emma did not feel any discomfort, but it was too cramped inside, making it difficult for her to breathe. Angela was no longer in it. Emma didn't know what happened during her coma, but the door was still closed, and there was no danger approaching for the time being. I don't know whether I should thank that girl. She even closed the door before leaving. Emma checked her belongings and made sure that nothing was missing before she slowly climbed out of the car. After coming out, Emma realized how bad her condition was. There was a lot of blood on her body, and several strands of her hair were condensed together by blood. You can imagine how tragic the situation was when the accident happened. I don't know where Angela Ashford ran to. Emma looked around and confirmed whether the ammunition in her pistol was full. The car she and Ashford were in was towed to the side of the road, but Emma was sure that this location should not be far from the accident site. After all, the truck with a dented front was still parked on the side of the road. Moreover, the tow trucks that were specially used to deal with car accidents and take away the damaged cars were still there. It was conceivable that they were brought by the police or some other agency that dealt with traffic accidents. But it was not like they would pull the crashed car to the side of the road. If they were really professionals, their first priority should be to pull her and the driver out of the car, not to leave them in the car. Emma observed the ground and found several ominous bloodstains on the ground, extending all the way to the exit of the highway. There were also some cloth fragments and even abandoned guns on the road. Emma guessed that the rescue team encountered the T-virus when they wanted to rescue them. She pricked up her ears and carefully identified the surrounding environment, confirming that there were not many difficult zombies nearby, and then she prepared to find a way out. Chu asked her to leave with Ashford, and the company also specially transferred these important people. Emma guessed that something bad must have happened in Raccoon City, otherwise the Umbrella Company would not have transferred its important assets so quickly. Emma knew that she could not stay here for long. Not to mention that the infected things came out when they smelled the smell. If she was surrounded by these things, she couldn't guarantee that she could escape unscathed, and the most important thing was that Emma was more worried about Umbrella's next idea. Now the T-virus in the city has spread to an uncontrollable level, so this city must not be preserved. Otherwise, with the speed of the spread of the T-virus, if it is not contained, most of the Gale country will soon fall. Umbrella has a very good image outside. In the eyes of many people, Umbrella is very conscious of contributing to humanity. It is a multinational company with a strong sense of responsibility. The shareholders of the company, they never want the company's interests to be damaged because of the trouble caused by the company's researchers' momentary omissions. So there will definitely be a cleansing activity in Raccoon City. Chapter 27. According to the company's usual style, in an unknown place, the purge is naturally to kill people. In Africa, they made a tribe of people disappear. But there are too many people in Raccoon City, and the company can't kill so many people at once without leaving any traces. So in this case, the means available to Umbrella Company become limited. Emma couldn't know what method Umbrella Company would use for this purge. But if you want to destroy a city, what is the simplest and most reasonable way? Nuclear bomb. There is nothing that those sanctimonious lunatics can't do. The city was emptied like this. As far as Emma knew about the company, she believed that Umbrella Company would definitely choose Mushroom Cloud to destroy Raccoon City. Otherwise Raccoon City would never become like this. While running, Emma took out her special gloves and put them on. She moved her fingers to confirm that there would be no obstruction, and then took out another weapon and wrapped it around her hand. I don't know when the nuclear strike will come, I have to leave quickly. Emma thought she needed to find a car. Even though the city exit was probably blocked by cars, she still needed a means of transportation to get somewhere as soon as possible. Nuclear weapons are no joke. There is no such thing as precision strikes. From the deterrence of its existence, to the intensity of its explosion, to the continuous radiation damage, none of them is non-lethal. Even if she may have been infected with the T-virus now, and may mutate again if exposed to radiation, Emma doesn't think she can survive if she is within the explosion damage range. Emma thought of many ways to die, but being killed by a nuclear bomb was not one of them. Moreover, with her identity, it would not be difficult for her to get out once she got there, and there was no need to tie her life to Raccoon City. Emma looked at the trailer on the side of the road with nostalgia. She didn't know how to drive a trailer, so she had to give up this thing that was so close and useful. The multifunction watch on her wrist could be used. Emma tried to open it, and found that the network of Umbrella Company was not interrupted and still covered the city. Emma thankfully used her authority to connect to the network here, and then called up relevant information to check the situation near her. The surroundings were very empty, but there were a lot of parked cars one street away from her. Unfortunately, the watch could not see more of the situation, and could not intervene in the monitoring to view the specific pictures. Emma quickly approached her destination and saw a mess at the entrance, with dried blood, randomly placed vehicles, discarded items on the ground, flying papers, even broken glass fragments, a scene of the end of the world. However, there was no other life walking on this street, only Emma. Even so, Emma did not dare to take it lightly. The infected body should rely on hearing and smell. Emma guessed based on her own situation, the eyes are intact, and they should also have vision. But the liquors that Red Queen showed me have no eyes, so how should they see? Heat? Emma talked to herself silently, and no sound came out when her mouth opened and closed. She did this just to make her brain, which was now a little confused and nervous, work in an orderly manner. But the more analysis is done, the more we know what kind of monsters Umbrella has created. The most important thing is that Umbrella has never stopped such biological weapons research. Isaac's last words to her implied that they would not give up. So whether there will be more terrible monsters, Emma cannot guarantee. Emma didn't wear too much in this hot weather. Now think about it, it's not wise. Besides, she was leaving Raccoon City, so her clothes were just an extra coat. There was nothing much prepared in the backpack. Even the luggage in the trunk of the car were daily clothes, not enough for special operations. She was a little worried about what she should do next. There is no evidence that the T-virus has not endangered other cities. How fast is the T-virus splitting? The T-virus can be transmitted through the air. Then where can these viruses float to with the circulation of air? How long can the T-virus survive in the air? Is there any place that can be a safe haven at present? Emma didn't know these things. She could only take one step at a time. The night is very quiet now. There is no one, and there is no noise as in the past. It seems that the city is so quiet that it is dead. But it is not the case for Emma. At least she knows that there are infected bodies eating food, and the sound sounds like the blood of living people. Her hearing is sensitive, and can hear far away. Now she has not received any targeted training, and there is no way to focus on any direction. All this information is stuffed into her ears, and the smell in her nose. It is really enough to make her head ache. But now her energy is focused here, all mobilized by her, and when searching for available vehicles, these sharp five senses don't seem to bother her too much. Emma saw a black car, and both doors on the driver's side were opened. It should be that the owner didn't have time to close them when he got out of the car to escape. She ran over quickly, and didn't hear any strange sounds on the way, so she approached decisively. Emma carefully checked the car outside and confirmed that there was no problem, so she got in the car. She called up the route screen on the watch again, and pointed out the way out for her. The car was started smoothly by her, and Emma drove on her own escape road. The car and the driver of Umbrella Company probably conflicted with her, so she had accidents on the way out of the city again, and she almost died twice. Emma didn't think such a situation was a coincidence. Once was a coincidence, twice was a coincidence, and 3 times really died in this coincidence, then I don't know why. On weekdays, apart from Cain, she had no one who really hated her enough to kill her. Maybe Isaacs wanted her to die, but not now. Isaacs, a loving father, also understood her value, and would not let her die easily before squeezing out all her value. Who was it then? Emma couldn't think of anyone who would want her dead again and again, and this person should be very familiar with the style of umbrella. Otherwise, he would not be able to take advantage of the company's loopholes. People like this, are they targeting her, or Isaacs? Emma thought, changed lanes, and drove out of the street where she had the accident. Just as Emma glanced at the overturned car, the radio communication in her car suddenly rang. Emma examined the communicator and quickly picked it up and connected it. "If you can save my daughter, I can show you how to get out of Raccoon City." A man's voice came from the communicator. Chapter 28. Daughter? You can use this method to contact me in this ruin for your daughter. You must not be an ordinary person. Daughter. Emma realized who this person might be and asked tentatively, "Are you Dr. Ashford?" At this time, he can still use this method to accurately contact a lone person in the city. He must be someone who can use the umbrella company's network. And at this time, he can still ask people in the city for help for his daughter. He must love his child very much. Now, there is no one who has this ability, and is willing to do this except Dr. Ashford, who loves his daughter Angela. Umbrella Company only cares about efficiency. They will not take the risk of running for a researcher's daughter a second time when they determine that it is dangerous. After all, even if she loses contact again, no one in the company will come to find her. When she woke up, Angela didn't know where she ran away, and Dr. Ashford would definitely find her. This doctor can sell himself to Umbrella Company for his daughter. Emma believes that he will not give up the opportunity to take Angela away for her. Of course, it is not ruled out that it is not Dr. Ashford. But Emma is willing to take a gamble. "Who are you?" Charles Ashford did not expect that the first person he found would call out his name. "Who am I?" "Angela and I are in the same car," Emma answered. Hearing the voice coming from the communicator, the unbelievable tone made Emma sure that the other party was Angela's father, Dr. Ashford, who should have left long ago. The light spot displayed on the computer screen is the nearest location to the school where people are. Before Charles found Angela, he accidentally saw Emma's shadow. When he was sure that Angela was in school, he turned back and wanted to ask Emma for help. But this is a good thing, which means that Emma is the one who escorted Angela and has a strong fighting ability. "Then why aren't you with Angela?" Charles asked suspiciously. Emma said calmly, "The car that sent her out had an accident and I was unconscious for a long time. Maybe she was carrying something good that you gave her, so she was able to leave before me." Charles listened carefully to Emma's words, trying to tell whether Emma was lying, but Emma's voice did not fluctuate, so he could only calmly say, "Then can you go to school and rescue my daughter? You should know how well-behaved and lovely she is." At the end, Charles couldn't hide his anxiety. She actually went back to school. Emma didn't know what expression to use, but there was something more important for her to focus on. What plans does the company have? Emma asked the question, temporarily turned off the car, and prepared to listen to Dr. Ashford's opinion. They planned to destroy Raccoon City with a nuclear bomb. Dr. Ashford felt a little strange, as if the initiative of the conversation was taken away by the lady opposite without a trace. "What time?" Emma thought to herself, as expected, and asked more precisely. "When the sun rises," Ashford answered. Emma immediately calculated the time of the sun rising according to her own experience, then set a task countdown for herself with her watch, and moved the final completion deadline forward by 1 hour. This is the time to leave Raccoon City. She needs to use the free time before the explosion to stay away from the city. The shock wave of a nuclear bomb explosion is fatal. If she can't escape far, she may still die. While doing these things, Emma did not forget to ask Dr. Ashford how he could help her and his daughter Angela get out. Before sunrise, the company will send a helicopter over. As long as you rescue my daughter, I will tell you where to take it. Dr. Charles Ashford did not trust this woman, he did not know that much, and he was reserved in his words. Who is in charge of Raccoon City's work in the company now? Seeing that he was unwilling to say it, Emma did not force him, and asked another important question. Kane. Dr. Ashford did not know why she asked this. Emma heard the answer and had an idea in her mind. I will rescue your daughter, you should be careful. She turned off the communicator, and restarted the car. On the way, she couldn't help but glance at her watch several times. The positioning system would definitely tell Kane her location. But there has been no contact from Kane so far, which is not a good sign. Emma suspected that Kane and others had already determined that she was dead. Now it was a T-virus-infected person who was moving, not a living Emma Winchester. And at this moment, she could only pray that Kane and others would think that her previous networking behavior was done by Ashford. Otherwise, her situation would be more dangerous than anyone else. I can only pray that Isaacs has not woken up now, and doesn't know what I am doing. Emma thought that Isaacs should not know what happened to them. There were some things that Isaacs did but did not intend to tell her, so she could only find out by herself. That was the way they got along. Dr. Isaacs should have been arranged to be taken away by someone long ago. He was the real core of the laboratory. Ashford was important and unimportant to the company. Dr. Ashford was an existence that could be abandoned when necessary, so if he did not leave, Kane would not force him too much. Emma gripped the steering wheel tightly and drove towards the school at an accelerated speed. Dr. Ashford was too confident, or he was overwhelmed by his daughter's affairs, so he would do such a dangerous thing under Kane's nose. Emma could bet Isaacs's reputation that Dr. Ashford's behavior had long been noticed by Kane. Emma believed that there was a deeper reason why Kane did not take any action now. Kane did not stop Dr. Ashford immediately, which meant that there were other things that they needed time to transfer. Or maybe Dr. Ashford's behavior just happened to coincide with their purpose. Kane's purpose certainly could not be to let Ashford rescue his daughter Angela. He would not let an infected body that might carry the virus run out of Raccoon City alive. There must be something more important, and for Umbrella, a more secret reason. In other words, in addition to covering up Umbrella's own mistakes, they called for nuclear bombs, but did not detonate them immediately. There must be some deeper reason in such actions. Emma felt that she still had too little information at present, and these things were far from enough to make useful inferences. Emma occasionally saw wandering people who were infected with the virus while driving. These T-virus infected people are walking corpses. They have completely lost their rational existence, and only have the instinct to eat. They are no longer human, but zombies. The corpses that have lost all their human abilities, and only wander around for eating are just containers for the T-virus. What we have seen so far is that zombies have a very strong desire to eat fresh meat, but what will happen to them after losing these things? Emma felt a chill on her neck, and didn't want to think about it any further. Chapter 29. As soon as she approached the church, Alice saw countless infected bodies, which looked like zombies, and were not much different from what she had seen in the hive. Gathered together, the number looked quite impressive. But there seemed to be a bigger noise in the distance, and these monsters were all attracted to it. Only the liquor went into the church. Along the way, Alice saw a lot of infected bodies, and she killed a lot of them, and didn't catch up. But Alice didn't expect to encounter lickers in the church, and there were more than one. Back then in the waiting room of the hive, she, Emma, and Matt worked together to take advantage of the opportunity when Parks was killed by the liquor, so that they could sneak attack and kill him. Now there is no sharp line like Emma. If you want to kill the liquor, I am afraid you can only borrow more firepower. Alice thought for a while, and had an idea. She saw the huge window of the church, stepped on the motorcycle, and hit it directly. The beautiful stained glass windows of the church were shattered, and a roaring motorcycle broke into the church shrouded in shadows. After entering the church, Alice realized that there were indeed people in the church, but Alice only had time to shout "Get out of the way," and had no time to care about them. She jumped off the motorcycle, and the motorcycle flew out directly due to inertia and hit a liquor. Alice raised her hand, and shot the motorcycle's fuel tank twice, and the motorcycle exploded immediately, swallowing a liquor. The fragments of the explosion flew everywhere, and everyone had to hide. The liquor in the upper left corner crawled quickly, as if trying to escape, and spit out its long tongue again, trying to attack them. Alice took out her shotgun, and the bullets chased the liquor all the way, stopping the liquor from approaching, and destroyed the chain on the huge cross. The liquor wanted to attack everyone, but at this moment, the chain broke, and the liquor was pinned down by the cross, unable to move. Everyone was about to breathe a sigh of relief, but another liquor emerged from the corner, and Alice kicked out a bench. The bench flew out and hit the liquor. Alice's shotgun aimed at the liquor's head again, causing fatal damage. After confirming that the third liquor was dead, Alice raised her hand and shot the liquor pinned down by the cross, killing it. The blood from the wound of the liquor that was shot fell on the shoe of Jill Valentine, who was approaching. This immediately made Jill feel a little disgusted. She looked at Alice with a cold face. "Who are you?" Alice looked at Jill and replied, "Alice Abernathy, once employed by Umbrella." "Once?" Jill caught the word. Alice said, "I live for myself now." She suddenly thought of Emma, the woman who could say without hesitation that her father was a senior executive of the company. "I'm afraid that Emma has left Raccoon City by now." Alice guessed that Umbrella would transfer its important assets. Emma's identity should be considered an important asset of the company. Thinking of this, Alice was a little happy for Emma, but she felt that she was really thinking too much. "We must leave here first. I'm worried that more bad things will happen." Alice didn't plan to stay in this church. Jill agreed with Alice's idea, but she was not optimistic about going out, saying, "The only exit of Raccoon City now, the bridge, has been controlled by Umbrella Corporation. You can try other exits." Alice was worried that the infected bodies that left would come back. "Let's go first. I'm worried that there will be more monsters." "Let's talk while walking," the female reporter Terry, who was shivering in the corner, said with courage. Jill nodded, and her teammate Peyton also agreed with this idea. The four people temporarily formed a team and went out of the church. When passing the cemetery, Peyton screamed in pain and stumbled twice. Alice raised her gun vigilantly and aimed at Peyton. "Don't point the gun at him." Jill stood in front of Peyton, and her gun was pointed at Alice. Alice saw Peyton's foot, which seemed to have been bitten by something, and said, "It looks like he was bitten by a monster infected with the virus. Now he is also infected. Are you sure you want to protect him?" It is not her usual way to treat Peyton so coldly. Alice just thought of Emma. If she faced such a situation, she might have shot without thinking. "I know, but he is still my teammate now." Jill looked back and said patiently, "If he also turns into those zombie monsters, I will kill him myself." Seeing that Jill was serious, Alice said no more and led the team forward faster. At this time, the soil in the cemetery rolled up. "Run!" Alice shouted after noticing the movement. "What?" The female reporter Terry didn't understand why they had to run. The situation suddenly changed, and several infected bodies turned out from the ground. The huge stench of corpses made the four people want to vomit. Alice and Jill shot the infected bodies that were approaching. Jill's neat skills made Alice seem to see Emma again in a trance. But it was just a flash of time, and Alice woke up. Emma and Jill are completely different people. Not to mention that one has golden brown hair and blue eyes, and the other has black hair and black eyes. There are many differences in their skills. Emma's movements are more ruthless. The four people escaped from the church. The female reporter Terry almost ran away with her shoes. She walked in the middle of the team with her handheld DV camera in a panic. Even though Terry was wearing a skirt and was just an ordinary woman with no great attack power, Alice had no intention of abandoning her. It's just that the weapons on her body are all fixed, and they can't be distributed to Terry, otherwise she can't guarantee that she can protect the team well at that time. She didn't bother to comfort Terry. Alice didn't have the experience to do so. Perhaps if Emma was here, she wouldn't even think about comforting him. She would just coldly kick out anyone who got in her way. Alice frowned. She had thought about Emma too many times on this short journey. With Emma's behavior, Alice felt that she shouldn't like her. However, she kept thinking about Emma since she left the gate of Umbrella Corporation. Alice herself couldn't explain why. Keeping silent and alert, the four of them walked onto the street. There was chaos everywhere, and it looked like every place they stayed had been baptized by war, with potholes, tattered, and crooked bodies of people or infected bodies lying in disorder. Walking on the road, she was silent all the time, and Alice felt that the night was so quiet that it was like Raccoon City was gradually dying. Ding-ling-ling. The telephone booth on the road suddenly rang. Jill frowned and looked at the phone. "Don't worry, let's go." Alice was worried that the sound would attract zombies. But she didn't answer. The phone kept ringing, and the phone kept ringing as they walked. Alice felt that as she continued to ignore it, the problem might be even bigger, so she had to go over and pick up the phone. "I can help you escape from Raccoon City, as long as you do me a small favor." A man's voice came from the phone. Chapter 30. What did the call say? Jill asked. The person who could call the sealed-off empty city at this time must be someone extraordinary. Alice said, "He is a researcher at Umbrella Corporation. He wants to save his daughter. He wants us to go to the elementary school in Raccoon City to save his daughter in exchange for saving us from Raccoon City." His daughter? Who is she? Jill didn't know what kind of people Umbrella Corporation was. She didn't believe that there were people in the company who would risk their lives for their daughters. Alice believed him, not because she was kind enough to believe, but because of intuition. His daughter is Angela Ashford, and she is in the elementary school. "Do you believe it?" Jill asked. Alice nodded. "There is nothing we can do if we don't believe it. Let's go, find a car, and go to the elementary school quickly." They found a bus parked on the side of the road smoothly. After getting on the bus, Jill sat in the driver's seat. "I forgot to ask your identities along the way." Alice found a seat and sat down. Jill Valentine, a member of STARS, was suspended a few days ago, and now she is in the same situation as you. Jill started the bus and headed for the route Alice told him on the way. Jill was very familiar with the roads in Raccoon City. Peyton, a member of STARS, Jill's teammate. Peyton consciously found the farthest position from them, and he knew he was injured. Alice looked at Terry, who was still filming with the DV. "I am Terry, the weather forecast host of the TV station." Terry was much calmer now. Alice looked at her DV and asked, "Why do you keep holding this?" "I think someone has to record everything that happened here." Terry was pessimistic about his fate. "Even if we die, someone can find this evidence and expose the true face of Umbrella." At the exit of the bridge, Umbrella ignored the health of the people and insisted on closing the gate, intending to let them fend for themselves in the city. Terry had this idea from the moment they dared to shoot at civilians. "Do you want to say something? You used to be a member of Umbrella, and I guess you have more to say." Terry handed the DV to Alice. Alice stared at the DV machine, not knowing what to say. Terry enthusiastically handed the DV to Alice and taught her how to operate it. Alice tried to record the video and told her about the biochemical experiments conducted privately by Umbrella. Jill and Peyton listened quietly without making any sound. But soon the bus had to stop. The road ahead was damaged, and the car could not pass. "Let's get off the car and walk over the overpass." Jill noticed that they had to walk a distance to take this shortcut. Alice returned the DV to Terry and got off the car first. The four of them walked onto the overpass, and Alice suddenly felt something was wrong. She looked to her left. "Something is staring at us." "What?" Jill saw nothing. Peyton approached. Alice pushed hard. There was a burst of sparks and lightning, and a lot of the iron railings on the bridge were damaged. Even though Alice reacted quickly, Peyton was still hit and fell. Jill called Peyton's name, and before she could do anything else, Alice pulled him under the bridge. A rocket launcher exploded, and the bridge was destroyed. "You go first." Alice saw the person who attacked them appear, or rather, it was not a person. The person was about 2 meters tall, very burly, and the exposed head was obviously not human. He locked her. Alice rushed towards it, and the pursuer's machine gun was aimed at her. Alice fled in embarrassment. The pursuer really stopped attacking Jill and Terry, but focused on chasing her, trying to kill her. Jill and Terry left here quickly. They could only choose to believe that Alice could survive to the elementary school and reunite with them. Alice, who was separated from Jill and Terry, avoided the pursuit of the pursuer. She didn't know what it was, but compared to her, the opponent was much stronger, and the firepower was definitely stronger than her. Facing the pursuer, Alice knew that she had absolutely no chance of winning in the current situation. She could only run, keep running, and escape from the pursuer's sight. But the opponent's speed was not slow. Even with such a big body, Alice could still have some advantage in speed. Alice was unfortunately grazed by a burst of bullets on her arm while fleeing. She did not even look at her injury. She found the right time and crashed into an empty house. The pursuer did not let her stop chasing. It directly broke the wall and entered the house. Alice encountered the pursuer again in a corridor. She dodged a few times, but there was really no way to fight back. The pursuer's rocket launcher aimed at her again. Was he really going to kill her to ashes this time? Alice was eager to find a way to escape and accidentally saw the garbage disposal port. Alice rushed to the disposal port, and the pursuer chased after her. Alice was put into a large iron frame full of garbage. The pursuer saw her and fired a rocket at her. In a flash, Alice pulled the baffle and knocked over the garbage basket. The gunfire exploded, blowing the entire frame away. Alice endured and waited for everything to calm down. The breath of the monster was still there, and she couldn't take any risks. The pursuer was sure that the threat had been eliminated, and left here with heavy steps. Alice only had the heart to check her injuries at this time. She climbed out of the garbage can, covered in dirt. When she rushed out of the garbage chute, her arms and hands were scratched, but fortunately, there was no bone injury. Alice endured and quickly fled from here. Emma had already entered the elementary school. She was the first one to arrive among all the people Charles Ashford had found. Although she knew that Dr. Ashford might have been targeted by Kane, she was not too worried. Even if Kane knew that she was still alive, even if she had health problems, Emma still had a trump card to protect herself. It would be the most stupid thing to be killed by a nuclear bomb in Raccoon City. This elementary school looked extremely quiet, but in fact there were a lot of gnawing sounds inside. It can be seen that there must be zombies inside. Emma couldn't tell which of these sounds belonged to Angela. Dr. Ashford was so sure that Angela was safe and sound, which showed that he must have left something for Angela. She guessed that it should be a serum or something, which could ensure that Angela would not be infected and mutated. Emma walked into the elementary school and planned to start from the top floor. Behind her, 2 more men in Special Forces uniforms entered. Later Jill, Terry, and a black man, Lloyd Jefferson Wade, who they picked up on the way, also arrived at the elementary school. Dr. Ashford looked at this scene on the computer and was somewhat excited. They are all here, so they will surely be able to rescue his daughter soon. But he didn't notice that someone came in behind him. He observed silently for a while, then clapped his hands and said, "The doctor is smiling so happily. Did something good happen?" Chapter 31. Emma didn't get much on the top floor, but when she was going downstairs, she met Carlos, one of the Special Forces members who came in later. The other party's clothes clearly showed his identity, and Emma had no intention of taking action for the time being, even though she saw that the man's hand was bitten. "You were also asked by Dr. Ashford to save his daughter, right?" Emma said. Carlos nodded. "So you were too?" Carlos looked at Emma carefully. This sunny and beautiful woman made him feel dangerous. "Ah, we have the same goal." Emma raised an eyebrow, seeming to be a little touched by this coincidence. "I have searched the upper floor, and there is no Angela." "I checked the lower floor too." Carlos exchanged information. "Then, there are not many options." Emma and Carlos walked down together. Carlos was about to say something else, and dense gunfire came from downstairs. Emma and Carlos ran down, but the gunshots came from two directions, one on the second floor and one on the first floor. "I'm one." Emma shouted the assignment. Carlos didn't say much and took the initiative to go to the second floor. Emma slid down the handrail of the stairs and quickly reached the first floor. "Ah!" The woman's scream allowed Emma to determine the direction. She wanted to approach quickly, but she heard the dense footsteps, which made her stop her reckless behavior. There are many people in this school, and none of them are so lucky to escape the virus, otherwise the woman would not scream so miserably. Soon the rustling sound disappeared, and Emma was sure that the monsters inside had been satisfied to a certain extent and wandered away, so she went in to take a look. There was a pool of blood and bones on the ground, and a DV camera slid to the side. Emma walked towards the DV tentatively, but felt a chill on the back of her neck. Behind her, Emma raised her gun and turned around, and the woman in a blue tight combat uniform opposite her also aimed at her. The two met and put down their guns at the same time after confirming that they were both normal people. Jill opened her mouth, and Emma put her index finger between her lips, signaling her not to speak. Those monsters haven't gone far yet. And there was a breathing sound in the corner, which didn't belong to the two of them. The zombies can be said to be alive to some extent. They also move, but not breathing and heartbeats. Except for the sounds they make when they wander around, Emma can only judge from their bloody smell for the time being. When the smell and the tiny friction sound faded away, Emma approached the DV camera and pointed her gun at the side of the shelf. "Are you going to come out by yourself, or do I kill you?" Emma threatened in a low voice. "Sister Emma?" In the corner, the little girl came out trembling. She was holding a box tightly in her hands, which looked very airtight. Emma recognized her and said, "Ashford, follow me." Angela nodded and approached Emma. Jill came over and picked up the DV, which was frozen in darkness. Based on Terry's usual practice, it is estimated that this DV has recorded the scene of the infected body eating her. Jill sighed in his heart. The three gathered together, and Emma took them out. And there was a huge explosion from above. "This sound will attract those monsters." Emma asked Jill to hold Angela and run out, and she would cover. Jill didn't waste any words, picked up Angela and ran out. The explosion really attracted the zombies on the first floor, and they ran out and moved towards the second floor where the noise came from. Emma and Jill had already rushed out with Angela. Emma had seen the Special Forces car park here, and it looked very intact. She didn't pay attention to the fierce fighting above, but ran to check the Special Forces car herself. Fortunately, the car was intact, and even the oil was not much. Emma didn't consider the car parked on the side, nor did she want the motorcycle. Emma asked Angela and Jill to get in the car, and she shouted in the driver's seat, "Let's go." "No." Jill stopped. Emma looked at the rearview mirror and asked, "No? Do you want to stay here to feed the zombies?" "My teammates." Jill paused and said more accurately, "My temporary teammates are still inside." "You want to save people?" Emma asked indifferently. Jill said affirmatively, "They are still alive and must be saved." "Then get out of the car." "I'm sorry I can't keep you company." Emma is not so kind-hearted. She is selfish and vicious. Jill didn't expect this person to react like this, and was stunned for a moment. Just as the two were arguing, there was a sound of glass breaking on the second floor, and the second explosion occurred. Then, there was an explosion on the first floor as well, for people rushed out in the flames. The leader looked very familiar to Emma. He raised his face, and even though they were so far away, Emma still recognized him as Alice. She unbuckled her seat belt and crawled to open the passenger door. "Alice, get in the car." Jill also opened the door of the trunk and said to the three men, "Get in the car." Alice thought she was hallucinating when she heard Emma's voice, but when she saw the open door, the golden brown hair of the person holding the door, and the familiar figure, her legs moved involuntarily. She didn't say anything, but ran towards Emma. Behind her, the elementary school kept making loud explosions, and flames shot up into the sky. Even though she was dirty, Alice still looked like a Valkyrie reborn from the ashes. Emma's eyes lit up, and she gave up her seat for Alice and sat in the driver's seat herself. After 2 car accidents, Emma no longer trusted others to drive, so she would not give up this seat to others. Alice rushed into the passenger seat, put on her seat belt, closed the door, and smiled at Emma. Alice was very happy to meet again under such circumstances, so happy that she couldn't even say the words she had expected. Emma was also very happy, so happy that even though Alice's smell was very strong, the smile on her lips did not disappear. But both of them knew that this was not the time to chat, so they just looked at each other and smiled. Emma felt the car vibrate a few more times, and then started the car. Jill's temporary teammate, the black man Lloyd, took the initiative to close the car door. There was no way, because he was the last one to get on the car. "If you are injured, raise your hands," Emma said indifferently. This attitude has not changed at all from when she was in the Hive. Although it is not pleasing, it makes Alice feel very kind. It's like she has returned to the time before she was caught by Umbrella. Carlos and his teammate Nikolai Zinova both raised their hands. Emma said to Angela, "Ashford, give them your serum. By the way, on this way, you should consciously sit away from the injured." In addition, the one in blue clothes, Jill Valentine. Jill introduced herself. "Okay, Jill, you have rich combat experience. Please aim your gun at them, and once they mutate, you must pull the trigger." Emma finished her words. Jill looked at Emma with a hint of disbelief. This order was too cold. Very rational. Carlos nodded, patted the slightly angry Nicola, and took him to the door. Angela opened the box in her hand and took out 2 serums. Carlos and Nicola took it consciously and injected themselves. As soon as the car started, the phone booth on the roadside rang. Its voice was so sharp that Emma knew that she might have to wait for the person she had been waiting for. Chapter 32. Kane. Emma picked up the phone, her tone calm. Alice, who was standing behind Emma, had a strange expression on her face. It was Dr. Ashford, who was looking for her daughter. Could it be that Dr. Ashford was called Kane Ashford? Emma guessed it was him while focusing on the surveillance footage on the computer screen. Kane laughed. "Miss Emma, I'm surprised to see you. Where's the helicopter?" Emma knew he was joking when she heard his tone, but she didn't want to waste time talking to Kane about escaping. Even if she met Kane, there would be more hidden dangers, and Emma couldn't take care of them. The most important thing was to have a helicopter and get out of here as soon as possible. Kane was in a good mood and said, "It's at the city hall. Please come. Then wait for me," Emma said and hung up the phone. She returned to the car in silence and started quickly. Alice followed Emma back to the car. Seeing that Emma was in a bad mood, she asked, "Who is Kane? Isn't he Dr. Ashford?" The familiarity in Emma's tone made Alice know that this was probably someone Emma knew. Kane is probably the person in charge of Raccoon City now. Emma looked at the road carefully. "He is one of my father's assistants and has many people under him. Charles Ashford is Angela's father. He insisted on staying outside Raccoon City to save Angela." Kane indulged him. "He took advantage of Dr. Ashford's desire to save his daughter, and found us, who still have the ability in the city." "You mean that all our actions are actually under the surveillance of Umbrella Corporation?" Alice frowned, feeling that things were not going well. Emma said him and said, "Yes, Kane asked me to go to the city hall, first because the helicopter was there, and second because he wanted you to fight the Goddess of Vengeance." "Goddess of Vengeance?" Alice chewed on the word. "On the way here, Dr. Ashford told me that the reason why the company's people have not completely evacuated now is not to wait for people like us who are still healthy, but they want to complete a test. The contest between you and the Goddess of Vengeance represents how they will choose the future research direction." Emma didn't know what the so-called Goddess of Vengeance looked like. She had a smooth journey and didn't encounter any opponents. But it was probably a research result that Umbrella was very proud of, otherwise it wouldn't be so high profile. Emma was very curious about what the company had done to Alice. When Dr. Ashford said that Kane's ultimate goal was to let Alice fight the Goddess of Vengeance, she knew that Alice was indeed caught, And the company's researchers did not let her go. Alice nodded thoughtfully. So we still have to go to the city hall? We know there are enemies there, but we still have to go there. Isn't that just going to die? You have to go. That's the only place with helicopters. Stand behind me when you get there. Emma saw that Alice was really tired. She didn't know what Alice had experienced, but she guessed that she had a bad time. Yes, being studied by those inhumane researchers in the company, and having messy reagents injected into her body, it would be strange if Alice could feel good. Alice moved her body twice, tilted her head toward the car window, and her eyes fell on the window. She wanted to respond to Emma, but she couldn't say anything. It was just the kind of pleasure of being understood and sympathized that made her frowning brows relax. Now we are so obedient to go to the city hall, just like opening the fish tank for the cat. Jill leaned against the car body, with distrust in her eyes. Emma heard this distrust and said, yes, who doesn't know that you take the initiative to throw yourself into a trap? But even if there is danger, you must go. Half a piece of bread is better than nothing. Even if you have to rob it, even if you have to pay a heavy price, you have to go. Now it's not a question of whether it's a trap or not, but how to survive. At dawn, Umbrella will arrange a nuclear bomb to destroy the entire Raccoon City. How far can we run with only this car? Hope is slim, but it is hope. Kane is not so strong that he can't be killed. At the end, Emma's words were calm but murderous. You have a close relationship with Umbrella. Jill could tell that Emma was not joking, so she felt even more strange. Looking at Angela and then at Emma, who was driving, Jill could be sure that these two people were Umbrella's people, and they were living a good life. Emma did not hide it, and said, indeed, it is very close. If it weren't for the accident, Angela and I would not be stranded in such a place and face life danger at any time. The first batch of important assets arranged by the company to withdraw from Raccoon City must have a close relationship with Umbrella. Then why don't you contact the company's people? Emma's honesty made Jill's tone much better, and she temporarily put aside some of her doubts about Emma. Emma said, I can die in Raccoon City, and it's useless to ask them for help. Knowing the news of my death, I'm afraid my interests have been divided up almost by now. My still being alive is the greatest cruelty to them. No one wants to pour out the meat they have eaten, right? Kane and the people behind him are probably hoping that I would have died in that accident long ago. The most important point is whether Kane and Isaacs know that she may have a mutation. But Kane has no doubt that Angela is alive, so Emma can also pretend that they don't know yet. She will not take the initiative to mention her mutation if she can hide it for a while. She doesn't trust anyone here or Kane. Even Alice can't do it. Emma is not completely sure what she means to Isaacs. Kane's attitude seems to be worth pondering. She can see what Kane will do. But Emma speculated from her own experience that even if Kane knew she was still alive, he would find a way to let her die. When her death can bring them greater benefits, we won't let her live. Although Emma said it lightly, Alice still felt a sense of sympathy for Emma. Where are Alice, James Shade, Matt, Kaplan, and Pasquale? When Emma left, they were still together, but now only Alice is alone, which makes Emma a little strange. Alice's face became unnatural when she heard this question, but she still answered, after you left the mansion, You have also been to the mansion? Jill suddenly interrupted. Emma became interested. So you have been there too? I belong to the STARS team. After the accident in the mansion, our team took on the mission of Umbrella Company and went to investigate. In the mansion, we encountered these mutants infected with the virus. On the way, my teammate Leon disappeared and the mission failed. I wanted to find Leon, but was forcibly taken away by the company's people. After returning to Raccoon City, I was suspended for investigation. Jill narrated calmly. But Emma could hear a hint of her concern for her teammates from the unintentional tremor in her voice. Very good, a professional and sentimental person. Emma likes such people, which means they have a lot of room for use. Alice listened to Jill's words quietly and said, I'm afraid your missing teammates are under the control of Umbrella Corporation. Chapter 33. After listening to Alice's words, Jill thought about the possibility that Leon was actually taken away by Umbrella. If she hadn't thought about it in this direction, Jill would not have thought that once she thought about it carefully, many of Umbrella's actions to prevent her from continuing to find out about Leon could be explained. Alice, after I left, did you? Emma didn't expect things to turn out like this. Alice smiled at Emma, not caring much about the suffering, and said, yes, after you left, we waited for the opportunity and prepared to leave the mansion. As long as we go to the mountains, it won't be so easy to catch us again. There is really nothing wrong with this idea. If it were Emma, she couldn't think of a better way. Alice continued, but I didn't expect that their retreat was just to paralyze us. When we thought we could leave the mansion, the Umbrella people showed up. We fought hard, but Kaplan and Pasquale were mutating. We had no choice. Finally, I asked James, Matt and others to escape quickly and find a chance to save us. Pasquale, Kaplan and I were captured by the Umbrella people and taken to another research building. Sometimes I was in the same laboratory with them, but more often we were separated. I don't know what happened to them. Alice's expression was relatively calm, but her eyes were full of pain and helplessness. Every time she thought of the suffering she, Pasquale, and Kaplan had suffered, she wished that those inhumane researchers would taste their torture. Emma freed her hand, patted Alice on the shoulder, and said, "We can find a way to take revenge on one of them this time. We are almost at the city hall. Kane must be waiting. We will see what happens then." The current situation is that they have to fight Kane on Kane's home turf. Winning or losing determines life and death. Leon will be fine. Jill didn't want to believe that Leon was in trouble. According to Leon's ability, he could have escaped after disappearing in the mansion. But if it was really Umbrella behind the scenes, kidnapping people for biochemical experiments regardless of success or failure, Jill couldn't be sure that Leon would be unscathed. "Okay, Jill, watch out." Emma reminded Jill to do what she should do. "We'd be there soon." Carlos and Nicola looked much better, and their complexions were similar to those of normal people. Jill followed Emma's words and stared at the two of them nervously. Lloyd huddled together with Angela, a little girl. In terms of combat effectiveness, they were indeed the lowest among the people in the car. "When we get there, Alice and I will go out to attract attention, and you guys will sneak out of the car when you see the right opportunity. There's probably nothing to be concerned about. The place where the city hall can park helicopters is a large platform, which is extremely empty, and there is no cover. Now our plan is also very simple. Alice and I will attract attention, and you guys will go around and deal with the people in the dark. Emma has been to the city hall. I will try my best to park the car in a suitable position of the city hall. The rest depends on your response." At this point, Emma couldn't find any more solutions. Everyone present had been to the city hall and knew what kind of environment it was. Emma's arrangement was enough for them to play. The car was quiet for a while, and only the city hall building that could be seen through the car window became clearer and clearer. Emma drove the car to a suitable corner as she said. Kane had been waiting on the road since early in the morning. The car drove over the arch bridge and headed for the circular square where Kane was standing. Kane saw Emma and Alice in the front and rear seats, and the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes became clearer when he smiled. Kane waved to Emma, looking very hospitable. Emma ignored him, but found a corner she thought was suitable, and drove straight past Kane as if she didn't see Kane. The airflow brought by the car rolled Kane's sleeves. The smile on his face froze for a moment, and Kane quickly adjusted his expression and walked towards the helicopter as usual. The sniper has already aimed at this place, and his people have also circled this place. No one can easily escape from here. Emma and Alice got out of the car and walked towards the helicopter. Finally, the three of them met next to the helicopter. A circle of guns were pointed at them secretly. "Kane, you did a good job." Emma faced Kane with her usual attitude. Kane smiled modestly and said, "It's my honor to be recognized by Miss Winchester. In that case, why not just let me go and let me get on the helicopter and leave this damn city?" Emma raised her chin towards the helicopter. Kane shook his head, as if he had heard a cute joke from a naughty little girl, and laughed. "You know this is impossible. Just tell me, what are the conditions?" Emma probed Kane. Kane clapped his hands. A fully armed giant walked out from the dark arch. If he was going to play basketball, this would be a great height advantage. Emma evaluated. The Goddess of Vengeance, the company's latest masterpiece, is a top-level humanoid weapon in terms of strength, intelligence, and reaction speed. Kane proudly introduced this strange thing to Emma. Emma crossed her arms and looked at the Goddess of Vengeance, not knowing what she was thinking. Alice, however, got closer to Emma. On the way, she was chased by this thing and was in a mess. This tiny movement made Emma judge that it was not the first time that Alice encountered the Goddess of Vengeance. "Yes, you want Alice to fight it?" Emma did not have a deep understanding of the company's research. Even if she inherited certain authority, it was limited. The company's secret research has never been something she can really touch, unless she can. Kane said, "That's right." Turning his head, raising his hand and pressing the frame of his glasses, Kane stared at Emma and said, "Ms. Winchester, I'm so honest. Why do you still have to hide something?" Just now his people surrounded the car, ready to catch Emma's remaining companions, but they didn't expect that when they opened the car door, no one was left, and the sniper signal just now was also wrong. Emma seemed a little shy about his gaze, pursed her lips and smiled. This is normal. I'm allergic to the muzzle of the gun, Kane. Kane shrugged and said, I didn't think it through and failed to take care of your emotions. Must Alice fight with the goddess of vengeance? Emma asked. Kane nodded confidently. That's right. If Alice wins, all of you can get on the helicopter and leave here. If you lose, you can't drive this helicopter away. My people are on the helicopter. Kane said so calmly, as if he trusted the pilot of the helicopter very much. Emma grinned, a little disgusted, but also as if she had no expression. Then answer my question again, why didn't anyone come to me when I first got into trouble? At that time, all the important people were moving, and no one noticed this little thing. Later, they noticed it, when you were talking to Dr. Charles Ashford. Miss Winchester is really amazing to be able to survive in such a difficult environment until now, and to bring out Angela Ashford, who is deeply trapped in the pile of infected bodies on campus. Kane said it casually. They really didn't care about Emma. The signal representing Emma Winchester disappeared for a long time, and no one in the company noticed it. Kane didn't lie. Although they also wanted to know how Emma survived in those monsters, they thought that the speed of the outbreak was showing a crazy upward trend. It was not until the evening that the people trapped inside were almost turned into infected bodies, until the city was closed. Thank you for the compliment. Emma laughed briefly. I also understand the company's behavior pattern. Kane was satisfied with Emma's sense of the times. Emma turned her head, looked at Alice, and asked, So, Alice, are you willing to try? Chapter 34. The fact that the goddess of vengeance can make Kane so pleased means that this thing is indeed a masterpiece. Alice was taken to the company for experiments, and should have been enhanced. But Emma could not judge to what extent Alice had reached with very little data obtained from observation. Emma could see that Alice was quite nervous when facing the goddess of vengeance. That could not be called fear, but a kind of caution and vigilance that should be taken when facing a powerful person. This also means that Alice had suffered losses when facing the goddess of vengeance, and now she did not have full confidence in fighting against the goddess of vengeance. Alice glanced at Emma with a very serious look in her eyes, and she even smiled and said, Okay, I try. Even if the goddess of vengeance had made her suffer losses, she would not back down when the time came. Kane was very satisfied with the situation in front of him, and he stood side by side with Emma. And a group of Kane's subordinates surrounded them. Emma pretended not to care about the guns pointed at her, and watched Alice's fight calmly, waiting for the right time. Alice rushed towards the goddess of vengeance, and the goddess of vengeance quickly analyzed Alice's attack route, and predicted and blocked Alice's flying kick. Alice twisted her body, leaned back, elbowed the goddess of vengeance's waist and abdomen, and kicked the goddess of vengeance's leg with her foot. Her strength increased greatly, but she still couldn't do much damage to the goddess of vengeance's strong body. The goddess of vengeance turned around and kicked, and Alice couldn't dodge in time, and was kicked and staggered out. The power of this monster is greater than she thought. No, after avoiding this monster, until now, Alice felt a stronger pressure from it. During this period of time, the goddess of vengeance has been strengthened again. The people of Umbrella Corporation are really not afraid of death. They are not afraid that the goddess of vengeance will get out of control and turn against them. Alice was kicked out by the goddess of vengeance again. The situation looked very tragic. Alice was beaten by the goddess of vengeance. Even if she tried hard to resist, she was able to push the goddess of vengeance back a few steps, which was considered a good performance. This situation was obviously not what Kane wanted to see. He called a timeout and asked his subordinates to throw a pair of batons. He threw the baton to Alice. Emma waved and told Alice to cheer. Alice looked at Emma from a distance. Seeing the calm blue-eyed girl, Alice shouted and waved the baton with both hands to meet the attack of the goddess of vengeance. She saw a section of steel drill that suddenly appeared on the steel frame of the arch behind the goddess of vengeance. She tried her best to force the goddess of vengeance to the steel drill. She kicked the goddess of vengeance back to the steel frame with several heavy whip kicks. The steel drill pierced the goddess of vengeance through. At this moment, Emma suddenly attacked Kane. The muzzle of the gun pointed at Emma flashed with fire, and bullets were fired, in exchange for several muffled sounds of falling down. Emma kicked Kane in the face with a whip kick, making Kane dizzy, and his nosebleed dyed his chin red in a trance. Before Kane woke up, the steel wire in Emma's hand had already wrapped around his neck. Kane couldn't say a word. He looked at Emma above unwillingly and confusedly, his eyeballs gradually protruding, and his face swollen purple. Kane's hand was clasped on Emma's arm, but he couldn't shake Emma's arm. Emma killed Kane in just a blink of an eye. When he stood up again, Kane's subordinates fell in a circle. Emma looked at Jill, who was touching the corpse, and gave a thumbs up, then turned and entered the helicopter cabin. The battle outside the helicopter was too fast, and the noise was covered by the sound of Alice and the goddess of vengeance fighting. When Emma entered, she saw the detained Dr. Charles Ashford at a glance. Emma's sudden appearance made the soldiers in the cabin instinctively wary and pointed their guns at her. Some of them still recognized who she was. Among Kane's subordinates, many had seen Emma with Kane. "Miss Emma? How did you get in?" They also knew Kane's plan, so they never expected that Emma could enter the cabin now. Facing these guns, Emma smiled calmly and replied, "Ah, Kane and I have already agreed." Her words were vague, making people wary and not knowing whether to listen. "What did the captain say to you?" the person who recognized Emma asked. Emma stared at the person who made the noise and approached. They all raised their guns and aimed at Emma. "Relax, okay? Don't be nervous. I don't have any weapons." Emma raised her hands to show that she had nothing. "I came closer because I didn't want my words to get out. That's a company secret." Emma explained her behavior. Her expression looked so innocent. With her angelic face, it was really convincing. Everyone was skeptical, but Emma slowly approached the muzzle of the gun. She didn't show any hostility. It looked like she was really going to say something about secrets as she said. Perhaps because the gun gave them a sense of security, perhaps because Emma was a non-aggressive girl, or perhaps for many other reasons, these people were paralyzed and let Emma approach step by step. Until Emma walked to the right distance, she suddenly kicked out, tilting the muzzles of the guns. Some people suddenly realized, and in a mess, they seemed to have forgotten to shoot. Emma did not investigate the reason for this behavior. She just mechanically used the invisible line to harvest the lives of these people. She had killed near the driver's seat, and the person sitting in the driver's seat, who was originally covered by the crowd, hid in the gap. Emma noticed this phenomenon, and could only cut off all her enemies indifferently. A heavy wave of blood was set off in the cabin, making Charles Ashford, who was sitting in a wheelchair, want to vomit. Emma retracted the line, noticed Charles's movements, and smiled at Charles in a friendly way. "Dr. Ashford, can you be patient for a while?" Charles Ashford's face was livid, and he nodded stiffly. He didn't see what Emma's killing method was, but she was a life harvester, and Charles could still see it. He was worried that if he wasn't careful, he would upset this female devil, and he would be enough to fill her teeth. Emma ignored the dead people, and picked up a gun and walked into the driver's seat. In the gap between the seats, there was a trembling man. Emma saw the red umbrella logo of umbrella on his arm, and poked his body with the gun, which made the man beg for mercy. "Helicopter pilot, right?" The man didn't dare to say anything. "If you don't answer, then you're not," Emma said, with some regret. "If that's the case, there's no point in keeping you." "No. Please let me go, I'm a pilot." The man raised his hands tremblingly to show his identity. Emma pointed the gun at him and asked him to stand up. The man didn't dare to resist and acted obediently according to Emma's instructions. While searching him, Emma asked about his identity. "I'm David Jones, a helicopter pilot from the armed forces. I just started working for Captain Kane this year." After taking away all the dangerous items from David, Emma announced that David Jones was now being recruited by her to help her throw the bodies out of the cabin. David blinked nervously, swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva, and timidly moved the bodies with Emma. Just as they reached the cabin door, Jill and her group arrived. Emma's eyes passed through Jill, Carlos, and the others, and fell on Alice, the last one. There were still traces of tears on her face. The goddess of vengeance stood quietly by the side. Chapter 35. Emma hadn't said anything yet, and Jill and the others came up to help. "David, you go fly the plane," Emma ordered. The smell of blood had brought the zombies closer and closer. Not only was the problem of the zombies approaching, but more seriously, time was running out, and they had to leave before the nuclear strike arrived. David nodded in panic. Knowing why Emma was so anxious, he hurried back to his driver's seat and started the helicopter. Emma and the others threw the last body out of the helicopter, and David closed the cabin door. The helicopter rose into the sky with a slight shake. The roar of the huge propeller made Emma feel much more at ease. It was just that the helicopter was not so stable when it took off, and Emma had to choose a place to sit down first while it was shaking. "Hurry up and sit down," Emma reminded. Others also found a place to sit down. Emma sat in the corner, Alice was opposite her, and the goddess of vengeance was beside her. Jill, Lloyd, Carlos, and Nicola were all sitting on Emma's side. They were all a little afraid of the goddess of vengeance, whose appearance was different from that of a human. Dr. Charles Ashford was not easy to move, and was always fixed in place. After the helicopter finally stabilized, Angela, who was pulled by Jill, ran to Charles Ashford, and her face was already covered with tears. After experiencing the fear of life and death, it was not easy for Angela to hold on until now before crying. Charles hugged her, whispered comfort, and wiped away the tears on Angela's face. Angela and Charles performed this warm drama at the end of the Goddess of Vengeance, which stabilized the emotions of the people in the cabin. Soon after the helicopter took off, the city hall welcomed many guests. The infected bodies, either intact or incomplete, kept gathering on the platform from all over the place, and ate the remains on the ground as food. Looking down from the window of the helicopter, one could only see their ugly appearance of enjoying the feast. Emma's eyes shifted from below to the distance of Raccoon City, and she felt extremely uneasy. David, fly to the Alex Mountains. Emma didn't know the exact time of the nuclear strike, but if they had not left the location of Raccoon City after the strike, the mountains should be able to block them for a while. David nodded, responded with an okay, controlled the direction of the helicopter, and quickly went in the direction Emma said. Emma looked out the window again. Raccoon City was getting smaller and smaller. She was already escaping from this city of death, crossing the Alex Mountains, and then to Ohio, not far from Washington, D.C. Being able to escape from this place of death, Emma felt much better. Alice, who is this? Emma finally had the leisure to ask now. Alice rubbed her face and said, he is Kaplan. The company's experiment turned him into this. Emma nodded in understanding. As for more, Emma would not ask casually in front of others. Now is not the time to spend time asking about the company's experiment. They have to think of a suitable way out. Jill's face turned ugly after hearing this conversation. She thought of Leon. In addition to Leon, there are other teammates who sacrificed. Others have different thoughts. Charles did not dare to speak. In this project, he also had a small contribution. What should we do after we escape from here? Carlos hesitated for a while, and finally asked first. Carlos' question was very practical, more urgent than caring about who the Goddess of Vengeance was. This is what Emma has been thinking about. Emma walked to the co-pilot and sat in. David took a look and didn't dare to speak, concentrating on flying the helicopter. After leaving Raccoon City, we have to find someone who can fight against Umbrella. Otherwise, we are still unsafe. But who can we find? Nicholas asked distressfully. There are only him and Carlos left in their special forces in Raccoon City. If they want to go back, it is not difficult. The difficulty lies in how to really survive. Emma was not so distressed. She said, relax, things are not at the end of the road yet. Even if Umbrella is a behemoth with influence all over the world, it must look at the face of the government. The White House is not yet led by the nose by Umbrella. After crossing the Alex Mountains, we will reach Ohio. After resupplying there, we can fly to Washington, D.C. I believe President Graham is willing to listen to us. Every giant has its own opponents. Even though Umbrella is powerful, it still has to survive according to the rules of the market game. Emma knows that Umbrella has several opponents, but they are actually not much better than Umbrella. In the Gale country, the Chables really have the final say. Umbrella has a deep foundation, but it is not so inseparable from the Gale government. It's just that it will be more troublesome to deal with. Emma certainly didn't put her hope on the Gale government, but it wouldn't be wrong to take it as a target for the time being. Rely on the government? We may not be safe if we do that. Jill thinks this approach is also playing with fire. There are traitors in stars, and the government is not clean. There is no other choice but to do this. Even if we hide, Umbrella can find us. Instead of dying quietly under the arrangement of the company, it is better to be exposed to the public. In this way, the company will not dare to take action against us because of the public. Emma said, and laughed again, I don't believe that the company can survive the crisis in Raccoon City this time. But if we think that we can be safe just by hiding in the shadows, it is still easy for them to crush us like this. But what can we do to let the government believe it? Carlos opened his mouth to ask, and the helicopter shook violently. They had to find a way to stabilize themselves. What's going on? The black man Lloyd clung to the cabin wall of the helicopter in panic. But no one answered him. Emma asked David Jones to increase the speed to the maximum, with a horrified look. Jill, Alice and others knew what might have happened, and they all turned their heads to look out the window. It was not yet dawn, but the horizon of Raccoon City was already glowing. A point of light flew from the distant horizon. It was like a match lighting up the sky, and its light ended the night of Raccoon City. That ball of light, like a small sun, illuminated the entire sky of Raccoon City. In a silence that was suppressed to the extreme, the little sun fell gracefully, falling to the location of the city hall. It suddenly swelled up, and then devoured the entire city like a glutton. High-rise buildings, steel cities, collapsed in an instant in front of this angry sun. Its shock wave destroyed everything. The invisible huge wave shook the entire Raccoon City, including the helicopters over the suburbs of Raccoon City. In this huge vibration, the helicopter door trembled and made a sound. "Hold on. Hold on." Emma pulled the seatbelt to remind David. "Find a way to leave." Emma's voice seemed distorted in the cabin. David gritted his teeth and tried hard to control the helicopter, but it was useless. The explosion outside had affected them. A baton in the cabin pierced the scabbard and flew towards Emma, the co-pilot, under the traction of the invisible force. Alice saw it and shouted "Be careful" while rushing towards Emma. The baton pierced Alice's body, the back of the chair, and Emma's stomach. "Emma!" Alice. Jill, who was pressed against the wall of the cabin, screamed when she saw this scene. Emma looked at the blade that pierced through her stomach in disbelief. Alice, who was facing away from her, could feel each other's body temperature at the place where they touched. She saw blood flying out continuously. She opened her mouth and wanted to say something to Alice, but she couldn't say anything. Alice covered her stomach and wanted to turn her head to look at Emma, but she couldn't do such a move. They were nailed to the chair, their blood was constantly gushing out, and even splashed to many places due to the vibration of the explosion. Their consciousness became increasingly blurred, and all the roars were distorted. The rest of the people in the cabin looked at this scene in amazement. They wanted to save Emma and Alice, but they couldn't move. Forced landing. Forced landing. Prepare to abandon the helicopter. Chris, who still had some strength left, had to step out and give orders. Jill and Nicola reacted quickly and opened the cabin door. "Is there a parachute?" Chris asked David loudly. "There is one behind the seat," David answered loudly. The three experienced combatants immediately searched for the parachute bag. Charles, Angela, and the black man Lloyd were all at a loss in the corner waiting for orders. The goddess of vengeance Kaplan was very calm. His eyes stared at Emma and Alice, who were nailed back to back on the chair. The data analysis in his eyes was getting faster and faster. He saw them reaching out their hands. But these were getting farther and farther away from Emma and Alice. The helicopter wailed and plunged towards the Alex Mountains. Isaacs, who was far away in Detroit, woke up and Chu sent the latest report. The first one was the news that Emma died in an accident. The second one was that all members of Kane's team were wiped out in Raccoon City. Isaac scanned the news one by one. Chu waited for Isaac's new instructions. Isaac became more and more upset, but he insisted on reading all the reports and then threw them to the ground. "Are there any other gains?" Isaac asked coldly. Chu picked up the report on the ground and said, "The last signal of Alice and the goddess of vengeance disappeared in the Alex Mountains. I have sent people to look for it. Did you find it?" Isaac's eyes fell into the air. He seemed to be looking at Chu, but it seemed that he didn't see anyone. Chu replied, "We only found the wreckage of the helicopter, but there was no one on it. There was a lot of blood in the helicopter, and it is not possible to tell who it belongs to for the time being." "Then analyze it," Isaac growled. Chu nodded, placed the report on Isaac's bedside table, and left Isaac's room neatly. Isaac slapped the bedside table with his palm, and the cup made a trembling sound. Isaac closed his palm and clenched it into a fist. Chapter 36. After shooting and killing the infected body that was chasing them, Carlos looked around and made sure that there were no infected bodies chasing them, so he ordered them to rest on the spot. Sitting down to take a breath, Carlos couldn't help but feel fortunate that they had also thrown away these weapons when they abandoned the plane, otherwise it would not be so easy to get out of the mountains alive. Emma and Alice were carried by Lloyd and Nicola respectively. Now that they could rest, they were greatly relieved. Jill leaned against the tree roots with her back against the gun and took a rest. Her eyes fell on the silent goddess of vengeance. After getting along with her for these days, Jill was not so resistant to this acquaintance of Alice and Emma. Although Kaplan didn't speak, he was surprisingly reliable. Most of the infected bodies along the way were solved by him. Although he was dragged to do biochemical experiments, it seems that his intelligence was not damaged much. When escaping from the helicopter, if it weren't for him, they would probably have to leave Alice and Emma there. But Kaplan insisted on carrying them. Until now, Emma and Alice, who were dying, have almost healed their wounds and seem to have recovered very quickly. If Alice was transformed by the virus, what happened to Emma? This question was not only on Jill's mind, but also on Nicola and Lloyd, who carried Emma and Alice all the way. If they were not still breathing and their body temperature was normal, they would be afraid that they were carrying infected bodies. They were afraid that at any time, These two unconscious women would open their eyes and open their bloody mouths to bite them. Angela struggled to hold Charles's wheelchair and catch her breath. This journey was too hard. Charles patted Angela's back to help her catch her breath. David put his right hand on the armrest of the wheelchair, rolled up his sleeve with his left hand, and wiped the sweat. It was not easy for him to carry such a person. "Jill, how long do we think it will take to get out of the mountains?" Carlos asked Jill. As a member of STARS, Jill, who had been in the mountains before, was familiar with the situation here. "We will be out in about half a day. The Alex Mountains are very large, and it was not intentional that they took so long to reach the exit, or because they had to carry the wounded, which extended their escape time." Carlos nodded and fell silent. Now they don't need to find topics to chat about. They have been exhausted from fleeing all the way. Not counting the infected bodies, they have to avoid the people of Umbrella. In the past few days, the probability of them encountering people from Umbrella has increased again. It seems that the company's people have reacted and started searching for them. So it's best to be quiet when necessary, otherwise it will attract unnecessary attention and bring more trouble. "Dr. Ashford, why don't you take a look at Alice and Emma?" Jill looked at Charles Ashford in the wheelchair. Charles nodded, and Angela found a way to push Charles to Lloyd and Nicola. With their help, Charles simply checked Alice and Emma. Without the assistance of precision instruments, it would be impossible for him to make any accurate examination. What can be checked at present is the external wounds of the two of them, as well as their pulse, heartbeat, breathing, etc., and judging whether they may have abnormalities from their pupils, fingers, and other parts. "How is the situation?" Jill asked. Charles indicated that he had checked it, and Angela pulled him to a relatively stable place, and he answered, "It seems that they are recovering very well at present. The T-virus injected by Alice has integrated well with her, and she has shown some signs of evolution, such as improved strength, reaction, and speed. I don't know what is the cause of Emma's condition, but it seems that her situation is similar to Alice's. I suspect that when the baton pierced through the two of them, Alice's blood infected Emma, but the wonderful thing is that Emma did not evolve in a bad direction. The situation I have checked now is that Emma is very healthy, and her wound healing speed is similar to Alice's. If I had the company's precision instruments, I could see more." At the end, Charles still felt a little regretful. Jill heard what Charles said, knowing that Alice and Emma were still in good condition, and she felt relieved. "Doctor, according to the current situation, when will Alice and Emma wake up?" "I don't know, they just look good, but I can't judge what's going on with their internal organs. If we get out of the mountains and find a safe and trustworthy hospital, we can use their help to conduct a comprehensive examination." Charles couldn't make an accurate judgment based on the current information. Jill was not disappointed when he heard his answer. It would be more beneficial for them if Alice and Emma woke up, but they were not particularly difficult to deal with here, so it didn't matter if they were still asleep. Of course, Jill didn't despise the infected here. She was just happy that she could save Emma and Alice. If someone could save Leon and the others like they did Emma and Alice, wouldn't that be even better? She just had such a wish. "Okay, let's continue now." Carlos saw that everyone had rested enough, so he stood up and announced that the break time was over. Nicola and Lloyd carried Alice and Emma on their shoulders again, and David pushed Charles's wheelchair tirelessly. Jill was in charge of the flanks, Carlos was in charge of opening the way, and Kaplan was guarding their backs, with Angela walking in the middle. The group set off again. Chu had people block all the exits of the Alex Mountain area. As long as Alice and the Goddess of Vengeance appeared, they could catch them and bring them back to Umbrella. But Chu hasn't received any news yet. He was not in a hurry. Isaacs was angry about it, but the news of Emma's death seemed to have dealt him a heavy blow. He had no more requirements for the progress of the task, so he put less pressure on Chu. Chu did not mean to slack off. He did everything he could, and finally just waited for the results. And the Alex Mountains were not that simple. He had several groups of people who died in the Alex Mountains. Chu could not infer from the limited information whether it was Alice and her group who did it, or whether there were other forces involved. This made him more cautious when making decisions. Isaacs looked depressed, and Chu did not dare to say how long he would stay like this. But Chu knew that he must not give him a perfunctory answer by analogy with Isaacs' previous situation. Isaacs would ask at any time. If there was no progress at all, Isaacs would not be such a kind person. Especially when there was no progress, and so many people were lost. If this situation continued, Isaacs would definitely be very angry when he inspected the results. Chu knew that it would be better for him to give Isaacs something substantial, so that Isaacs would feel that it was still useful to support this group of people. Otherwise, When Isaacs learned that their mission still had no progress after losing so many people, it was hard to say whether Isaacs' next plan would be to lay them all off. Or even more cruelly, Isaacs would fill them in biochemical experiments. Isaacs was a person who could do such a thing. Chu did his best to do it. In addition to this matter, another matter that Kane had been pursuing was now taken over by Chu. It was about Emma's car accident, but the company was supposed to take over, but the Raccoon City Police Department intervened. Chu had already gotten a glimpse of who was behind this. This was rare good news. Chu's communicator vibrated and connected. It was his subordinates, who told him that they had basically locked on to the enemy lurking in the dark, and Chu needed to make the final confirmation, and then the information would be sent to Chu. As long as you are patient enough, you can always wait for what you want. Chu hung up the communication and received the information from his subordinates. These information were collected from some people with signs. Most of them looked unimportant and very ordinary, so ordinary that Chu could hardly pay attention to them. Among them, there were a few people who were the mayor of Raccoon City, Mike Warren. Chu had a vague impression of one or two, but they were indeed not so eye-catching. Chu swiped past them one by one, looking at the information carelessly, until he swiped to a woman's information. This was a very beautiful woman, with neat short hair and a mysterious oriental face. She didn't look at the camera, nor did she fully show her unique charm, but it made Chu difficult to swipe away to look at the next person. He had a hunch that there must be some great secret behind this woman, so he carefully looked at the information sent by his subordinates. This woman was called Ada Wong, and she worked for Derek C. Simmons, the security consultant of Gale Country. Chu tapped Ada's information with his fingers, picked her out separately, and then forwarded it to Isaac's account. Whether Isaacs looked at it or not at this time, he always had to pretend. It seemed that the government had indeed been keeping an eye on Umbrella Corporation. Apart from Mike Warren, the mayor of Raccoon City, at least there were people from the FBI watching. Facing such a thing, Chu's performance was still very calm. This was not something he could solve by panicking. The nuclear attack on Raccoon City could not be completely concealed. Even before blocking Raccoon City, they evacuated the masses as much as possible, and had already taken backup measures to erase the memories of these people, but there is no impenetrable wall in this world. Someone has spread the news that Umbrella is conducting biochemical experiments on the internet. Although the company's response is quick, if Alice and the others escape, there will be new evidence soon. This time, Isaacs attaches great importance to catching Alice and the others. It is estimated that it is not only for the future research direction, but also for blocking the news and stabilizing the market. Chu is not sure of Isaac's true thoughts, so he can only take it one step at a time. Chu's eyes fell on the photo on the table. The black-haired boy and the golden brown-haired girl leaned in front of the camera, smiling so brightly. She will not die in vain. Chapter 37. They have successfully approached the exit of the Alex Mountains, but what is troublesome is that someone is guarding the exit and waiting for them. Carlos can only wait until after dark to make the transfer. Jill and the others thought of this possibility, but they did not see it with their own eyes, and there was always a fluke mentality that influenced their emotions. Now that they have seen it with their own eyes, and shattered their unrealistic fantasies, they began to seriously consider the possibility. It is surrounded very tightly. Jill observed the blocked intersection. This is their only way, but the Alex Mountains are very large, so there may not be anyone at other exits. But it is not easy to find an unattended exit in a short time. They will definitely change shifts. When they wait for the shift change late at night, they should be able to find a chance to go out. Carlos did not think of looking for other exits. This was too extravagant for them. The longer they delay in the Alex Mountains, the greater the chance of their exposure. Carlos did not dare to bet on this. In addition to this reason, Carlos was more concerned about their food problem. Many animals in the Alex Mountains were contaminated. When they were the hungriest, the prey they caught had to be checked by Dr. Charles Ashford before they dared to eat it. The sooner they left here, the sooner they could eat, which would be a relief for their spirit and body. Of course, the sooner the better. Although Carlos never said this concern, as teammates who had been through life and death for several days, they all understood it. Lloyd and Nicola took every opportunity to rest. Carrying two adult women was not a good feeling, especially when running for their lives. Many times they had to rely on Kaplan, Carlos, and Jill for protection. If something went wrong, they would be infected with the virus. This was more terrifying than anything else. The group hid in the dark, resting while observing the shift changes of Umbrella's people, waiting for them to change shifts late at night, so that they could break through the siege and leave this damn place. And the opportunity came quickly. The group of escapees waited for the night to come with hunger, thirst, and thirst. Fortunately, when they arrived at the edge, it was already dusk, and they only needed to wait a few more hours. During this period, about every 2 hours, Umbrella's people guarding here would be replaced by a wave. In this alternation, the night became darker and darker. As long as it is a natural creature, it is difficult to resist the call from the biological clock. In the middle of the night, doing a boring and fruitless thing all the time will have a considerable hypnotic effect. Even if a person subconsciously tells himself that this matter is very important and must be completed, it is still the same. Umbrella Company took this into consideration and rotated every 2 hours. This ensures that these people can stay alert, so as not to delay the work due to their negligence. This also gave Carlos and his team an opportunity. The people from Umbrella Company, who had just rotated, were definitely not familiar with their positions, and the other group of people who were already skilled also left while dozing off, which gave them a chance to leave. The firepower competition will attract more attention. This time, Carlos and his team must solve this battle in a quiet and fast way. Carlos, Jill, and Nicholas have rich combat experience and normal body size, so they can sneak into the enemy camp. Kaplan has strong combat ability, but his body is too big, so he is not suitable for such a stealth route. It is best for him to stay where he is to protect the old, weak, sick, and disabled. And Kaplan's eyes can see the movements of faraway places, so it is convenient for them to send a signal after they succeed, so that Kaplan can bring the remaining teammates to join. This plan was unanimously approved. Lloyd wanted to follow Jill, but unfortunately Lloyd's own ability was too poor to do such a risky task. Carlos, Nicholas, and Jill easily avoided the sight of the handover and hid in the dark. After this group of sleepy Umbrella mercenaries left, the three quickly dealt with the handover mercenaries who had just arrived. Carlos found an empty car, and Jill gestured to his own camp in an open space, indicating that they could get off. Nicola followed Carlos and checked the transport vehicle. There was spare gasoline in the vehicle, but no food. They began to search for food in the empty camp. Fortunately, there were indeed supplies in the tent, not only food, but also ammunition and other combat tools. Nicola and Carlos moved some of the supplies and put them in the compartment of the transport vehicle. This vehicle was definitely enough, not only for Kaplan, but also for others. The three arranged the transport vehicle, and Kaplan also brought the remaining people to meet them. Carlos and Nicola occupied the driver's seat and the co-pilot's seat. Jill and Lloyd first settled Alice and Emma, and then let Kaplan sit in the corner, with Alice and Emma occupying the place closest to the supplies. Then Angela and Charles were allowed to get in the car. After Lloyd got in the car, Jill pulled the curtain at the back and began to share the food. After struggling in the Alex Mountains for several days, they were in urgent need of food and drink. Now that they had the opportunity to replenish, they all opened their mouths to eat, and they would never fall behind. However, they also had a sense of propriety, and did not eat too much. Kaplan did not eat these foods, which were no longer useful to him. He had to replenish his energy, either by eating people or by devouring the same species. Charles knew Kaplan's situation very well, and he had told them in the morning. At this time, no one would hand food to Kaplan, which would only make Kaplan unhappy. No matter how you think about it, you will feel particularly unwilling to change from a human to such a monster. Alice suffered the same thing, but she was a special existence. Her appearance was not changed by the virus. Instead, she seemed to have evolved to a certain extent because of the virus. Emma is also likely to have evolved like Alice because of the T-virus. Kaplan lost his consciousness at the beginning because of the virus. But under the influence of Alice, he recovered his memory and his consciousness as Kaplan. It is really inhumane for him to face such a cruel reality. The car was bumping and moving away from the Alex Mountains quickly, heading towards Washington, D.C. They couldn't waste time, as the next shift would arrive soon. By then, Umbrella would definitely notice their departure and figure out their escape route. Carlos, is the communicator in the car working? Jill patted the glass separating the car compartment from the driver's cab. Carlos said, no, even if it works, we can't use it. He even destroyed the car's network system after getting in the car, just to avoid being discovered by Umbrella. Jill also understood why Carlos did this, and could only give up and said, when we get to the town, we must first release something that will give the company a headache. It just so happened that although Terry died in the mouths of those infected bodies, the DV faithfully recorded their horror. If this video is posted online, it will definitely attract attention and make Umbrella extremely anxious. In this way, they can prolong their escape time. Jill didn't like to use the video of a dead teammate as a bargaining chip, but she couldn't find any other way to do it. She could only weigh the two sides and choose the more important thing at the moment. Carlos agreed with her. Their estimate was not wrong. After the 2-hour shift change, the Umbrella mercenaries found their dead teammates. When they wanted to report this to Chu, who was waiting behind the scenes, they found that the equipment in the camp was destroyed. The other party was obviously very experienced. This made their report time have to be delayed, and this time was enough for Carlos and his team to hide in the town, and then change vests and leave. Moreover, before they reported, a video about a biochemical monster eating people developed by Umbrella Corporation exploded on the internet. The various discussions that had originally arisen because of the nuclear attack on Raccoon City exploded again because of this biochemical monster eating people video. Umbrella Corporation was pushed to the forefront. Isaacs overturned everything from the table, and his eyes were very unfriendly. Chu numbly endured Isaac's anger, as if he could not feel any pain at all. You have failed my expectations of you. Isaacs took a few heavy breaths, and finally calmed himself down. Chu did not speak. At this time, any words would be excuses. Well, can't you tell me some good news now? Isaacs pulled his tie, as if this would make him less irritable. Chu said, the Sky Eye system has found our car. When investigating the city surveillance, I found the Goddess of Vengeance. Where is Alice's signal? Isaacs wanted to know this more. Just stay with the Goddess of Vengeance. Chu stated simply. Isaacs nodded in annoyance and said, it's fine as long as they are still here. Oh, hand over all these tasks to Wesker first, we have more important things to do. He didn't want to care about these trivial things anymore. Compared with the Goddess of Vengeance and Alice, who were on the run, he had more important things to do. Umbrella is now at the forefront of the storm. It's not that the company doesn't know how to use public opinion, but now there is a joint hostility between the industry and the outside world, and they must find more allies. At least the problem of the company's stock decline must be curbed first, otherwise some projects will have to be stopped soon. This is what Isaacs least wants to see. Chu agreed without even asking Isaacs what they are going to do. Generally speaking, what Chu has to do is very simple. One is to protect Isaac's personal safety, and the other is to eliminate anyone Isaacs wants to eliminate. And Kane's task is more shameful than Chu's. If Chu wanted to do it, he would be no worse than Kane. But now, he didn't want to do those things. It would be a good thing for him to put these tasks in Wesker's hands. Chapter 38. Things went much more smoothly than Jill thought. In the town, they quickly found a way to contact Carlos and his boss in the Special Forces. But they didn't completely trust the Special Forces. STARS was sponsored by Umbrella, and there would be traitors among them. It's hard to guarantee that the Special Forces would not be the same. So after contacting the Special Forces, Jill and his team still found a way to contact other government forces, and they also responded. The government directed them to the nearest Huron County, where there was a military territory that could provide them with some shelter. However, after the announcement of Umbrella's biochemical experiments, which caused the unfortunate deaths of most people in Raccoon City, they had to be more careful. Before officially entering the military district of Huron County, they had to be wary of anything that might happen. The power of Umbrella is not as simple as it appears. Not only are they mercenaries, they also have their own armed forces. Not to mention the STARS, which was sponsored by Umbrella. How many people were loyal to Umbrella? It was impossible to predict with the poor imagination of Jill and Carlos. All they could do was to keep a low profile and save themselves. Although they were not afraid of any terrible enemy, they would have to fight for a moment of carelessness and might suffer losses. This was something they could not allow with their rationality. Huron County looks peaceful. Angela leaned against the window and said with some emotion, in the past, her understanding of peace was only about no war and a happy life. After seeing the cannibalistic hell of Raccoon City, Angela found that she needed peace. It must be said that Angela liked such a peaceful town. People walking on the road will not appear to be in a hurry, and they can always reach out to say hello to others. In a small town, they seem to be very familiar with each other. When they say hello, the smile and eyes are all sincere. Raccoon City is actually similar. Angela remembered that every time she went out, there would be familiar neighbors waving at her and greeting her. Unfortunately, because of the T-virus, they have lost Raccoon City now. Everything will be fine. Charles knew what Angela was thinking at the moment, and he could only pat his daughter on the back and comfort her with shallow words. Influenced by the yearning in Angela's words, Lloyd, who had been tense about life and death for too long, also stood up and looked at the scenery of Huron County outside the window. He liked this atmosphere very much, which could heal the trauma in his heart. But some things don't seem so harmonious. Lloyd looked at the white fog spreading in the distance, frowned and exclaimed exaggeratedly, "The fog here is really heavy." Maybe this is a foggy city, Nicholas joked. The last London that was famous for fog was not a good thing, Lloyd muttered. Jill smiled. The relaxed atmosphere now proved that they had escaped from the tense environment where they could die at any time. Otherwise, they would not be in the mood to talk about fog or history. Her eyes were curved, and it was obvious that she was in a good mood. But when her eyes flashed and fell on Kaplan, Alice, Emma and others, Jill noticed that the glucose injected into Alice and Emma had run out. After taking down the glucose drip, Jill simply dealt with the medical waste. Your wounds look healed, how can you wake up? Jill murmured to the two girls. After taking them on this journey, Jill gradually developed a deeper affection for them. She was very worried about what fate Alice and Emma would have after entering the military zone. Jill had no hope for the government's bottom line. If you know the possibility of human evolution, no one can resist such a temptation. The change of the goddess of vengeance may make people feel scared. But the direction of Alice and Emma is quite difficult to refuse. Even she, thinking of some of Alice and Emma's performance, would guess if she could get the same opportunity as them, whether she could also greatly improve her combat capability. But this kind of evolution also has risks, such as whether she is the 1 in 10 lucky ones. If not, she will become one of those living dead. Yes, once something goes wrong, there is no chance to become someone like Kaplan. When Umbrella Corporation was developing the Nemesis project, they invested a lot. When it's time to wake up, you will wake up naturally, Charles said. Charles didn't care what kind of life he would get after entering the military zone. It was nothing more than transferring from a research institute like Umbrella Corporation to another research institute. The government was reluctant to let such a cutting-edge talent die. As long as he didn't lose his knowledge, he could use it to give himself and Angela a good life. Jill knew that Charles had heard her whispers, and she was not shy. She just smiled at Charles, and turned to ask Carlos how long it would take them to reach the military district in Huron County. She was probably a little hungry now. Carlos estimated the distance they had to the military district, calculated the time, and said, "Why don't we find a place to buy some food first?" Along the way, they had consumed all the food they had snatched from the Umbrella Company's camp outside the Alex Mountains. If they hadn't found a way to replenish it on the way, Emma and Alice might not have been able to afford the glucose. This was Charles's reminder. After Alice and Emma had evolved to a certain extent, their ability to endure hunger was indeed stronger than that of ordinary people, but not eating for a long time would intensify the chemical struggle in their bodies, and they had to find a way to replenish energy. And after Charles found a way to get the right materials, he also prepared some food for Kaplan that he could eat. Fortunately, Kaplan can eat by himself, otherwise Jill would have to worry about how to give Kaplan this body an infusion. Got it, there is a supermarket ahead. Let's go down to buy some things and replenish supplies. Carlos slowed down the car. Although they were almost at the military area, they would probably faint from hunger if they didn't eat something. Jill supported this decision. They could still endure hunger, but Angela and Charles couldn't. Especially Angela, she was still a little girl and was growing up. It was cruel enough to escape with them. If she could give her better conditions, Jill would choose to give Angela special treatment. Carlos parked their transport vehicle in a parking space on the side of the road. He, Nicola, and Lloyd all got out of the car and went into the supermarket to buy things. Angela leaned against the car, looking at their backs, her eyes flickering with desire. Jill patted her shoulder. "Do you want to go in too?" Angela smiled shyly, and didn't answer Jill. "Go ahead, follow them, it's okay." Jill encouraged her. Angela hesitated. But what about you? Sister Jill, aren't you going with us?" Jill pointed to the people and supplies in the car and said, "I have to stay in the car to take care of them, and our things can't be lost." "Then I will take care of them with you," Angela said firmly. Jill laughed and said, "No need to do this. If you go to the supermarket and buy some food with Carlos and the others, you may be able to bring back some snacks. If they are 3 grown men, I guess there is nothing to eat." Angela hesitated again. Jill said again, "Go quickly, I really want to go. Just think of it as going in my place." Angela struggled for a while, and finally made up her mind, jumped out of the car, and went into the supermarket to find Carlos and the others. "Thank you." Charles thanked Jill. Charles knew Jill's intention from the conversation between Jill and Angela just now. It was always too stuffy in the car. This is not healthy for a little girl. Jill just smiled and didn't respond. Cough, cough. Cough, cough. Just when Jill was about to get off the car, stand for a while, and relax her limbs, an old man with blood on his face ran past her coughing. His destination was clear, that big supermarket. "There's something in the fog," There's a monster in the fog. Help. The old man fled into the supermarket. Jill got off the car strangely when he mentioned the fog and looked around. Indeed, on the road opposite the supermarket, the white fog that covered the sky and the sun suddenly appeared and spread steadily towards here. The fog came silently, but it was so hard to ignore. Jill realized that she couldn't delay, and she didn't care about the so-called exposure, and hurriedly called Carlos. But a huge tentacle rushed out of the fog and came straight towards her. Jill took out her gun and shot directly at the tentacle. After the tentacle was shot, a strange howl came out of the fog. Jill felt terrified. Carlos. We should leave here. Carlos, Nicola, Lloyd, who were holding a big bag of things, and Angela, who was holding a bag of snacks, all came out strangely. They saw the approaching fog and the fear on Jill's face, and realized that things were not going well. The group quickly got in the car. Carlos only shouted to sit down quickly, and the car sped away. Jill sealed the car and quickly asked everyone to take out their weapons. Carlos and Nicola were in the cab, and they also faced the fog. The white fog was so thick that they could only see a little bit of the road in front of them. All the obstacles on the road, unless they got close, they had no idea what they were. Fortunately, Carlos had an excellent sense of direction. He drove quickly and headed towards the Huron County Military District, where they had originally planned to go. Carlos held the steering wheel with one hand and put bread into his mouth with the other hand. Having just escaped from the nuclear-leveled city, he now had to face this strange fog again. He had to replenish his energy. Nicholas, always pay attention to our vicinity. Carlos asked Nicola to be his cover. Nicholas loaded the gun and said he would definitely do it. Jill handed a pistol to Angela. There was something in the fog that they didn't know. They had to have a weapon in their hands to feel at ease. Angela didn't say much, just followed Jill's example and took the gun. She didn't make a noise, but just took her food obediently and started to replenish it quickly. Charles looked at the fog outside the window and felt that the situation was unusual. In this group of white fog, a group of dense black shadows flew over. Chapter 39. Holy shit! Nicola faced the rapidly approaching black shadow at close range and clearly saw that it was a group of disgusting strange insects. This was not any insect he knew, but it was very similar to ordinary mosquitoes, and it was also a bit like cockroaches. This combination had terrible mouthparts and looked particularly terrifying and disgusting. Facing this strange creature, he finally couldn't help cursing. Carlos, who was in the same position as him, naturally noticed this situation. But the more so, the more they had to speed up and leave this place. Otherwise, who knows if they would encounter more and more monsters if they stayed here for a long time. I will speed up and rush away, Carlos reminded. Fasten your seat belts, everyone in the back car. Find a good position to secure yourself. Nicola didn't dare to look back. He paid full attention to the environment outside the car, but still raised his voice to remind the few people in the back car. Bang! 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 A series of dense bangs sounded, and the insects were knocked away from the outer side of the car. In the car, everyone kept quiet, waiting for further orders. Let's not talk about why there are these ghosts in the white fog in Huron County. They must leave. Carlos's driving skills are very good. After knocking away those insects, they have already passed through a relatively quiet place. The thick white fog made it impossible for them to tell where they were. When Carlos was about to drive away, the ground shook violently. A huge black shadow appeared in the sky, and there was a dense sound of winged insects flapping their wings, flying over the roof of the car. The insects that Nicholas saw at the beginning appeared again, in large numbers. But compared to the huge black shadow that appeared now, those insects were too small. But Nicholas couldn't see their fight clearly in the car, and he had no way to judge what they were doing. Nicholas didn't shoot easily, and no one would make a sound easily at this time. Even if these were not creatures they knew, these ghosts were too similar to insects, and most insects were very sensitive to the slightest sound, so they wouldn't make such an obvious mistake. Quiet and calm are the states that must be maintained when facing sudden changes. Jill hugged Angela tightly. This was the only one among them who needed protection the most. Kaplan, as the goddess of vengeance, was the strongest among them. And if Alice and Emma couldn't wake up by themselves, they would abandon them at their discretion when they encountered an absolute crisis. Lloyd was a middle-aged man, and he had learned a lot of skills from them along the way. At this time, he should learn to protect himself. Dr. Charles doesn't need to be taken care of too much. Although he has a disability and sits in a wheelchair, he can hold on for a while with a weapon in his hand. Only Angela is still young and has never killed anyone, let alone an infected body. Facing danger, It's good enough that Angela can protect herself. Although Angela has been taught relevant skills, she has never really practiced them along the way. It's too much to assume that you can perform perfectly the first time and fight against these unknown strange things. There are these monsters in the white fog of Huron County. This is a bit too weird. How long will it take for this white fog to completely dissipate? Or where will this white fog end? The sense of crisis made them extremely alert, and they were also a little frustrated and disgusted. They had already arrived in Huron County, and they were so close to safety. But when they were just buying some food, they were trapped by the white fog and had to face these terrible strange creatures. Unknown creatures kept hitting their car, causing the car to tremble. But Carlos's driving skills were trustworthy. He kept driving in the thick fog towards the road he remembered, driving faster and faster towards the military district of Huron County. It was not known whether it was because Carlos was lucky, or there were really no obstacles on the road. They didn't hit anything along the way because of the thick fog. Carlos drove the car and successfully approached the military district of Huron County. The closer they got there, the more shadows there were in the white fog, and the bigger and more terrifying they were. The good thing was that on the way to the military district of Huron County, the white fog they encountered became lighter and lighter. This made Carlos less worried while driving. But this worry was put aside when they saw the monsters becoming clearer and clearer. Some of these creatures were like hybrid disgusting pests, and some were like deep-sea monsters. The waving claws, the strange liquid spit out, and the crazy attacking behavior made Nicola's face turn green when he faced the bugs. Don't tell me we have to fight these bugs as soon as we come in. It's not that Nicola is afraid of fighting, but they have just gotten rid of the zombies, and now they have to fight these weird things, which is really deadly. Carlos ignored Nicola's trickery, stepped on the accelerator, and drove faster towards the military district. Finally, they drove the shabby car into the Huron County Military District smoothly with Carlos' roller coaster-like driving skills. Although Carlos was a great driver, the bugs still caused damage to the car body when they hit it. The dense rain of gunfire made everyone in the car know that the battle in the Huron Military District was in full swing. The jet of flames and the monsters dancing in the sky formed a vivid picture of purgatory on Earth. The people in the military district were fighting. What should we do now? Nicola wanted to get off the car, but hesitated. Carlos saw the dense fighting and said, I find a place with a gap. We must get in touch with these people first. If we rush up rashly, we may be affected. Carlos wanted to find a way out, but it was not easy to find a suitable way in this dense mass of insects. The insects were threatened with death and were going crazy. The car at the intersection of their escape route knew what kind of treatment it would receive without much thought. More and more insects flew towards them, and Carlos and his team had no time to dodge. At this moment, they were the only people going against the flow of traffic. If they were not careful, they would be smashed to pieces by the tide of insects. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of the collision on the car body also hit the hearts of every sober person in the car. Jill touched his gun again and again, alerting all directions, worried that insects would get in. Things were so fucked. There was never a time to stop, and the inevitable happened. As the insects fled in panic, they violently hit the car. The car compartment was originally covered with a tarpaulin, and the insects had sharp barbs in addition to their mouth parts. The barbs hooked the tarpaulin, causing it to be pulled, and a large hole was cut. Corner! Come to my corner! Jill shouted. Lloyd, who was at the door frame, quickly twisted his body and shrank into the corner, aiming his gun at the holes above his head. Jill reached out, pulled Angela over, and twisted his body again to grab Charles. Fortunately, she was lucky, and when she brought the two to her side, no insects broke into the car. Several people huddled together, very wary of the gap that revealed the skylight, as if it was the entrance to hell, and some monsters would crawl out of it. Kaplan, on the other hand, did not move much, looking at the shadows flying in the air, and even saw some desire in his eyes. Charles also noticed the insects above his head. They showed a horror different from the creatures on Earth, but they were extremely similar to the insects on Earth. Even when the insects were on the way to escape, they still did not change their brutal nature and hunted each other in the sky. Charles saw the prototype of a food chain, basically building a simple model between predators and eaten. Although cruel, it was simple and natural, direct and beautiful. Kaplan's attention to these insects made Charles guess that these creatures might also carry huge energy. While Charles was thinking, several evil insects fell into the gap of the tarpaulin. Even among the dancing insects outside, they were still very small, but after a close comparison, they were found to be as big as a human head. At this time, the windshield of the cab was cracked, and a lot of insects finally fell into the rear compartment. This kind of insect is similar to a bee as big as an adult's face. They are also quite similar to cockroaches. In Charles's eyes, they also have the characteristics of beetles. What a chaotic way of growing. This is a creature he has never seen before. Jill shot at this thing, and the insect rushed towards Jill as if it was angry. Kaplan reached out, grabbed a bug, and put it directly into his mouth. Jill, Lloyd, and Angela all looked at this scene in surprise. Charles verified his thoughts to some extent. And Kaplan obviously didn't eat enough. He found a way to catch several bugs in the car, and put them into his mouth without shaking violently. This seemed to make him feel much more comfortable. Along the way, Kaplan was treated the same as the unconscious Alice and Emma. They couldn't eat ordinary food, and could only get the minimum energy to maintain life through infusion. And now these bugs make Kaplan very useful. Jill opened her mouth and wanted to stop it, but didn't know what to say. Unknown creatures, it is still unknown whether they are harmful. At this time, Kaplan scattered some more things. Charles barely identified the mouthparts of flying insects, and there were some black round particles. Kaplan would not throw away anything for no reason, so it can be seen that these materials thrown away by him must not be eaten. Even with the powerful power of the goddess of vengeance, she was unwilling to eat them, so Charles could only conclude that these things were very harmful. It is best not to touch these things thrown by the goddess of vengeance. Charles could only take precautions like this. At this time, the car suddenly bumped, and the whole car skidded and rushed down the slope. Hold on. Carlos tried to stay calm and control the steering wheel. Jill and Lloyd quickly helped to fix Ashford and his daughter. Kaplan reached out to protect the unconscious Emma and Alice. The two women in a coma were like rootless duckweed, and could only drift with the water. If he didn't reach out, I'm afraid they would be thrown out. The tarpaulin was torn, caught by branches, and torn to pieces. Finally, the rear compartment was completely exposed to the air, and the last bit of tarpaulin was hung on the treetops. The car fell headfirst into the pond. In the sky, trees, ground, and probably in the water, those insects can get in everywhere. Chapter 40. Kaplan held Emma and Alice tightly. He wanted them to wake up so that he wouldn't have to be distracted. It was too dangerous here. He felt that it was difficult for him to protect them. Carlos and Jill couldn't hear them, but Kaplan could hear the noise and shock from the bottom of the water. This pressure brought back his fear. Damn it! Get out of the car! Carlos opened the car door and got out of the car with Nicola with his weapons. Jill helped Angela, while Lloyd tried to get Charles down with him. Fire! Fire! As soon as Nicola and the others got down, the bugs rushed over like hungry mad dogs. Let's go! Get ashore first. Carlos kept shooting down the nearest bugs, and the group hurried to the shore. Kaplan, Alice, Emma, and the others haven't gotten down yet. Jill didn't notice it when she got out of the car. When they got ashore, she didn't see Kaplan. Carlos felt more and more annoyed when he heard Jill's words. Kaplan, hurry up and bring Alice and Emma down. I have a solution. There are more and more bugs. We must leave here quickly. He wanted to detonate the truck and burn the bugs in the pond. But at least, he had to wait for all of them to leave the pond before he could do it. Otherwise, the teammates who had come all the way here might be gone. Kaplan huddled in a corner. He looked up at the sky, his light brown eyes showing a little yearning. He heard the voices of Carlos and Jill, stood up and moved. The car shook a little, and slid a little deeper. With his size, it was not difficult to carry two people, provided that he did not have to deal with anything. Unfortunately, just as Kaplan was about to take Emma and Alice out of the car, several thick tentacles popped out of the mud and rolled towards Kaplan. Kaplan shook his hand again, letting Alice and Emma fall into the car. The tentacles hooked his waist and dragged him into the depths of the pond. Kaplan grabbed them with his backhand and started a tug-of-war with them. Jill and the others stood on the shore and fired in support, but the gunshots attracted more insects. Kaplan pulled out the monster that was fighting with him in the mud. The thing looked like an octopus and had 8 tentacles. They desperately rolled around Kaplan to take away this delicious food that was a certain threat. Jill, you can't go over? Carlos pulled Jill. Not only could they not go over, they had to find a way to deal with the insects here. They look similar to insects. Maybe we can use fire, Charles suggested. What if there are insects that are very attracted to light? What if the fire is lit, and they rush over even more frantically? Lloyd was afraid and thought more. No matter what, we can't abandon them. Carlos listened to Charles's advice, and could only think of other ways. Originally, he planned to shoot at the fuel tank of the transporter, so that the car could be detonated, and the pond would be ignited and the monsters would be burned to death. But Alice, Emma, and the others were still alive in the car, and Kaplan was also in the pond. If it was ignited, the three of them would be the first to die. Fire is the most effective, even if it attracts more insects. Carlos looked at Kaplan, who was fighting with the octopus monster, and ordered his teammates around him. Nicholas, you cover me with firepower. Lloyd, Jill, you guard the rest of the people. He would not give up any teammate who might be alive. What do you want to do? Nicola pulled Carlos' arm. Carlos said, I'm going to get gasoline. Are you going to burn the mountain? Nicola glanced at the endless green sea. No. If it really burns, we will be sinners, and the mountain fire will burn us to death at that time. So it must be controlled. Carlos ignored Nicola's obstruction, and went directly into the water. Nicola gritted his teeth, and watched Carlos go to their car in the water. He could only open fire to cover Carlos. It's impossible that he didn't die under the nuclear bomb, but died here instead? Carlos moved in the pond with difficulty. Kaplan's battle with the tentacle monster made this place more and more dangerous, but for some reason, the insects in the pond seemed to be heading towards Kaplan. Carlos felt tricky when he approached. Ah! The tentacle monster let out a sharp howl. Kaplan opened his mouth and bit the tentacle of the tentacle monster, and swallowed it quickly. Carlos saw countless insects crawling all over Kaplan's body, and they were like ants, eating away at Kaplan. This scene made Carlos scalp numb, but he couldn't just watch Kaplan die. Carlos got into the carriage in the gap of the entanglement, and got the oil barrel. Carlos picked up the tarpaulin in the carriage, and wrapped it around the butt of the gun to make a simple torch. Carlos poured gasoline on it, lit it, and jumped into the water again. He tried to get close to Kaplan, and used the torch to drive away the terrifying insects. And the torch was indeed useful. Under the expulsion of the flames, the insects retreated from Kaplan's body like a tide. Without these bugs messing around, Kaplan would devour the octopus monster much faster. Carlos saw this bloody scene without any emotion. Winchester! Abernathy! Wake up! Carlos panted, frowned but called out weakly. The bugs moved from the water surface to underwater. Kaplan, let's go! Carlos looked at Kaplan, who didn't see anything wrong for the time being, and tried hard to invite Kaplan to leave. Now they can still take Emma and Alice away together, and they must leave here. Kaplan shook his head. He knew he should leave from here, take Alice and Emma with him. His memory was incomplete, but he knew that these were his teammates. And now they have lost their ability to move, he should stay until the last moment. He can't move them now, he has to. By the way, under this water, he has to find the monster in the dark. Carlos hit Kaplan with the gun and said angrily, Then it's useless for you to do this. Why do we have to be in the water? If they don't wake up, we can't protect them in the water. Look at Jill and the others on the shore. Didn't you feel anything about those bugs just now? We are all dying, don't joke with your life. Kaplan stared at Carlos. His angry expression overlapped with a bronze-skinned man in his memory, making Kaplan look dazed for a moment. Alice, Emma, not a traitor. Kaplan suddenly spoke. After hearing this, Carlos looked at Kaplan in confusion. What? Alice, Emma, not a traitor. Kaplan muttered. He bent down and stretched out his hand, pinching the insects climbing on his legs to death. Carlos watched Kaplan's movements. He opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. Kaplan couldn't hear Carlos' voice. He ran wildly in the water. Kaplan went deeper and deeper. Carlos chased him, but almost reached the cliff-like deep edge of the pond. He retreated to the shallows. Kaplan! We should go ashore. I want to set this place on fire. Carlos called Kaplan, but Kaplan, who had lost his mind, could only recite Alice, Emma, not a traitor. Searching for insects in the pond, he caught another octopus-like monster. The damn creature looked as big as a car. Kaplan just frantically grabbed the octopus's tentacles and bit them hard. Carlos couldn't see how Kaplan could eat all such monsters, so he could only give up the idea of igniting the pond, climb up, and take away the gasoline barrel, and prepare to ignite the shore to protect themselves temporarily. In the darkness, everything was weightless. Countless points of light were spinning and flying aimlessly, drawing countless star lines, attracting each other, and repelling each other, maintaining a fascinating balance. Until a force from nowhere disturbed this pool of spring water. They suddenly became brighter and brighter. The depths of the darkness surged, and the starlight gradually became indistinguishable from the night. And in the invisible place, circles of ripples swayed out, extending outwards, until the ripples disappeared powerlessly. It was as if the starry sky was breathing. In this breath, Emma and Alice, who were stacked in the back of the transporter, also had different reactions. Their brows were furrowed, their facial muscles twitched strangely, and their eyeballs moved under their eyelids, as if they were struggling to wake up. Ah! The noise of Kaplan's fight with the monster became louder and louder, and the car slid deeper into the pond. Finally, the car floated on the water and slowly sank. When the water waves touched their bodies, the two suddenly opened their eyes and climbed up with convulsions. Ugh! Emma and Alice clung to the railing of the carriage and retched at the same time. Emma raised her hand and prepared to get up. But as soon as she moved, she touched the people around her. Emma turned her head suddenly, and on her right was Alice with wet blonde hair. Alice also turned her head to look at her, and her eyes with beautiful colors were deeply imprinted with Emma's appearance. Alice. Emma lowered her eyes and saw Alice's hand. She seemed to be relaxed. Alice pursed her lips and smiled at Emma with a shyness, but more joy. Emma. Since they met again, they have not been able to say a few words properly. Now they can speak, but they are speechless. It's not that they can't say anything to this person, but they seem to only need to look at each other, and that look is already full of thousands of words. At this time, it is difficult to find more interesting things to say. Even if they are in the meaningless car, even if they are dripping, even if Kaplan is fighting a monster outside. They also feel peaceful at this moment. How do you feel? Emma asked Alice. Emma felt that she seemed to be very relaxed. She lifted her clothes and checked her body. There was not even a scar left. Not bad. Alice watched Emma's movements and remembered that they were strung together by batons before they fainted. She also undressed and checked herself. She had no scars on her body. They recovered very well, without even any scars. And now it seems that they were not in the Alex Mountains. They were in a helicopter, and the power of the nuclear bomb explosion forced them to land. The others should be fine, otherwise they would not have come to this strange place. Let's leave first. Emma stared at Kaplan and said to Alice. Chapter 41. Kaplan was fighting with an octopus-like monster. He was tightly entangled by the tentacles, and he was desperately eating his opponent. The monster roared in pain and anger, but it could not resist Kaplan, who was determined to kill it. With the size of this monster, Kaplan did not have an absolute advantage in fighting in the water. It seemed that Kaplan was indeed in the upper hand now, but the monster's resistance was not easy to take. The tentacles turned up waves in the water, and Kaplan sank and floated with the water monster. Alice and Emma in the car faced a more serious problem. The car was going to sink, and they had to leave. However, in the battle between this monster and Kaplan, other insects seemed to obey its orders and rushed over from all directions. On the shore, Carlos and Jill quarreled fiercely, trying to rescue Kaplan and Alice and Emma in the car. They saw Alice and Emma standing up, which made Jill unwilling to give up. But they had already missed the best opportunity. At this moment, they could only try their best to burn the insects trying to go into the water with fire, and there was no way to help Kaplan and his men more. The dense insects made the sky and the water black, making everyone's scalp numb. Emma touched her body and found that her bag was still there. But she couldn't remember that she had such a prop that could be used in this situation. Alice was alone and had nothing. We should help Kaplan, Alice murmured, and finally saw the gasoline left by Carlos. Emma also saw it. She didn't plan to stop Alice from saving Kaplan for the time being, but the idea of using gasoline was too reckless, so she said, "Do you want to fall down?" Alice couldn't think of a better way. Emma shook her head. "We can't stop these bugs completely even if we fall down and light them. What should we do?" Alice dragged the oil barrel to her side. Emma also felt that this situation was very tricky. She didn't have enough tools, and didn't know enough. There was no way to deal with so many bugs at the same time, so she tried to shout to Kaplan, "Kaplan, let's get out of here." Kaplan didn't look at Emma. He was still fighting the monster. The bugs surrounded Kaplan and the monster. They didn't dare to get close, nor did they want to leave. They piled up, and were extremely disgusting. "Kaplan, it's not wise to fight in the water. We should move our position." Alice understood Emma's actions, and followed Emma to persuade Kaplan. But Kaplan was so focused on killing the octopus that he ignored Alice and Emma's calls. Or maybe he didn't want to respond. He kept repeating Alice, Emma, not a traitor in his mouth, but he had to fight the monster, otherwise they would all be swallowed by it. Emma couldn't see anything else. She could only see that Kaplan was unwilling to give up the monster. In the life and death battle, Kaplan kept biting the monster with his mouth and swallowing it. Although the liquid that the monster exuded was a strange green, Kaplan seemed to like it very much, swallowing the monster alive bite by bite without stopping. Emma didn't have time to think about it, and blurted out, "Kaplan, you can lead it to the shore together, Alice and I can help you deal with it. Its struggle in the water will bring you more trouble." Kaplan did not react in particular, and Emma waited anxiously, suspecting that her words had no effect. However, Kaplan was pulling the monster to move, and he seemed to be moving towards the shore. Emma saw that Kaplan was indeed trying to cooperate with their intentions, and pushed Alice and said, "Let's go to the shore first to pick up Kaplan. If Kaplan got close in a while, the insects might block their way, and they must land first, while the insects' attention was on the monster." Alice agreed with Emma's words, took the oil barrel, and looked at the surrounding waters, looking for a weak point to break through the encirclement of the insects. Emma didn't think about this. She felt that the insects had been confused, so she pulled Alice to step on the water and randomly chose a direction to go. And as she expected, the insects really didn't have the leisure to pay attention to the two people. They were all pulled by the orders of their superiors, and all their attention was on Kaplan's battle with the water monster. This allowed Emma and Alice to push the oil barrel safely to the shore. There was a big fire on the shore, and they also paid attention to the people on the shore. Especially Emma, her eyesight has improved extraordinary. If she wants to concentrate on a certain direction, she can see very far away clearly. Jill had noticed them long ago, and she shouted to them, "Emma, Alice, come here." Emma swam for a distance, and felt that the water was not very deep, so she tried to stand up straight. Until she found her balance and stepped on the riverbed under the water, Emma helped Alice again and helped Alice stand together. After they could stand firmly on the ground, it was not so difficult for them to drag the oil barrel. Seeing that they had reached the shore, Carlos went into the water again to help them. Picking up the oil barrel, Carlos said with a guilty look, "I'm sorry, I didn't bring you to the shore. Let's not talk about this for now." Emma looked back and saw that Kaplan had come over and tangled with the monster. "Now we have to work together to make a bigger circle of fire. After Kaplan comes ashore, Alice, Jill and I will pour gasoline into the pond together, and you will be responsible for lighting it. This way, we can cut off the monster's retreat and prevent the worms in the water from continuing to come ashore." Carlos nodded and held back the words he wanted to explain. Emma looked around and said, "Let's do it now. Alice, Jill, let's divide some of the gasoline so that we can pour it into the water." Jill and Alice nodded, and Carlos took Emma's words as a new instruction and followed the others to execute it. Even Angela and Charles followed Carlos to expand the flame circle that was half enclosed them. Emma drew the circle while paying attention to the movements of others. The scope of the circle must be controlled, otherwise the fire would easily spread to the forest, which would roast them here. The timing was very important. Kaplan brought the water monster closer to the shore. Emma and the others watched nervously. As soon as Kaplan crossed the line, Emma lit the line by the pool. At the same time, Alice and Jill threw the prepared gasoline barrels into the water and threw a fire on the water. The entire water surface was immediately ignited, and billowing smoke piled up and rose. In the huge flames, the screams of insects continued to be heard, and the thick smoke drove away the insects flying in the sky. With the help of Carlos and others, Kaplan finally killed the monster that was dragged away from the water source. He stood in the circle of flames and quietly enjoyed the monster's flesh and blood. The scene was too fierce, making Lloyd and Angela pale and dare not look at it anymore. Even Jill, who had experienced many battles, felt a little nauseous. Charles was unwilling to look away for a moment. Kaplan's behavior made him very interested and wanted to know what the principle behind it was. The test subject of the goddess of vengeance definitely did not eat everything. Ordinary food could not replenish his energy at all, so he needed to mix it or even directly infuse it. And now Kaplan is willing to eat the water monster directly, which at least shows that the body of the water monster is extremely rich in energy, and the conversion rate is definitely not low. If it were not so, Kaplan would not be so persistent in wanting to hunt and eat this monster. The fog that had been shrouding the sky quietly dissipated at some point. The sky was getting dark, and the warm light of dusk gave everyone who had been tense a little comfort. Lloyd sat down on the ground and breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't even want to pick up the gun that fell beside him. Angela ran to Charles's side, hugged Charles's legs, and trembled slightly. Charles gently stroked his daughter's hair and comforted Angela, but his eyes did not completely leave the sky. "Now, you can tell me what happened." When the dust settled, Emma walked to Carlos and patted his shoulder. Alice also looked at Carlos. Carlos simply recounted what happened during their coma, and when he talked about Kaplan fighting the water monster, he could actually speak, and he was surprised. To be honest, he actually thought that after Kaplan became a biological weapon, his vocal cords would no longer be able to speak human language. Emma was about to say something when there was some movement in the jungle, like something huge passed through the woods and stomped on the ground, causing vibrations. At this time, the people on the river bank raised their heads at the same time, and a huge shadow of an arthropod creature passed over their heads. What the hell is this? Nicholas felt that everything that happened was out of control, since he took on the mission of Raccoon City. No one could answer him. Seeing the huge shadow, everyone's first reaction was shock and fear. Emma couldn't be sure, if this thing wanted to kill them, how should they resist? But this was not something they had to think about. The thing was heading towards the world of endless white fog. What they had to do was to go to the military district and get the protection of the Gale government. Let's put out the fire on the shore first, and then go to the military district. Emma first said her own solution. As Emma was speaking, the last leg of the giant shadow also moved away from the pond. But before other teammates could respond, dense gunfire sounded behind them. Several helicopters flew over the sky, chasing the monster. Hurry up! Let's go to the military area. Lloyd was frightened by the huge black shadow. Now there were these planes again. He felt particularly unsafe to stay here. Emma and others were putting out the fire. They quickly handled the scene with their quick movements, and then, with weapons, led by Carlos, they headed towards the Huron County military area. Emma deliberately walked at the end of the team with Alice, and Kaplan, who had eaten his fill, also hung at the end of the team. Dr. Ashford, what do you know about the T-virus? Alice and I were so seriously injured. How could we recover without any trace in just a few days? Emma asked while being alert to the surrounding environment. Alice was talking quietly to Kaplan, and when she heard Emma's question, she pricked up her ears and prepared to listen. Charles looked back at Alice, Emma and Kaplan and said, Chapter 42. Seeing that they were all very curious, and that he had now left Umbrella, it was no big deal to reveal these confidential contents. So after a little organization, Charles said, I don't know the specific origin of the T-virus, and the samples we studied were all provided directly by the company. I have great respect for Dr. Marcus, one of the 3 founders of Umbrella. The initial motivation for joining Umbrella was that I learned from the newspaper that Dr. Marcus had once promoted the efforts to treat progeria. When this disease happened to me, I was determined to join Umbrella. It's a pity that Dr. Marcus didn't really succeed in the end. I remember that the earliest batch of drugs that were claimed to be successful were recalled by the company within a month of their release. It was not until I graduated and officially joined Umbrella that I had the opportunity to get in touch with the company's core projects after a long period of review and promotion, and then I really joined Dr. Marcus's legacy projects. But what disappointed me was that I didn't see much hope for a cure for progeria. I learned from the information provided by the company that Dr. Marcus' research had deviated, and the earliest batch of drugs had huge sequelae, so the drugs were recalled. At that time, I didn't have the opportunity to know what the sequelae were. I just continued to study the samples given by the company in the direction of treating progeria. Finally, after many generations of trial and error in the laboratory, we have made some progress in controlling the drugs for treating progeria. And at that time we were rewarded, and the company disclosed some information about the T-virus to us. Only then did we know that the sample we had been using was the T-virus. We were all fascinated by it. Such a mysterious and powerful genetic virus has infinite possibilities. As a virus that acts on human genes, I don't know what it was extracted from, but from some information, the original virus sample we came into contact with should come from some kind of annelid with strong vitality. The T-virus does have excellent performance. To a certain extent, it can make up for human genetic defects, but only 1 or 2 people can withstand the T-virus. In the experiment, most of the people who were injected with the T-virus became living dead. They were dominated by the virus, and only had the instinct to eat. They relied more on smell, hearing and touch. They were very sensitive to the slightest movement, but their eyes would degenerate. At this point, Charles patted Angela's hand who was pushing his wheelchair. From here, I don't know what research the company has done in this area. My research focuses on the treatment of progeria. Unfortunately, such sequelae cannot be completely solved. We can only find a way to control the changes of the T-virus in the human body, so we made a corresponding antidote. Unfortunately, until now, our research progress has only stopped at the maximum effect of the antidote within half an hour. After that, the possibility of the antidote defeating the T-virus will be reduced exponentially with each additional time. I am also very curious about the changes that have taken place in you. Even Kaplan, I also want to know what kind of changes have taken place in your body. The power of the T-virus can promote the completion and even evolution of human genes. Unfortunately, it seemed like a fantasy to me at the time. I didn't expect Isaacs and the others to succeed. Charles was really sorry. If he could have participated, he would have known the principle earlier. As for how many people's interests the company had sacrificed to achieve such an experimental result, this was beyond Charles's thinking. You mean that the three of us have evolved? Emma pointed at herself, Alice and Kaplan. Charles nodded and affirmed, you must have evolved. During your coma, I will check your physical condition regularly to ensure your physical condition. During this period, I have tested your muscle strength, and the speed of your wound healing is much higher than I imagined. If it weren't for the T-virus, I can't think of any other reason. Your speed and strength must have increased significantly. As for other situations, more tests are needed to determine. Kaplan's strength and speed are both perfect. As a single soldier weapon among biological weapons, it can definitely be called a top-notch work. There should be no big problem with intelligence, but the T-virus has affected his memory to some extent. But Charles couldn't be sure whether it was the stimulating project in the experiment that affected Kaplan. The T-virus is a very domineering virus. The probability of being able to resist its erosion and even allow it to complete itself is too small. Alice and Emma are undoubtedly lucky ones. Not every experimental subject of Kaplan's level can achieve such an effect. Those who are exposed to the T-virus will become those irrational monsters, and they can't be called human beings at all. Unfortunately, Kaplan's changes are too obvious, and people don't even believe that he retains human consciousness. To judge how much irrationality Kaplan has left, Charles also needs more experimental data to prove it. As a rigorous scientist, Charles will not jump to conclusions without experimental confirmation. Emma is also quite convinced by Charles's statement. She clearly feels that she has changed to a certain extent, that her physical fitness has become better and better, and the sensitivity of her five senses has had a great impact on her during that period. When she woke up this time, Emma didn't have time to carefully feel the changes in her body. She just found that she and Alice had an inexplicable connection when she checked her wounds. But if you feel it carefully, everything is not so clear. It's as mysterious as the starry sky seen in a dream, and it doesn't seem to exist in reality. Alice thought she could learn more about the experiment she and Kaplan had undergone from Charles, but it seemed that Charles knew very little about it. She was not that disappointed, knowing a little bit was better. She thought of Pasquale again. His mutation was obviously worse, and his body enslaved by the T-virus was not needed by Umbrella. To this day, she didn't know whether Pasquale was dealt with, or how he was arranged. She wanted to save him, but at that time, she couldn't even save herself. Alice's low mood came together, and Emma looked at Alice with a sense of feeling, but didn't say anything. Carlos led the way in the front, and Jill asked Emma and Alice from time to time how they felt, and whether they felt uncomfortable. Alice and Emma also gave simple answers. They felt that they were in good physical condition since they woke up, even better than before they were injured. They were full of energy, strong muscles, and full of spirit. They didn't say it too clearly, but from the surface, they were much more relaxed than Carlos. Especially Kaplan, his condition was so good that Alice and Emma could read some kind of happiness in his eyes. Kaplan's face was difficult to reflect his emotions. His muscles were tangled and his blood vessels were protruding. He looked like a face with necrosis of nerves after burns healed. It was definitely not good looking, and he couldn't make any expressions. If you want to understand his emotions, you can only start from Kaplan's eyes. Emma always felt that Kaplan's eyes were very smart and clear. He was able to stop James Shedder and plead for him when he was angry. He was quite kind. So on the train, even though Emma pointed a gun at Kaplan coldly, she did not dare to look him in the eye. She was also afraid that she would be soft-hearted. And in the pond, when Kaplan was fighting with the water monster, Emma certainly did not miss the broken words in his mouth. He actually said that she was not a traitor, which was one of the things that impressed him the most. How should Emma evaluate such a person? She was not good at dealing with such people. Alice walked beside Kaplan, talking about their poor experience, but Kaplan could not give more response. Even though Alice looked at Kaplan with expectation, Kaplan couldn't say anything else for the time being. Alice was not disappointed about this. She just wanted to say something. No one in the laboratory listened to her, and Emma probably didn't like to listen either. Only Kaplan, who had the same experience as her, was willing to say something to him. The white fog retreated from here, and their journey to the Huron military region was much safer. Even if they encountered remaining insects, the threat was not great. Emma stepped on the last little spider to death, with one foot. She couldn't have an intuitive view of them. It was too easy to kill them. This was different from the water monsters she had seen in the water. She had thought it would be more dangerous. They all seemed to have become weaker. Carlos kicked the leg of the huge mother spider. Nicholas's face was horrible. He was very afraid of these insects, but Carlos' words reminded him, yes. When we were on the road, the insects we encountered were not so fragile. At that time, such a spider hit the windshield of the car, and it only took 2 hits to crack the glass. Is it suddenly weak because it has left the group? Jill speculated. Lloyd thought it was a good thing that this thing became weaker. Anyway, it's easier to deal with. I don't want to face any big danger on the road. Angela nodded repeatedly. She felt that these enlarged insects were too scary. Okay, let's keep going. Carlos looked at it for a while, and there was nothing more to say. He continued to lead the way. Smoothly arrived at the gate of Huron County Military District. It seemed that the ground was washed by artillery fire, and a layer of soil was thinned. Traces of artillery bombardment could be seen everywhere, and the smell of burning was the most obvious. Carlos stepped forward and was about to socialize when he was pointed at with a gun. We are the survivors of Raccoon City. We have already contacted the Huron County Military District. Please inform General Jonathan Cairns. Carlos said this without any emotion. A soldier immediately ran out of the guard booth, and soon the phone in the booth rang. After the remaining soldier answered the call, he ordered the guns pointed at Carlos and his party to be lowered. General Cairns, please go in. The messenger guard stepped forward. Please lead the way, Carlos said politely. The guard didn't waste any words, and directly led them into the devastated Huron Military District. Chapter 43. Unconsciously, Alice walked a little closer to Emma. Even Kaplan had the same reaction. Yes, there's a name on the umbrella experiment here, and entering such a state machine will always make people feel uneasy. Alice's uneasiness caused Kaplan to have the same reaction. This made Emma laugh in her heart. Kaplan's appearance became so burly, but his emotional sensitivity remained the same. They followed the guard, who led the way, and walked into a house together. As soon as they entered the house, the door suddenly closed, and the huge movement made people jump. Carlos noticed something was wrong, and held the guide's shoulder. He asked suspiciously, "What do you mean?" "Don't be nervous, sir. This is a medical room. You come in from the outside. If you want to see General Cairns, you must undergo a physical examination," the guard who led the way said sincerely. Carlos held the man's shoulders tightly. He turned around and looked at his reliable teammates, and saw calmness and trust in them, so he asked the guard to continue leading the way. "Raccoon City, we all heard that there was a nuclear explosion there. Dude, it's incredible that you escaped from there." The guard took the initiative to bring up the topic so that Carlos and his team would not be so nervous. "You are lucky to survive," Carlos said, but his eyes were unhappy. The experience in Raccoon City made him realize again what it means to be truly powerless. Carlos hated himself for being like this, but he had to face himself like this. "Don't be so nervous, it's almost safe here." The guard laughed twice. No one responded to his question, so he turned his head awkwardly. He walked quietly to the physical examination room, where someone had been waiting for a long time. A group of people wearing isolation suits separated them, and took each person to different rooms for routine tests. Not only them, but the internal inspection of the military district had just ended. Carlos, Jill, Nicola, Lloyd, Charles, and Angela followed the designated medical staff into the physical examination room one by one. However, when these people approached Alice and Kaplan, they encountered resistance. Alice grabbed the leading doctor with her backhand, showing full resistance. "Don't be impulsive. We really have no ill intentions." The leading guard stopped the soldiers guarding the medical station and tried his best to smooth things over. Emma held Alice's hand and shook her head gently at her. Alice was in a stalemate for a long time, and finally let go. The doctor retreated to his family in fear, and dared not get close again. Emma understood that Alice and Kaplan were probably thinking of the researchers in the company. The styles of the isolation suits were very similar. The claustrophobic environment and tense atmosphere made Alice and Kaplan feel like they were back in a nightmare. Putting Alice and Kaplan behind her, Emma said, "We 3 don't need to separate." "Well, that's it, it doesn't matter." The guard leading the way continued to talk along with Emma's words. From the perspective of the medical staff, they didn't want to get in touch with the 3 people. Kaplan's existence made them curious, but also reminded them of the fog and monsters that had just been evacuated. "For the 3 of you, let's go to the largest physical examination room." The guard winked at the medical staff. Emma couldn't see how these people were doing. Thinking of the current situation, she only asked Alice and Kaplan to continue to follow her. Huron Military District Conference Room. Jonathan Cairns, the highest commander of the military district, was observing Carlos and his group through the emergency repair surveillance. Jonathan was a man with a resolute face, with fine lines on his face, and obvious bags under his eyes and dark circles. He always paid attention to his appearance, and he hadn't taken care of himself for quite some time. Such a dangerous virus carrier, if they can't get the best control, I'm afraid it will have a great impact on our military district. Chief of Staff Edward couldn't understand why these people were accepted. President Graham attaches great importance to them, not only to Umbrella, but also to those companies that attempt to develop illegal biological and chemical weapons. Alice and the big guy are indispensable actors on the stage we set up. As for those soldiers, the warriors who have been tempered by war and distortion will also become the best weapons on the battlefield. Charles Ashford is also a talent that must be valued. In addition to his understanding of Umbrella, he has more personal knowledge and insights. Our project is now in progress, and needs some fresh blood. Jonathan leaned back in his chair, and simply told his confidant these words. Aeroplan is going to tell Charles Ashford? Edward didn't think this matter could be easily told to an outsider. Of course it's not that simple. Charles Ashford cares about his daughter Angela Ashford very much. We can completely control him. A person who can be controlled can be used simply by eliminating suspicion once. The Arrow project has taken too much time and effort. The window that was opened is now barely closed. We still have so many experimental subjects. Isn't it a pity to leave them unstudied? This is one of the top scientists studying genes. It would be a waste of talent if he is not used. Jonathan's mind is much bigger than Edward's. His chief of staff is good in everything except being too suspicious. This will make him miss many opportunities. Edward was also troubled by the Arrow project, which had no major progress and caused a lot of trouble. Since Jonathan thought Charles Ashford could be used, he would not persuade him much. With Jonathan's sophistication, he could not fail to consider these things. He insisted on doing this, which means he knew what was going on. Edward, is there any news from Halls? The Halls that Jonathan asked about was the confidant who personally supervised the soldiers to deal with the fog and the monsters that ran away. Major Halls has made progress. I believe that in another day, the fog can be completely solved. Edward specifically asked about it on the way here. Jonathan stroked his beard with satisfaction and said, I tell you the follow-up plan in detail when the others come over. The Arrow plan brought them a lot of trouble, starting with the window losing control, and now they finally got back the communication rights, and then they were held accountable by Graham. Before they could catch their breath, Carlos and his men arrived. Things happened one after another, and Jonathan couldn't rest. Edward nodded, sat in his seat, and waited for the other surviving officers in the military district. The Arrow plan cost them a lot of manpower, and the white fog also blocked communications. Until the fog cleared, they still didn't know which people had left forever. This meeting was not only to make follow-up guidance plans for the Huron military region, but also an inventory. Jonathan felt melancholy when he thought about the list of casualties and deaths he was about to hear. Charles changed into the clothes given to him by the medical staff here, which made him feel much more comfortable. After confirming that he did not have the deadly virus, the people at the medical station took him to take a shower. This was the most comfortable time he had ever spent. On the way to escape, he was always worried about his life. Not to mention taking a shower, even eating and sleeping were a problem. This was not what Charles wanted to complain about, and he didn't think he had anything to complain about. Carlos and Jill and others also put in a lot of effort to protect people like him, Angela, and the unconscious Emma and Alice. Only when he was soaking in hot water did he feel that this was the life that people should live. However, when he changed his clothes and came out of the bathroom, there was already a captain in military uniform waiting in the room. With messy short dark brown hair and sharp eagle-like eyes, Charles felt pressured when he was stared at. You are? Mr. Ashford, please don't be nervous. The captain asked Charles to sit down. Let me introduce myself. I am Claymon Victor, in charge of the Huron County Research Base. I came to see you now just to invite you. Do you mean to let me become a government researcher? Charles had expected to be wooed by the government, but he didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Captain Clement looked at Charles approvingly and said, because we have a project that really needs your participation, Mr. Charles, I guess you have also seen those creatures in the white fog on the way? Charles thought of those terrible creatures and nodded. But he reacted again and asked in confusion, what does this have to do with your invitation to me? Mr. Ashford, as a top genetic researcher, don't you want to know where these fascinating lives come from, and what kind of genetic structure they have? Clement hinted. Charles really wanted to know, and he had the desire to explore any mysterious creature that appeared in front of him. But the terrifying experience along the way made him dare not make up his mind. If he agreed, and died in the dangerous research, what would happen to his daughter Angela? Seeing Charles's intention and hesitation, Clement said again, Mr. Ashford, what are you worried about? As an outstanding scientist, you should not be able to refuse such a project. We will never treat you unfairly in research funding and living conditions, or even your daughter. This project is very dangerous. If there is any accident, my daughter, Charles said hesitantly. Clemens smiled knowingly and said, what is there to worry about? After this accident, the base has strengthened control and defense, and will definitely ensure the safety of every researcher and his family. I can tell you responsibly that even in this accident, every researcher in the base, including their families, was not harmed. Clemens' words were still very tempting. Charles was getting more and more tempted. He joined Umbrella Corporation because the conditions offered by Umbrella Corporation were very good, and Umbrella Corporation could also help him treat Angela. Now he can join the government's research base, and is guaranteed safety and various preferential treatments. He can't help but be tempted. Dear Charles, what have you thought about it? Clement asked with a smile. Chapter 44. Emma knew that there must be something fishy about such an examination, but she had to bow her head under the eaves. Although she didn't know what these people were thinking, as long as they could be guaranteed to be alive and well, it would be fine. Emma would not have a conflict with the people in the military district for the time being, and because of Carlos and his exposure along the way, the military district would certainly not take action against them. But how to arrange them must be a headache for the people in the Huron military district. Kaplan's physical examination would definitely not pass, and Alice would definitely not be willing to leave Kaplan alone in isolation. Who knows if Kaplan will have any problems when he is alone? If Kaplan goes crazy, the military district will suffer losses, and Kaplan will most likely die. Alice would not want this to happen, and Emma herself did not want to see this happen. So Emma took the initiative to propose to go together instead of separating. Okay, we have completed the necessary physical examinations. I have good news for you. From the surface examination, both Miss Winchester and Miss Abernathy have no problems. The doctor in charge of their physical examination, Lawrence Gordon, said as he looked at the simple physical examination form in his hand. But this good news is not important to Emma or Alice. After all, the real focus is Kaplan. And of course, Lawrence's next sentence is consistent with their guesses. It's a pity that Mr. Kaplan can't pass the test. The T-virus in his body is very contagious. Once he takes off his clothes and touches anything, he may spread the T-virus. We can't let such dangerous people wander around in the military area. Lorenz knew about the T-virus. This was also what General Jonathan told him. He asked him to carefully test Kaplan, who was known as the Goddess of Vengeance, during the physical examination. Originally, he thought that the Goddess of Vengeance was the lady who called herself Alice Abernathy, but he didn't expect that it was a mutant man. Being called the Goddess of Vengeance was definitely not because he turned into a woman during the experiment. Lorenz was also told by Emma when he sighed during the examination. When naming the experimental subject, Umbrella will place the code name of the experimental project on the experimental subject. But the code name does not represent the model. The specific model of Kaplan, the Goddess of Vengeance, is probably only known by the person in charge of the project. And Kaplan's various data are indeed extraordinary enough. He made, as a biological weapon, it has indeed reached a peak. But unfortunately, he is not so obedient. At least as a weapon, he has his own sense of resistance. This may not be so practical for the general. Kaplan listens to Emma and Alice very much. Without their help, I am afraid that even the physical examination will not go smoothly. Lorenz was scared when he remembered that he was close to Kaplan and was almost scratched. The horror of the T-virus is enough to scare people even if they have heard about it. And in the absence of an antidote, the T-virus is almost unsolvable. But the good news may be that this group of people not only brought the T-virus, but also brought the T-virus antidote developed by Umbrella. It will be much easier to crack it with the finished product. So you want to restrict Kaplan's activities, right? Emma asked. Lorenz said embarrassedly, this is the regulation, and it is also for the sake of the military district. We can't guarantee that he is completely safe and will not cause any adverse effects on others. Then I want to confirm how big the space we can move around is? Emma continued to ask. In addition to crowded places, there are also some restricted areas, and your actions will be under surveillance. But in fact, the restrictions on you are not big. As long as you can ensure that Kaplan will not destroy anything at will, and cause the virus to leak, then you can walk around and look around. Lorenz said to them as calmly as possible. Although Emma has always been very kind, for some reason, Lorenz always thinks she is very awe-inspiring. Alice asked, so where are you going to arrange for us to live? How will our daily life be arranged? The limited space for activities did not make her feel anxious, perhaps because of the kindness shown by Lorenz. Lorenz did not have the coldness of the people in Umbrella Corporation. He was more like a person, not a research machine. Maybe it was because Emma was around, and when she was around, he would feel that he was not alone, and when he was in a desperate situation, he would not feel so isolated and helpless. Good question, Miss Abernathy. Lorenz finally remembered what he should do with them. Please follow me, your room has been prepared, but before that, you may need to wash and relax first. Alice and Kaplan did not react, but Emma's eyes lit up when she heard that she could take a bath and relax. After doing the necessary inspections, Lawrence did not find any deadly infectious viruses on their body surfaces. Even Kaplan was infected with the T virus through fluid exchange and wound infection. So taking them to take a bath, Lawrence thought it would not have any effect. The water discharged from this place would have gone through complicated and safe purification steps, so it was still possible to deal with the T virus. Lawrence simply took them to the bathing place and prepared clean clothes for them to change. Even for Kaplan, Lawrence found a way to get the largest size clothes for Kaplan to change. Unfortunately, Kaplan could not enjoy the pleasure of taking off his clothes and soaking in hot water. During the inspection, Emma and Alice took off Kaplan's coat and saw his tangled body. The clothes were a layer of protection for him. They did not understand such a body, but the doctors watching on the side were amazed. His skin did not seem to protect his muscles well, and the clothes were his first layer of skin. This means that his clothes are very important to him, and he can't take off the special clothes made by Umbrella Company to take a bath with ordinary water, unless he is in the laboratory, washing the nutrient solution. Emma confirmed with Dr. Lorenz again and again that the water here has a strict filtration system and will not allow possible bacteria to pollute the outside world through the water, and then decided to let Kaplan take a cold shower, and then she and Alice will wash Kaplan's clothes together. At least Kaplan should wash away the stench. In the fight with the water monster, Kaplan has been stained with a lot of strange smells. Emma's head was almost dizzy from the stench. Because they wanted to take a shower, Lorenz, as the guide and supervisor, waited outside. He would take them to a resting place later, so it would be more convenient to wait nearby. And he had to be wary of these three people playing tricks. Even if he thought it was unnecessary, it was the procedure. The Arrow plan went wrong, and the military district lost a lot of people. Under the shortage of manpower, he, as a doctor, had to come out to do the work, which was really not easy. Without Lorenz, Emma, and the other two were much more comfortable. Emma and Alice started to bathe Kaplan together. As the goddess of vengeance, Kaplan was more than 2 meters tall, with exaggerated muscles and body flexibility far beyond ordinary people. The two of them bathed Kaplan together, and they felt very tired. Fortunately, Kaplan cooperated, otherwise it would be more uncomfortable to take a bath. Huh? Alice stood up and took a deep breath. Kaplan enjoyed it quite a lot. He did not reject Alice and Emma touching him. In the car, Jill and Angela also tried to get close to him, but he rejected them. For him, the only people he could get close to without worry were Alice and Emma. Let Kaplan wear the clothes that Lawrence brought for a while, and Alice and Emma hurriedly washed Kaplan's clothes. After rubbing the clothes clean, Alice and Emma controlled the strength to wring them dry, and then put them aside, waiting to ask Lawrence if there was a dryer when they went out. Kaplan stared at them, quieter than Angela. Emma looked at Kaplan like this and suddenly smiled. Alice looked at her in confusion. What's wrong? Do you think this is a bit like parents taking care of their children? Emma pointed at herself, and then at Alice. Alice laughed when she heard this, a bit. Emma's mood instantly became better. Kaplan was so quiet and well-behaved, but they also had to take a shower, so they couldn't let him stare at them all the time. So she walked over and asked Kaplan to turn his back and wait. If it was simple, Kaplan could still understand. He really looked like a child now. Emma guessed that the virus should have caused his intellectual degeneration to a certain extent. Or maybe it was because he lost his memory that made him look childish. Fortunately, Kaplan was very obedient and generally would not object to her requests. After Emma made sure that Kaplan obediently walked away and turned his back, she took off her dirty clothes, carefully put them aside, and enjoyed the hot bath she deserved. Alice couldn't wait to take off her dirty clothes, walked to another shower, turned on the water, and started washing. The two bodies swayed in the water curtain, and the foam rubbed by the soap exuded a strong floral fragrance. The sound of the water covered the sound of their movements. Kaplan wanted to look back. He would feel uneasy alone. He couldn't disobey Emma's words. He always felt that if he disobeyed, something bad would happen. So Kaplan could only squat and endure, waiting for them lonely. Alice and Emma didn't wash for too long. After cleaning, they dried their bodies, and changed into clean clothes given by the doctor. It looked a bit like a hospital gown. The blue clothes were made of pure cotton, and were relatively thin. Various designs were convenient for inspection, and the style looked dull. But it was much better than wearing the dirty old clothes. Emma packed up the things in the old clothes and threw them into the trash can. Alice followed suit. However, they all held Kaplan's clothes in their hands. Kaplan's physical strength was not a problem, but his clothes could help him to better exert his combat power. After walking out of the public bathroom with Kaplan, Emma took another look at Kaplan to confirm his condition, but accidentally saw Kaplan's mechanical right eye again. Emma remembered what Charles said, that the T-virus would cause people to have vision degeneration. I don't know how much effort the company has put into making Kaplan what he is now. Emma always feels that this matter is not over yet. Chapter 45. You finished washing so quickly? I thought it would take longer. Lauren said, standing at the door. This is also human nature. Whenever someone comes out of such a tense situation, they always need hot water and alcohol to soothe their mood. Of course, restraint is also a virtue. Lawrence thinks that their choice is very wise, and the temporary relaxation has not paralyzed them. To say that the military district of Huron County is the power of the government, it does have the obligation to protect citizens and maintain national security. But their identities along the way are also very embarrassing. When they are not clear about the attitude of the upper class, it is absolutely right to act carefully. If you watch too long, your skin will be wrinkled. Emma perfunctorily passed. Lawrence did not delve into it, just said, "Now let me take you to your resting place." "Thank you," Alice said gratefully. "They need to rest. Then follow me." Lorenz led the way and said, originally, only Kaplan could not pass the physical examination. Since both ladies want to accompany Kaplan, you will have to be in this monitored environment. Emma did not believe that other people were not monitored. Even if they said they would not monitor others, it was impossible that there was no monitoring. Even if it was not visible on the surface, there was surveillance in the dark. So she just listened to what Lorenz said. There is no problem in daily life. If you want to eat and drink, you can also use the cafeteria here. If you don't want to, you can choose to send someone to deliver it. But I don't recommend doing this, because it will cost extra service fees. I think you may not have any. Lorenz didn't finish his words. Alice and Emma didn't care. As for Kaplan, he had no idea about this at the moment. As mentioned above, there are corresponding bathrooms for eating and washing upstairs. But if you want to take a shower, there is only the public bathroom I took you to. Someone has put the appropriate clothes in the room upstairs, and you can use them directly when the time comes. Lorenz said his preparations. He arranged the clothes during the physical examination. It's just right to say it now, which shows that he has made thoughtful arrangements. This makes Alice and the others feel the kindness of the military district towards them and comfort them. Emma raised her hand and showed Lorenz the wet clothes in her hand. Oh, by the way, if you want to hang clothes, there are clothes drying racks in the yard, which are the more traditional clothes drying poles. Lorenz immediately understood what Emma wanted to ask. He simply took a detour and took the three people to the place where clothes were hung. There are already many poles in use, with sheets, quilt covers, clothes, all kinds of things hanging on them. Of course, some are empty. You can use these empty poles. I suggest you hang my badge, so that no one will randomly collect clothes. Lorenz generously contributed his ID badge. This thing was prepared by the Huron Military Region for their staff, and people like Emma had no way to get it. This ID badge is like a tag, which can be said to be specially designed to be hung on the clothesline. A round military badge with Lorenz Gordon engraved on the back. And his contact information. Thank you. Emma took the ID card and walked directly to a controlled clothesline to hang it. Alice came over and hung Kaplan's clothes with Emma. The two tried their best to make the clothes smooth, and they were satisfied. It seems that your little problem has been solved. Then let's go see your room. Lorenz was going to take them to the prepared room. Alice and Emma did not object. Kaplan looked back at his clothes for a few times, but followed obediently. Lorenz took them around a corner and left the clothes drying area. Then he took Alice and the other two to another inpatient department of the medical station. Lawrence pointed to the 5th floor and said, "Your room is on that floor. The sunlight and view are good." Emma and Alice looked in the direction he pointed and found that it was almost the highest floor of the building, which was also a disguised indication of the military district's decision to isolate them. However, this treatment was not particularly bad. Emma and Alice didn't care. Is there anything here to kill time? Emma listened to Lawrence talking about basic living facilities along the way. She didn't think she would live here for a long time. She only cared about whether she could receive news from the outside world. Amusement facilities? There are none here. Lawrence answered very straightforwardly. Alice shook her head and said, "It's not entertainment facilities, but something to watch the news." Lawrence suddenly realized and said, "There is also a radio in the lounge. You can use it to listen to the news. But there is no TV or anything like that." Speaking of this, Lorenz's expression was a little strange. He seemed a little angry, but also seemed to be just regretful. Emma couldn't tell the difference. People's emotions were too complicated. It was not easy to distinguish them completely. "Only the radio can help us kill time?" Emma asked casually. Lorenz thought for a while and said, "You can go to the shooting range, or join the soldiers' training. If you don't mind being bored, you can come downstairs to chat with me." His life was not very interesting either. The advantage was probably that he had a TV and a computer in his room. But the big problem was that these electronic devices had been damaged in the accident of the aeroplane. So the only way he could entertain himself was to read magazines or books. Fortunately, he could call his wife and children when he had nothing to do, and listen to their voices. The military district now is boring. His life is much better than that of the soldiers. Once the fog is completely solved, their supplies and compensation will arrive. At that time, there will be more entertainment projects, and life will be more comfortable. "Okay," Emma agreed immediately. The military district isolated them secretly, but it was not too much. They didn't even put away the radio and let them use it, which meant they were not afraid of them getting news from the outside world. All the way, from the small details of these arrangements, it can be seen that the Huron military district has a certain goodwill towards them. Lorenz's attitude is also easygoing, and he doesn't even look at Kaplan strangely, which makes Emma feel that he is a good guy. Emma did not come to such a conclusion casually. This was also a temporary evaluation made by Emma after she saw that Lorenz was passionate about life and did not seem indifferent or numb. Lorenz saw that they had no other doubts, so he took them upstairs. He knew that Kaplan would not pass the physical examination while waiting for the report. So he tried to arrange the largest lounge for them, so that Kaplan would not have to sleep on a bed. When they got upstairs, Lorenz took them directly to the room. It was a suite, and there was a door on the wall between the two rooms, connecting the two rooms. Fortunately, there were many big guys in the barracks, so the door frames of the lounge were relatively wide, otherwise they would have to saw off the door to make some modifications in order to allow Kaplan to live in. This made Lorenz admire his decision very much. "Do you need any help?" Lorenz took them to see the room inside and out, and even the real estate agent was not as thoughtful as him. Emma raised her lips and said sincerely gratefully, "Very good, thank you very much for your arrangement, Lawrence." Hearing her kindness, Lawrence was also happy. "You're welcome. It's not easy for you to live under surveillance. If you don't understand anything, you can ask me on the intercom. My number is in the contact book." "Okay. We will definitely do it. Thank you." Emma thanked again. Alice did the same. Kaplan was behind them, pressing the soft bed with his fingers. This made him feel very novel. Lawrence looked at Kaplan, who was having fun, said hello to Emma and Alice, and then left. Kaplan had already climbed onto the bed. The soft and elastic mattress made Kaplan feel light and fun. From his eyes, it can be seen that he is obviously addicted to this game. Alice watched him play and sat on the floor with a relaxed mood. Emma held the radio and kept searching for available channels. After adjusting several frequencies in succession, Emma did not catch the signal. The noisy sound was like an invalid tape, which was stuck and uncomfortable. The constant noise did not let her retreat. Emma adjusted it patiently. Alice noticed Emma's movements and moved closer to her. "What are you doing?" Alice remembered that she knew about the radio, but she had no memory of using it. Emma squeezed Alice again until their arms touched and they could feel each other's body temperature. "Adjust the frequency and receive the signal. We need to know the information from the outside world. The radio is a good channel." Emma showed Alice how to use the radio. Alice looked at the black box and was eager to try it. Emma saw what she was thinking and handed the radio to Alice. "Try it." "Okay." Alice took it and twisted it twice. A sound came out of the radio. Kaplan, who used the bed as a trampoline, heard the stranger's voice and looked around vigilantly. He found that it was only the black box in Alice's hand that was ringing, so he didn't pay much attention to it. "Alice, you are really lucky," Emma praised with mixed feelings. Alice laughed. "It seems not bad?" "Ha ha." Emma laughed and leaned on Alice. "Let's listen together." Alice smiled and nodded, and leaned on Emma to listen to the news. The female voice coming from the radio was similar to Terry's voice that she had heard in Raccoon City. The same pronunciation, the same smooth voice, The timbre and range are so similar that it seems to have no characteristics. The difference is that Terry has been killed by the T-virus infected body, while this one is still alive and well. As of today, there have been 147 cases of cannibalism, and the number is still increasing. Experts speculate that this disease may be the same as rabies, and it is highly contagious. Once it occurs, the cure rate is 0. Experts warn everyone to stay away from the pathogen in time when encountering suspected cannibalism patients, and be good at reporting after confirming safety. Chapter 46. This so-called cannibalism disease instantly reminded Alice and Emma of the T-virus. Only when infected with the T-virus will one have a crazy desire to eat people. Charles said that when infected with the T-virus, they are generally dominated by the T-virus, and only have the desire to eat. However, this kind of eating is not a simple desire for flesh and blood. From the looks of it, it is quite contrary to the nature of the species. From the scene they saw, the infected body did not eat other flesh and blood, but targeted humans of the same race. People usually don't eat human flesh, and no one treats human flesh as ordinary livestock meat for daily use. Even dogs don't eat dog meat, and pigs don't eat pork. The T-virus causes cannibalism, and it is not known whether it is because the only living people in front of them are humans, or because the T-virus is aimed at humans. What is the reason behind this? Emma doesn't know, neither Red Queen nor Charles, they have told her. But choosing humans as food must not just be done to fill their stomachs. Emma had not completely forgotten the biological knowledge taught by her teacher. She guessed that if the T-virus allowed the infected to eat all living things, it meant that the people under the control of the T-virus had no selection. If the T-virus only allowed the infected to eat their own kind, it meant that it had directional selection. And usually this was done to replicate excellent genes and gain the possibility of evolution. Emma felt a hand grabbing her arm, and her eyes dropped a few inches and saw Alice's hand. When she looked up again, Alice's fair face was facing the light, and it looked a little transparent. But her pupils shrank, the corners of her lips turned down, and she was quite nervous. Alice, don't worry. We will be fine here. The T-virus has an antidote, and the people here should be able to break through the secret of the T-virus from Charles Ashford. This storm will be over soon. Alice nodded hastily, but held Emma's hand tighter. Emma told Alice some examples of human resistance to infectious diseases in history. Since there is a clue to the solution, I believe that a solution will be found soon. By then, this cannibalism disease can also be completely solved. Alice felt relieved after listening to Emma's words. But knowing the horror of the T-virus, and having seen the coldness and ruthlessness of Umbrella, Alice was confused again. Emma, why does Umbrella do this? What's in it for them? Alice looked at Emma in confusion. She still couldn't suppress her curiosity, or it might be because Emma's indulgence made her too relaxed. Emma didn't feel strange about Alice asking this question. She thought of the behemoth Umbrella and just guessed, who knows? Biological weapons have huge profit space, maybe just for money. Is money important? Alice had no idea about money. Emma knocked her head against Alice's forehead and said, your memory has not been restored, so you don't know enough about human society. In this world, money can do a lot of things. For money, many people can do countless things that go beyond the bottom line. Alice listened to Emma's story quietly, and understood what money was. Money is indispensable in life. Money can help people achieve many goals. So in the eyes of some people, the most worthwhile pursuit in this life is money. Although Alice doesn't think that Umbrella is doing this just for money, this is at least a reason. If it can really successfully make powerful biological weapons, Umbrella will definitely become richer. And the establishment of a company is to make profits. Maybe they have other reasons, but money is definitely the most important one. If Umbrella is really noble, they will not do such illegal research. The last news today, let's take a look at the financial section. Umbrella, a well-known pharmaceutical company, was recently accused of developing biological weapons, and fell into the vortex of the destruction of Raccoon City. The stock price fell, causing great losses to Umbrella. Recently, Umbrella has cleared its suspicion, and its stock market is expected to rise. It can be seen that Umbrella's products can still be used with confidence. The above is all our broadcast content today. Thank you for listening. Emma did not expect that the news would end with such a piece of news. It seems that Umbrella has controlled public opinion, and things are going against them. The evidence we provided is useless? Alice did not believe that the T-virus leak of Umbrella caused the entire Raccoon City to be destroyed, and Umbrella did not have to pay any price. Emma's fingers unconsciously fiddled with the radio button, and she whispered, I am afraid that Umbrella has found a new ally and temporarily got rid of the crisis of trust. And there must be government forces behind this that are letting them off the hook. If the company really collapses quickly, it will have a huge impact on the entire European and American economy. There must be more than just this reason. Maybe they just won't pursue it now, but they will reserve the right to pursue it, and Umbrella Corporation has not completely escaped the crisis. Then we are very important. We are the key to clamping Umbrella Corporation, we are the company's handle, and we are also the T-virus evolution sample that the company most desires to obtain. It seems that we will be in danger next. Emma analyzed calmly. Alice didn't quite understand the entanglement behind it. Seeing that Emma spoke so clearly, she unknowingly believed what Emma said. What should we do? Leave here? Alice felt that it was even more difficult to survive in the gap between the two forces. Emma said, "We can't leave now. At least we have to rest for a while." Alice thought about it, and felt that it should be so. They are very tired now, and have just rested. If they run now, not only will they arouse the suspicion of the government, but they will also be exhausted. What's more, Kaplan's size makes it difficult for him to hide in the crowd. Before they really know how to control Kaplan, they can't take Kaplan into the crowd. This environment can be said to be safe for the time being. Here they can also use the power of the military region's research base to know how to deal with the T-virus. Gene Systems announced today that it has developed a drug that can cure Alzheimer's disease, and will be put on the market soon. This news gives great hope to countless families suffering from Alzheimer's disease. Gene Systems promises that the use of ALZ-113 will have a high probability of completely curing Alzheimer's disease, and most patients can also greatly improve their condition by using ALZ-113. The radio kept broadcasting news, one after another, but it sounded like there was nothing special about them. News about Huron County itself was not found on every channel. After listening to the news for so long, Emma thought that the only valid news was about the resolution of the crisis of Umbrella, and the two related to Gene Systems. If my memory is correct, Umbrella and Gene Systems are both members of the Global Pharmaceutical Federation. It seems that Umbrella, the company, was able to get out of the quagmire so quickly, and the help of the Global Pharmaceutical Federation was indispensable behind this. After all, if Umbrella Corporation was deeply involved in the scandal of manufacturing biological and chemical weapons, and Umbrella Corporation lost its public credibility, then the Global Pharmaceutical Federation would also suffer a heavy blow. This is a matter of one hair moving the whole body. No wonder the government has not taken action against Umbrella Corporation, even though it has evidence. It seems that they really want to erode Umbrella Corporation step by step until the company has no ability to resist, and then they will let this behemoth collapse. Late at night, Charles comforted Angela for a long time before making Angela understand that their lives are safe and guaranteed in the Huron County Military District. Angela always wanted to ask Jill about their whereabouts, but Charles did not learn anything from Claremont. After the doctor examined them separately, it seemed that the commander of the Huron Military District had assigned them different tasks. Charles didn't believe that he was the only one who was interviewed separately. I'm afraid that people of different identities will have different tasks. The Huron Military District should not only protect them, but also make the best use of them. Moreover, they had just entered the military district, and they should all be in the review period, so the people in the Huron Military District would not tell them each other's information. This method was also used within the Umbrella Company. Charles was used to it. Telling Angela some news that could be said so that Angela could sleep a little more peacefully, Charles felt it was not easy. Angela also had difficulty falling asleep in an unfamiliar environment. She was easily awakened and often had nightmares. The experience in Raccoon City was too cruel for her. The so-called hell on earth was just like this. Charles sympathized with Angela and kept guarding Angela. After waiting for the dear girl to fall asleep, Charles went to the laboratory mentioned by Claremont as agreed. The entire Huron Military District was actually built around this laboratory, which is similar to the laboratory of Umbrella Corporation. Most of the laboratories are set up underground, and some entrances and exits are set up on the ground, all of which are heavily guarded. Charles did not know the specific structure, and he did not need to know. The guard checked Charles's ID and carefully verified his identity before opening the passage to the underground laboratory for Charles. As soon as Charles walked out of the passage door, Claremont was already waiting for him outside the door. "I'm glad you made the right choice, Charles." Claremont put one hand on his shoulder and took Charles to the locker room. "I don't know what I should do yet," Charles said stiffly. Claremont patted his shoulder and let him relax. "Charles, we all know your talents, and now there are two projects that can be assigned to you. One is about the T-virus and its antidote. The other is the Arrow project that the military district has been carrying out." Chapter 47. After entering the military area, they were taken to the medical station for physical examination. During the physical examination, Carlos and his team had handed over the sealed box containing the T-virus and the T-virus antidote to the military guards. Considering the importance of the T-virus, it is normal for the project to be established at this time. What kind of plan is the Arrow project? Charles has heard this term several times, but he has no idea about this project. However, Charles also guessed that the Arrow may be related to the monsters that are out of control in the fog. Clement took out the personal items they prepared for Charles, took out a white coat, and asked Charles to change into it. Then Clement personally pinned Charles's ID on Charles's chest. Let's go! I will personally take you to see what kind of plan the Arrow project is. Clement pushed Charles's wheelchair and took him into the passage again, pressing the button on the bottom floor. The laboratory on the bottom floor is fully equipped, and people coming and going seemed to be in a hurry. Charles noticed that there was a huge screen here, but it was pitch black and he couldn't see anything. Clement brought him in, and the people who saw them either nodded or had no expression. They each had a heavy task and had no time to chat. The Arrow project is supported by the military region. Our task is to open a window and observe the alien creatures on the other side through that window. Charles thought of those terrible monsters and said strangely, "Are they the creatures in the fog?" "Yes, they are them." These alien creatures appeared on an alien planet with extremely high oxygen content. We named it LV-437. The planet was covered by white fog. We have been observing the planet through the window. Because LV-437 has extremely high oxygen content, these alien creatures are very large. And they are very aggressive. Living in the white fog, they also have a complete food chain. If you are curious about this, you will see detailed information later, Clement said, as he took Charles closer to the huge screen and turned it on. Charles saw him press a few buttons and operate them briefly, and the screen began to play the relevant video. It was not easy to see the alien creatures clearly in the white fog. In addition to opening the window, the base also put a lot of cameras in. The complete ecology and huge creatures on this huge screen caused a great shock to Charles. How did these alien creatures get out? Charles remembered that they had a great impact on the outside world. Clement said that this was because of an accident. But the strict experimental environment made Charles not aware of the place with complete hidden dangers. Clement had guessed that Charles would ask this question, so he simply answered in detail. When our observation window was open once, the range was accidentally expanded, causing a large amount of white fog to spread out, and the creatures living in the white fog also ran out. The white fog caused a lot of unnecessary effects. The fog would cause magnetic field chaos and block communications. We tried our best to contain it, but the sudden actual contact made us make some wrong judgments when dealing with them. So the white fog spread out, and those creatures were also very destructive. It caused great trouble to the entire Huron County. So when we came in, we saw the military district in such a bad state. Charles finally understood the reason. Indeed, now the alien creatures in the military district have been cleared, so there is no need to worry, Clement said easily. Under his guidance, Charles began to read the experimental data systematically, and soon he learned about the ecological environment of LV-437 and a simple biological map. I am confused, Clement. I am a genetic scientist. Instead of giving these things to me, it is better to give me the extracted genes for experiment. Charles directly stated his request. Clement made a gesture to let Charles not to worry. Experiments always have to be done step by step. You take a look at these materials first, and by the way, I will tell you the key points of opening up a T-virus laboratory. As for the things needed for the experiment, we prepared them early in the morning. Charles knew that the people at the base must have been prepared, and asking him to come was just icing on the cake. In the laboratory, Charles saw that everyone was wearing masks, but some people still gave him a sense of familiarity. They were probably people he had met at some summits. No matter what the military district's purpose was, he had already joined the plan. Until there was no result, I'm afraid these people would not allow him to withdraw. Charles had no choice but to obey. Besides the conversation between Clement and Charles, Huron County was still being eroded by the white fog. The military district sent a large number of people to deal with the white fog and the alien creatures in the white fog, and according to the requirements of the military district experimental base, they must also collect the white fog on time. In the eyes of some scientists in this experimental base, the white fog may also be a kind of life. Its existence feeds the entire alien planet, and it can be said to be the base of the ecosystem of LV-437. This guess may not be wrong. In the battle between the experienced soldiers and the alien creatures, they soon discovered a pattern. After leaving the white fog, the combat effectiveness of these alien creatures will be greatly reduced, and they will die quickly. They don't even need to do it. If it weren't for the laboratory needing these white fogs, they would have used fire to extinguish these white fogs at the first time. But as time went on, these white fogs gradually became thinner. After collecting a considerable part of the white fog, the soldiers of the military district also began to use fire attacks on a large scale. This made their attack more efficient. The process of recovering the lost land in Huron County was also accelerated. When the sun rose again, most of Huron County had been recovered. This good news made General Jonathan, who had not slept for several days, relax a little. The officers supervising the battle in the conference room were also happy about this. Although they were happy, they still knew the loss of Huron County, and they still had to bear the great responsibility. After the communication was restored across the board, their punishment letter would probably be issued. However, if the mess could be solved smoothly, the punishment would probably not be very severe. It was impossible to get a reward, and they just wanted a slightly smaller punishment. General Jonathan also had the same idea. Now that the situation was good, General Jonathan asked some people to rest first. Some of the officers were really old, and they had been injured in some battlefields in the early days, which damaged their bodies. Sitting here all night without sleep, they were already shaky. Those who wanted to see this battle to the end still chose to stay. The other part obeyed Jonathan's order and chose to rest in the meeting room. Anyway, knowing that the punishment would eventually fall on them, it was better to rest earlier. In this way, more than half of the officers left in a sparse manner. When there were no urgent calls or distress signals, the meeting room was very quiet. At breakfast time, Jonathan's secretary knocked on the door of the meeting room. The blonde secretary with a receding hairline served breakfast to all the officers in the meeting room, especially taking care of General Jonathan. Not only breakfast, but also the documents that had to be reviewed by Jonathan that had been left in just one night. Jonathan picked up a cup of coffee and took a sip. The remaining officers in the meeting room also began to enjoy their deserved breakfast. The secretary waited quietly on the side. Jonathan opened the top folder while drinking coffee. This document detailed the losses of the military district. Jonathan had already learned about it in the meeting last night. He flipped through it briefly and didn't see much new, so he put the file aside. He needed to learn more about this before he could deal with it. Jonathan picked up another file, which was about Charles and Clement. Charles has agreed to join the military research base, and Clement has arranged his identity for him. The most important thing now is to establish a T-virus research laboratory, but there is no more experimental space in the base. Clement mentioned more difficulties in the document, as well as the advantages that Charles will bring after joining the experimental project. Jonathan read the document carefully, gave his own treatment suggestions directly, and made a brief comment. After reading Clement's document, Jonathan roughly guessed what the following documents would be. The third document is the interrogation records of Carlos, Jill, Nicola, and Lloyd, as well as their physical examination reports, including but not limited to the doctor's treatment suggestions, as well as the interrogator's suggestions. Jonathan already had an idea about the arrangement of these four people. He made comments directly on the document, and then looked at the next document. This is the relevant document of Alice, Emma, and Kaplan, and Lorenz Gordon gave an extremely dangerous evaluation. Alice and Emma have not yet detected infectious T-viruses, but their physical fitness has surpassed the elites in the military camp. And Kaplan, the goddess of vengeance, carries the highly infectious T-virus and cannot appear in public at will. Lorenz Gordon and other doctors at the medical station believe that the three of them should be temporarily isolated according to the initial decision. Jonathan has a different opinion on this. He quickly issued his own instructions on the document, and then Jonathan handed the three processed documents to the secretary. Give them to the relevant person in charge. The secretary took the document silently and indicated that he understood. Jonathan said before the secretary left, "By the way, after delivering the document, you will notify all departments to strengthen the military defense." The secretary did not ask why and left with the document. Edward noticed this and asked, "Has the matter been resolved?" From the beginning, their fate has been arranged. Jonathan put down the coffee and picked up a croissant. "Then are our current inspections just for formalities?" Edward did not believe it. Jonathan smiled and said, "Necessary process can give us a legitimate reason. Didn't you teach me this method?" Edward suddenly understood that the government's acceptance of them was indeed a big deal. And Jonathan's lack of clarity also meant that this matter was not something he could know. Looking at Jonathan enjoying breakfast, Edward stopped talking. Chapter 48. The red dot on the electronic map was flashing, and it was particularly conspicuous on this gray-green map. The name of Huron County was marked in the upper left corner. This meant that his target was in Huron County. And Weskier had seen a map too many times. However, no matter how much he wanted to get more information, the update he wanted was delayed. According to the report of the surviving people who were sent out to explore, Huron County was shrouded in a large area of white fog, which blocked Huron County's communications, making it impossible for satellites to accurately locate, and most of the people sent out to inquire about the situation died in the white fog. Suddenly, the image of Huron County changed, and the picture was accurate to the small county block of Huron County. The sky I rediscovered their whereabouts. Soon, Weskier's communicator flashed one after another, and messages popped out one by one. Weskier's face appeared on the screen. Wearing combat glasses that looked like sunglasses, Weskier looked particularly unkind. After pinpointing the location on the map, Weskier saw that his target was in the Huron military region. Staring at the flashing red dot on the screen, Weskier took out his communicator and made a phone call. Emma got up early in the morning. Jonathan's arrangement confused her. She wanted to spend more time to think about it, rather than having to face the special training on the school field as soon as she got up. Just after getting up that day, someone knocked on the door. When she opened the door, she saw a soldier standing next to Lawrence. He was about the same size as James Shedd at the time, but he was wearing a formal major uniform and introduced himself to her as Hall's Pat. This person did not mean to beat around the bush and directly conveyed the order from Jonathan Cairns, telling them that the military district had cooperated with the White House to form a small team of the Field Operations Support Department, abbreviated as FOS, and Carlos and them would join this team to cooperate with the government's actions. The purpose of establishing FOS is to provide strategic support to the agents of the Gale Country Intelligence Agency and help them complete various tasks. Therefore, being able to join FOS means that one has very high capabilities, can respond to various emergencies, and make the best choice. Hall's Pat conveyed General Jonathan's appreciation for their strength and expressed his intention to protect them, but his focus is still on using their abilities. What did Hall say at that time? General Jonathan is very confident in your ability to survive the nuclear explosion in Raccoon City and bravely break through the blockade of Umbrella Corporation. You are both wise and brave, and you are lucky enough. Here, I extend my highest regards to all heroes. Ah, not this, even Kaplan doesn't believe this kind of compliment. Emma remembered the invitation that Major Halls had sent to them, inviting them to join the so-called FOS team to fight for the security of the Gale Country. Halls might really have a talent for bewitching people. His words were so well written that she almost got her head hot. Hall's face showed respect and affirmation for them. When he spoke, he was passionate, angry, and determined. Emma wondered how she could give face and not laugh when Halls gave his own speech. Umbrella secretly developed biological weapons and even destroyed Raccoon City. This shows that biological weapons are extremely harmful to a city and even a country. We deeply sympathize with the misfortune you encountered in Raccoon City. You stood up and even released the video of biological weapons harming people in Raccoon City without fear of danger and bravely faced all the criticisms. This shows that you are not only for your own safety, but also for all citizens of Gale Country. Your nobility impressed us. You are heroes of Gale Country. But now, for various reasons, the government has no way to directly make Umbrella pay the price it deserves, and on the territory of Gale Country, it is not only Umbrella that is conducting secret biological weapons research. To fight against them, the government is forming a secret team. I believe that you who have extremely high talents will definitely be willing to join in. If this kind of words were said to some idiots possessed by the soul of the second child, they would probably cry together on the spot. But unfortunately, these words were meant for Emma and Alice, and Kaplan didn't understand them at all. Alice did want to take revenge on Umbrella, but she wasn't interested in these fancy words. As for Emma, she knew that Holmes was just fooling them, and she was even less likely to be fooled. The condition of being a hero didn't attract them, so Holmes said another way. We also know that it's a bit urgent for you to rashly let you who just escaped from danger join another team that will encounter various dangers so soon. We are also very willing to provide you with shelter. But I believe that you came to the Huron Military District and contacted those bigwigs in the White House, not just to ask the military district to protect you. As long as you join the FOS team, the military district will provide you with the most comprehensive training, so that you can become the best fighters on the battlefield. Not only can you dig out more truths against Umbrella Corporation and make Umbrella Corporation's crimes truly public, but you can also make certain contributions to the national security of Gale Country. Isn't this a win-win situation? If you just hide in the military district, it will not only waste your talents, It will also expose you to the side of Umbrella Corporation, and they may come to the military district to snatch people at any time. Danger is never just in front of you, but more from the dark. I believe you understand better than me. Holt's last words really touched their hearts. From him, Emma also learned that Carlos, Jill, Nicola, and Lloyd had agreed to join FOS, and Charles agreed to follow the arrangement for Angela's stable life. Danger is never only in front of us, but more from the dark. Joining FOS is indeed dangerous, but what is more dangerous is to do nothing. In the military area, no matter what you want to do, there are eyes watching. Joining FOS is a legitimate channel to expose some of your abilities. The other party's intentions may not be good, but they are not bad. Emma has no reason not to agree. While Emma was lost in thought, Alice next to her frowned and struggled restlessly on the bed. She seemed to be enduring some terrible pain, but this pain was unavoidable. She was rolling and screaming. Emma noticed this situation and raised her hand to wake Alice up, but before her hand touched Alice, it was bounced away by an invisible membrane. Emma hit the wall, and not only was she covered in dust, but she was also in pain from the depths of her mind. Everything around her floated up inexplicably, including the bed where Alice was lying, which floated to a dangerous height. It was as if an invisible big hand lifted all these things up. Emma covered her head, held the wall to stabilize her body, and forcibly resisted this inexplicable floating force. Alice was constantly making painful mutterings on the bed. Emma wanted to stop it all in a confused mind, but she didn't know what to do. What was happening in front of her was beyond her normal understanding, and she didn't dare to let go and float up with it. She felt that the upward force was not stable, just like the gravity was suddenly reduced by some external force, so the objects would rise. And this upward force was very unstable. Emma felt that it was like stepping on a thin ice surface, which was very unsafe. Emma was thinking about what caused this situation, and Alice screamed. In an instant, everything fell down from the sky. Emma was almost pulled to the ground by this sudden normal force. Fortunately, she was holding the wall, otherwise she would really fall again. The ping-pong noise in the room was definitely not small, which attracted the attention of Kaplan next door. Kaplan rushed through the door on the wall, and saw Emma throwing wooden boards in a pile of garbage. Alice climbed out of the pile of wooden boards with difficulty. Seeing Emma's embarrassed appearance and Kaplan's helpless, Alice laughed twice. This involved her injuries caused by the impact, and Alice's expression twisted for a moment. "How do you feel?" Emma pulled Alice out and asked while standing on the ruins. Alice patted the dust on her body and said, "Not bad." "Are you all right?" "No." Emma shook her head and took 2 steps. Seeing that Kaplan's room next door was still intact, she secretly estimated the scope of this abnormality. "Alice, did you feel anything special just now?" Alice looked at the mess around her and said, "I had a nightmare." Emma did not ask what the dream was. Judging from Alice's reaction, there would be no other experience except what happened in Umbrella Corporation. "I wanted to resist, but I had no weapons. I thought about letting them all die. But I was tied to the lab table and couldn't even blink. I just wanted to escape. I don't know how long I struggled in vain. Finally, I felt something responded to me. I felt that my thoughts were connected to the things around me. I could see the people around me and their thoughts. I felt like I was following something invisible and leaving my body, but it seemed like it was just an extension of me. I just wanted those who wouldn't let me go to death. I felt those emotions squeezing in my chest and running rampant in my mind, and then those people fell down. I saw blood flowing from their eyes, ears, mouths, and noses." Alice was talking in confusion. Emma could roughly guess the origin of some of Alice's abnormalities from her words. That came from Alice's spirit. When her emotions fluctuated violently, when the T-virus evolves, it will be out of control, and the energy contained in it can help Alice kill the person she wants to kill. Will the evolution of the T-virus bring superpowers? Is it related to the mind? Emma murmured in confusion. Emma's voice was not small, and Alice and Kaplan heard it. Just when Alice was about to ask something, the door of their room was pushed open. Major Halls, dressed in a neat military uniform, stood outside the door, and the smile on his face was still as it should be. But the abnormality in the room made his smile freeze on his face. Chapter 49. Major Halls took Alice and the other 2 to their special training ground. He had learned about the incident in the room on the way. Emma didn't think that their movements could be hidden from the camera, so when Halls appeared, she told him the situation. She didn't say much about her own situation, but Alice's movements could not be concealed, so Emma had to selectively confess. Halls listened carefully, and when Emma thought he would say something about it, the Major seemed quite silent. In fact, It was the first time for Halls to face such a thing. Being able to make things float without using hands sounds like some kind of clumsy magic trick, or nonsense made up by those news liars. But the few days that Halls spent with Emma made him know that Emma was very honest, and said what she said. So Alice really has superpowers. If it is true, can ordinary special training still have an effect on them? Only Alice has superpowers, Emma and Kaplan don't? Holtz has many questions, but he has to maintain his dignity as an iron-blooded instructor and must not show weakness in front of the students, so he can only pretend not to care. From his observations of the past few days when he, Emma, and the other two were together, in fact, except for Kaplan's weird appearance, Alice and Emma did not show any abnormalities. Of course, this abnormality is only limited to the ability beyond human ability. Alice and Emma's combat ability is somewhat beyond the standard. But this time Alice's abnormality made Holt suspect Emma and Kaplan again. If Alice really has superpowers, Emma and Kaplan may also have them. But from the information he learned, Emma's tests were all within the normal range, but there were also some overflow data, such as the speed of wound healing. Confirming that Emma was related to the T-virus also meant that Emma and Alice's blood was mixed, so she got some of Alice's abilities. As for whether it was true, from the existing instrument detection, Emma had nothing to doubt. But the speed of her wound healing would make people wonder if there was something wrong with the instrument. It was the first time that Halls saw the so-called superpowers. He really wanted to know how to train such superpowers. And Halls also wanted to know, in addition to making things float, what other abilities did Alice have, or to what extent her abilities could be achieved. Halls felt inexplicably excited to be able to train people with special abilities. However, the training plan could not be changed at will. General Jonathan should have seen it from the surveillance, and he had not given any other instructions until now, which meant that Halls still had to train them according to the plan drawn up at the beginning. Halls knew that the plan would change sooner or later, and he just had to wait. There is no need to change it now. And what they lack most now is not combat quality, but basic quality. If you want to climb the highest peak, you have to start from the foot of the mountain. Looking at the three people running in the field, Halls believes that if they don't die, they will probably climb to a height that will shock him in the future. After running 20 warm-up laps, Alice and Emma were sweating profusely, and Kaplan also sweated a little symbolically, but what was more obvious was that his skin was red. Halls led them to complete some combat skills training under the sun, and then took the three of them into another building for other special training. Due to venue factors, some projects cannot be carried out on the simple training ground. Other parts are being built, and will not be used for some time. There are only the most basic parts of the training plan on the training ground, and the course obviously includes more than just combat skills and endurance training, so other venues are needed. Halls looked carefully, and found that the special training courses for the three of them were actually no different from general agent courses. In addition to combat skills, they also included social skills, communication technology, etc. Considering Alice's amnesia, Halls also specially added a course for Alice to learn social common sense. Alice's amnesia did not hinder her daily life, which means that in her subconscious, she should have only sealed her memory. Contacting familiar things again, Alice was able to get started quickly, and it did not hinder her other training much. Kaplan's learning process was much slower than Alice's, but his combat skills improved rapidly. In terms of physical fitness, Kaplan is indeed more advantageous. Whether it is muscle structure or physical strength, Kaplan is a monster. Alice and Emma cannot compare with Kaplan in terms of physical fitness, but they are definitely better than Kaplan in tactical application. However, what surprised Halls even more during the training was that in terms of programming language, Kaplan's learning speed was even faster than Alice and Emma. Halls knew a little about Kaplan's past. He originally thought that the T-virus really turned him into a big fool, but reality really slapped him hard. Fortunately, he has not yet shown his superiority over Kaplan in terms of intelligence. While Halls was teaching the three people and congratulating himself for his foresight, General Jonathan, who Halls thought was indifferent to superpowers, was also thinking. Jonathan, who saw Alice's performance through monitoring, was definitely not unmoved. From Charles Ashford's words, the T-virus can usually keep human cells active and can last for a considerable period of time. In the human body, the T-virus can survive for a long time. But the T-virus has many disadvantages. In addition to being like the living dead, it may also become like Kaplan. Not to mention that the war of the T-virus in the body will cause memory cells to be damaged. By then, what is the use of forgetting the past, losing intelligence, and only having a big body? The reason why Jonathan did not move was also for more observation. The T-virus and Alice can make her evolve to this level. How can people not be excited? However, there is only one example in front of him, and Jonathan does not want to gamble on rare possibilities. Unless the people in the laboratory told him that the success rate of the experiment was very stable, he would not impulsively change his original choice. Without further instructions to Halls, Jonathan turned his attention to Charles. Now that the T-virus-related laboratory has been opened, if he wants to know whether Alice's situation can be replicated in batches, he only needs to ask Charles. Charles was also confused when he received the news. He never thought that the T-virus could do this. He originally thought that the T-virus could only extend people's lifespan and, to some extent, improve some of their abilities. But no one expected that the T-virus could cause people to evolve to have superpowers. Jonathan wanted to know whether the superpowers that Alice had developed due to the T-virus could be replicated in batches, whether such superpowers were stable, and other questions, but Charles had no idea where to start. But since Jonathan had already asked, Charles had to find a way to explore it. And he himself also had a strong desire to explore these issues. Alice's superpowers have not yet revealed more, but the special training for Alice, Emma, and Kaplan in the military district can be linked to the laboratory's projects, which can help them better understand Alice's physical condition and develop more reasonable training methods. Charles proposed to cooperate with Halls to train Alice and the other two. Jonathan received this request and quickly approved it. Alice, who had revealed her superpowers, was taken more seriously by the military district. It is not easy to conduct special training for Alice's ability. They can only gradually find a suitable way to observe and study Alice continuously, but at the same time, they must ensure that Alice will not be harmed. This cooperation method is the most effective. Only if Alice voluntarily cooperates with the research can they maintain such research observation for a longer period of time, thereby discovering more possibilities for evolution. It is precisely because their research object is only Alice as a reference, so they cannot kill the goose that lays the golden eggs, and Alice is safe because of this. Alice, Emma, and Kaplan did not know about this behind-the-scenes action. By the time they knew it, Halls had already finished the first phase of special training. Based on the various observations and physical examination reports of Alice and the other two in the first phase, Halls and Charles's research room, together with the officers of the Huron military district who knew about this task, comprehensively formulated a second-phase training plan that was particularly suitable for Alice and the other two. The new and systematic second-stage training plan was in Hall's hands, but Halls was not the only one in charge of their training. When he saw the new instructor, Halls only greeted each other politely. Even if the other party was a beautiful woman who quite matched his aesthetic taste, Halls thought that the other party had no special ability to attract people. On the contrary, the new instructor took the initiative to have a simple exchange with Halls politely. The content of the exchange was limited to their names. It was difficult for Halls to open up to strangers. Since Halls was unmoved, the beautiful instructor did not try to get close to him. She knew more clearly what her mission was here, and the relationship between colleagues was fine as long as it did not hinder her work. Thanks to her frankness, Halls was not so resistant to this new colleague. He also knew his abilities. He was not a professional agent, so he could barely cope with the first stage of the agent course teaching for Alice, Emma, and Kaplan, but the subsequent courses still required professionals. The new instructor selected by General Jonathan, Halls knew that she was a member of the FBI, and an elite among them, which would be very useful for the second phase of training. During the brief exchange between the two, Halls took her to the well-equipped training ground. The new instructor looked at the ground and nodded with satisfaction. During this period, the training ground was completely completed. They could maximize their training plan. Still the same as in the first phase, after the daily training, Alice and the other two needed to go to the medical station to cooperate with several physical examinations. Whether it was Charles, the half-director of the laboratory, or Jonathan, the highest commander of the military region, they believed that tying people to the laboratory table for slicing and research was not in line with the maximization of interests. After all, they had received a lot of T-virus samples, and what they wanted to know more was what possibilities the T-virus could create. And Alice, a sample with infinite possibilities, must be cherished. Chapter 50. The weather forecast says it will rain today. The radio occasionally breaks and makes noises, accurately conveying today's climate. Alice and Emma quickly dressed and rushed to the training ground with Kaplan. But today's situation is a little different from the past. There is a woman next to Halls. Her short black hair is neat, and her face looks different from European and American people, with more Asian features, but she is also beautiful enough. She is wearing the same instructor uniform as Halls, standing next to Halls, a little shorter, but not inferior to Holes in momentum. Yesterday, we successfully completed the first phase of training, and I am very satisfied with the performance of the three of you. Today, we are going to officially start the second phase of training. General Jonathan attaches great importance to the training plan, so he specially applied for an experienced agent instructor. That is the one next to me. Holes nodded to the female instructor, indicating that she could take over. The short-haired female instructor slightly raised her lips and smiled. She said generously, "I am Ada Wang. You can call me Instructor Ada or Instructor. In the second phase of special training, I will train you together with Instructor Hall's Pat." She looked very confident, and her eyes were very oppressive. Emma glanced at Ada and did not find a similar person in her impression. She looked beautiful and dangerous, a woman completely different from Alice. Just by the first meeting, Emma could confirm that Ada was not an ordinary woman. Based on the first phase of the course she experienced, Emma knew that Halls and his team wanted to train the three of them into vanguards, agents who could adapt to any combat environment and provide appropriate assistance for various special battles. And Halls is obviously an elite officer. He is a major at a young age, and there is definitely a chance for him to move up. But such officers are not those behind-the-scenes assistants. Their training methods are very different. Halls can take full control of the first stage because he can fully control the content of the first stage. It's just that the training of the first stage is over, and the second stage must be more professional and precise, so it is completely conceivable to send professionals to train them. So this Ada Wang is a professional agent? Where is she from? The only elite agents Emma knows are the Central Intelligence Agency, CIA, of Gale Country, and the Federal Bureau of Investigation, FBI, of Gale Country. Neither Halls nor Ada said which organization Ada is the heart of, and Emma didn't force it. Anyway, there is always a chance to know. I really hope that all three of you can become all-round agents, but unfortunately, such a wish is not very realistic. Holt smiled twice. In the second stage, you will learn more systematic agent courses, and the knowledge you need to learn is much more difficult than in the first stage. Now we will divide the three of you according to your characteristics, and form a team in the future, and you will be able to better understand where you should be. In various behind-the-enemy work, Alice and Emma are more likely to blend into the crowd, so I tend to shape you two in the direction of all-round. Kaplan's appearance is too obvious. So many jobs that require him to appear in front of people cannot be carried out. Fortunately, Kaplan's information technology is quite good, and his personal combat literacy is also very high. He can help you complete the information screening, and after you are sure that the task is completed, he can also do a good job of receiving the work, and provide you with strong frontal combat power when necessary. Ada simply told the three of them their division of labor. This was decided early in the morning, and it was the fact that it was like this. There was nothing much to say. Seeing that Emma and the other two had no objections, Halls officially started the first day of the course. One of the basic courses for agents is reconnaissance. From ancient times to the present, whether it is the front or the battlefield behind enemy lines, reconnaissance is a very important skill. Reconnaissance is to collect intelligence. The main means include direct means, such as espionage, eavesdropping, and undercover, and there are also indirect means to achieve the purpose, that is, data search. Further subdividing direct and indirect means, direct reconnaissance also includes activities such as espionage, assassination, interception, interrogation of prisoners of war, and espionage, while indirect means are means of not having direct contact with the enemy, which can sometimes be easier with the help of the internet. Therefore, information technology is very important in their reconnaissance course. The reconnaissance course requires a lot of simulated scenarios, so in this second phase of training, their class not only has an additional instructor Ada, but also many other tool people. It doesn't take many class hours just to learn basic reconnaissance methods, but they spent more time on camouflage and information technology. Alice and Emma both studied very hard. Kaplan only needed the basics for disguise, but Kaplan's information technology was at a higher level than Alice and Emma's. Looking at the full course load, Emma began to wonder why she was studying the agent course so hard. It was clearly just a temporary stepping stone, but it was unexpected that she actually wanted to be a government agent. Emma had no intention of becoming a qualified agent, but now the course was in progress, and they were being watched more closely, so there was no way to get away quickly. After waiting for so long, why did the opportunity always come to naught? During the dinner break, Alice was taken away alone again. Even Kaplan, but because Emma did not show any special features, her special physical examination was not as frequent as Kaplan and Alice, about once a week. And Emma, who was alone, did not want to keep herself in the house, or go to Ada and Halls to chat. She wanted to change her mood. It has been more than 2 months since she arrived at the Huron military region. She didn't know the exact news from the outside world, let alone Carlos and the others. The only thing she knew was Charles's situation, which made her secretly anxious. But she didn't express this mood too much outside, just released it to a level that would not arouse suspicion. This made Emma quite depressed. Knowing that her every move was under surveillance, Emma decided to go to the other side of the training ground after dinner to see the soldiers, who had not yet finished their training. The training of ordinary soldiers was not as colorful as theirs, but because of the large number of people, the momentum was full. After noon, it rained heavily here. During the training, these soldiers could not dodge the mud, so they rolled on the muddy ground, which made Emma feel much better. At least, she, who could treat the camouflage class as a makeup class, got more fun from these people. Stand up, you women. Your legs are weak after just getting to this point? Not even as good as a woman. All kinds of dirty words filled Emma's ears. And it wasn't just Emma who was observing them. Some of these soldiers were also turning their eyes to her. It has to be said that women are always rare in the military camp. But the contempt chain is common, even in the so-called free and democratic life-own country. Emma didn't have any special reaction to those words that despised women, and she didn't care about the frequent glances on her. What's that saying? When you stare into the abyss is also staring at you. She who observes others will naturally not let others not look at her. The eyes are on people, and they are used to see. But Emma didn't mind, and the soldiers who were distracted during training because of looking at her didn't mind either. What mattered was the rude instructors. The soldiers who were distracted from training because of looking at her were caught and punished by the instructors. Emma didn't feel happy about it either. She just thought the scene was really a bit stupid. She really had no interest in what she saw, so she stood up and prepared to go back to her own territory. No one came to find her unhappy. The soldiers' mistakes might be partly her fault, but more of it was due to the soldiers' own poor quality. Emma had just walked to the door when she heard a commotion behind her. Hearing the movement behind her, Emma turned around and saw that a man had fainted. The instructor reacted quickly and asked someone to send the weak soldier to the medical station. Emma was about to leave, but when she heard this, she took the initiative to ask the strange instructor if she could help and send the soldier over. The instructor didn't think there was anything wrong with this, and it was great that someone was willing to help, which could reduce the impact on his training. So he casually asked about Emma's formation and asked Emma to help send the fallen soldier away. The remaining soldiers watched Emma take a man away easily, and they secretly swallowed their saliva. Seeing that a woman who was not very strong could easily lift a man weighing about 80 kilograms and take him away, this was something that the men themselves found difficult. Especially since the other party was really unconscious, the whole person was dead heavy. What are you looking at? This is the last trip. After you have trained me, you can go to eat immediately. If there is any problem again, you will practice more here for me. The instructor saw that they had not returned to normal, and kicked them one by one. This was a good way to pull back their scattered thoughts, and the training on the school field began again. Emma carried the unconscious man to the medical station. She usually wouldn't go in casually, and Alice and Kaplan's physical examination items were not on the ground, so she didn't go into the medical station to see Alice and Kaplan at this time. She and the two of them experienced similar things during the weekly physical examination. She just wanted to find an opportunity to ask this soldier what news from the outside world he knew. The content of the radio broadcasts recently has become more and more formulaic. It sounds good here and there. Occasionally there is news about epidemics, but it is said that they are all under control within a certain range, which usually makes Emma confused. Sometimes she heard some weird news, and before she could figure out what was going on, the news would suddenly be cut off. Emma thought she should find another opportunity to expand her news channels. Halls and Ada would definitely not tell her, and those tools would not say anything to them. But it was this silence that made Emma feel that the situation in the outside world might have changed. Emma noticed this soldier during training. He looked very out of place in the team, and his every move was so unfamiliar compared to other soldiers. Chapter 51. It was much more comfortable in the medical station than outside in the rain. Emma entered the medical station and felt the unique coolness and cleanliness of the medical station, which made her feel comfortable. She walked into the doctor's office with the unconscious soldier and saw Lawrence Gordon on the chair at a glance. It was a coincidence that the doctor in the medical station's duty room would be him. Emma didn't expect that Lawrence Gordon would be on duty today. In the past, she would chat with Lawrence when she had nothing to do. If she had nothing to do, Lawrence would talk to her about the past. For them, the current news seemed to be isolated from them, and there was nothing to say. And because of the environment Lawrence and Emma were in now, if they talked too much about what had just happened around them, it would be like deliberately leaking secrets. Seeing that Emma brought a disheveled soldier over, Lawrence still lent a hand. Seeing that the soldier's clothes were dirty, Lawrence changed him into a hospital gown before letting him lie down. After doing all this, Lawrence and Emma sat down to catch their breath. When will he wake up? Emma pointed at the sleeping soldier and asked. Just rest for a while. Lawrence checked when he changed his clothes. The soldier had no injuries. At most, the training intensity was too high and his weak body couldn't bear it. Emma nodded and secretly thought about what she should do now. Go find Alice and Kaplan. Or stay here and wait. Why, Emma, do you like him? Lawrence sat on the stool and saw Emma's serious expression. He thought Emma valued this new soldier very much and teased. As far as he knew, Emma Winchester was not a kind little angel. It was not Emma's usual style to be willing to take someone to the medical station to rest. Occasionally playing cards with Emma, Lorenz has suffered enough. This woman has a very high winning rate in playing cards. He can only win twice more when Emma pities him. And he is not so lucky, so the chance of encountering a perfect hand is completely negligible. At first Lorenz didn't know, but later he knew that Emma was a person who played cards with her brain, and he fully experienced the fear of being dominated by Emma, the king of cards, and Lorenz had no desire to resist. In addition to Emma's brain, the main reason is that she is black-hearted. Every time they play cards or dare games, Emma can choose the most shameful ones that just don't offend him. And she is particularly cruel at the critical moment. Lorenz, who is about to take off his underwear, doesn't dare to provoke Emma. Even if Lorenz acts cute and pitiful, Emma never says a soft word. So Lorenz guessed that Emma didn't help this poor soldier to show kindness. She looked at the soldier's face carefully again. He was a little handsome, but it was definitely not a reason for Emma to suddenly be kind. After all, Lorenz thought he was much more handsome than the loser in bed. Facing such a handsome face, Emma would not be soft-hearted. There was no reason for this soldier, who was much worse than him, to receive preferential treatment from Emma. Unless this soldier had some relationship with her, or there was something Emma wanted from the soldier. Anyway, it was impossible for her to fall in love with this lying man. From the way Emma looked at Alice, she knew that this woman was definitely not straight. If you didn't fall in love with him, would you help? Emma thought that she fell in love with this new soldier, so she deliberately helped. A newcomer means that he has just been in the military area for a short time. He must know something about the outside world. When he wakes up, there will be a chance to chat. This is a business that is sure to make money. Emma thinks it's okay to give it a try. Lawrence knew that Emma was talking nonsense, so he just sneered and continued, "What do you like about him? His body without muscles, or this elegant face? Or his slender fingers?" Following Lawrence's words, Emma stared at the face, torso, and fingers of the man she'd brought for a long time. Those are indeed a pair of beautiful hands. They don't look very powerful, so they should not be a pair of hands for playing the piano. It can be seen that he has taken good care of his hands, so before entering the military camp, this man was engaged in the industry of using his hands. Designer? Pastry chef? Emma thought of many industries in a row, but she didn't think it was very suitable for this man. It felt boring for a while, so she didn't think much about it. Seriously, Lawrence, what's wrong with him? Emma didn't expect that a soldier could fall down in this weather. Emma didn't respond, so Lorenz lost his enthusiasm and said in a flat voice, "He is just too tired and under too much mental pressure. It's not a big problem. I have met him several times, and I have suggested that he should see a psychiatrist." Hearing the familiarity of the new recruit in Lorenz's words, Emma asked, "I didn't expect you knew him. What's wrong with him?" Lorenz didn't think it was a big deal and said directly, "This man is called David Drayton. He officially became a new recruit half a month ago. I did his physical examination. This is not news." Emma knew that there was a recruitment activity half a month ago. But not many people came, and Emma had done a reconnaissance activity at that time, so she didn't see any necessity. Emma waited for the next words, but the room was silent for a long time. Emma looked at Lorenz strangely. "Are you done now?" Lorenz didn't understand. "I'm just a doctor, what else do you want to know? Tell me everything you know, he won't have any secrets." Emma planned to listen to the information Lorenz knew before Drayton woke up. One of the basic lessons for agents is that any possible source of intelligence should not be wasted. Emma felt a little familiar with the name of Drayton. Speaking of escaping from Raccoon City, the pilot of the helicopter was called David. It seems to be David Jones. Emma hoped that she didn't remember the name of the poor helicopter pilot wrongly. After all, he did not leave a deep impression on her. Except for the end point, she and Alice spent the whole escape in a coma, and David Jones did not do anything shocking to impress her. Not knowing what Emma was thinking, Lorenz recalled about David Drayton. He didn't know much. If David Drayton hadn't come to him often for psychological counseling, he wouldn't have remembered that he had such a patient. David Drayton is an ordinary citizen of Huron County. According to him, he is a painter with a little fame and also does some design work. He has a house by the lake in Huron County, and he also has a lovely son and a beautiful wife. Then why did he come to join the army? He is already over 18 years old. The age for military service is over 18 years old. In Emma's impression, people who are willing to be soldiers are generally those who don't have decent jobs. Unless they have a chance to rise in the military and political fields, not many people are willing to devote their youth to the military camp. Lorenz glanced at the sleepy Drayton and showed some sympathy on his face. Didn't you encounter white fog when you first arrived at the military camp? There are many monsters in the mysterious white fog. They not only attacked the military area and you, but also made Huron County a mess. His relatives died in the fog. After he dealt with some trivial matters, he found a way to join the army. You are so familiar with him, and have paid special attention to him? Emma didn't believe that Lorenz would intentionally select suitable intelligence sources like her. Lorenz waved his hands unhappily. Why would I pay special attention to a rookie? Drayton has many problems, and can be seen often in the medical station. How can I not be familiar with him? Originally, because of his age, physical fitness and psychological problems, it was not so easy to pass the review. He got some connections. Occasionally, he would collapse because he could not bear the high-intensity training in the training camp, and was sent to the medical station. Lorenz said, and shook his head again, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't tell others these words. As a doctor, Lorenz still has some medical ethics, but not much. That's nice. Emma smiled, and patted Lorenz's shoulder twice. Don't give me that. Next time we play cards, just let me win twice more. Lorenz didn't want to be pretentious with Emma. Emma heard Lorenz say this, and smiled and promised that she would let him win twice next time. Lorenz felt satisfied, stood up and said, I'm going to go out for a walk, you can stay here if you want. Go ahead. Emma made a bye-bye gesture to Lorenz and watched him go out. Lorenz straightened his clothes and walked out in a very polite manner. Emma then turned her eyes back to David Drayton. She didn't expect that the recruit she picked up casually would be a victim of the white fog. It's a good thing for ordinary people not to collapse when seeing the monsters in the white fog. This person actually lost all his relatives because of the white fog. So he wanted to join the military district because he was disappointed with himself for not being able to protect his family? Emma remembered that during training, they had also seen the corpses of monsters brought by the fog. The Huron military district had done something wrong, and the Huron military district quickly solved it. And did this man know about it? Emma felt that the Arrow plan was actually an open secret in this military base. Even if David Drayton had only been here for a short time, he would probably ask indirectly. Unless this man was a fool who only knew how to immerse himself in his own world. This person who she picked up by accident might bring her some unexpected gains. Emma was looking forward to the scene of Drayton waking up. And David Drayton didn't know if he sensed Emma's covetousness in the dark, and soon woke up with his head covered. He had just woken up, and felt a little fresh. Everything in front of him was clear but blurry, and the sound in his ears was a little distorted. For a moment, Drayton couldn't tell where he was. Emma stretched out her hand, and shook her palm in front of Drayton's eyes twice. After seeing Drayton's eyes focused, she said, Mr. Drayton, are you feeling okay? Drayton suddenly looked at Emma, with a moment of confusion and vigilance in his eyes, looking like an alert but frightened cat. After a long while, Drayton coughed twice to cover up, and replied embarrassedly, I'm fine, thank you for your concern. Emma smiled at him. You suddenly fainted during training, I sent you here. Since you are okay, it's good. Thank you. I'm fine. Drayton nodded stiffly to thank him. Seeing his discomfort, Emma stood up and said goodbye sympathetically. Drayton also stood up. He seemed to want to see Emma off. Emma, who walked to the door, heard the movement behind her, turned around and told him to have a good rest. Watching Emma leave, Drayton grasped his hair dejectedly. Chapter 52. The military camp is not so mysterious. Most of the training and settings in each military camp are similar. It is a bit exaggerated to call the Huron Military District a secret military base. Everyone in Huron County knows this place. It is not so secretive. Maybe there are more trees. And because it is closed to the outside world, and no unrelated people are allowed to approach, it seems very strict. Drayton, who tried to enter the Huron Military District, did not think there was anything special here. He was not interested in ROTC, a program for training officers in various state universities, when he was in college, and now he has no sense of belonging to this place. He tried his best to enter here, not to build a prosperous military district together, nor to build the Gale country. Drayton loves his painting career, but things are helpless. As a painter, he really couldn't save his family. He even killed his own son with his own hands. The funny thing is that he always thought he was a hero at that time. There are no heroes in this world. No one will help you bear everything, and no one will suddenly come down from the sky to eliminate the crisis. Drayton didn't know why he came to the military district, but he did come. Since then, he could do nothing, even if Huron County had restored peace, even if he received a lot of compensation. But money was meaningless to him. But Drayton didn't plan to end his life. Drayton didn't plan to spend the last moments of his day in the medical station. He knew what was going on with his physical condition, but he would never give up. Drayton remembered that he forgot to ask Emma's name when she left. Before he could feel regret, Drayton remembered that Emma was wearing a formal military uniform. Since she appeared in the Huron military district, and was still a soldier, there would always be a chance to meet her. Saying thank you verbally might not be enough. Drayton held his breath, got up from the bed, and prepared to leave the medical station. But as soon as his feet stepped into the corridor, he was caught by Lawrence, who came back from patrol. Lawrence took Drayton back to the ward without saying anything. Although Drayton was fine physically, Lawrence thought he still needed to give Drayton another psychological counseling. That bitter and vengeful look was really hard for Lawrence to bear. "Emma, are you waiting for us?" Alice had just risen from the ground, and she didn't expect Emma to be waiting at the door. Emma took Alice's hand, moved away from the door, and let Kaplan out. "Let's go back and rest, and read a book by the way." Emma did not follow Alice's words to tease her, but instead made this request seriously. Alice noticed that Emma's attitude was different, but she still cooperated and followed. Kaplan had no doubts. Although after 2 months of training, he could actually say simple sentences to express his meaning. The three of them returned to the room together. Emma took out all the textbooks that Ada had sent and put them on display. While looking at them, she said, "While you were having a physical examination today, I went to the next door to watch the training." "Their training? What's special?" Alice also knew what those people's training was like, but since Emma brought it up, there must be something special. Emma flipped through the book without looking at Alice, and only said, "I found an interesting person, but he was too hostile, so I couldn't say anything." "That's a pity." Alice knew that the person Emma was willing to contact actively must have some special things. "We can contact him again if we have the chance in the future." Emma agreed with Alice's statement, and stopped talking about the person she met today, and turned to talk about another thing. "The longer we enter the military area, the longer we will be isolated from the outside world. Until now, they haven't said where Jill and the others have gone. I suspect something has changed outside." Alice was about to answer, but saw Kaplan almost tear the book to pieces, and quickly adjusted Kaplan's reading angle. "I think so too. Could it be that the T-virus has spread too? I think it may not be just that. Charles, and we went to the military area, and the sealed box contained the T-virus antidote. It may not be possible to make further research in 2 months, but it is not difficult to mass-produce the so-called vaccine. It is not easy for the T-virus to cause a large-scale epidemic." Emma spoke her thoughts quickly. Alice nodded. She had thought about it, so she made another guess. "Emma, we are now members of FOS and are about to graduate. Ada and Holmes said today that we will really start to carry out the mission. Maybe they will tell us everything at that time." That being said, Alice didn't think they would tell us everything clearly. This feeling of being kept in the dark and having to guess everything was actually not comfortable at all. Emma always felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't say it, so she could only nod and then seriously discuss the skills in the book. Seeing that Emma didn't intend to continue discussing the news from the outside world, Alice quietly listened to Emma's insights on agent skills, and occasionally put forward some different opinions of her own. In this way, the three of them sitting together really looked like studying. After a night's rest, after hurriedly taking care of themselves in the morning, the three of them went to the underground training ground again. Ada and Halls had already been waiting for them in the classroom. But the common equipment in the classroom was turned off at this time. Ada motioned for them to sit down. Emma, Alice and Kaplan also sat down in an orderly manner, just like obedient elementary school students. Halls took out a lot of things from a box placed on the side, and distributed them to the three people in order. "Take a photo together later, and you will all graduate." Halls was still a little reluctant when he said this. Emma and the others knew that they would graduate soon, and after graduation they would go on missions, and they didn't have to worry about staying in the barracks and not knowing anything. But they didn't expect it would be today. She had planned to continue looking for opportunities to get acquainted with Drayton, but this plan might fail. Ada's face showed nothing. She just asked the three to change into the equipment, and provided guidance on how to wear it when necessary. Fortunately, the technical level of the agents was also very high, and wearing new equipment did not cause any difficulties. Emma and the other two changed quickly. Kaplan was wearing a set of specially made equipment, and the fitting clothes made him look more energetic. Even the scary appearance has become less abrupt and scary. When you graduate, you will have a special contact person. Through him, you can communicate with your superiors, obtain tasks and information from him, and get resource supplements from him. If you want to enter the FOS base, you still have to go through many tests. You will not be allowed in so quickly. Ada said their fate next. After taking pictures, you will take a helicopter to leave the Huron military region, but there are some situations that you must understand in advance. Who is our contact person? Emma frowned and asked unhappily. We don't know this either. You may know it when you arrive at the mission location. This is a single-line contact, and we will not overlap. This is also a means of protecting you, Ada explained. Alice also felt unhappy. If this contact person dies, then we will be like a kite with a broken string. There will naturally be other ways at that time. Ada did not say much. Halls turned on the multimedia at this time. The images projected by the projector startled Emma and Alice, and Kaplan's face twitched a few times. Those were destroyed cities, zombies, and jungles. The smoke left indelible scars on cities, and strange creatures roamed in the jungle. In 2 months, the outside world has undergone tremendous changes. The T-virus and other viruses broke out at the same time. The world was plagued by these viruses. There were constant changes, and new hopes continued to emerge. But the living environment of mankind is still being eroded step by step. Those abrupt changes have caused war to reappear. Countless people have died in the past 2 months, and the global population has also dropped sharply. Biochemical terrorism is sweeping the world. As a member of FOS, your mission is no longer just to support the intelligence agency agents of Gale Country. You will also take on other difficult tasks, and contribute to finding survival resources for mankind. Holt said these things as if he was completely indifferent to them. You want to know about the outside world, and you have asked many times for this, but there is nothing to say. After you go out, you will be able to see everything. And the changes in the outside world are useless to you. Your focus is still to complete the mission. As for your companions who came with you, they also have their own missions. It is a confidential matter, and we don't know the specific situation. Emma and the other two listened quietly until Holtz's video was finished. Let's go and take pictures. Ada saw the progress bar reach the end and stood up to remind them. Holtz walked out first, followed by Ada, and Emma and the other two followed closely. Emma was quite looking forward to this kind of project, although she always felt that this kind of project was actually very boring. If they really offended someone because of some mission, or if there was a force specifically targeting government agents, they would find these materials, and find them just from the photos. This is also a two-way handle. There are both benefits and disadvantages. The Huron military district is naturally equipped with the flag of the Gale Country, but Holtz did not deliberately take them there to take pictures, and they went directly to the airfield in the military area. The airfield naturally had the most obvious sign area, which saved them time on the road. They could take pictures and save time, so that Emma and the other two could get on the helicopter in time and leave the Huron military area to complete the mission. When they arrived at the airfield, the Hallstow people took pictures of the 5 of them. The propellers of the helicopter roared, and a strong wind blew at the airfield. Emma, Alice, Kaplan, Hallstow, and Ada left the only group photo. Then, Emma and the other two boarded the helicopter and were taken away. Ada boarded another helicopter. Chapter 53. The helicopter dropped Emma and the other two on the roof of the New York Police Department, and then left without stopping. Let's go down first. I guess the so-called contact person is waiting for us, Emma said, and quickly went to the exit downward. Alice and Kaplan also caught up with Emma. The 3 of them sat in the helicopter, and saw a lot of scenery along the way. Every town was in a mess, and there were endless mutant plants and beasts. If the helicopter flew lower, it might be attacked by these monsters. It was frightening, and worried about the fate of mankind. When they were on the plane, no one talked, but there was a suffocating atmosphere spreading, making them all uneasy. When they arrived at the police station at the contact point, their mood did not improve. Think of it in a good way. We can find a way to get news about Umbrella during the mission. Alice caught up with Emma and comforted Emma. Emma nodded. She had similar ideas. Although they didn't talk on the helicopter, they knew from the few words the pilot said that even after such a disaster, Umbrella still existed. In fact, because of the large-scale virus outbreak, pharmaceutical companies, like Umbrella, were more valued by the world. It was as if these companies would really do something humanitarian and treat them for free. The company has never been a charity organization, nor can it be a so-called savior. Until now, both Emma and Alice believed that these large-scale virus outbreaks were related to Umbrella, but they could not provide evidence. Umbrella's actions were very secretive, so secretive that even an organization like the FBI could not find anything wrong. Of course, the most powerful organization in Gale Country is not the FBI, but the Tax Bureau. But Umbrella has no tax problems. Even if there are policy changes, Umbrella can pay off taxes in time. No matter how much they want to take advantage of the opportunity, they can't find more reasons. Umbrella has put out its own open biochemical research data, but it does not involve the so-called biochemical weapons manufacturing. It looks like a normal gene drug made to make up for human genetic defects. It is indeed easy to go wrong during the experimental stage, so unfortunately the virus leaked. They spent a lot of money to settle the matter. As for the stock, it had stabilized as early as 2 months ago because of the endorsement of the Global Pharmaceutical Federation. Umbrella is still standing safely all over the world. This is the so-called scourge for 1,000 years. The three walked carefully in the police station. From the perspective of arrangement, they would not set the meeting place in a dangerous place. But when they looked down from the helicopter, they still saw all kinds of chaotic and weird scenes. In this unfamiliar environment, it was better to be careful. They successfully arrived at the 3rd floor of the police station. It looked empty. There were no people there. Things were neatly arranged. Maybe everyone was out on duty. Is anyone there? Emma cautiously pushed open the doors one by one to check if there were any people left on the 3rd floor. Alice walked beside Emma with a serious expression. Kaplan was responsible for covering them, and he carefully aimed his gun at any possible tricky angles just in case. Is anyone there? Alice asked in a low voice when Emma pushed open the last door on the 3rd floor. Emma shook her head. Let's go down one more floor. The three of them went down the stairs next to the toilet to the 2nd floor, and there was no sound here. I'm afraid there's no one on the 2nd floor either. Emma and Alice guessed so and carefully asked if anyone was here, but they didn't get a response. They walked into the office on the 2nd floor, which was indeed similar to the situation on the 3rd floor, but it was much more messy here, and there were all kinds of strange bloodstains on the walls. In the corner, you could even see some broken limbs and debris. There were bullet holes on the wall, papers scattered everywhere on the ground, bloodstains, shoes that ran away, clothes that were thrown away for some reason. This place must have experienced some kind of battle before, otherwise it wouldn't be so messy. Stay alert. Looking at this situation, Emma, who guessed that the New York Police Department might have an accident, held her gun and walked to the front. Alice followed and was on guard all around. Kaplan was the last. There are still some rooms on the 2nd floor that they must explore again. Emma is worried that their lovely contact is in a corner of the 2nd floor. If they miss him due to their mistakes, they don't even know what to do next. Although they do have their own lofty goals, who knows if the government has left any reservations on them? If they fail to complete the task on time, will someone be responsible for eliminating them? Therefore, if you think you can relax in this situation, you really think too simply of the government. Emma is still asking softly, secretly hoping that the contact who is hiding somewhere will come out quickly, so that they won't run around in this weird police station like headless flies. Unfortunately, God may not hear the prayers of his pseudo-believers, so Emma can only open the doors one by one. Until a room in the deepest part of the office area on the 2nd floor, a dong-dong sound was heard continuously, which attracted the attention of Emma and the other two. Judging from the sound, Emma did not feel that it was caused by clapping with hands, and the frequency was also very strange, colliding irregularly, but the sound frequency was not slow or fast. Alice felt that the thing behind the door was very strange, and she did not want Emma to open the door. Emma approached carefully and found that the door was not closed tightly, and a bloody smell came from the door, rushing straight into her nose. Emma focused all her attention on that room, and her ears could hear the movement inside the door clearly, the sound of gnawing. The sound of gnawing, the sound of lightly hitting the door, the dripping sound of flesh and blood falling on the ground. All kinds of sounds circled in Emma's ears, but there was no sound of living people breathing. Emma took a light breath and gestured to remind Alice and Kaplan that the person inside the door should be infected with the T virus. They should quietly exit and go to the 1st floor. There was no need to fight, and they didn't need to waste ammunition. Of course, they didn't need to be afraid of fighting. The three of them didn't need to be afraid of the T-virus. After all, the T-virus couldn't infect a person twice. The three of them moved slowly and walked out. As soon as they reached the stairs leading to the first floor, Emma heard the muffled sound of heavy objects falling to the ground, and then the strange sound of wet water. The smell of blood kept floating up from the passage. There might be a fight on the first floor. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire came from the first floor. Emma heard the sound of the door being locked, and the sound of more intense fighting. Go! Emma was still at the front of the team, but she was not overwhelmed by the idea of going down to support. She still held the gun and went downstairs slowly and cautiously. She stood at the corner, and the light suddenly disappeared, and the whole police station seemed dim. But it did not affect her vision. A long tongue with barbs attacked from the ceiling of the blind spot at the corner of the first floor. Emma dodged left and right, pulled out the saber she carried, and seized the opportunity to chop it down. Hiss! The long-tongued monster felt pain and rushed towards them in excitement. Kaplan took 2 steps forward and blocked Emma and Alice. He grabbed the monster's tongue with one hand and ran downstairs, and controlled a heavy machine gun with the other hand to shoot at the ceiling at the end of the corridor. Alice and Emma followed. It seems that the T-virus really infected the organism, otherwise Kaplan would not be so excited. Dr. Ashford said that Kaplan's recipe includes biochemical weapons such as T-virus, because only they have enough energy for Kaplan to replenish himself and can achieve a certain degree of evolution. What? No! It's time to cease fire. No! Alice and Emma both heard a young man shout, but the fire in front of them made it difficult to see clearly. Kaplan, it's okay. Alice shouted. Kaplan has caught the long-tongued monster, which is familiar to Alice and the others, the liquor they have seen in the hive below. Now Kaplan had bitten the licker's head, blood and brains splashed on the wall, and even some of it stained Alice and Emma's faces. Kaplan was like a starving ghost, who had been hungry for a long time, and finally waited for a table of rich food. He couldn't wait to eat it. The eating scene was too bloody, but fortunately there was only one liquor here. The lights in the police station were turned on again. A young male policeman wearing the uniform of the New York Police Department came over. Only then did Alice and Emma see clearly that this man looked handsome, with a parted hair and a gun in his hand. He took a look at the scene of Kaplan eating, turned his head instantly, and didn't intend to force himself to look at Kaplan. That was really a challenge to his nerves. Even if he had seen many storms, he didn't like this blood. Alice and Emma didn't wear hoods. Their beautiful faces and solemn expressions finally made him feel a little bit of identity. He stood at attention, saluted Alice and Emma, and said, Leon S. Kennedy, a member of FOS, is currently your contact person. Alice Abernathy. Alice introduced herself a little coldly. Emma Winchester. Emma pointed at Kaplan again. Kaplan, I have read your information, and know that you are all very capable. I thought the federal information would not be wrong, but now that I see you, I find that there are still some discrepancies. Leon listened to the sound of Kaplan eating, and his back felt cold. He didn't ask the three of them to sit on the ground and have a good chat with him. He simply arranged the tasks, and everything was fine. Emma looked at his appearance and nodded, but felt that his name was very familiar. Leon's words made her realize that she had to show her support, so she said, I don't know where the three of us don't match the information. Just a little bit. I didn't expect you to be so direct. In fact, Leon wanted to use the word brutal, but it was a bit too much, so he chose a neutral word. Emma laughed and said, as long as the task can be completed, the process is not that important, right? She knew what word Leon really wanted to use. Leon agreed with Emma's words. In that case, let's start the first task. Chapter 54. Lion started to talk about the mission very straightforwardly. Our mission this time is to investigate the Birkin Institute. The institute is located in Brooklyn, New York. The Birkin Institute is one of the pioneers in the research of genetic drugs. It has many genetic drug patents, and enjoys a high reputation internationally. We suspect that the Birkin Institute is suspected of manufacturing biological weapons, and is inextricably linked to the virus outbreak 2 months ago. This mission should be kept secret. The main participants are me, Abernathy and Winchester. Kaplan is responsible for support and evacuation. Emma and Alice listened very seriously. They had to be serious. The key points of the mission were related to life and death. If they were perfunctory, they would suffer. Even though Kaplan was eating, he was not distracted and missed the mission. Do you understand? Lion asked for confirmation. I understand. Emma and Alice answered firmly, and Kaplan agreed in his spare time. This kind of strange team made Leon feel that it would be very difficult to lead. But that's how it was. He had to lead them, and observe them during the mission to determine whether they could be trusted, and whether they could be completely absorbed into FOS. He had a heavy burden on his shoulders. FOS had sacrificed many teammates due to frequent missions. If new people could not be absorbed from them in time, FOS would soon face the embarrassing situation of no one available. Now I will take you to the temporary base, Lion said, opening the door of the New York Police Department. The strong light of the sun suddenly shone in, making Emma and Alice a little uncomfortable. Kaplan didn't eat it either. The best part had been enjoyed by him. It didn't matter whether he ate the rest or not. The four of them walked a long way, and finally saw Lion parked a modified off-road car in a temporary parking space on the side of a road. The car has a relatively high bottom plate, and the tires are of a strong grip, thick and durable type. From the appearance, no one can associate it with any official organization. It looks like an ordinary off-road vehicle. Only when you sit in it can you find that the interior is different. Alice found that a large part of the trunk was a secret box, and Emma smelled the oil for gun maintenance when she got in the car. It is speculated that there are many hot weapons in this car, but Emma and Alice are relieved. This at least proves that Mr. Lion is still well prepared to do things. In fact, agreeing to do the mission is not only to deal with the government, but Emma and Alice are also using the resources and connections of Conquest to help them achieve their goals. For this mission, they have to communicate with the contact person and go on the mission with the contact person. During the mission, it was not just Leon who was inspecting them. Emma and the others would also inspect Leon during the mission. They would definitely have long-term cooperation opportunities in the future. The two-way exploration was for better cooperation in the future. Kaplan was arranged to sit in the passenger seat, and Leon sat in the driver's seat. After making sure that Emma and Alice were seated, he started the car immediately. Kennedy. Emma felt a little awkward. This name always reminded her of the famous Kennedy in history. How could there be a liquor in the New York Police Department? The area near the New York Police Department on CLO Street in Manhattan has long been blocked. At the beginning of the virus craze, the entire area radiated by the New York Police Department fell because of the invasion of biological weapons. Leon replied. His words confirmed Emma's guess. When they were on the helicopter, they saw that most of New York was deserted. At that time, they guessed that New York should have been invaded by biological weapons. But recently, most of the lost land in New York has been almost cleared. I got the news from the intelligence department that there was no danger, so I chose the meeting place there. It was just to test your ability simply, but I didn't expect a liquor to appear, Lion said, feeling a little depressed. It's not that he can't deal with the liquors, but it won't be as easy as Kaplan showed. To deal with biological weapons, we have to use more powerful biological weapons to fight against them. These biological weapons are not only dangerous, but also inhumane. If you are not careful, it will harm the entire Earth. Lion can only take Kaplan as an example. As a member of FOS, he has seen many people killed by mutant monsters, and there are countless of his former companions among these people. Kaplan is his teammate now, and Lion accepts him without prejudice. It seems that life is always full of various surprises. Emma described the appearance of the liquors as a surprise, and the unique cold humor made Lion laugh. After laughing, Lion continued to say useful things seriously. This should be your first official mission. I know what the closed training they arranged is. It's enough to make people derail in such a period of great change, not knowing where to go. You should all be unfamiliar with the outside world now. While we still have a lot of time, if you have anything you want to know, just ask me, and I tell you in detail. Leon turned the car and entered an underground parking garage. Kennedy. I still call you Leon. Emma wanted to ask a question, but was distracted by the name Kennedy. Leon tilted his head, glanced at Emma in the rearview mirror, and said, "Call me Leon. I know the pronunciation overlaps with that of a certain big shot." Emma also smiled because of his casual attitude. But Emma still asked, "Leon, have you ever been to Raccoon City?" Leon thought Emma would ask about the mission, such as who to investigate, where to start, when to start the investigation, what information to get to complete the mission, and other such questions, but he didn't expect it to be this. Emma's question almost made Leon's hand slip. Leon's mind raced, and he asked back, "Are you from Raccoon City too?" With his ability, it's not impossible to hide his thoughts, but he also has his own information he wants to know, so it's not a problem to sell them a flaw. Raccoon City is really a nightmare experience. The mention of this name makes Leon feel uncomfortable. Not only was it the first time he saw what hell on earth was, But it was also the first time he lost so many teammates there, and he was also imprisoned. Yeah. Alice answered for Emma. It seems that you are indeed related to Raccoon City. Leon did not avoid it, and said, I was originally from the Raccoon City Police Department, and a member of the STARS team. During an exploration mission, I lost contact with my teammates and fell into a turmoil. In the end, I survived and became a member of FOS. What about you? Leon did not get much relevant information. He only knew the names and genders of the 3 people he was going to investigate, as well as the relevant scores of the agent course. He did not know more information. For the sake of confidentiality, it is always more difficult to communicate with each other on these projects. Alice's eyes fell on Emma. She knew that Emma asked questions to know other information. Do you know Jill Valentine? Emma just remembered that when she and Jill were still trapped in Raccoon City, Jill mentioned that she and her STARS teammates had an accident when exploring the Hive, and the mission ended in failure, and a teammate named Leon disappeared. In order to investigate where Leon was, and whether he was still alive, Jill was even suspended from work. Leon turned the car again, and the car had already driven to a hidden corner. He couldn't hold back his excitement on his face. Jill. Did you meet her? He really couldn't believe that he actually met someone who knew Jill. When did you meet Jill? You were also a member of the police system? Seeing that his excitement didn't seem fake, Emma replied, We met her when you disappeared and Jill was suspended for investigating your case. There was still some reservation in his words. How is Jill now? Is she still alive? Lion knew that a nuclear explosion had occurred in Raccoon City, and now that city was dead. He knew from some public information that Jill had released a video of the inside story of the nuclear explosion in Raccoon City, but he didn't know how Jill was exactly. They belonged to the same STARS, and Lion and Jill had been together for a long time. As teammates, they looked after each other and regarded each other as relatives. Now that he had the opportunity to know Jill's situation, how could Lion not be happy? The car got stuck in a strange place. Before Emma and Alice could figure out what was going on, the whole car was suddenly swallowed by something. They were all falling, both people and cars. They were all trapped in the darkness, and couldn't see each other clearly. Fortunately, although they were falling, the car should have stopped on some platform and fell. Don't worry, we are heading to the temporary base. Because the surface would be attacked more, many bases were placed underground. This allowed them to reduce conflicts with the rampant biochemical monsters on the surface, and preserve their strength. The entrance to the falling passage was sealed. Please tell me, how is Jill? I have asked around for news about her, and about other STARS teammates. When Leon said this, he was a little bit unable to control himself. It can be seen that he really has a deep affection for his teammates. Emma said, We entered the training base with Jill, but we were divided into 2 groups. The 3 of us don't know exactly how she is doing. But they should all be alive. They? Leon was even more surprised. He thought that only Jill was alive. No, in our team, only Jill is a member of STARS. I know there is another person. He walked with Jill. He is a black man, tall, very strong, and a simple person. Alice remembered this incident. Leon knew who this was at once. Peyton, is he okay? He asked uncomfortably, because Emma said that there was only Jill in their team. Unfortunately. Alice shook her head. He's dead. As for how he died, Alice certainly wouldn't say. At that time, they encountered Kaplan under the control of Umbrella Corporation on the road, and Peyton was killed by Kaplan's gun. Tell Leon that this will cause them more trouble. Leon nodded reluctantly and smiled. Thank you. Thank you for telling me their news. Chapter 55. Late at night, outside the ground office building of the Birkin Institute in Brooklyn, New York. Alice, Emma, and Leon have changed into appropriate clothes and entered the sewer system. On the ground, Kaplan constantly monitors the movements on the ground of the Birkin Institute and transmits information on their communication network from time to time. Now we can go up from the sewer system of the Birkin Institute and enter the underground part of the Institute secretly. The Institute has a lot of surveillance and the security system is excellent. We must be careful during the mission. Lion briefly explained why they had to enter the Birkin Institute through the sewer. This time, they were conducting a secret investigation. Once they had collected enough evidence and passed it to the FBI, they might arrange a formal inspection. Their actions were critical and could not go wrong. The owner of the Birkin Institute was named William Birkin. More than a decade ago, when he was only 16 years old, he built this institute in Brooklyn with a large sum of money and engaged in genetic pharmaceutical research. William Birkin was a famous genius. He always ranked among the top in some related science and technology competitions, and had long been noticed by the government. And of course, he had received government support to build this institute. Over the past decade, the Birkin Institute has continuously produced results, and gradually there have been policy deviations and benefits. Many outstanding research talents have been absorbed by the Birkin Institute. William Birkin is very dedicated to research work. He spends most of the year in the institute. A few years ago, he married a woman named Annette, who, like William, was also a researcher in the institute. Soon after they got married, they gave birth to a daughter named Shirley Birkin. Even so, the daily lives of the Birkin couple did not change because of having a child. The three of them lived almost all the time in the institute. This was not a big problem. After all, many crazy scientists were like this. In addition, the Birkin Institute had always had a good credit record, and it was quite obedient to the government, so no one would suspect that there was anything fishy about the Birkin Institute. The Birkin Institute was suspected this time, and everything can be traced back to an unidentified message a few years ago. The mysterious message accused the Birkin Institute of secretly conducting human experiments, buying and selling people on the dark web, or directly kidnapping these marginalized people in those homeless gathering places. This accusation was highly valued by the government, and even the FBI had already investigated it. But unfortunately, the Birkin Institute was not found to have any problems. Although the Birkin Institute seemed to have cleared its suspicion in this investigation, some documents accidentally obtained during the investigation had different developments after FOS obtained a backup file from the FBI. It was a very strange project. In the data, the Birkin Institute spent a huge amount of money to build an experimental device whose purpose was unknown. However, the data only showed that the device was damaged, and there were no other details. And the money for this device happened to be a sum of money that did not match other accounts. This was not only known by FOS members, but also by the FBI, but they had no direct evidence to prove that the people in the Birkin Institute used the money to do something illegal. In particular, the FBI members also asked about this unreasonable expenditure at the first time. They got a relatively reasonable explanation, and could not pursue it anymore. But after the FOS people found this unreasonable information, they integrated the information about the limited equipment, but when they were preparing for a detailed investigation, the chaotic 2 months came. When FOS and the various departments of Gale Country stabilized again, Lion happened to join FOS. Lion, who had just joined FOS, was responsible for clerical and field work. When he was sorting out the information, he happened to see the information about the Birkin Institute that had been sorted out. The restored appearance of the equipment was exactly the same as the T-virus culture dish he had seen before. This proved from the side that the Birkin Institute and Umbrella Company were connected. But this secret connection, until now, no one has discovered how it is connected. Lion felt that the Birkin Institute was not simple, and knew that he could not solve it by his own strength, so he immediately reported his discovery to his superiors. The people of FOS were very excited. They had always felt that there was something wrong with the Birkin Institute, but unfortunately the other party was too cunning and did it too well, so they had no evidence. Unfortunately, Lion's testimony could not be used as direct evidence, so they had to thoroughly check the inside of the Birkin Institute again. In order to obtain useful evidence, this FOS action was launched. Emma and Alice did not think there was any problem. They followed Lion, and quickly found the source of sewage discharge. Because the Birkin Institute was conducting genetic drug research, they were worried that the residue of failed drugs would affect the surrounding ecological environment, so they built a very powerful sewage treatment system here. And now they have emerged from this sewage, and they are also full of strange smells. Before the three of them officially walked in, they went to the clean water pool to clean up, and after making sure that there would be no dripping and no traces left, they walked through the passage and entered the first floor of the underground laboratory of the Birkin Institute. Lion squatted here for a long time, knowing that after nightfall, only the Birkin family would be left in the Birkin Institute, and everyone else would leave after get off work. The security work here is actually controlled by the central computer. The Birkin Institute has a very powerful system. He has seen it in the information. It is called U.M.F013. Lion doesn't know what this strange name means, but he knows its performance very well. It is 013 that controls the security system of this institute. Most areas of the institute are equipped with cameras, and the information mentions that some important areas of the institute are also equipped with corresponding traps. So if they want to get more direct evidence, they must take certain risks, and be careful not to be discovered by 013. Leon, you seem to be familiar with the structure here? Emma paid attention to the road signs while walking, but Leon rushed ahead without hesitation. Leon signaled to hide, and they avoided a camera. We have some backup of the information here, and I have visited the spot several times before this mission. Alice confirmed that there was no surveillance ahead, and signaled that they could continue to move forward. Leon moved faster, and Alice and Emma followed him, and soon they successfully entered the underground laboratory of the Birkin Institute. There are only 2 floors here, which is much smaller than the mansion, and the beehive under the mansion that they have been to before. They passed through the first floor full of laboratories. According to speculation, something as important as the database should be placed in the core area at the bottom, so the 3 of them moved forward quietly. Just as Leon was about to speak, Emma raised her index finger and signaled Leon to be quiet. Someone is coming. Emma exaggerated her lip shape to remind her 2 teammates. Leon did not doubt Emma's judgment. He took them to hide in a room with an open door. With the light from the porch, it can be seen that this should be a utility room. A female researcher with short blonde hair in a white coat came over. Her blue eyes were illuminated by the light, but they also looked extremely dull. She was William Birkin's wife, Annette Birkin. Annette's eyes were dark blue, and she looked tired, as if she had not had a good sleep for a long time. She slowly approached the 3 people who were hiding, and then slowly walked past them, with a slightly heavy footsteps. Annie. Suddenly someone called Annette from behind. Annette turned around and faced her husband William, who was always much more patient. William, what's up? Annie, I go out and see, it seems that there are guests upstairs. William's voice was a little intermittent, as if he was not sure what happened upstairs. But his words still made the 3 people hiding feel strange. Who would William go to see at this time? Annette had no intention of exploring and said, "It's so late. If there is an invasion, U.M.F013 will deal with it." "I'm worried." Opposite Annette, William frowned, and the expression on his face was not very good. Annette had no choice but to nod. "Then you must be careful. You too, if Shirley wakes up and wants to find me, just tell her, I will come to accompany you right away." William stepped back a few steps and smiled at Annette. Annette smiled at William and said, "Okay, you go, and come back soon. If you really encounter something, you know what to do." "I know," William replied and turned and went upstairs. Annette was no longer worried about what William would do. She walked quietly to their lounge. On the lowest floor of the underground of the Birkin Institute, there is a room exclusively for their family. Their daughter Shirley is studying in a boarding school and will come back to the institute on weekends. This is just the time for her to come back. But because they have been busy upstairs and Shirley is resting in the room, they are not walking together as a group of 3. Annette knows that because she and William are very busy at work, they must not care enough about Shirley. Now that she has time to accompany Shirley, she is still willing. I don't know if Shirley has woken up. Annette thought so, and took bigger steps. I suspect William is trading with someone on the roof. Lion was in a dilemma. There were 2 choices before them. One was to continue exploring this floor, find the core data room, and then take away the evidence, and the other was to follow William Birkin and find out who he met with. "We will split into 2 groups," Emma said very straightforwardly. "But you are not familiar with this place." Lion was worried. Alice said, "Our mission capabilities are not low. Not only have we received professional training, we were also mercenaries before." She did not say that she was a guard of Umbrella. In their base, Lion showed that he was very repulsive to Umbrella. "Well, you follow William, and I will continue to explore the 2nd floor." Lion left the more dangerous work to himself. Emma and Alice did not object and directly split up with Lion. Chapter 56. Lion hunched over and walked carefully on the 2nd floor. When he hid with Alice and the others, Annette walked through the corridor, outside, which meant that this road should be very safe. He turned into a place that looked very secret. At the end of the corridor was an open door. An orange-yellow warm light poured out from the crack of the door. On the opposite wall, there were also unclear shadows overlapping. "Mom, William." Your mother sings." Stars. From time to time, there were fragmentary conversations at the end. One voice was low and soft, with a hypnotic tone, and the other was hoarse with a wake-up call, but more crisp. It sounded like Annette and a little girl. According to the conversation between Annette and William that was heard at the time, the little girl must be their daughter Shirley Birkin. This couple really likes their children, otherwise the conversation in the corridor would not seem so warm. Putting aside their identities, no matter how you analyze it, it is just a daily conversation between parents of an ordinary family of 3. But if they want to say how much they love Shirley Birkin, maybe they don't. The Birkins attach the most importance to their research work, otherwise they would not send their children to boarding school so early. Lion moved lightly, and carefully checked the rooms on this corridor. He was worried that he would attract Annette Birkin's attention if he made too much noise. The configuration of the research institute is actually similar. Lion once followed other teams to visit the ground research room of the Birkin Institute during the open day. The projects there can be announced to the public. The research laboratories on the ground are all of ordinary configuration, which looks neither too good nor too bad, and there is no so-called data room. However, many places are equipped with computers, which is quite conspicuous. Compared with other research institutes, there are more computers here. According to the introduction, it is because the data scheduling is troublesome, so the data is transmitted by computer. But from the construction drawings of the Birkin Institute, it is preset with a control room and a data room. There is no room on the ground, so it is only possible in the underground research laboratories. And it happens that the Birkin Institute keeps them very tight, which makes people more suspicious. The top management should know about the Birkin Institute's projects. Most of the funds are actually supported by big chaebol. The connection between the Birkin Institute and Umbrella always makes people feel uneasy. 2 months ago, the Birkin Institute participated in the summit of the Global Pharmaceutical Federation, and the communication between them at the meeting was limited to normal scope. But after that, the virus suddenly broke out all over the world at the same time. In these 2 months, the population on the Earth has dropped sharply, and the surface structure has also undergone significant changes. Many investigation projects had to be stopped because of the crisis the country encountered. No one would think that these companies did nothing. Lion walked through this corridor. None of the doors of those rooms were marked as data rooms. He continued to explore deeper. Paying attention to not making his footsteps too obvious, Lion was also careful to guard against possible traps. Looking all the way, he still didn't see the so-called data room. And after walking through a deep secret passage, Lion faced a wall. We have reached the end. Lion thought strangely. He has explored almost all of this floor, but he has not seen either the core control room or the data room. There is no second underground floor. Where is it? Emma and Alice have already ascended to the first floor. They missed the trace of William Birkin because they were behind. This man seemed to be in a hurry and kept walking. It is reasonable that they can't find him now, since they were one step ahead. Emma and Alice carefully avoided the surveillance cameras everywhere, and slowly searched for the clues left by William Birkin. Time passed by minute, and the two walked in the quiet corridor of the institute, feeling a little confused. The Birkin Institute is not the kind of institute that is not valued. They are so confident that their security is entrusted to a computer. In terms of conventional configuration, in addition to system control, there will be corresponding security departments. But this is not set up here. Every night, only the Birkin couple are left in the Birkin Institute. Where on earth do they get this confidence? In addition, the outside world has undergone tremendous changes in the past 2 months, but this institute still maintains this style. Are they really not worried about their own safety at all? Alice and Emma's suspicion of the Birkin Institute gradually increased. These places are too contradictory. According to the current situation, they have no way to explain the behavior of the Birkin couple. I don't know if Leon has a detailed explanation. Emma thought, but she thought that Leon should not be able to explain the behavior of the Birkin Institute, otherwise there would not be an intrusion tonight to search for data. Lion should have many questions about the Birkin Institute, otherwise why would they be doing any investigation? They only need to take the arrest warrant to arrest the Birkins, and take them back for detailed interrogation. Bang! A loud noise suddenly came from upstairs. Identifying that it was the sound of a gunshot, Alice and Emma ran upstairs. Experience told them that something must have changed now. What William Birkin said to Annette Birkin in the corridor was because he had anticipated the situation tonight. Or did UF013 tell him who the intruder was? Running to the second floor, a team of people were slowly walking out of a laboratory. Alice grabbed Emma and took Emma to hide in the corner. The two of them leaned against the wall and huddled in the shadows. The team of people in black combat uniforms retreated from the laboratory in an orderly manner. The leader held a sealed box in his hand, which was very similar to the box containing the T-virus they had seen in the Hive. A faint smell of blood kept wafting out of the laboratory, and went straight into Emma's nose. It was obviously extremely disgusting, but Emma inexplicably felt a hint of sweetness in the blood, as if there was something in it that she needed. Emma frowned and tried to restrain her unknown desire. She tilted her head and wanted to say something to Alice, but she saw a flash of confusion in Alice's eyes. She didn't know what was going on, but because time was tight, Emma could only suppress her confusion and talk about her discovery. She had just looked at it in a hurry, and she didn't see clearly what the team was like, and she didn't see William Birkin among them. It was difficult to tell from the smell whose blood it was. Emma's sense of smell was not strong enough to tell the genetic affiliation from the smell alone. But judging from logic, William Birkin was probably in danger. What is that? Birkin is alive. Shoot. The situation changed before the team had time to leave. William Birkin, who had fallen in the laboratory, stood up for some reason and turned into a monster. His right hand swelled and turned into a blood-red, horrible existence with exposed muscles, and a giant eye appeared on his right shoulder. William Birkin waved his arms and walked out of the laboratory. He wailed in pain and continued to attack the mysterious group of people. The ammunition hit his body, but William Birkin continued his attack as if he had no feeling. Retreat, retreat immediately. In the panicked team, the voice of a middle-aged man sounded firmly. In the chaos, his voice was not covered. As soon as he said the words of retreat, he ran straight outside. He didn't take much care of his teammates behind him, or in other words, he couldn't take care of anyone in such a situation. Soon, the figure of this person disappeared from their sight, and before the people behind him could run out, William Birkin had undergone a second change. Most of William's head was already wrapped in muscle tissue, leaving only a short blonde hair and half of his face, and the big eye on his right arm became more and more obvious, and his fingers were no longer simple fingers, but huge and sharp claws. Emma and Alice heard the dense gunfire and the strange retreat order, and immediately stuck their heads out and saw William Birkin in the center of the war. The left half of the monster still maintained the appearance in the data, but the right side had completely swelled up, and the monster shape became more and more obvious. What is this? Emma frowned. Alice used the light to see the pattern on the combat uniforms of those people clearly. It was the red and white Umbrella logo, the representative of Umbrella Corporation. It's Umbrella Company's people. Alice reminded Emma beside her. Emma also noticed this, and she pulled Alice away from here quickly. Alice didn't ask why, but just followed Emma to flee the scene frantically. Behind them, there were continuous gunshots and explosions. There were also the monsters howling, and the unwilling roar of William Birkin, who fled in panic but eventually died and came back to life. The glass shattered in the explosion, reflecting the bursting light in a shrill way. Emma took out the communicator and quickly called Leon. Leon, the situation has changed. William Birkin died at the hands of Umbrella. William Birkin came back to life and became a monster. It looked similar to the situation caused by the T-virus, but with stronger attack power. We must retreat immediately. We will meet up with Leon now. Alice asked Emma. Leon was still underground. Emma was about to answer when Leon replied. No, if that's the case, we don't want to know the truth. I must find a core control room. Leon didn't force Alice and Emma to stay. You leave first. Preserving your strength is the most important thing. Be careful in everything. Emma signaled that she had received it, and hung up the call. She decisively took Alice out. Leon was more familiar with the structure here. They went back to meet Kaplan first. If Leon needed it, they could provide support. If necessary, they could also implement the rescue plan for Leon. Alice didn't question this decision. At the moment of escaping, they didn't care whether their escape was exposed to surveillance. They just ran to the gate of the Birkin Institute, when the whole building suddenly emitted a dazzling red light. Chapter 57. A silent alarm enveloped the entire institute. The damaged building immediately pulled out steel plates from the ground, and in a few breaths, the Birkin Institute was surrounded. The floor beneath Alice and Emma's feet cracked, and they had nowhere to lean on, and could only fall to the ground floor. In an emergency, Alice and Emma changed their positions to try to reduce the risk of falling. Crack. The communicator fell to the ground, rolled on the ground for a few weeks, and slid out, making a harsh noise. We've been discovered. Emma quickly got up. The fall from this height did not cause any harm to them. Alice got up and said, it should be. Let's go find Leon. Emma thought that she might encounter a monster transformed by William Birkin upstairs, so she didn't run up to check what was going on. Alice nodded, and they could just go down to the second floor underground. Emma picked up the communicator, identified the direction with Alice, and headed for the passage that could descend to the second underground floor. As soon as they walked in, the passage suddenly dropped rapidly. The two had no resistance in it, and could only find ways to stabilize their bodies. Alarm, alarm, alarm. The Birkin Institute has been invaded by foreign enemies, and is now closed. Staff members, please take refuge at the designated location. UF-013 will protect you all the way until reinforcements arrive. Emma and Alice's faces turned ugly. The passage fell hard to the second floor. Emma and Alice found a way to stick themselves to the wall, so as not to be thrown into idiots. The two let go of each other's hands, and fell to the ground. continued to move towards the place where they separated from Leon. Alarm, alarm, alarm. G-Virus leaked. The Institute entered the self-destruction program. Now open the escape channel for the staff. The channel will be closed in 1 hour. Then the Institute will enter the self-destruction program. Please escape as soon as possible. Repeat. G-Virus leaked. The Institute entered the self-destruction program. Now open the escape channel for the staff. The channel will be closed in 1 hour. Then the Institute will enter the self-destruction program. Please escape as soon as possible. Repeat. G-Virus leaked. The Institute entered the self-destruction program. Now open the escape channel for the staff. The channel will be closed in 1 hour. Then the Institute will enter the self-destruction program. Please escape as soon as possible. Repeat. Emma and Alice's faces twisted. UF-013's full Institute broadcast proved that it had indeed discovered them, and this matter was related to William Birkin's mutation. Hurry up and find Leon, we must retreat. Emma pressed the communicator to contact Leon, but the communicator did not respond. Seeing this, Alice took out her communicator and gave it to Emma. Emma asked Alice to put away her communicator, and she picked up Alice's communicator and tried to contact Leon. But Leon never responded to her call. Emma could only keep in touch and take Alice deeper. Shall we escape the same way we came now? Alice asked. Emma nodded and said, we can't find Leon, but I think he should be fine. If Leon doesn't respond before we go out, then we must ensure our own safety first. Moreover, UF-013 has already discovered them. If they stay here for too long, they might be buried with the Institute. Emma doesn't want her first mission to end in such a failure. Alice and Emma shuttled all the way and asked, Emma, why do you think the people from Umbrella Company want to find William Birkin and even turn William Birkin into a monster? We all saw clearly that they were people from Umbrella Company. They found William Birkin. They had a conflict with William Birkin, and then William Birkin mutated. We can't determine what happened in the middle, but his mutation should be related to the so-called G-Virus. The effect of the G-Virus is similar to that of the T-Virus, which will cause people to lose their minds and become bloodthirsty monsters. But to some extent, the physical changes caused by the G-Virus are more exaggerated. It turned William Birkin into a muscular big guy, and the change in form is too exaggerated. The T-Virus also has the function of transforming the human body. We have seen people like Kaplan and those lickers, who have all been transformed into human forms. But they are very different from the forms of William Birkin. It is very likely that the so-called G-Virus is really related to the T-Virus. William Birkin is also a member of Umbrella Corporation. There was a conflict between them, so the people of Umbrella Corporation attacked him. Emma was not in a good mood. Lyon's guess was likely to be correct, otherwise they would not have seen William Birkin confronting the people of Umbrella Corporation today. As for why William Birkin turned into a monster, Emma guessed that it must be William Birkin himself, who carried the G-Virus with him. But Emma didn't know what the so-called G-Virus was, and how contagious it was. They could only go to the base to check after they left. This made Emma even less in the mood to analyze how UF-013 would deal with invaders like them. She answered Alice's question and analyzed what they had just seen about William Birkin and the people from Umbrella Company to keep her mind clear. As for what the G-Virus was like, if Leon had already obtained the information at this time, they would naturally know it at that time. Next, just pray that Leon can get out alive. Leon violently opened the chassis of UF-013 with great effort, connected his computer, and prayed that he could complete the copy of UF-013's data within half an hour. When the entire Institute was undergoing a drastic change, he accidentally saw the cracked wall, so Leon guessed that there must be some hidden door, behind which was the UF-013 control room he was searching for, and it might also be the data room he was looking for. The goddess of luck was on his side, and he successfully invaded the control room of UF-013, which also allowed UF-013 to discover him. The whole Institute was shaken again, and from the UF-013 display screen, Leon also saw the scene of Emma and Alice running away, which showed that UF-013 also found his two teammates. He had just entered the control room and won a lot of attacks for himself. The computer is not afraid of being poisoned, so in the control room, there is nerve gas in the defense device controlled by UF-013. It will not be very fatal, but it can make the invader lose the power to harm it. But UF-013 miscalculated. It had its own defense device, and Leon was prepared. When UF-013 turned on the defense device, Leon also took out his own protection device, so that he didn't have to breathe the poison gas. Leon was also glad that he had been prepared, otherwise he might not be able to complete the task. The program in the computer fought with UF-013. In the virtual world that Leon couldn't see, The two programs fought very fiercely. And UF-013 couldn't stop its data from being copied. It wanted to self-destruct, but it couldn't do so at this time, because there were still staff members in the Institute, and it had to wait for them to retreat before it could self-destruct. Leon watched the progress bar of the copy getting closer and closer to 100, and he unconsciously became nervous. He couldn't get through to Emma and Alice. Before entering the control room of UF-013, his communicator was damaged. He just hoped that these two smart girls knew that he was running away, instead of coming to him stupidly. In fact, Leon was also puzzled as to why Emma and Alice returned to the second underground floor and were discovered by UF-013 so carelessly, but things had already happened, and he could only hope that Emma and the others would act as they agreed, instead of impulsively saving him. Leon saw the words 100 completed, quickly unlinked, and ran out quickly. He was about to escape according to the route they took when they first entered the Institute. But Leon never expected that he would run into Annette Birkin, the wife of William Birkin. Annette Birkin raised her gun and shot Leon, and Leon panicked and used the most correct posture, rolling on the ground to avoid Annette's shooting direction. This allowed him to dodge the bullets smoothly. Annette only had this gun in her hand. While dodging, Leon also tried to shoot at Annette. The two sides fired bullets back and forth, making the atmosphere more and more tense. Annette, aren't you going to run away? Where's your daughter? Of course, he also heard UF-013's warning, so he was really surprised that Annette was still here. Annette hid behind the bunker. Her arm was hit by Leon, and was bleeding continuously. Shirley has already escaped. I just want to stay, and see what you guys are going to do. Aren't you worried? Your daughter is still so young. Leon didn't know what Annette meant. You are also here for the G-virus, haha, William is probably in danger, I must stay and see. Annette didn't know what happened on the ground, but she knew she had to stay. It was enough for Shirley to escape. She brought their research results with her. As long as she found the government's blessing, she would definitely be able to survive. If William really had an accident, it would be the most dangerous for Shirley to continue to stay here. And she didn't stay just to see who was the evildoer, she just wanted to stop the embryo from chasing her daughter. How do you know? Lion had a hunch that there was something fishy going on, but before he could say anything, Annette's gunshot suddenly rang out again. Lion reflexively hid himself deeper, but he didn't expect that none of the bullets were flying towards him. Where did Annette's bullets go? Lion didn't believe that Annette couldn't even figure out the direction. She must have discovered someone else. Could it be that Emma and Alice were coming? Lion was startled and quickly leaned out, but he only saw Annette's back and a monster in front of her. Chapter 58. The monster was tall and blood-red all over. Its clothes were torn by its muscles. It had a pair of bone wings on its back. The bright red flesh and blood formed a membrane, allowing it to fly in the air. It looked like some kind of combination monster. On its shoulder, there was a strange giant eye. Aho! The monster found them, and flew towards them. Annette's bullets were all given to the monster, but Leon couldn't praise her accuracy, because none of them hit the monster. All of them missed. But Annette's own resistance was not that strong, which made Leon feel that she must be desperate. This was not okay. Since Annette appeared, he couldn't let her die so easily in the face of a possible informant. Leon rushed out and raised his hand to shoot at the monster. Annette couldn't hold the pistol steadily with tears in her eyes. Leon pushed Annette aside and yelled at Annette to run away quickly, but Annette shook her head. You want to die so badly, but you can't. You must get out alive and explain what kind of experiment you are doing. How can you create such a monster? Leon was actually still instinctively protecting the weak. For him, even Annette, who shot him at a disagreement, was necessary for him to protect. Moreover, Annette was no longer a threat to him. You don't understand. This is William, he is my husband. Annette shook her head and turned a deaf ear to Leon's words. Her voice was full of pain. Leon was very surprised to hear Annette's words. He was not careful for a moment, and was almost hit by the monster. He quickly hid aside, and continued to shoot at the monster. He found that hitting the huge eye would make the monster suffer for a long time, so he tried harder to shoot at the target. What are you talking about? He was very surprised and asked Annette loudly with difficulty. William Birkin is a very handsome blonde man. How could you say he was infected with the so-called G-virus? He suddenly realized what this was, and he also suddenly realized that his purpose of coming here had actually been mostly achieved. Look at this monster, listen to the G-virus, and the data of UF-013 that he had copied. As long as he finds out whether William Birkin has any relationship with Umbrella Company, and whether they are conspiring to harm the whole world, all these problems can be solved. Annette listened to the roar of William, who was turned into a monster by the G-virus, huddled in the corner, not knowing what to say. In front of her appeared the original carrier of the G-virus and William's experimental subject, Curtis Miller. The embarrassed woman was infected with the G-virus, but was the only one who did not die. William saw the hope of human evolution from her. He brought this experimental subject to open a research institute here. He always believed that if he could crack the evolutionary trend of the G-virus, control the free mutation of the G-virus, and make it change in a good direction, he could make greater progress in human evolution. But look at William now, he failed. Before completing the experiment, he infected himself and turned himself into a monster. Annette didn't answer him. Leon still tried to ask, "What's going on? Did you participate in the virus released 2 months ago? Was the G-virus jointly manufactured with Umbrella? I haven't seen the laboratory where you conduct biochemical experiments. Did you set it up secretly?" Leon threw a series of questions to Annette, but Annette didn't want to explain anything. She looked at her husband, who had turned into a monster, and an idea formed in her mind. Annette stood up, she tightened her pistol again, and asked Leon, "You are a policeman, right?" "Yes, I am a policeman. You must answer my questions just now, and I will help you get leniency. FOS is also a law enforcement agency, so there is nothing wrong with saying that." Leon tried his best to follow Annette's words, trying to make Annette tell him everything he wanted to know. "Since you are a policeman, you should not be the greedy and annoying people of Umbrella Company." Annette breathed quickly and pointed the gun at her husband. "Shoot!" Leon saw that the monster seemed to be attracted by Annette, and he quickly blocked Annette again. Annette heard the words, and shot at the monster William had turned into. But she was still saying to Leon, "Hey, you unlucky policeman. Go to my daughter's and my bedroom. There is a passage under the bed that leads directly to the outside. You can see my daughter after you escape. What you want to know is backed up on Shirley. Then you come with me." Leon changed the magazine, and continued to shoot at the monster William had transformed into. For some reason, William's speed suddenly became slower, and his body doubled in size. William pulled Annette to hide quickly. He looked back and saw that the monster had changed from a human form, like a fallen angel, to a huge monster with a meat mountain. It looked like a worm with a huge mouthpart and a weird eye. It stretched out its tentacles and moved towards them. "Don't worry about me, just listen to me. After you leave, just protect my daughter. I help you delay William." If Leon was someone sent by Umbrella, he would have killed her directly when she shot at him for the first time. He would not have said so much to her, and it would be even more impossible to ask so many questions. Annette just didn't want to escape. She wouldn't have a good ending after she got out. It would be better to die here with William in the self-destructive explosion of UF-013, so that maybe they could go to hell together. "You want to sacrifice yourself." Leon was even more surprised. He didn't expect Annette to choose this way. Annette sneered at Leon's idea and said, "Don't worry about it. I can't be a good person. After you get out, it's better to sleep with William than to die in the hands of the government. But Shirley is innocent. Please take good care of her." Speaking of Shirley, her poor daughter, Annette's voice became very soft again. Yes, she loves her family and her daughter. But she couldn't get out alive. That would make Shirley's life more painful. Lion looked at the monster William had transformed into. No matter how hard he fought, he couldn't stop William for long, and the time before UF-013 self-destructed was getting shorter and shorter. He had to leave quickly. So he said to Annette, "Please," and did as Annette said. The footsteps were getting farther and farther away, but Annette still didn't stop shooting. "William, William. William, are you still there?" Annette couldn't be sure that William was still conscious after transforming into this. In their research, after the G-virus infects a person, it will quickly invade the person's nerves and seize the person's body, and gradually the person will become a container of the G-virus. But not everyone can accommodate the G-virus, and William has not found anyone who can react to the G-virus without being swallowed. Only a woman named Curtis Miller has developed a certain resistance to the G-virus, but she has no way to perfectly integrate with the G-virus. William is going crazy for this, but the experiment has not made any greater progress. Annette couldn't help but shed tears in front of this huge monster. She remembered her encounter with William. She was one of the first people to enter the Birkin Institute. She always thought that her boss would be a middle-aged man, but she didn't expect that he would be a teenager. William is not a romantic person. He never remembers the so-called anniversary, or the so-called Valentine's Day. He has no extra romance, only the passion to plunge into research. But his persistence in science, his fascination with genes, and his devotion to academics made Annette fall in love with him uncontrollably. William didn't care what kind of person his wife would be, and this was never in his plan, but he was also defeated by Annette's enthusiasm. It's hard to imagine that Annette, who was as cold as a barren woman in the eyes of others, would be so passionate about pursuing someone. At that time, colleagues in the institute were full of pessimism about their love, but who would have thought that they would finally get together because of love? William. Annette called William's name. She helped William do many wrong things. They all knew that there was a monster behind the door of biological weapons, but William was obsessed with it, and she was willing to help him. She knew that they could not go to heaven, but she only wanted to die with William, not with an irrational monster. William, wake up and look at me. Annette sobbed and fired a gun to stop the monster from approaching. Warning, 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 the self-destruction program entered the countdown. 10. William. Annette's voice was hoarse. The monster suddenly hesitated, and its tentacles no longer fluttered randomly. The part that could no longer be seen as a head gradually raised up, and the huge eyes looked at Annette. The mouth of the fleshworm opened, and the saw-like teeth inside could be seen. The fishy smell rushed to Annette, but she looked at the worm as if she was looking at a miracle. She opened her mouth, and a William leaked from her lips again. Anani. The fleshworm made a strange trembling sound. But this shocked Annette more than any heavenly song. She threw away her gun with a smile and tears, and staggered towards her lover. William. She called her husband with a sigh. Annie. The fleshworm's huge eyes actually flickered, as if tears were sliding down. Annette walked towards the fleshworm, and the fleshworm also moved closer to Annette, but when they moved closer to each other, the fleshworm retreated with difficulty. 5. William, don't go. Annette rushed forward. She stretched out her hand, as if to touch William, but in the end it was just a layer apart, and she didn't really touch him. 3. William stopped where he was because of Annette's words. William, let's die together, and go to hell together. I'm not afraid of what will happen. Annette's fingers were less than a centimeter away from William's mouthparts. The giant eye looked at Annette, and suddenly water squeezed out of it. 2. Okay. William said so. Chapter 59. Annette seemed to have received great comfort, and she threw herself into William's arms, like a young swallow returning to its nest. As if this was their once-in-a-lifetime wedding, William, dressed in a white suit, reached out his hand to her. William's golden hair was shining in the sun, and his eyes were tender for her alone. Those flesh buds all rushed towards Annette frantically, as if William couldn't wait to hug his wife. 1. UF013. The cold notification sound was distorted with a loud rumble. The institute collapsed from bottom to top, with explosions and flames burning continuously. Toxic gases leaked out from all hidden corners and rushed through the ruins. The flames of the explosion eventually devoured everything. In the dazzling firelight, Annette hugged William, and William merged into Annette, and they finally found peace. It was not until the grand flames completely engulfed them, and the entire Birkin Institute collapsed from the ground that it all ended. The explosion of the Birkin Institute shook the entire Brooklyn area. Because Brooklyn is relatively clean, those non-human creatures cannot get here yet. It also makes Leon and his team, who have completed their mission, safer. Of course, this is also relatively speaking. Leon, who was running on the road, fell to the ground because of the vibration. Oh damn. He quickly got up again. The explosion of the Birkin Institute will definitely attract many forces, and he must leave quickly. But he agreed to Annette's dying request, and wanted to do it. According to his assumption, Annette's daughter Shirley should not run far. Therefore, Lion insisted on searching the area secretly. He thought Shirley would wait for Annette at the entrance of the passage, but after he came out, he did not see Shirley, the daughter of the Birkins. At this time, he actually knew that there was little hope, but Lion was still unwilling to give up. He searched the area, and the explosion of the Birkin Institute made many traces disappear. Lion could only open his voice and call Shirley Birkin twice. If Shirley really didn't go far, and knew that he was the person Annette asked, she would come out to find him now. However, his idea still got nothing. After confirming that he really couldn't find Shirley for the time being, Lion could only leave quickly and go to the meeting point with his teammates. After all, even if Shirley really couldn't be found, he could still find her later. But if he was exposed at this time, it would be very likely that he would die. This was a bit too unprofitable for his fundamental mission. Lion certainly knew what he should do. After giving up the task of searching for Shirley, Leon quickly identified his location. Fortunately, he had a good sense of direction, otherwise it would be difficult for him to find the way out of this place. Leon didn't know what happened to Annette Birkin and William Birkin after he left, but he knew that they were probably dead now. He couldn't find Shirley, which made Leon feel annoyed that he had broken his promise. Of course, more importantly, he didn't get the backup file that Annette mentioned on Shirley, which contained information about what kind of transactions the Birkin Institute had done behind the scenes. Leon didn't know whether what Annette said was true, but it was really possible. He didn't believe that the Birkins wouldn't leave a backup plan. But Leon couldn't force it. He couldn't find Shirley, so it was good to save his life temporarily. What's more, he had already obtained the copy data of UF-013, and he would definitely be able to analyze something from it. This trip to the Birkin Institute was not in vain. Although there were regrets, most of it was still satisfactory. Leon decided to meet up with Alice and the others, and then combine what he saw with them to speculate what happened. Thinking of this, Leon felt that the burden on him was heavier. He still chose a hidden position, and quickly went to the meeting point. What Leon didn't know was that as soon as he left the area of the Birkin Institute and the vibration here stopped, a woman walked to the position where he had just come out. She was a very beautiful woman. She was wearing a red cheongsam with a high slit, which was so conspicuous in the night. But she didn't seem to be afraid of being exposed. With a gun bag tied to her leg, she looked heroic, mysterious and dangerous in her fitted red cheongsam with a high slit. On the quiet ruins, a stone suddenly moved. The tiny movement allowed her to quickly lock onto the target, and fired several shots at it. The stone slab was shattered by her bullets, and as soon as the stone slab was shattered, a strange-shaped tumor flew towards her. She just calmly threw a special pill at the little monster, and she didn't even step back. In just a moment, the little monster became an ice sculpture and fell to the ground. The woman took out the special glass jar she had prepared early in the morning, and put the little monster in it. After making sure the can was sealed, the woman walked away calmly in black high heels. After her, various forces appeared again. Many people paid attention to the destruction of the Birkin Institute. Emma and Alice huddled in the corner of the back car in a panic, and they kept panting to smooth their breathing. Returning from the original route, they encountered more difficulties. For some reason, some huge monsters suddenly appeared in the sewage pool. Those unusual creatures made Emma and Alice think that they should have been biochemically transformed. That's right, William Birkin could turn himself into a weird monster, so these animals would obviously be the first batch of life that William transformed. They were almost completely lost their own characteristics after being transformed, but their general appearance still allowed them to judge what they were. The giant crocodile, the terrible python hidden under the water, and some terrifying fish all caused them a lot of trouble. If Emma and Alice hadn't cooperated well, I'm afraid that even if they had evolved bodies, they would have been swallowed by these monsters. Are you all right? Kaplan asked his question clearly. Kaplan can now express his words, but to hear clearly what he wants to say, you must have sufficient patience, otherwise, just listening to Kaplan will be exhausting. It's not so easy to understand Kaplan's meaning with this pause. Kaplan's expression will be much better for some words that are often said. Not bad, at least we got out alive, Emma replied. At least their mission was indeed accomplished in a miraculous way. Next, they just need to wait for Leon for a while. If Leon's mission is also completed, then their mission will be successfully completed, and they can return to the base immediately to relax. After changing their combat uniforms, that were still dripping and emitting a foul smell, Alice and Emma's faces looked much better. They suspected that the water carried many viruses. Even if they had experienced the baptism of the T-virus, it would be better to be alert, otherwise they might really get into trouble and lose their lives. In any case, they need to do a comprehensive physical examination when they return to the base. Otherwise, they can't rest assured. The Birkin Institute is not a simple place. After seeing William turned into a monster, and seeing the monsters released because of the loss of control of UF-013, it would be strange for them to think that the water was fine. Once the water contains the so-called G-virus, who knows what strange chemical reactions will occur? Kaplan, has Leon contacted you? Alice asked. No. Kaplan answered very straightforwardly. One word, no, conveyed his meaning quite accurately. How long do we have to wait here to confirm that Leon has encountered an accident? Alice asked Emma. Emma thought for a while, and said, let's wait another hour. If Leon still doesn't show up, we will go back to the base by ourselves. Voss's first mission ended with the failure of his team leader. Their resumes probably won't look good. So at least they have to make sure that Leon is safe before they can proceed to the next step. This location is hidden enough, and they won't be discovered even if they wait here for another hour. It's best to hide yourself in the dark. Kaplan and Alice didn't object to Emma, and they waited for Leon in silence. Alice and Emma continued to sort out what they had encountered, and they were discussing who the Umbrella team was. That group of people was obviously well trained, and should be at least at the level of former mercenaries. Does Umbrella have such people as its armed forces, Or is it a new force they developed in those 2 months? If it's the latter, it's not a big deal. If it's the former, Umbrella's plot must be big. Moreover, Leon speculated that Umbrella was related to the virus craze 2 months ago. If it was really Umbrella and a series of other gene pharmaceutical companies that jointly released the virus, then did they want to subvert the planet, or were they preparing to be the savior of all mankind? If they really wanted to be the savior of all mankind, then they should quickly come up with a corresponding plan to save humanity. It is very likely that they want to be the overlord of the world, and then they will slowly solve the hidden dangers brought by the virus. And this possibility is very high. Thinking of this, Alice and Emma shuddered. Do Umbrella and other gene pharmaceutical companies really have such perverted ideas? Although this idea still needs to be questioned, as long as they think of this, they will involuntarily believe that this is really the ambition of Umbrella. He can think and do this because they do have this power. And in human history, there are many things that rely on power to do whatever they want, from ancient times to the present. As long as there is profit, people dare to take risks. In the face of interests, human nature is put to the test. Not to mention that there has never been much humanity within the Umbrella Corporation. Alice, who came up with this idea, even scared herself a little. Chapter 60. Things are so interesting. It's just a beginning, but they can figure out so many things. Alice admired her imagination. It's possible that it will come true. Emma knew Umbrella's style very well. They are indeed very likely to do such a thing. They do whatever they want with their power, and it's not a 1-day or 2-day thing. The sudden outbreak of the virus craze 2 months ago, no matter how you think about it, there must be a powerful force behind it. And the one who has the ability to do this is the Global Pharmaceutical Federation. Umbrella is also a member of the Global Pharmaceutical Federation. They have ambitions, and the Global Pharmaceutical Federation also has ambitions. Although they are different, until their interests are consistent, who knows what crazy things they can do? Umbrella has reached the cusp of public opinion, and the government will not give up holding him accountable. It's not impossible for him to just release the virus directly, trying to change the world, change the right to speak, and change his status. Alice and Emma didn't want to talk for the time being. They leaned against each other quietly, absorbing each other's warmth and comforting themselves. Leon. Kaplan suddenly spoke. He called out Leon's name, which instantly reminded Alice and Emma. The car shook for a while, and Leon got into the car in a panic. Kaplan accepted Leon's order and drove away from here. Everyone is still alive, and the mission is almost completed. Very good. Leon dragged his tired voice and praised sincerely. Come on. It's not easy to get out of the explosion alive. Emma didn't want to accept his so-called praise. Leon laughed twice and said, although the development of things was a bit unexpected, our gains are not bad, right? You are right, especially since we are all alive. Emma said. Okay, now we can exchange information. Leon said so. Emma looked at Alice. Alice said knowingly, we followed your instructions and followed William upstairs. William, he ran into the people from Umbrella upstairs. That means that William and Annette said in the corridor that William really knew that someone had invaded the Birkin Institute. Leon guessed. From the limited information, we can't judge whether William has any contact with the people from Umbrella, but we can know that they must have conflicts. Emma said, their conflict should be due to the G virus created by William. The people of Umbrella should be very eager to know the research data of the G virus. And we know that this thing must be more terrible than the T virus. Alice said again. Emma added, William turned into a monster, probably because of the G virus. This virus can cause people to mutate rapidly. But we can't judge how strong the G virus is. We only know that its infected people will change their form, lose their sanity, and only know how to kill. Alice made inferences based on the hell on earth scene she saw. Leon tapped his fingers on the windowsill twice, and he seemed to be in a good mood. Alice and Emma's inferences coincided with his own thoughts. It is very likely that the G virus is the target of Umbrella Corporation. Leon nodded, and he agreed with this point of view. Umbrella Corporation must have some reason to invade the Birkin Institute. From the surface, the Birkin Institute does not have what Umbrella Corporation wants. But if it is for the G virus secretly developed by William, then all this is very likely. Leon, did something happen to you later that you have not been able to connect to the communicator contact signal? Emma asked. Speaking of this, she also remembered that her communicator was broken. Leon nodded, looked at Emma and Alice in the rearview mirror, and explained, after my first communication with you, my communicator was damaged during the exploration. Later, I successfully found the UF-013 control room. As soon as I opened the door of the control room, UF-013 found me as an intruder. So we started a contest. In the meantime, my communicator was completely broken. You mean Emma caught this word? Leon nodded affirmatively and said, it is obvious that the designer put the personality of a girl on the body of this supercomputer. I even saw the image of UF013 as a little girl in a red skirt during the data copying process. What does the little girl look like? Because the alarm of UF013 has always been a cold mechanical sound, and it is impossible to tell whether it is a man or a woman, so Emma has never thought about it in this direction. Lion briefly described the image of UF013. The more Emma listened, the uglier her face became. It is really the Red Queen. Alice forced this sentence out of her throat strangely. Red Queen, what do you mean? Lion did not know that the core hive of Umbrella Corporation was also controlled by a supercomputer. He did do the exploration mission of the hive, but for some reason, Umbrella Corporation always kept the internal information vague. Red Queen is a supercomputer set up by Umbrella Corporation in the hive. She is also the core of the operation of the entire hive. After Emma calmed down, she uttered this sentence. Lion suddenly had a flash of inspiration, and he shouted excitedly, saying, in other words, the control core of the Birkin Institute, UF013, is actually the supercomputer Red Queen of Umbrella Corporation. Alice and Emma both nodded. Great, we didn't know how they communicated. I didn't expect it was through this computer. There must be a deeper connection between them, otherwise our experts would not have missed this. Leon clenched his fists and waved excitedly. His emotions were very outgoing, and it was obvious that Leon was really happy about this discovery. What happened later, Leon? How did you find the control room where UF013 was stored? Emma asked in succession. They were originally exchanging information. If Leon was immersed in the so-called success now, it would not help them sort out this task. It's because after you were discovered by UF013, the whole institute suddenly shook for some reason. Many doors were shaking. And I heard an unusual sound coming from the closed, smooth wall. This made me wonder if UF013 was hiding behind a completely inconspicuous door, and the way to open this door might be different from that of a normal door. With this inspiration, I tried to check the wall. Finally, a door was opened at the end of the corridor. Lion was a little proud when he talked about this. His discovery really made his mission perfect. And this discovery was made by him alone. By the way, what did you do upstairs to be discovered by UF013? Lion asked. Alice said, it shouldn't be what we did, but what the people from Umbrella did. When we saw William, he had already changed. But the first thing we saw was not William, but the people from Umbrella. They looked well trained and all of them looked like elites. Emma recalled. That might be the people from the armed department of Umbrella Corporation. We still don't know who they are. Lion said this with some regret. In order to find out the details of Umbrella Corporation, the people of Foss also did a lot of investigation. But they lost a lot of people and didn't find anything. It's really a pity. The monster William mutated is too scary. Shooting alone can't kill him. He is also very bloodthirsty. The people of Umbrella Corporation, and we are all running for our lives. During this process, no one wanted to check whether they had escaped UF013's surveillance. In addition, William's mutation is related to the G-virus, and UF013 is also programmed to prevent the G-virus from leaking out. So when William mutates, UF013 should know it first. She will use more resources to monitor the ground at this time. Emma explained. Lion thought so too. If UF013 had not concentrated all its strength on the battle on the ground, he would not have found the hidden control room so smoothly. And the shock of the Birkin Institute came from UF013's response. In order to prevent William, the G-virus infected person, from running away, she sealed the entire institute. It's like a huge iron can, unbreakable. Alice then added to Emma's words. Lion only then knew that UF013 actually had such a setting, and fortunately UF013's attention was on the ground instead of underground. Otherwise, he might not have been able to solve their task so smoothly. I entered the control room of UF013. At this time, UF013 was constantly repeating the alarm. I was determined to complete the task. In the control room of UF013, filled with poisonous gas, I copied the data of UF013. After coming out, I thought that William Birkin's wife Annette Birkin and their daughter Shirley Birkin should have left the dangerous Birkin Institute with the help of UF013, but I was caught off guard and met Annette Birkin. Speaking of this, Leon also felt that he had taken it for granted at that time. If it was not Annette, but someone else, he would most likely experience the classic door-opening kill instead of successfully completing his pitiful task. After that, Annette and I encountered the monster that her husband William Birkin had turned into. Whether they were conducting biochemical experiments illegally or not, they still had feelings for each other, and Annette really loved her daughter. God had already judged them one step ahead of time. After we completed the task, we should also have a good rest. Thinking of Annette's resolute face at that time, Leon was also full of emotion. Chapter 61. No matter what, they developed biological weapons, and were very likely involved in the release of the biological virus 2 months ago, so they are not worthy of forgiveness. Emma said so. No matter how much the Birkin family loves each other, what they did is still a crime. Especially the release of the virus, which can be said to constitute a crime against humanity and endanger the survival of the entire human race. As for the little warmth of their family, it cannot whitewash the mistakes they made. Of course, Emma herself does not have a strong sense of morality, but when facing her boss at Foss, she also needs to show her righteous side. And her statement was indeed recognized by Leon. That's right. But I promised to protect their daughter Shirley Birkin. This child did not participate in their biological experiments and is innocent and should be forgiven. But according to Annette, I left the Birkin Institute through the secret passage, but did not find any trace of Shirley Birkin outside. It is possible that Annette Birkin may have deceived you. Emma pointed out the problem. Leon was not angry, he just felt a little regretful. As an elite of FOS, how could he not understand what Emma said? He just felt even more regretful that he could not get more information from Annette and the others, and at that time Annette hoped that he could take her daughter away. Leon could feel that she was sincere. But he did not find Shirley Birkin, and he had no way of knowing how much information he needed from Shirley Birkin. But since the matter has been settled, there is no point in regretting it. They should look forward. Seeing that Leon did not immerse himself in Annette and William's affairs, Emma and Alice talked about their guesses, about the possible roles of Umbrella and the Birkin Institute 2 months ago, and their guesses about their purpose. Lion listened to their bold assumptions, and did not interrupt their fantastic ideas. On the contrary, he felt that what his two colleagues said made a lot of sense. Umbrella is indeed like this. For a little benefit, a little possibility, it can sell out its bottom line. If extreme means can really be used to solve the so-called dilemma, Umbrella is very likely to use it. But the problem is that they cannot convict Umbrella based on their suspicions alone. In this situation, they can only collect as much evidence as possible, and only when the evidence is conclusive can they pull down the altar of Umbrella, which has now become a pillar of society again. 2 months, more than 60 days, does not seem to be a very long time. But it was during this period of time that the world changed dramatically. Alice and Emma both thought they needed to catch up. When they met up with Leon, although they knew a little about the situation, they still didn't know most of the changes. Especially in the upheavals of the past 2 months, Umbrella Corporation got a chance to breathe and became a pillar company in the world again. When Emma heard the news, she was not surprised. If Umbrella Corporation didn't have this ability, how could it live up to its own ambitions? Of course, this is a good thing for Umbrella Corporation. But a lot of evidence about their crimes has disappeared, and if they want to confirm their guesses, they must collect new evidence. And this is not a good thing for them. And they must first pass the news to their superiors, who will make a decision. They have the authority to investigate further. If not, their actions will become illegal. In the heated discussion, Kaplan drove them back to their base smoothly. Let's pause the discussion now and enter the base. In order to ensure the safety of the base, we must first conduct a full body check, Lion said. This is also the new rule introduced in the past 2 months. After all, the world is now full of various viruses, mutant viruses and other unclear things. If he is not careful, he may not know which negligence will cause the death of all the people in the base. Under Lion's guidance, all of them took a good bath and relaxed themselves. Bathing is the main way to ensure the cleanliness of the body surface, and during this period, you can simply check whether your body surface has changed. After confirming that their bodies were still normal, the 4 people quickly came out and, under Leon's guidance, used the detection tools in the base to test whether they carried harmful viruses. Especially Leon, Alice, and Emma, who had entered the Birkin Institute, had close contact with William Birkin, a G-virus-infected body, and had to carefully check whether they carried this unknown virus. William's changes were really unpredictable, and they did not have an accurate concept of the horror of the G-virus. After a long and complicated series of physical examinations, the 4 people finally confirmed that they had no other viruses. As for Kaplan, Alice and even Emma, the fact that they had T-viruses in their bodies seemed to be no longer news. At this time, Leon could patiently use the instruments in the base to upload the copied data of UF-013. This work did not last long, and Leon soon began to check the data of UF-013 himself. There were a lot of copy data, and Leon quickly intercepted what he needed. Emma took Alice and stood beside Leon, watching Leon operate. We found a lot of useful things, including private transactions between William and Umbrella. As Leon said this, he showed them the information. Look here, it's obvious that William is helping Umbrella to do some shameful illegal transactions. Because of the outbreak of the virus, people are now more resistant to biochemical research, but Umbrella is still using it with William for biochemical research. This information is enough to accuse Umbrella, and they will lose the trust of the people again. But does Umbrella really care whether it can gain the trust of the people? Emma asked doubtfully. Leon also thought that Emma was right, but things could not be solved in a simple way. At least they still need procedural justice, otherwise this chaotic world will be even more desperate. Glancing at Leon's expression, Emma stopped saying anything to spoil the fun. Alice saw the information about the G virus and asked Leon to enlarge it. The data shows that the G virus has a very high survival ability. It has an original embryo that can break out of the host when it dies, and then search for a suitable bloodline to parasitize. William has this in his body. If this thing does not die, will it undergo other mutations in the future? Is the explosion of the Institute enough to destroy it? Alice pointed at the deformed embryo and asked. Leon narrowed his eyes, and said uncertainly, maybe it is not dead yet. In that environment at that time, it may not be able to escape now. But William must be dead. If he cannot find a new host for a long time, the G virus embryo cannot survive for a long time. What if that embryo can run out by itself? Alice finds it difficult to trust such an uncertain tone. When I came out, surely Birkin was gone. Maybe she ran away at the first time. The G virus embryo that drilled out of William's body needs someone with the same bloodline as him to parasitize better. Otherwise, in the case of incompatibility, the G virus embryo will die. Lion pointed out another clause that was favorable to their situation. In fact, there was no need to worry too much about the G virus. Its ability to spread is not as strong as the T virus, although its mutants can cause greater damage. During their discussion, a new email suddenly arrived at the base. Lion paused and quickly opened the email. Instantly, his face turned ugly. Alice and Emma asked what happened. Lion stepped aside so that they could also see the words on the screen. Umbrella Corporation declared bankruptcy. Emma read out this important message in disbelief. Alice frowned and read out the message attached to the letter. Umbrella has started to settle accounts early, and many employees have been announced to be fired. Umbrella has developed T-virus serum, and is committed to saving people from suffering. Unfortunately, the government has been entangled with Umbrella's past mistakes, and Umbrella has announced its dissolution. Why did Umbrella put public pressure on the government, which is now in danger? Emma didn't believe it would be this reason. Leon tightened his hands on the console, trying his best to make his expression look calm. I'm afraid this is the situation you are talking about. They let themselves disappear completely from the public's view, and no longer have to care about the news of the government or the people. Leon said to Emma. In such a chaotic situation, it is easy for them to fish in troubled waters. Emma had to start worrying about what Umbrella would do next. Although nothing can be seen now, the news is indeed shocking. Especially when Umbrella has obtained the G virus. Who knows what new storm it will set off? Alice continued to scroll down the information, and saw the new order. The boss asked us to continue the investigation of Umbrella. They suspect that Umbrella is declaring its dissolution now for a bigger conspiracy. Our new workplace, Los Angeles base. The government has issued a warrant for the former senior members of Umbrella. The charges are endangering national security, crimes against humanity, and privately conducting biochemical research, etc. Lion saw this, but he didn't feel at ease. Emma just felt that things were difficult to do, and the people of Umbrella had disappeared from the ground. They will definitely find a way to solve the old traces of activities. As for now, I don't know if the government's wanted order and Umbrella's statement will cause another panic in society. I'm afraid that such a chaotic situation is exactly what the people of Umbrella want. It's not easy to break this situation in a short time. What should we do now? Kaplan asked using the voice and text function of the communicator. Leon glanced at Kaplan and replied, let's go to Los Angeles first. Chapter 62. To the north of Los Angeles, near the west coast, there is a large blank area. This place has always been strictly protected, and ordinary people cannot get close to it. It is only because this is the rocket launch base of the Gale country, and it is also an important military base. Now most of the military bases are withdrawing inland, and the military base in Los Angeles is still by the sea, which is completely a futile persistence. After the outbreak of the global biochemical crisis, the danger to marine life is far greater than that on land. Continuing to build military bases on the sea, or near the sea, is completely a joke with the lives of their own people. However, the Gale government and other governments around the world have not completely abandoned the offshore and offshore military bases for various reasons. As the first line of defense against the mysterious ocean, the soldiers living and training in such military bases bear far higher risks than inland soldiers. Perhaps they all know that their mission is very important. Few people assigned to such military bases voluntarily asked to withdraw. On the way, Leon slowly told Kaplan, Alice and Emma some basic information, because the world was changing too fast. If he didn't tell them in detail, it would be more difficult for them to carry out their mission. From New York, they could not fly directly to Los Angeles by military aircraft directly from the east to the west of Gale Country. Because they crossed the east and west coasts of Gale Country, there were many threats of mutant creatures on the way. The helicopter flying in the sky is simply the best live target for these creatures. As long as you don't feel tired of living, it's best to follow the route map given by your boss. Even if it's a troublesome route, it's a safe route that countless people have explored with their lives during this period. Along the way, they changed their means of transportation many times. After many twists and turns, they finally entered the scope of Los Angeles after 21 days of suffering. On the way, Alice, Emma, and Kaplan also followed Leon and witnessed this collapsed world with their own eyes. Along the way, they had to deal with not only those animals and plants that mutated due to the virus, but also those humans who were ambushed and waiting for pedestrians to pass by. Halfway through, Alice once again lent a helping hand to those starving people. Just throwing a bag of bread from the car caused a bloodbath. If those people didn't know that they couldn't fight them, I'm afraid they would risk their lives to rush over to snatch food and weapons. In this world, it is not easy to survive. If you are separated from the crowd, you will die soon. And in the group, you may not be able to protect yourself. In just 2 months, the world has become so terrible. If humans want to face such threats and continue to survive, they will have to go through another long struggle. Alice did not expect things to turn out like this, but from then on, she would no longer easily lend a helping hand to people on the roadside. Whenever she passed by such a hell on earth, Alice would just lean her head against the door frame and stare at them without saying a word. That silent look made Emma feel suffocated. Sometimes, Alice's sense of responsibility that came from nowhere would also make Emma feel stressed. But Emma was still willing to cooperate with Alice, perhaps because Alice was the person she liked. Fortunately, such chaos was not the most common situation. Emma and her team passed through the most human settlements in various places established by the government, but the urban architectural style had also changed a lot. People lived in dangerous fortresses, built high walls, and constructed a lot of heavy weapons as defense. Of course, even in such a fortress, they also needed to be wary of humans during the supply process. Even in such a difficult environment, there was never a lack of intrigue between people. Even in the struggle, because of the harsh environment, it was easier to make people disappear quietly. And when supplying, Emma and Alice also saw more tragic scenes. During the outbreak of the virus, the human population dropped sharply, and several large-scale infectious diseases broke out, and there is no way to cure it until now. In addition to aphasia and irreversible T-virus infections beyond the treatment time, there are also various other strange diseases, and even these viruses are entangled together to produce pathological changes. Many research talents have died in such virus outbreaks. Many scientific research projects have to be stagnant, and the living standards of mankind have regressed by who knows how many years. In the past 2 months, human technology has regressed a lot. Some plants began to die on a large scale because of the virus, and many places have turned from oases into wastelands. Some plants have mutated because of the virus, becoming extremely aggressive and full of vitality, and quickly multiplying and taking root in the city. So far, many plants have broken through the reinforced concrete of the city, turning most areas into man-eating oases. Not to mention the new species that have emerged due to mutations. They are cunning and powerful. If it weren't for the terrible technology that humans still have, and they only compete with physical conditions, I'm afraid that humans will be quickly eliminated by the current natural environment. In addition to these changes, the more fatal thing is that the atmospheric environment on which humans depend for survival has also changed. The yield of crops has become lower, and it has become increasingly difficult to fill your stomach. Lion told them that the government's research institute is also stepping up research on how to produce good food that is not harmful to the human body, and is also actively experimenting with farming sites, just to calm the restless people's hearts with food as soon as possible. Because of the drastic changes everywhere, all states have now established a united front, gathering survivors to fight for survival. It is not difficult to understand that such a model has been established. In this case, it is difficult for the government to understand the needs of various places at the first time. If it weren't for entering the Los Angeles base of Foss, Lion and his team would have passed by there. Foss does not belong to the military system, but to the judicial system, or more accurately, it is an auxiliary role in the law enforcement system. That is, they are people who assist the police, and their battlefield is not facing the enemy directly. And this is also a protection for them to some extent. There are very few situations where they need to take charge in person, and they always have to do behind-the-scenes work. However, before entering Los Angeles, Leon received a strange recruitment letter. The recruitment letter was stamped with FOS and FBI, asking their team to join the army at the rocket launch base to help protect President Graham. This mission is a bit strange, at least it doesn't appear at ordinary times. But they have entered Los Angeles now, and this is the first, new, and real mission given by their superiors after they reported the information they got from William Birkin's Research Institute. It will take a while to turn to the Los Angeles Air Base, and Leon turned on the radio on the way. Los Angeles is one of the largest safe havens now, and the restrictions on using radios are not as dangerous as on the road. Many creatures can receive radio signals, although they may not understand human bands, but they may be caught by the source of the sound, and they now need to know what is happening in Los Angeles. On the way, because they need to contact the Los Angeles Air Base, Leon gave the driver's seat to Emma, and he sat in the back seat. After a period of efficient communication, Leon finally understood why they, the behind-the-scenes workers, should go to the front line. 10 days ago, the Los Angeles Air Base was attacked by a sea monster, and the base suffered heavy losses. But the Explorer is about to return. They have seen traces of the Explorer in orbit. The astronauts are back at the scheduled time, and the president has arrived on time as agreed, ready to welcome the hero, but the security system in the base is extremely short of manpower. If President Graham's safety cannot be guaranteed when welcoming the Explorer back, if something unexpected happens, it will be a major blow to the human base. Because of the changes in the world, there is more and more chaos, and people can't be blindly confident at such a moment. The Los Angeles Air Base has almost gathered all the forces that can be recruited, which is extremely laborious. President Graham cares so much about the return of the Explorer, which also shows from the side that the space mission carried by this Explorer is very important. It may be related to where human society will go in the future, or it may bring back something important. Many years ago, humans began to explore outer space. The Gale country has launched many rockets, and later launched many spacecraft. They explored the universe and brought back new materials from the universe, which made technology develop rapidly. Many people say that in the near future, humans may really enter the era of interstellar colonization. However, before humans ushered in the era of interstellar immigration, they have already fallen into such a dangerous situation. Emma drove, and soon arrived at the Los Angeles Air Base. At the entrance, Emma showed her ID and Lion's mission certificate, but the guards still asked them to get off the car and undergo a comprehensive inspection. This is not just for a few of them. Those who enter the base before them, and even after them, have been subjected to extremely strict inspections. Since everyone came here this way, Emma and the others didn't mind the cold attitude of these people. Moreover, the behavior of the base also indirectly showed that the base was on high alert at this time, and such an attitude always made them feel that this mission would not be so easy. Before leaving the checkpoint and officially entering the base, Kaplan was forced to wear the latest isolation suit to prevent him from hurting humans and spreading the T-virus. And because of Kaplan's special nature, he naturally couldn't be a close bodyguard who would get close to those big shots. The base only asked him to cooperate with the surrounding security and absolutely not get close to the main venue. This approach is understandable. For safety reasons, Leon, Emma, and Alice are not incomprehensible. But understanding is one thing, and feeling uncomfortable in the heart is another. But the base did not give them the right to choose, and all they could do was obey. Chapter 63. But after the assignment, Kaplan was asked to be taken away alone. And this request touched Alice's sensitive nerves. "Where are you taking him?" Alice stood up and stood in front of Kaplan. She couldn't let Kaplan be taken away like this, she would be worried. And they didn't know this base well enough. What if they did something bad to Kaplan? The leading officer just said in a businesslike manner, Kaplan is responsible for the outer security. Of course, take him to the position he should be. Leon Kennedy, take your people away. Leon, who was called, walked to Alice and signaled Alice not to ask any more questions, and to follow him to report first. Obviously Alice didn't want to just follow orders. Alice frowned and asked unhappily, "No, Leon, this matter must be clarified. Will we still keep in touch with Kaplan?" Kaplan looked at Alice's back and stood behind her blankly, without any special thoughts in his mind. Although he could realize that this was about himself, he didn't have a deep understanding. Emma saw Alice stand out, and she knew what Alice was worried about, so naturally Emma would not stay aside to watch the fun. With her relationship with Alice and Kaplan, even if the situation was very bad, she would stand on the side of Alice and the others. It had nothing to do with whether the matter was right or not, and it had nothing to do with whether it was dangerous or not, just because they were worth it. And his team had stood out like this, and Alice and Emma's attitude was very firm, so Leon, the captain, naturally couldn't fall behind. Leon passed Alice and Emma, stood at the front of the team, and said, "Sir, we are a team. We accepted the call to assist in security work, to ensure the safe return of the explorer, and to protect the safety of all important people present. But we have no experience in cooperating with others. If Kaplan is to be responsible for the periphery alone, we will also worry about his mental state. The respective task assignments were set according to your information at the beginning, and this is not something we can change," the leading officer said coldly. They really don't like their subordinates to be so thorough about the task, and even have the idea of confronting the leader. But after all, they are not from the Los Angeles base, and Kaplan is indeed very special, so the officers of the Los Angeles base temporarily tolerated Leon's approach. That is to say, people in charge of security work in different sectors cannot contact each other. Leon frowned. Not necessarily. But the people in charge of the periphery, and the people in charge of the interior really have little chance to communicate. Unless there is a threat from the outside, it requires internal and external coordination. The officer explained responsibly. Don't joke. If Kaplan leaves us for too long and cannot contact us in the middle, he will easily go into a manic state. Not to mention being responsible for the security of the perimeter, he is likely to go crazy and attack his teammates. Emma's face turned very ugly after hearing the officer's explanation. Emma's words did make the other party fall into deep thought, but in a moment the leading officer said, "This is just a trivial matter. Kaplan is wearing our special clothes, which is enough to restrict his behavior. Then if he shows abnormality, you will shoot him without hesitation, right?" Emma caught the dirtiness hidden deep in her words. "There is no way, right?" But the other party did not change his mood. Alice could never agree that they would deal with it this way. "No, I take the initiative to request to go on a mission with Kaplan on the periphery." "Alice." Emma called Alice's name. Even the look in Leon's eyes when he looked at Alice seemed to have a soothing taste of persuading her to calm down. Alice did not look back at Emma, let alone Leon. The officer looked Alice up and down. According to their information, Kaplan did have what they called an unstable criminal record, and it was true that Kaplan would be very obedient when he had someone familiar around him. So the base was also worried when making such a decision. Now that Alice took the initiative to propose to go on a mission with Kaplan, as a mood stabilizer for Kaplan, he was still somewhat tempted. Alice emphasized again that there must be someone familiar to Kaplan staying close to him in order to keep Kaplan emotionally stable. Otherwise, if Kaplan is emotionally unstable, there may be some coordination errors. She was telling them the necessity of her and Kaplan going on a mission together. No one wants any accidents, especially the Los Angeles base that has suffered a major loss. Once a T-virus mutant life like Kaplan gets out of control, the harm it brings to the base is not as simple as one. Not to mention the possible infection. Just say that Kaplan's combat power can cause a lot of trouble to the guards at the base. Thinking of this, the officer picked up his communicator and quickly reported the current situation. Soon the decision came down from above, and they approved Alice's application as an exception. "Very good, lucky girl, you can go on a mission with Kaplan. But you must promise to stabilize Kaplan's emotions. If something goes wrong, we will still make the right decision." The officer said the ugly words in advance. Alice took the task with certainty, and she walked to Kaplan's side. Emma frowned, and didn't agree with her behavior in her heart, but she couldn't make a better decision. Seeing this situation, Leon also acquiesced to this assignment. "In this case, we will act separately first. Alice, you and Kaplan should be more careful on the periphery." "We will." "You too." Alice also said this to Emma. Emma nodded, followed Leon, and staggered with Alice and Kaplan's team. Alice and Kaplan followed the people who went to the outer Los Angeles space base, while Emma and Leon followed the officer who led them from the beginning. The space base is very large, different from the scaled-down space base seen on TV or in videos. When you really stand here, you can still feel your insignificance. The space base is generally not open to the public. There may be similar design exhibitions in some science and technology museums, but the experience of actually visiting the space base is completely different from that of taking a plane at the airport. This is also the first time Emma has seen such a place with her own eyes. In the past, even if she was from Umbrella, she would not have the opportunity to enter such a place. Whether Umbrella has provided technical support for the space base or not, it is not something Emma can access. Not to mention that Emma can't get in touch with it. Even her father has no chance. The confidentiality level of the Los Angeles space base is still very high, and those who can enter here are not ordinary people. It stands to reason that such a place must have security arrangements in place, and it will never let it have any mistakes. But in today's environment, the Los Angeles space base is short of manpower. Some time ago, there was even a battle that caused a large number of deaths of soldiers at the space base. For the so-called presidential visit, the space base must forcibly recruit people from other departments to ensure the safety of its own territory. It has to be said that this series of actions has greatly increased the danger of the Los Angeles space base in Emma's heart. From the information she has learned about the current world, she can clearly see that more and more dangers are emerging. This also makes Emma more and more low-key after coming out, and learn to hide her shortcomings, which is Emma's forte. If she had such an opportunity to enter the Los Angeles space base before, she might not be able to help but do something more. But now Emma just walks quietly behind Leon without saying a word. That officer didn't know them, otherwise he would have noticed that they were too quiet. You're worried about Alice and Kaplan. Lion saw Emma's concern and moved closer to her, asking in a low voice. Aren't you worried too? Emma admitted Lion's guess. Lion didn't feel embarrassed when his thoughts were hit, he just said helplessly, this is the limitation brought by our identity, we have to compromise for orders and missions. I understand. Emma pulled the corners of her mouth and tried to smile, but unfortunately she failed. Before Leon could say something to Emma, the person leading the way had stopped. Now you just stay here quietly, and don't let any suspicious people approach here. The officer leading the way gave the order in a solemn voice. Leon and Emma naturally responded. Their alertness and high spirits satisfied the officer, and he reminded Emma and Leon not to leave their posts without permission, and then he went to where he should go. Their posts did not seem important, and they were still a long distance away from the empty platform. And they were definitely not a standing guard team, so they could not show the best face and let President Graham see the best mental outlook of the so-called base officers. This place is considered the back of the base, close to some unknown buildings, and I'm afraid no one would come here. And what might appear is the mutants that flew over from the mountains and forests behind the partition. But this place is also far from the outer perimeter of the front line. So how awkward the position of Leon and Emma is here is only understood by them, and their colleagues nearby. Leon, do you know what kind of blow the Los Angeles base has suffered? Emma is quite curious about the Los Angeles base. Leon also doesn't know the current confidentiality level of these materials. I can't see them with my current authority. Speaking of authority, Emma thought of herself as a person who still has the authority to open a considerable part of Umbrella's confidential information. But now these cunning guys have completely retreated underground, and these authorities can't help her for the time being. Unless she can find the rabbit nest of Umbrella immediately, she can only slowly find clues and then lock on these terrorists now, plus international wanted criminals. So after guarding the Los Angeles base for a few days, and taking turns on duty several times, except for Alice and Kaplan, who have been active on the periphery, Leon and Emma have changed a lot of positions. But I don't know how the people in the base do it. They don't know the structure of the base at all. Emma wants to sort out the events, strengthen her memory, and find out what tricks the people at the base are playing. But the highlight comes unexpectedly. President Graham is here, and the Explorer is about to return. The entire base is working on these two things. Chapter 64. President Graham's arrival. The Los Angeles space base is on high alert. And Leon and Emma's positions are actually closer. They can see him clearly from their positions. President Graham is a blonde, blue-eyed middle-aged man, thin, with a gentle but firm gaze. If you say that you can see the strong feeling of the president of a superpower from him, that's not the case. He is kind and a bit like the uncle next door. This is also the first time Emma has come into contact with such a person, but if she uses the consortium as an analogy, she has actually seen many big men. So even though she has never come into contact with such a politician, she can guess that this is just a disguise of this man. If the president is really just a gentle uncle next door, then he will not be able to get the support of those consortiums and stand out from the election. Leon doesn't have much thought about the person he protects, he just completes his task step by step. Sometimes Emma would wonder if Leon was a robot, otherwise how could he be so calm and focused on the mission? But when she thought of the members of Leon's original team, Stars, only Jill was left, and Jill was missing. He himself had experienced 2 months of drastic changes, so it was impossible for him not to be calm. At this time, if he continued to learn those unreliable heroic methods in the Gale Country superhero blockbusters, he would probably have to wait for his body to be collected. She trained desperately in the Huron County military base. Didn't she also want to have a stronger ability to face the changes in the outside world when she came out? Unfortunately, after she came out, the world changed too fast. By the time she knew the situation outside, the world had changed. If she wanted to investigate according to her expectations, it would probably not work. Even though Umbrella has moved underground, Emma has advantages that others don't have. She roughly knows where the headquarters and branches of Umbrella are. If she wants to start investigating, it will be very fast. In this world, everything you do will leave traces. Moreover, the people of Umbrella have not reached the point of not eating or drinking and becoming immortals. Even if they are silent underground, they will always find supplies, and they will definitely not be willing to be lonely and pretend to be dead all the time. As long as they are still active, they will definitely be caught. President Graham obviously did not come to see the situation of the base. He came for the Explorer, which was already on its way back. Judging from some news heard in the Los Angeles space base in the past few days, it seems that the Explorer really got some good news, which made people like President Graham so concerned. Even in such an environment, President Graham had to personally cross a Gale country to see the return of the Explorer with his own eyes. But to Emma's surprise, not many people were assigned to protect President Graham's safety. More people were actually assigned to maintain the safety of the Explorer's return site. It's just that the landing site is too far away from Emma and Leon's positions, so they can't see what these people are busy with. The return time of the Explorer is obviously calculated. The weather is particularly good today, and the visibility is also high. With today's technology, bad weather conditions will still cause considerable trouble for the landing and return work. Good weather like this is very necessary for the space base to guide the Explorer into the landing orbit. The entire base was moving for this matter, and soon all the preparations were done. In fact, these things have been prepared since early in the morning, and it is only today that the final inspection is done. The base sounded the order for all people near the landing base to evacuate. Because they were skilled workers, the people in the base also followed the order and evacuated in an orderly and fast manner. Whether launching rockets or waiting for them to return, the aviation base will be greatly impacted. The high heat airflow at the tail of the rocket and the objects that will fall during the launch process may cause damage. The friction and heat of the spacecraft returning and the impact of the landing are definitely not something that ordinary humans can bear. This is why the control center asked everyone to evacuate as soon as possible. In particular, no one knows whether there will be damaged remnants on the outside of the spacecraft during the process of the spacecraft being guided into the landing orbit. No matter what it is, it will cause great damage if it falls with the spacecraft. There is also the possibility that when rockets and spacecrafts are returning from external exploration, they will bring back space radioactive materials. Letting everyone retreat is not only to ensure the personal safety of the people at the base, but also to ensure that the work can proceed smoothly. Do not allow any possible existence to affect the landing. Even though many people may think that this is a bit exaggerated. But for the aerospace industry, no matter how careful you are, it is not too much. With so many successful experiences, no one would underestimate this matter, or treat it as a joke and deal with it casually. The more sophisticated the instrument, the lower the error tolerance. Sometimes a small mistake may lead to the failure of the entire space project. This is understood by everyone working at the space base. When retreating, the speed was very fast, and everyone was quite serious. Given the distance between Emma and Leon, they were also ordered to retreat, but they did not retreat to the periphery, but followed the main force to the open space behind the control center to wait. Along the way, except for the sound of footsteps and breathing, there were also the sounds of the superiors issuing orders, which can be said to be quite quiet. Walking in this crowd, Emma also felt a little weird. This kind of silence always makes people nervous. It seems that everyone is waiting for the landing of the spacecraft, and when the people around are holding their breath, it is easy for others to be nervous. This may be the mass effect, which will affect the individual unconsciously. Similar experience, Emma can also be said to be the first time. Being crowded with a large number of people always makes people feel depressed. Soon they arrived at the designated location, and the people at the control center asked them to stay where they were. Fortunately, although the weather is good now, it is not too hot. Otherwise, If they stand here like this on a hot day, I am afraid that many people will suffer from heat stroke if they stand for a while longer. And they didn't wait long before the explorer had contacted the control center of the Los Angeles Space Base, and the control center quickly guided the explorer to return to the right track. When breaking through the atmosphere and returning to the Earth, no accidents occurred. After all, the people at the Los Angeles Space Base have considerable experience, and the current development of aerospace technology has made great progress compared to the last century. With the help of the control and command center, the explorer came to the landing platform of the base step by step. This distance is also quite close for Emma and the others. Their naked eyes can also see the return of the explorer. From an inconspicuous bright spot in the sky, to it getting closer and closer, it can be seen that it is a behemoth, to the strange and quiet wind it brings, until it finally lands. It is like a silent art led by precision technology. Its landing is light, but it cannot be ignored. When facing it, many people subconsciously hold their breath and are oppressed by its momentum. It is indeed not so quiet. When it approaches, there is a huge noise. They are very close, and wear earmuffs to isolate such noise from causing damage to their eardrums. It was not until the explorer really landed, and could not be seen from sight, and the aftermath disappeared that people's hearts that had been hanging fell. It was at this time that someone was led to assist the astronauts, who returned to Earth to leave the cabin. Because the gravity environment in the universe is different, astronauts may have various discomforts when they return to Earth. The explorer has been drifting in the universe for a long time. When it returns to Earth, the astronauts will probably feel uncomfortable with the gravity environment of the Earth. At this time, President Graham was taken to the front line by someone, and he insisted on seeing the returning heroes as soon as possible. The accompanying media also followed along the way, and even satellites were broadcasting the scene live at this moment. Although Emma couldn't see the necessity, since they all thought it was necessary, they had to do it together. The soldiers on standby had returned to their posts. The external cleaning of the explorer had been completed, and the astronauts inside had confirmed that they were fine. It would only take a few minutes to open the cabin. When President Graham got ready, the hatch of the explorer opened. The astronauts in spacesuits slowly got out of the explorer. Emma could see it from a distance, but the crowd surrounded the place so tightly that she couldn't see what the hatch was like. Seeing that Emma seemed a little curious, Leon just patted his partner on the shoulder and said, "We can see it up close if we have the chance in the future." With the return of the explorer, I believe that the Los Angeles Space Base or other space bases will soon start new space programs. The universe is so big, and human exploration will never stop. Although her captain's chicken soup level was not very good, Emma was indeed comforted a little. But more importantly, it was because Emma didn't take it particularly seriously. This was different from the fundamental purpose of their trip, so there was no need to take it particularly seriously. Rather than saying that Emma wanted to watch the fun, it would be better to say that Emma was waiting for the fun to end quickly, so that she could reunite with Alice and Kaplan, and their four-person team could complete their tasks. Just as Leon was talking to Emma, the crowd on the Explorer suddenly rioted. The soldiers guarding President Graham had already raised their weapons, and the hidden power from all angles was aimed at the hatch of the Explorer. Lion and Emma had to react. Come, ready to rush forward at any time to contribute your own efforts to protect His Excellency the President. But they were too far away, and had no idea what happened to the Explorer that made the soldiers at the base point their weapons at the astronauts. In theory, the Explorer astronauts are all national heroes of the Gale country, much more valuable than the so-called superheroes in movies and TV series. No matter what doubts Emma and the others had, the group of people were already surrounding the people in the middle and heading towards the control center. It seemed that the base had to be closely guarded to prevent any information from being leaked. Even the drones that were filming disappeared quietly from the air. But outside the sky, in the vast starry sky, in low Earth orbit, a satellite could see the situation of the base clearly. Chapter 65. This sudden change was right under Emma's eyes, but she couldn't see what was going on. Even if her five senses could extend a considerable distance under her intentional control, she couldn't see clearly what was going on inside with so much cover. She just heard a hint that seemed to come from the President's side. The astronauts in the Explorer, who were surrounded by heavy enemies, seemed to have changed. Someone in the middle was vaguely calling monkeys and gorillas. In connection with their changes, could it be that the astronauts of the Explorer were turned into monkeys? Thinking of this, Emma felt that she was overthinking. How could it be possible to turn people into monkeys in this world? Even if a special virus broke out, and some people were infected with a strange disease, no one had turned themselves into monkeys. Some people did have a decline in IQ, and could not speak. But this is not to the extent that people say it is a monkey or an ape. Then the astronauts that came out of it are not humans, but apes or monkeys. Interesting, humans have not received accurate responses from other intelligent races in the universe. If the astronauts that came out of the Explorer are really not their own, then what happened to the astronauts? Where did those monkeys or apes come from? What happened to the real astronauts? Where are they, and when were they replaced by other creatures? If it is not a replacement, but the astronauts turned into monkeys, then this matter may be more interesting. But these are all her guesses. The secrets of the group of people made Emma very itchy. After all, it was within reach. But even at this distance, it cannot be ignored. Emma didn't want to cause trouble, so she could only stand with Leon, and the two of them guessed what it was. Everyone pick up your weapons. The base periphery is under unknown attack. All second-ring soldiers go to support. Above the base, the broadcast began again. This time it was not to guide the return of the Explorer, but to deal with this sudden attack. All second-ring garrisons, go to the periphery to support. All second-ring garrisons, go to the periphery to support. The sound of the alarm made her ears itchy. Emma and Leon were both second-level people. They looked at each other, and immediately ran to the periphery. But before they ran far, the whole base suddenly shook. The speakers used for the broadcast were also blown up by ammunition from nowhere. The harsh noise suddenly resounded throughout the Los Angeles base. There was a chaotic sound coming from the communicator, and Emma's ears were almost deafened by the noise in the headphones. Emma pulled out the headphones and hung them around her neck. Lion's reaction was the same. He didn't want to be affected by the noise. He and Emma quickly rushed to the periphery. The dense gunpowder burst from time to time, and the rumbling sound made it difficult for people to keep their pace. Lion and Emma had good balance. While avoiding the artillery fire, they continued to move forward to the periphery. Many people like them fell to the ground. Emma, Alice and Kaplan. Lion dodged the flying ammunition fragments. We must find them. We have other tasks. Got it. Emma replied restrainedly. Who on earth is attacking this damn Los Angeles space base? Emma sent her deepest regards to the person who planned this attack. She was sure that such an attack could not be planned in a day or two. Leon had no time to answer her. The closer they got to the outer battlefield, the denser the artillery fire there was. If they didn't want to be swept by stray bullets and die on the spot for no reason, they had to be extremely alert to deal with it. However, even with such caution, they could never have imagined that a beam of light would fall directly behind them to the control center. At this moment, everything was quiet. But in an instant, the control center exploded. The flames of the explosion rose hundreds of meters, and the crashing sound was like the violent roar of all the houses blocking the way when the hurricane passed every year. The ground control center of the Los Angeles space base was reduced to ruins in an instant. The violent shock wave blew all the soldiers who went to the periphery for support to the ground, and they couldn't stabilize their bodies at all. Without cover, the few soldiers who didn't run away were penetrated by the flying debris. Leon and Emma were blown dozens of meters away. With their rich experience, the two tried their best to protect themselves at the moment they flew out. When they landed, they didn't fall too badly. But there is no doubt that the weapons in their hands could not be saved and were thrown out. The two had no way to stop their flight. In the process of drifting with the tide, too many people suffered misfortune, and this was only the first shock wave. The second shock wave followed, and this time it fell to the periphery. It was like a divine judgment from heaven, the sword of Damocles. But everyone present knew that this was definitely not a divine punishment. It was obvious that someone had used satellite weapons. Although this weapon was like a myth in the world of ordinary people, no one took it seriously. But Emma knew that satellite weapons really existed. But who had the energy to use satellite weapons, and was targeting the Gale government? Umbrella Corporation. The moment Emma landed, she rolled on the ground and tried to find shelter as much as possible. In this case, she was caught by the inspiration of that moment, and there was no solution. Even if she knew that this was a satellite weapon attack from Umbrella Corporation, what could she do? That thing was in low Earth orbit in space, and she had to transform into Superman to fly up and blow up the satellite. Unfortunately, she did not have Superman blood, and her ability, which had finally become a little obedient, was not at the level of Superman. She had only one idea: to escape. Escape from here. No matter what secrets the Los Angeles space base had, she had to leave alive first. How are you, Leon? Emma and Leon were blown a little apart, and the shock waves that followed smashed the Los Angeles space base to pieces. As soon as she stabilized herself, she began to search for her captain. In any case, as a teammate, Leon is a good man. Emma would not abandon this teammate casually if she could not abandon Leon. I'm fine. Let's continue. Lion answered with full energy, which shows that he is in good condition now. Emma couldn't see where Leon was clearly in this dusty situation, but she recognized Leon's approximate location, so she said continue in that direction. She must find Alice and Kaplan. Ever since she realized that the attack was caused by Umbrella, Emma was worried about what would happen if Alice and Kaplan were captured, especially since they were both in the outer battlefield. They were the first to start the battle, and were the most dangerous at the moment. As for President Graham, who retreated into the control center, the soldiers in the base had been scattered by several shock waves. At this time, there was no next shock wave, which showed that the satellite weapons were either temporarily unusable or were being charged. This was a good signal for them. In any case, the killing range of satellite weapons was too strong. Moreover, it was an attack from space, which could not be resisted by human power, and would also cause great haze to affect vision. This would make them timid and difficult to rush directly to their goals. The bombing of satellite weapons was gone, but it did not mean that the current battlefield was safe. The roar of the exchange of fire still did not stop. The Los Angeles space base was violently attacked, but the attackers were still some distance away. The ones who are really under great pressure are them, the soldiers of the Los Angeles space base. Without the sound system and the communication method of the communicator, it is not easy for the commanders of the base to command them to fight. Now the soldiers' actions are completely based on instinct, and those who are willing to fight to the death are few after all. When the satellite weapons landed, many soldiers had lost their courage and many began to run away. At this moment, the number of soldiers who are still firmly moving towards the outer battlefield is not as large as at the beginning. At such a huge cost, Umbrella Company just wanted to bring back the Explorer. What did that spaceship bring back? While thinking, Emma and Leon shouted run at the same time. They desperately approached the outer battlefield. On the way, they found weapons left by others and picked them up. If a soldier does not have a weapon on the battlefield, he is likely to die. Emma and Leon both have a high combat awareness and will never miss any opportunity to strengthen themselves. And this time, without the interference of satellite weapons, they successfully entered the outer battlefield. There is already a river of blood here. Too many soldiers wearing the same Los Angeles space base uniforms fell in a pool of blood. The traces of bombing on the ground, the flying bullets, and the explosions from time to time made Emma and Leon extremely nervous. The pool of blood on the ground gathered into a river, the enemy's and our own, without distinction. The heavy smell of blood and gunpowder in such a tragic battlefield provokes the nerves of everyone who is still alive at this moment. Leon and Emma kept a certain distance and observed the battlefield vigilantly. If they found someone who was not in the uniform of the base, Emma or Leon would raise their guns and shoot, and would never let anyone go. They kept this state, constantly searching for traces of Alice and Kaplan on the battlefield. Their features were very obvious, especially Kaplan, who was so tall and wearing special protective clothing. Once he appeared, they would be able to see him at the first time. But things in the world often go against one's wishes. They searched for most of the day, but did not see any traces of Alice or Kaplan. Alice, Alice, where are you? Emma was furious. She would never admit that she was worried that Alice or Kaplan would die on the battlefield. She was just tired of searching, and she killed many people along the way, and she herself was injured. When Leon heard her calling Alice, he called Kaplan's name. But no one responded to them here. Even if they recognized that they were their own soldiers, and were very powerful, no soldiers from the periphery came out to tell them something. Those terrible crises and long periods of fighting have made them numb. Chapter 66. The smoke of the vast battlefield became thinner and thinner, and the sound of gunfire and bullets went from being as dense as the continuous firecrackers of Chinese people during the Chinese New Year to sporadic sounds at this moment, all of which indicated that the enemy seemed to have retreated. Emma and Leon searched all the way, and found fewer and fewer enemies, but the night was getting darker and darker, and they walked farther and farther. This is actually a very dangerous behavior. If only the two of them went deeper and deeper into the periphery, and into the jungle, they would most likely encounter mutant creatures. Only the traces of the enemy's possible stay were seen during their search, and there was no other gain. If they went deeper, they would step into the territory of mutants. This situation was not very good, and Leon thought it was meaningless to continue. So he patted Emma's shoulder and said, "Emma, we have been looking for so long, and there is no new clues. There is no point in continuing, and we have consumed too much energy, so we must go back and rest." Lion's dissuasion was obviously also out of safety considerations. They had been walking for a long time and searching for a long time, but there was no trace of Alice and Kaplan. They needed to rest. Leon felt that he had very little physical strength left at the moment. If an enemy or a mutant suddenly appeared in the jungle, he was not sure if he could react quickly. Emma's face was uncertain, but she knew that Leon's suggestion was correct. They should return to the base to replenish supplies and rest, and search for other survivors in the base. But the fact that Alice and Kaplan could not be found no matter what made her worry that they had been captured by Umbrella. Emma, let's go back, maybe someone has seen them. Lion watched Emma go crazy all the way. When she rescued the soldiers outside, she would grab them and ask about Alice and Kaplan, but unfortunately they didn't meet anyone who knew the news. But they didn't ask everyone, and didn't see anyone familiar. Especially the officers who took Alice and Kaplan away at that time. If they find them, they may be able to find the whereabouts of Alice and Kaplan. Maybe Alice and Kaplan hid during the chaos. Now that the war has subsided, they may have returned to the base. Even if Alice and Kaplan were taken away by the enemy, there must be someone who saw them. Lion doesn't believe that there are still people in the world who can evaporate out of thin air. Emma stood still, took a few deep breaths, looked at the forest that was gradually getting darker, and finally nodded stiffly. Seeing that she finally calmed down and was willing to go back to the base to rest, Lion could finally breathe a sigh of relief. The two did not waste any more time here and quickly returned to the base. In order to find the traces of Alice and Kaplan, they walked too far. Even if they returned by the same route, they would have to walk for a while. When they returned to the base, both Emma and Leon felt exhausted. If they had not used weapons as crutches, they might have fallen down the moment they walked back. As soon as they arrived at the periphery, their identities were checked. Fortunately, their behavior had become famous among other soldiers, and they soon passed the inspection and received new code words. After passing the checkpoint smoothly and reaching the perimeter of the base, when Emma and Leon came back, they saw the soldiers who were still able to fight silently installing some mechanical equipment on the perimeter. There were some iron pipes piled everywhere on the ground, which looked like an ordinary iron pipe with a diameter of about 20 centimeters and a height of 1 meter. The soldiers strictly followed the territory line drawn by the Los Angeles Space Base, and melted out a series of deep vertical pits on the line, which was enough for them to bury the pillars smoothly in the ground. Emma and Leon saw that the soldiers buried the pillars in the ground without revealing anything, but they didn't know what these things were used for. Landmines. As soon as this idea came up, it was completely rejected by Emma. If the Los Angeles Space Base was still simply arranging landmines on the perimeter after being hit so hard, then those respectable gentlemen who survived the disaster would be real idiots. Why don't you come to help? A thin soldier saw Emma and Leon and shouted unhappily. Emma opened her mouth to ask what this was, but these people didn't give her a chance to ask. They were still installing these pillars, and they installed them at a frequency of 2 steps per pillar. Several people worked together, and were very efficient. Emma and Leon were forced to join in, but they were just getting started, and were still clumsy. The little guy couldn't stand it anymore, and started to guide them directly. The installation of this thing was not complicated, and Emma and Leon got the hang of it quickly. Is the battle over? Emma can still find time to gossip now. Fortunately, the little guy was not the type who would work without talking. He heard Emma's question and answered, "The battle is over." He, Emma, and Leon were close to each other. The smell of gunpowder and blood on them was so strong that it was obvious that they were soldiers who had fought bloody battles for a long time. Realizing this, the little soldier suddenly asked, "Did you just come back from outside and not on duty?" "Yes. We went deep into the enemy area to search for surviving teammates before returning to the camp," Leon replied. The little soldier was in awe. He didn't want Emma and Leon to work, and asked Emma and Leon to go to the camp to rest. Now the base is still a mess, but the scum has withdrawn, and the officers are still alive. Especially the president, he took the risk to stand up and cooperate with the officers to integrate the troops. It's just that the explorer is missing, and so many people died. As the little soldier said, his expression changed several times. At the end, his expression was both angry and disappointed. It was because of his answer that Emma and Leon knew that the explorer had disappeared. But President Graham and his party were lucky enough to survive. At that time, the satellite weapon suddenly attacked, and President Graham and his party were lucky enough to enter the underground base with extremely high defense. After the base gradually returned to peace, it was not until dawn that the commander of the base regained full control of the Los Angeles Space Base. But this is also very good news. At least these important figures did not die in such a terrorist attack, and it can also give people the confidence to survive. In difficult times, heroes are really important. Since they didn't need to continue to do hard labor, Emma and Leon asked the little soldier where the camp was and went to the camp. Although there was no food distribution at this time, the military doctors who stayed behind might have left some food and drink in the camp, which could just solve their urgent problems. Emma didn't want to leave at first. She wanted to ask them if they knew the whereabouts of Alice and Kaplan. But the little soldier and the other group of people couldn't answer. Emma wanted to run to other places to ask, and Leon had to hold her back. They were exhausted and needed to rest. And these people had no news, which showed that this was not urgent. So Leon decisively pulled Emma to the camp. Soon the two arrived at the camp. The entire Los Angeles space base was bombed by satellite weapons and was in tatters. Except for the underground part, the rest was left with only ruins. And the temporary camp was built on these ruins. Most of them were empty spaces that were urgently cleared, and then sturdy tents were set up. In addition to the patrolling soldiers, the military doctors in white coats were walking around in the camp. As soon as they entered the camp, Emma and Leon were noticed by the soldiers here. They were surrounded and questioned again. They showed their certificates and matched the code words they got from the little soldiers. Then they naturally received medical assistance and some remaining compressed food to replenish their energy. After all, they did not suffer any serious injuries. After the military doctor confirmed that they did not carry any viruses and simply treated their minor injuries, Emma and Leon could rest well in their tents. There was no condition for washing the body, but there was mouthwash. When distributing energy bars and water to them, they also gave them some necessities of life. The tents were also in limited supply. Because of the limited quantity, Emma and Leon only got one tent. The two sat at the entrance of the tent, holding the energy bar in their hands, looking very tired. Emma mechanically tore open the package, stuffed the food that tasted very bad into her mouth, and then chewed numbly. What should we do next? In this situation, it is difficult to find someone. I can sleep outside. Leon thought she was worried about a man and a woman sleeping in a tent. Emma didn't feel anything special about this. She rolled her eyes, but still had no spirit. Of course you sleep inside. As long as you stick to the boundaries, I don't care. I just want to know how we can find Alice and Kaplan next. In this situation, it is difficult to find them. Emma had a hunch that Alice and Kaplan's disappearance must be related to Umbrella. Emma intuitively thought that the enemies they repelled were from Umbrella, even though their clothes did not have any markings. The Explorer had been taken away by Umbrella. They had mobilized such a huge amount of manpower and material resources for the Explorer, and even more for Alice and Kaplan. Emma finished an energy bar, unscrewed her water bottle, and gulped down 2 sips of water. We can continue. Lion guessed that the people from the base would come to find them soon, because they were the only soldiers who went the deepest and returned to the team safely. And their identities were special, and the people from the Los Angeles space base would also find a way to arrange their whereabouts. And things were just as Lion thought. Not long after they sat down, a team of people came to find them. The two were surrounded by soldiers with real guns and bullets again. Hey man, what does this mean? Lion asked casually. Take them away. The other party did not say much, but just sent someone to disarm them, and took Leon and Emma away. Emma was about to resist, but Leon held her down and asked her to cooperate. Emma knew that it would be useless to go against the entire base, so she learned to obey like Leon. At this time, she began to be glad that she had hidden the really important things early in the morning. If they were discovered by these people at this time, it would really not be a good thing. Chapter 67. The base was severely damaged, so Leon and Alice did not experience any secret rooms or terrible torture. The group of soldiers just took them to a relatively large tent, where those gentlemen who survived the disaster were. President Graham, who was in the main seat, looked no different from his decent appearance at that time, and still had a warm smile on his face, which made people feel kind. On the left of President Graham was Benjamin, the highest commander of the base, and on the right was the chief of staff of the base. In this way, there were more than a dozen big figures in this small tent. It's a pity that these big figures with intimidating titles are not attracted to Emma now. The tall man who had been standing next to President Graham walked to the door, and signaled the soldiers to let go of the two. Please sit down. He guided Emma and Leon to sit at the bottom. Emma looked around the situation inside. The atmosphere here was solemn, but there was no malice against her and Leon, so when this person asked them to sit down, she sat down without hesitation. Leon was not as casual as Emma, but he did not seem nervous. It was not the first time for him to meet the president. Even if it was the first time for him to sit with so many big shots, it was nothing. They were not as scary as those mutant monsters hiding in the dark, who might run out at any time and give a fatal blow. People have room for communication, but monsters do not. Excuse me, why did you gentlemen come to us? Leon did not waste time. He was sure that the situation was not bad, so he took the lead in asking questions. Maybe these gentlemen wanted to talk nonsense, but he and Emma did not want to listen to nonsense. The presidential assistant, who was deprived of the right to introduce, silently placed 2 documents in front of Emma and Leon. He opened his mouth to say something, but in the end, he said nothing. He chose to retire, and stood back to his original position behind President Graham. Leon Kennedy, Emma Winchester, both are members of FOS. Leon has a very good mission record in FOS. Miss Emma cooperated with Leon to complete a major mission as soon as she entered FOS. Both are very good. President Graham spoke. Leon, Emma cast her eyes on President Graham, but Graham waved his hand and asked them to look at the documents the assistant gave them. Emma and Leon cooperated to open the documents, and they looked at them carefully. The people who attacked the Los Angeles space base this time are a well-known terrorist organization, Al-Qaeda. They have been very active since before the Great Change, and even planned the 9/11 case. Now they are not shy about using such terrorist attacks and premeditated attacks on the Los Angeles space base. These criminals are really getting more and more rampant. When Emma and Leon were reading the documents, Benjamin, the top person in charge of the Los Angeles space base, took over President Graham's words. The attack just subsided, and the FBI has already started investigating. And we learned something interesting during this battle. As Benjamin said, the projector behind them suddenly lit up and a video was played. Emma and Leon couldn't figure out anything from the information. Those black and white words were all about their information, and there was nothing special at all. But they also had to think about the purpose of these people doing this. After all, these people, at this time, should not do anything unnecessary. And the flickering light and shadows still attracted their attention. Especially the gazes of those people, which forced Emma and Leon to look up. Their perspective just allowed them to face the changing light and shadow directly, and the content on it was not so pleasant. At the beginning of the battle on the outer battlefield, there were explosions and gunpowder everywhere. In the monitoring screen, those fully armed enemies did run from the jungle. The sudden cold gun caught the outer soldiers off guard. But Alice and Kaplan undoubtedly had outstanding combat experience and personal abilities. Even if the picture did not give them a direct view, but only captured their shadows on the edge, it can be seen that they did make an effective counterattack against the enemy. If this matter continued to develop like this, it would be fine, but after the picture shook violently once, Alice and Kaplan's guns turned in the direction. The soldiers of the Los Angeles space base around them were instantly harvested by the attack from their side. Before Emma could see more clearly, the screen shook violently, and even went black. Then the screen turned and fell on the soldiers, who were rushing to the outer battlefield for support. Emma and Leon were particularly prominent in the screen. But they always pointed their guns at the enemy, and even saved many soldiers. Every time Emma saved someone, she would ask where Alice was, and Leon, who cooperated with her, asked Kaplan. The screen went until the two of them went into the jungle and killed many enemies, even a few mutant monsters, and then returned to the Los Angeles space base. The scene freezes on Emma and Leon talking to the short soldier, and everyone present looks at Emma and Leon, as if they want to see through their skin to their inner selves. As soon as Emma opened her mouth, she found that her throat was dry and a little scary. Leon was relatively calmer, and he met the eyes of the gentleman without any guilt. What do you want to ask? From the bottom of our hearts, it is really difficult for us to doubt the soldiers, who have experienced so much suffering. We can't see any problems with your information. People who have suffered biological and chemical terrorist attacks will always hate the initiators of all this tragedy more. Whether it is Mr. Kennedy, Miss Winchester, or the other 2 members of FOS, you have experienced similar pain. Miss Winchester and the 2 missing members are also strong warriors who escaped from Raccoon City. You have undergone painful and systematic training in the Huron military region. The instructors there review you every day, and your transcripts undoubtedly prove that you have withstood the test. Then, Miss Winchester, can you tell us how you have deceived people for so long? I really don't understand why humans still want to kill their compatriots at this time. Benjamin's old face could not hide the sharpness of his eyes, which were like 2 sabers, cutting straight into Emma and Leon's hearts. Emma has calmed down at this moment, and the records on the screen cannot be falsified. So Alice and Kaplan really betrayed. But she didn't believe that Alice and Kaplan betrayed. They didn't have time to contact those executioners, and they were even less likely to join the anti-human army. No matter how many times she has watched it, Alice likes humans. and Alice longs for a normal life. She wants to restore her memory and find her relatives. Alice is willing to accept training, assessment, and participate in those dangerous missions, just to contact Umbrella Corporation and find news about her relatives while eliminating those selfish terrorists. Emma intuitively believes that the people who come are from Umbrella Corporation. Even if these people say something about Al-Qaeda, Emma is only half believing and half doubting. But there is nothing to worry about. Yes, to achieve the supreme ambition, can the people of Umbrella Corporation rely on themselves? The Global Pharmaceutical Federation is not a group of good men and women, and not all of their subordinates are drug makers. They have armed departments, and are also connected with many dangerous organizations. It is not unimaginable that one of them is Al-Qaeda. But the fact that Alice and Kaplan killed their teammates is a foregone conclusion. It is impossible for the people at the Los Angeles space base to produce a fake video to accuse her and Leon. The more this happened, the more Emma felt something was wrong. Gentlemen, you mean that Leon and I have also betrayed? Emma knew that she had to stay calm at this time. She didn't even show anger for being wronged. She just looked at these big men coldly. Even if the members of FOS are working behind the scenes, we are at the forefront. FBI, CIA, even other military operations, large-scale organizational activities, espionage activities. Which time did FOS members not submit intelligence for you? Emma and I rushed from the second ring to the first battlefield outside. We killed so many enemies, not only because of the support order, but also because we would never allow anyone to trample on the honor of the Gale country. As for Alice and Kaplan, I don't know what happened to them, but they also fought the hardest at the beginning. I think there is something wrong with the sudden change afterwards. It was not their original intention to betray. Lion retorted forcefully, and his words hit Emma's heart. Alice and Kaplan were biochemically modified by Umbrella Corporation. Now Umbrella Corporation has gone underground. It is very likely that they left some tricks on Alice and Kaplan, so that they could do something against their true will at this time. When you were in the Huron military region, our people had already conducted a comprehensive inspection of them. Benjamin's implication was that if they really had Umbrella's backing, they should have been checked out at that time. But don't you understand the harm of AZ-113? You even really regard this drug as a panacea for Alzheimer's disease? Emma retorted coldly. Her eyes became sarcastic. She was not a good-tempered person to begin with, and now that she was suspected, she would not be polite. Even if these people put the muzzle of the gun to her head, she would still say this. As expected, these gentlemen were uncomfortable with Emma's words. It was precisely because of Emma's attitude that many people spoke against her. The tent seemed very lively for a while. President Graham was still quiet until he saw that the situation seemed a little out of control. He stood up and motioned everyone to be quiet. Everyone's eyes were focused on him, and President Graham was not nervous. He looked at Leon and even smiled gently. Everyone was a little confused about his attitude. President Graham said, I believe him. But you also have to make achievements to prove your innocence. The betrayal of the two members of FOS caused us heavy losses. You have another explanation, and I hope it is true. But all this must be based on facts. Since your mission here is to find the traces of Umbrella Corporation, then from now on, you will be given a week to investigate where the base of Umbrella Corporation is hidden in Los Angeles, and please arrest the two traitors. Chapter 68. No matter what the purpose of President Graham's words, it was because of his words that Emma and Leon got the opportunity to prove their innocence instead of being imprisoned miserably. Emma and Leon were asked to leave the Los Angeles space base and enter ordinary human settlements while they were still under investigation. They were naturally responsible for the whole journey. Even the weapons that originally belonged to them were not much left. They could not even replenish the quantity and quality of weapons, so they had to go on the road. They had expected such a situation, so they were not discouraged. Weapons are not worth much these days, but food is scarce and expensive. And the people in the Los Angeles space base were not too bad. They did not lack food and some daily necessities. Even ammunition was supplemented to a certain extent, and only restrictions were imposed on weapons and equipment. This is the best situation. After all, they are now suspected of being traitors. It is important to be content. After leaving the Los Angeles space base, Emma and Leon have settled in the nearest human settlement and found a warehouse to serve as their base. The two spent a night arranging the warehouse to be relatively safe, and used it as a temporary place to sleep. As soon as the day came, they tried to integrate all the information they had and began to investigate where the umbrella company in Los Angeles might be hiding. They would not return to the warehouse until late at night. Despite this, 3 days passed, and they still had no results. The car stopped at the warehouse, and Leon unbuckled his seat belt and got out of the car. Emma lay on the passenger seat, looking at the dark walls of the warehouse that had not yet turned on the lights, her eyes dull. They had not slept for long these days, and both of them were in a bad mental state. Leon turned on the lights, and the dazzling light dazzled Emma's eyes. Emma closed her eyes and took a long time to open them, but she still felt uncomfortable. She then slowly unbuckled her seat belt and rubbed her eyes and got out of the car. What should we do next? Leon searched through the boxes and cabinets, looking for the compressed food bars they had hidden. Foss had always known that there was an umbrella base in Los Angeles, but that was not the real umbrella company's secret research place, and Foss had checked the factory addresses of various companies in Los Angeles that this company had contacted before, and locked on several addresses that were more suspicious. And in these 3 days, Leon and Emma had already run through all these places. Unfortunately, they got nothing and exhausted themselves. The government certainly didn't deliberately use false information to embarrass them. If they really wanted them to fail in their mission and die, it would be a waste of time. They searched all the addresses suspected by Foss, but found nothing. This only shows that Umbrella is indeed cautious enough and hides itself well. If it is not well, it is not Umbrella. If they don't have this ability, they would have been finished long ago when they were accused of crimes against humanity and wanted by the world. Emma walked to Leon and listlessly took out 2 bottles of water. She handed Leon a bottle of water and took the energy bar Leon handed over. I just checked the last address and followed the last line of Foss, but still found nothing. Emma tore open the food packaging and chewed it without any taste in her mouth. It can be seen that Umbrella Company may have changed its skin in Los Angeles. Or else, Foss's information is wrong. Umbrella Company does not have a secret base in Los Angeles, but outside the city. If they really hid in the woods outside the city, it would be difficult to find them. Lion thought of this possibility and became more and more headache. Emma had the same headache as Leon, and she cared more about the safety of Alice and Kaplan than Leon. If she spent more time looking for the secret base of Umbrella Company, she was worried that those guys would move Alice and Kaplan to another place. What's more troublesome is the battle at the Los Angeles Space Base. I suspect that Umbrella Corporation was also involved. This means that Umbrella Corporation also controls satellites, and they can notice someone approaching from a long distance. Emma sat down on the ground without any image, not caring whether the ground was dirty or not. Leon was also a little frightened. After all, the power of satellite weapons was too exaggerated. If they used the satellite weapons to attack a few more times, the Los Angeles Space Base may be completely destroyed. Such power must have its limits. Emma swallowed her unpalatable meal, drank water, and moved out the information. How many shock waves were there that day? Several times. Lion thought for a moment, 3 times. Each shock wave can blow people away. And the feeling of internal organs being displaced by the impact is definitely uncomfortable. Fortunately, the energy beam attacked from a long distance, otherwise they would have died on the spot. Emma drank the water slowly, as if she was thinking about something. Yes, 3 times. And there were no more such attacks later. It can be seen that they are restricted. There are not many satellite weapons in their hands. This has nothing to do with our current mission. Lion didn't want to divide his energy to talk about other things for the time being. Emma saw what Lion meant, and didn't force Lion to think about other things like her. Concentration is a rare and excellent quality, and the current mission also requires Lion's concentration. But she thought about more things in her heart. Alice and Kaplan must have been installed with the back door when they were doing biochemical experiments. This hidden danger was left before leaving Raccoon City. And they didn't adopt it until now. If the target wasn't too important, they would definitely be unwilling to do it unless their mission goal was very important. Don't be so resistant to small talk, Leon. We need to relax occasionally. Emma said listlessly, I'm just curious. What's on that spaceship? Why do they care so much? The spaceship was hijacked, but the astronauts are still there. Will Umbrella take the risk of attacking the Los Angeles Space Base again for the astronauts? What do you mean? Lion drank most of the water in his hand, and he felt that Emma seemed to have some ill intentions towards something now. Emma laughed and said, if we look for them like this, we will only tire ourselves to death, and will not get the desired results. Since it is useless for us to take the initiative, I think it will be easier for us to find their traces if we let the people of Umbrella take the initiative. President Graham's words were also a bit strange. They were sure that this terrorist attack was carried out by Al-Qaeda, but they asked them to come out to find traces of Umbrella as a means of proving their innocence. This may be due to her argument that Alice and Kaplan have Umbrella's backhand. But more likely, these gentlemen know something that they don't know. What you said does make sense. But how can we make the people of Umbrella not so stupid that they can't see our plan to lure the snake out of the hole? The most important thing is that we don't have any chips in our hands that will make them excited. Leon has also thought about such a plan, but he really can't think of anything about them that can attract the enemy. Emma didn't feel embarrassed about this. She reminded Leon, "Have you forgotten the astronauts who are still at the Los Angeles space station?" "Of course I know that. But we don't have the authority to approach them. They will never allow us to bet on astronauts." Leon thought Emma's idea was dangerous and a bit whimsical. Emma swallowed the last sip of water, carefully packed up the packaging, and threw it into their recycling garbage bag. She raised her waist and smiled confidently at Leon. "How do you know if it works if you don't try it? You have to remember where we are. Besides, astronauts are useless in the Los Angeles space base. Space exploration, I am afraid that after this failure, the next time will be a long time away." Emma's unfinished words. Leon immediately understood what she meant. She was hinting that astronauts were indeed important to the government, but there were more than just those two astronauts in the Los Angeles space base. Even if the government was unwilling to pay the price of astronauts, they didn't necessarily need real astronauts to design a trap. Then the only question is, how much did they see? Emma felt uncomfortable when she thought that there might be Umbrella satellites staring at them overhead. "I contact them. As you said, let's give it a try." Lion thinks Emma's plan is feasible. It may not be so easy for them to find the hideout of Umbrella Corporation and eliminate them one by one according to the conventional method. If they exceed the mission deadline given by President Graham, they will die with the dishonorable name of traitors. This is something that Lion cannot accept in any way. But just when Lion was about to contact his boss and tell him about this plan, Emma stopped him. "What are you worried about?" Lion put his hand on the communicator, but it did not connect. Emma bit her finger and frowned. Why don't you think about it more? They accused us of being traitors, and the evidence is the betrayal of Alice and Kaplan. We all know that we can't be traitors. Any action of Alice and Kaplan is under our noses. The news will not be passed on to them by Alice and Kaplan. Then how do they know the situation in the Los Angeles space base? It is impossible to rely on satellites in the sky. So there is a traitor in the Los Angeles space base. Lion was not surprised by this. Emma affirmed, "Yes. I'm afraid the position is not low." "I know. I will be careful." Lion understood what Emma wanted to remind him. He pressed the contact button and passed the message of the traitor according to the code of Foss, and randomly changed the message code. This kind of code can only be deciphered by someone he absolutely trusts. And that person will cooperate with them to complete this plan. Emma just listened until Lion said to leave now. They packed their things and drove out of the warehouse. Only on the other side, an exploration vehicle drove out of the Los Angeles space base. Chapter 69. The cold air blew through the hair from the top of the head, and the ventilation fan kept turning, making a slight noise. The men were talking vulgarly, but no one could hear clearly because of the soundproof glass. They could only vaguely see their mouths opening and closing, and their exaggerated movements. There were many people coming and going around, and they had a strong smell of disinfectant, which was so pungent that it made people want to vomit. When they walked, they would bring a gust of wind, which was completely different from the wind blown out by the air conditioner. There seemed to be a faint, but unignorable smell of blood on them, a little sweet, more like rust, mixed with the air, a smell that made people headache. Where did their blood come from? The sluggish thinking started to turn, and after a long trance, she realized that the smell of blood on them came from her and the big man next to her. She rolled her eyes, trying to see the person next to her clearly, but she couldn't see anything clearly. Apart from the wind, the white coats walking around, the strange men opposite, and the dazzling incandescent lights above her head, she never saw any other scenery. She felt that her life should not be like this, and these swaying white figures always aroused the hidden fear in her heart. It was as if the appearance of these people meant a disaster. Those people were beside her, and injected something into her body. A stream of cold liquid drilled into her blood vessels, and then, there was endless pain. Her limbs were fixed, even her waist was tightly bound by an elastic band, and huge pain drilled in and out of every pore, inevitable, unable to scream, and unable to relieve. As the pain lasted longer, she gradually became less sensitive to it. At this time, her mind was distracted, her eyes were dull, and she looked at the glaring incandescent light without any reaction. A tall and thin man walked to her bedside, reached out to check her, and then had someone untie her and take her to the petri dish. At the moment when she was taken away powerlessly, her perspective changed, and she saw a huge figure on another bed, but before she could see it clearly, she completely left this strange room. Emma's head hit the car window, and she felt a little dizzy. The sudden pain and powerlessness almost made her slide directly from the seat to the ground. The discomfort was like someone twisted her into a ball and threw her into a washing machine and turned it 100 or 80 times. What happened? Emma asked silently in her heart. She was sure that she was healthy. Then the problem came from Alice. When she and Alice were still in the Huron military district, Emma knew that she had superpowers. She had the same reaction as Alice, but she didn't want the people in the military district to know about her abnormality. During the test, when it was confirmed that the military district's means could not directly determine whether a person had superpowers, Emma concealed her ability without hesitation. But Alice was different. Her ability was exposed, and she couldn't hide it. And every time Alice was trained in a targeted way, Emma would communicate with Alice and use it on herself in a modified way to forge her superpowers. Alice also found a way to help her hide the fluctuations caused by the training of superpowers, and therefore, Alice's superpower test was particularly active. And an unexpected discovery, when Alice's psychic power erupted, her ability was also guided out. And the two spirits had a wonderful connection at the first contact. When they were overly excited, there would be inexplicable induction. This is like the rumored super sense, and it is more like a byproduct of the fusion of spirits. If such a strong feeling can be produced at such a distance, what kind of pain did Alice suffer? Emma pretended to be bored and dazed so that other people's attention would not be on her. But Leon beside her still felt that something was wrong with her. Yes, Leon is a man who is extremely sensitive at certain times. And they have been together for so long, as the captain, it is natural for him to understand her situation at the moment. Leon approached Emma and whispered to ask about her situation. Emma said that her situation was not bad, and asked Leon to pay attention to other situations. At this time, they had boarded the planned vehicle to escort the astronauts to the military research base in California. It's just that this car, as well as the other cars, are fake, and none of them have real astronauts. They just want to use this as a trap to lure the Umbrella people into being fooled. As long as the Umbrella people are dispatched, whether they succeed or not, they can reversely infer the possible location of their secret base from where they appear. Emma and Leon did not pretend to be astronauts. The astronauts on each car were either fake or not even fake, they were just models. Just to make the plan look real, except for Benjamin, Emma, Leon, and the mysterious person whom Leon trusted, no one else knew what their mission was. They only knew that they needed to escort something with the car, and go to another military base with stricter security. From the beginning of this mission, countless eyes were staring at their car. As long as the person who participated in the planning of the Los Angeles space base behind the scenes made another move, they could catch him. Such a mission does not use the sacrifice of teammates as a selling point. Once an irrelevant person is targeted by the mastermind and a fight breaks out, they are allowed to leave the battle and abandon the mission at the first time. If those people really need astronauts, they must be alive, not dead. Then they will never kill people easily. There is also a gambling nature in this. If they really kill people regardless of everything, Emma and Leon will have no choice but to try their best to rescue them. Putting aside these possible risks, Emma and Leon set up more tests to identify whether there are traitors in the team. This time, 10 cars were dispatched for this sleight of hand. The astronauts in each car are not real, but this is known to the astronauts themselves, that is, Benjamin and Emma, the top officers of the Los Angeles Space Station, and Leon. The situation of these 10 cars is different. Some have astronauts, and some do not. And these cars are going to different places. If the people who planned the terrorist attack on the Los Angeles Space Station last time only targeted the cars with astronauts, it means that they did get quite accurate information. If they caught the astronaut with the highest degree of simulation, it would be enough to prove that the one who passed the message to them was indeed one of the honorable gentlemen. Once the conjecture was verified, the only ones who would really take the risk would be Emma and Leon. If this plan failed, they would probably really die for it. Emma was quite confident in this plan. After all, it was the start of this plan that made her and Leon know that the astronauts who came down from the spacecraft after the Explorer landed were not humans, but gorillas. The astronauts exposed in the satellite were always wearing space suits. The media that followed the filming at that time were forced to turn off their phones and isolated from the outside. The soldiers surrounded the place until the astronauts entered the control center. Not many people knew that the 2 astronauts who returned were gorillas, and the soldiers were under surveillance, so there was no chance to pass on the message. The only people who could do such a thing and have such an opportunity were some dignitaries who were relatively idle and did not have to expose themselves to the public all day. But now Emma and Leon are also under close surveillance. They are not in any of the 10 cars, but are responsible for monitoring the 10 cars and rushing to protect them at any time. They need a global vision to help them dig out the possible location of Umbrella Company. At the very least, they can catch those thugs and torture them. As long as the mission goes smoothly and the injustice is cleared, they can still happily lean on the big tree for shade. Here we come. Monitoring 10 cars is not an easy task, so there are quite a few people in this car. Emma and Leon were just poor little ones in the crowd. With this reminder, Leon turned over and ran over to see. Emma slowly stood up and walked over lazily. She looked at Leon's focused back, but she didn't care whether the task could be completed. She was not afraid of the 7-day appointment even if it was not completed at the expiration date. As long as you are outside, it is not difficult to escape. If it was put in the past, it would be a bit difficult. But now, as long as you are not afraid of death and go into the woods, you can escape surveillance. However, she did not completely give up the task. She should actively find ways, and Emma would still participate enthusiastically. Especially after proposing the plan and being approved, she and Leon were taken by Benjamin to see the 2 gorillas appear, and Emma's thoughts also changed a little. According to the 2 gorillas, they came from the future world. In their time, humans were all dumb idiots who did the lowest jobs, while gorillas were getting smarter and smarter, and even developed their own civilization. Although the level of civilization was not high, it was enough for gorillas to live a relatively good life. But the future they talked about was definitely not the future that humans wanted. Even if the current situation is extremely bad, humans would not want to hand over the world in their hands to others. AZ-113, a gene drug developed by Gene Systems to treat Alzheimer's disease, is one of the culprits that caused human degeneration and promoted the evolution of gorillas. After the plague spread, Gene Systems announced that it was responsible for this. However, what they didn't expect was that AZ-113 was just a trivial one of these viruses. The full-scale virus outbreak lasted less than a week. In the 2 months since then, the world has changed dramatically, and the virus has also changed. Pharmaceutical companies that have produced a considerable part of the antidote have not been able to keep up with the speed of virus mutation. Therefore, many strange diseases that cannot be cured for the time being have appeared among humans, and the worst situation is that many pharmaceutical talents have died due to various accidents. Nowadays, there are still many well-run bases where these talents are active and working hard to save all mankind, but obviously their power is not that sufficient. What a chaotic world. Chapter 70. There are many surveillance screens installed in this car to monitor the 10 cars. And there are people watching, and the cars in the picture are driving on the right track. According to the general process, when the 10 cars drove to the deserted road, they finally appeared the tracking they had been waiting for. However, things did not go as smoothly as Emma and her friends expected. There were trackers on each of the 10 routes. The colleagues on the surveillance screen quickly followed the tracking routes of these vehicles and tracked their way back. However, these tracked cars came from 10 different directions. Even if their license plate numbers and car models were locked, it was difficult to find clues in a short time. Emma and Leon got together and sat in a corner. They called up the tracking vehicle situation and saw that the driver in the driver's seat showed half of his face. Although his chin was covered, it was still possible to restore it. Emma is good at this technology. She imported the program she had compiled and quickly restored the appearance of these drivers. Emma then stripped out the avatars of these people and used artificial intelligence to search, and quickly found out the places where these people were most recently active. Leon didn't expect the action to be so fast, and could only admire and praise Emma. Their movements attracted the attention of others, but all they saw were some face comparisons, and they also knew what the 2 of them were doing. Are you sure this result is okay? They still believe that they should combine the vehicle information to figure out where these people came from. Try it. Emma didn't boast that her method was foolproof. She really needed these people to continue looking for vehicle information, so as to check whether her information was correct. There were a total of 20 vehicles tracking the astronaut transfer vehicles sent by the Los Angeles Space Base. Basically, 2 vehicles were following a vehicle from the Los Angeles Space Base, but sometimes there was a driver in the front seat of the vehicle, and sometimes there were 2 people. There were a total of more than 20 people. Their portraits were imported into the monitoring system, and the results of the retrieval appeared like a waterfall. The flashing subtitles made Leon a little dazzled. Emma quickly classified the information by area, and the final result was quite interesting. There were only 3 areas where these 20 people often appeared, and they were all around the factories in Los Angeles. The only problem was that these three places were quite far apart, and there was no connection for the time being. There were not many places where the monitoring system could capture their faces. It was just that all the monitoring records of the places where more than 20 people appeared within 7 days were swiped out, which looked exaggerated. Folding the repeated content saved a lot of space. Putting aside some broken monitoring and maliciously damaged monitoring systems, such data seemed a bit less. It can be seen that their range of activities is fixed there. Although it is not very accurate, Emma still uses artificial intelligence to quickly lock the central area of their activities. Artificial intelligence brings great convenience, but it must be used very carefully and not leave any opportunities for the opponent to take advantage of. Otherwise, this convenient prop may also become an obstacle. After filtering out these wrong options, Emma began to feel that the harvest of this trip was not bad. Although it was not the expected good situation of only one place, it was still a good result. Emma and Leon did not wait for their helpers to find out the origins of these cars. They directly marked the order of reconnaissance of 3 places and set off directly. When they found something, they could just tell it in the communicator. After all, the mission time was urgent, and Emma had to look good even if she didn't take it seriously. The first place Emma and Leon arrived, it was a sewage treatment plant. The area near the sewage treatment plant had been abandoned for a long time, and it seemed that no one would appear here. There were many zombies outside this place, isolated outside the walls of normal human settlements. To enter the sewage treatment plant to investigate the situation, Emma and Leon had to approach with extreme caution. They parked the car 3 streets away, and then approached their target along a route that was not easily discovered by surveillance. Zombies' vision was not sensitive, but their hearing and sense of smell were quite good. Emma and Leon were careful not to make any noise while they were moving. Before getting off the car, the two of them sprayed some perfume on themselves to confuse the zombies' sense of smell, so that the zombies would ignore the living aura on them. After crossing the sparse zombie belt and entering the vicinity of the sewage treatment plant, the number of zombies obviously increased. Emma and Leon decisively gave up verbal communication and simply communicated through gestures. Because the roads near the sewage treatment plant are narrow and complicated, Emma and Leon chose to act separately and communicate with each other using a communicator. Emma avoided a wandering zombie and accidentally glimpsed a red dot on the running surveillance. Emma saw the surveillance camera turn to her and quickly hid in the blind spot of the surveillance. After confirming that the surveillance had been transferred, Emma carefully walked towards the back door of the sewage treatment plant. Leon approached from the other side, and he encountered the same situation as Emma, but his luck was not so good. Just after taking a few steps back, Leon, who was avoiding the surveillance camera, stepped on the discarded paper on the ground, making a tiny sound. Such a small movement still attracted the attention of the zombies nearby. They slowly swayed in the direction of Leon, and the stench was enough to make people nauseous. Leon restrained his impulse, left here, and approached the gate of the sewage treatment plant. The gate of the sewage treatment plant was closed, and Leon hid in the shadows, listening quietly to the movement here. The zombies with no harvest swayed and scattered. Leon did not find any movement inside, but he saw 2 cameras inside. Leon took a light breath and carefully observed the way the camera operated. After finding the pattern, Leon opened the door, jumped in, and closed the door in one go. Even though the movement was as slight as possible, it still made a sound. And even such a trivial sound could be detected by the zombies. Zombies who heard the movement ran over quickly, but after being blocked outside the door, they wandered around for a while, and found nothing and dispersed again. The zombies on the periphery were the lowest level mutants, without vision, and they didn't know how to open the door to take a look. As for catching Leon inside, it was out of the question. Leon entered the sewage treatment plant, and did not see Emma. He did not doubt Emma's personal ability, but guessed that the door on Emma's side might not be connected to him for the time being. There was no one on this floor. Leon avoided the camera and sent a message to Emma in the corner to confirm Emma's situation. After receiving the message and replying to Leon about her own situation, Emma continued to explore her own path in silence. Entering the sewage treatment plant from the back door, Emma saw a floor plan of the sewage treatment plant on the wall next to the door. After forcibly memorizing the escape safety exit, Emma could carry out her activities with peace of mind. Pipes can be seen everywhere, and designs such as trestles are also spread all over the air of the entire factory. Rigid mechanical design, unfamiliar industrial equipment, and residual odors challenged Emma's sense of smell here. I don't know how Leon explored. From her point of view, there are no signs of regular human activities. There are so many zombies outside, many of them wearing the clothes of sewage treatment plant workers, which can show that they were infected by the virus while working and became ill. Emma walked carefully, and carefully checked any possible traces. What if those people dug a nest underground? Based on their experience of breaking into the beehive, it is not impossible. But there are too few traces of people left here. When Emma was moving inside, she did not find any traces of real living people. Emma passed through the dense fences, and prepared to walk to the pier above her head. The large machinery blocked her vision. It would be bad if there were zombies hiding behind them. A sudden attack would also bring her trouble. Emma bypassed the sewage pool and climbed onto the pier. The view from a high place was indeed much better. The sewage treatment plant was much larger than she estimated, which was not conducive to her finding clues. All she could do was use a stupid method and look at every place. Emma walked past the equipment and looked at them. Every place was covered with dust. It seemed that no one had been there for a long time. The accumulated smell here is disgusting enough, and there are even more flies in the sewage pool. When you walk to the pier, the scene you see is even more disgusting. The sewage in the sewage pool is turbid dark green, with a strange layer of grease on the surface, and you can even see white maggots twitching on it. No wonder there are so many flies flying. This place is a certain distance away from the town, and driving here will not cause extra trouble to the work. The parking space is very wide, probably for the convenience of employees. Emma has not been to other sewage treatment plants, so it is hard to say whether the cameras here are a bit too many compared to factories in other places. This sewage treatment plant is still strange, but Emma can't remember what the problem is for the time being. She can only continue to collect information silently. Compared with Emma, who has no gains for the time being, Leon has gained some gains. Entering the sewage treatment plant through the main gate, the cameras here are more dense than outside. However, it is not difficult for Leon to avoid such dead things. What really caused him trouble was that he saw zombies wandering around the water pump. These zombies wandered around, seemingly patrolling, and seemed to be aimlessly searching for possible food. No matter what these low IQ mutants wanted to do now, it could not change the fact that their activities destroyed possible suspicious traces. If it were just that, Leon would not be troubled by it. It was not difficult to avoid these zombies or use a saber to deal with them. After all, they moved slowly, were invisible, and his smell was covered. But the actions of these zombies were indeed purposeful. They would wander around for about 10 minutes, and then have inexplicable gains, sometimes bloody pieces of meat, sometimes injured animals. This was definitely not an accident, and it was even less likely to be a coincidence. Someone was raising these zombies. Leon's heartbeat accelerated slightly. He sent a message to Emma, and then concentrated on finding out what the way those people fed the zombies was, and by the way, to find out if there were any other situations. Chapter 71. She opened her eyes, and was stung by the distorted light. She closed her eyes slightly. When she opened her eyes again, she felt much better. Some tubes were connected to her body. The scenes she saw with her eyes open were distorted. She heard the sound of water flowing in her ears. She felt an upward force that made her float up, and another force pulling her down. These two forces combined to keep her stable at a strange height. There was a layer of water between her eyes and the outside scene, green figures, green lights, and other green things. She slid her limbs and saw herself naked. She realized that she was in the water. But she seemed to be able to breathe in this water. She thought uncertainly, and touched her face with her hand. There was indeed no other instrument connected to her. She was very comfortable in this water, and did not feel suffocated. After making sure she was fine, she swung her limbs, and moved herself closer to the glass wall. She could see the figures coming and going. They were wearing white coats, and were busy with something, perhaps studying her. Before she could see more clearly, someone soon noticed her situation in the petri dish, and reported it to the highest person in charge of the laboratory. After a moment, a man wearing sunglasses approached, looked her up and down, and then waved his hand to let her out. The green liquid was extracted, the glass cover was opened, and she fell to the ground, coughing with difficulty breathing. She curled up like a shrimp out of water, bending her back in pain. The coughing was indeed a bit eye-catching, but she didn't notice what these people were feeling. She felt that it was difficult to breathe, and she felt more of the piercing pain from her limbs. The tubes were still connected to her, and she didn't feel any pain in the green liquid, but without the water, the pain spread like a tide, making her more suffocated. Finding that she was in a bad condition, a lady with short black hair walked out from a group of people in white coats, and walked straight towards her. Letting the irrelevant people disperse, she pushed aside her hanging golden short hair, held her face with both hands, and kept spitting out the words exhale and inhale to try to help her learn how to breathe again. The other group of people were not idle either. They pulled out the needles from her body one by one. She was much more relaxed, and finally able to control her trembling. She could see the person in front of her with black hair and black eyes, a beautiful face full of oriental style. She felt a trance, which made her feel familiar. Before she could see clearly, the woman with short black hair walked out. Surrounded by the crowd, she quickly forgot what she saw. The man in sunglasses came over, holding a table in his left hand and a pen in his right hand. He guided her to look at him. "How do you feel?" he asked. She looked at him. This man was full of oppression. Even through a pair of sunglasses, the sharpness of his eyes made her feel as if she was scratched by a knife. At some point, she felt as if she saw something strange. When she saw this man, some data appeared around her, but she couldn't help shaking her head, and those were not clear anymore. "How do you feel?" the man asked again. She opened her mouth and wanted to answer, but she couldn't find her voice for a while. No matter how hard she tried, she could only speak broken syllables. The man impatiently asked the person next to him to come over and check her throat. The person told him that she was fine, but she hadn't spoken for a long time, and her memory was damaged, so it was normal that she couldn't speak for a while. As long as she tried more, she would soon be able to speak like a normal person. The man put the thing in his hand into the hand of the person next to him and asked him to guide her. He was a thin man with a carefully groomed blonde hair. He had a pair of iris blue eyes. Under the light, his blonde hair showed an almost transparent color, which was dazzling. He was wearing a mask, and his skin was covered, but his broad forehead showed that his skin was very white. On his chest, there was a nameplate with a red umbrella logo on it, and his name was Alfred Ashford. He approached her, looked at the form, and asked the first question as usual, "Your name. Do you remember what your name is?" At this time, she felt her throat was much better, and she looked at him. Name. The word made her dazed. Seeing her special reaction, Alfred continued to ask this question, and his tone sounded very soft, intentionally guiding her to remember name. "My name," she repeated, as if she felt cold and kept shivering. But in fact, it was because her brain was aching. She felt something was coming out, but something was constantly preventing her from remembering. "My name. My name is." She frowned and wanted to curl up again in pain, but for some reason, she restrained her impulse again. She just beat her head, wanting the feeling of the barrier to disappear from her mind. But the people who knew her physical fitness quickly grabbed her hand to stop her from continuing to hurt. Her behavior. Seeing her like this, neither the man in sunglasses nor Alfred planned to continue asking. But they didn't ask, but she still asked herself, what is her name? Why is she here? Who are these people? Why does all this look familiar to her? She feels that she has important things to do, and there are important people to see. She seems to have done a lot of wrong things. Who is she? Why can't she remember? Who is she? The scattered fragments of memory in her mind slid like meteors, and the fleeting inspiration made it difficult for her to catch it even if she stretched out her hand. But she was unwilling to give up. She kept stimulating herself, and repeated this process hundreds of times. She finally caught a fragment. A woman with golden brown hair like the most mellow honey, a pair of blue eyes smiling, her mouth opening and closing, she said to her, "Isa." Her head ached violently, the pain made her go crazy, and she threw the people who were holding her limbs away. Alfred and the man in sunglasses looked at her, and quickly asked someone to inject her with a strong sedative, and the dosage was to be increased. Ah! She couldn't help screaming, and the lights in the laboratory exploded one after another. With her as the center, a shockwave spread out, blowing everyone away. The laboratory shook, and it seemed that it might collapse at any time. Even the researchers in the laboratory made explosion sounds one after another. All the small props on Alfred fell off when they were blown away, so he was the only one who remained intact. But soon, he didn't think so. Mentally, he felt that he was under extreme pressure. It was like the Titanic hitting an iceberg, so fragile that it couldn't even withstand the damage caused by a collision. Alfred curled up like a shrimp. Noticing his condition, the man in sunglasses stood in front of him and stretched out his hand to release an invisible force to protect them. However, the energy she released was so amazing that he could only resist it temporarily, until he couldn't bear the strange pressure and fell to the ground vomiting blood. After she released the pressure once, she felt her body was empty, and fell to the ground without support. After she recovered for a while, she climbed up. She walked forward tentatively, staggering like a toddler learning to walk for the first time. Her body was still stained with water, and every step she took made a click sound, which sounded like thunder in the quiet and dark laboratory. She learned quickly, and when she walked in front of Alfred and the man with glasses, she was already an adult who was used to walking thousands of roads. Her eyes reflected tiny electric lights in the dark night, not so bright, but particularly conspicuous. She looked at them, at the mess on the ground, and even in such a dark, she could see clearly. It seemed that the darkness could not hinder her eyes. After taking a deep breath, she smiled and said to Alfred and the man with glasses with a hint of sunshine, "My name is Alice." After that, Alice left the laboratory calmly. Passing by the door, she picked up a blown white coat and wrapped it around her, and walked towards the place where Kaplan was in her memory. As she walked forward, the light tubes exploded along the way. The surveillance on the road could not bear the pressure and exploded because of her approach. Alice found the laboratory where Kaplan was imprisoned for experiments based on her memory. Kaplan was imprisoned in the glassware that she had just come out of, which was filled with green solution. Kaplan closed his eyes and seemed to be sleeping. Alice noticed that there seemed to be someone in another laboratory separated by a glass. Alice walked to the control console of this laboratory and found the button to open the glassware that made Kaplan sleep. Alice pressed the button without hesitation. She could sense that this was Kaplan, even though Kaplan's image had changed. He was taller and had strange sharp claws on his right hand. Kaplan looked very uncoordinated. On his right chest, his heart was beating wildly. Compared with his left hand, his right hand was bigger. It didn't look like an ordinary hand, but a living weapon. Just looking at it, it seemed to have a strong bloody color. It was not only other people's blood, but also Kaplan's own. Alice retracted her sight and, according to the instructions on the console, used the equipment in a certain order to wake up Kaplan after extracting the culture medium. Kaplan left the glass column and did not fall to the ground, but stood steadily. His right eye emitted red light, while his left eye was a relatively normal blue human eye. But no matter which eye, there was no emotion that a normal human should have. Alice knew that Umbrella would make them lose their memory during the research process, so after they woke up, they would be guided and brainwashed. She didn't want to use Alfred's method to guide Kaplan. She directly knocked her spirit into Kaplan's brain and helped him sort out his brain. When Kaplan opened his eyes again, his eyes had regained their previous clarity. He called Alice in a rough voice. Chapter 72. Lion observed for a long time, and finally found that there were small mechanisms hidden in some imperceptible gaps. These mechanisms were switched on and off according to a certain pattern to feed the zombies. He explored a wide area, and the entrances that he thought were not there were actually mechanisms for feeding the zombies. Lion estimated that these mechanisms were probably all over this area, otherwise it would be impossible to explain why the zombies were crowded together so harmoniously. They also did a survey. After humans were infected with the T-virus, they would become zombies. These zombies had a stronger desire to eat their own kind. Zombies do not seem to need foods that can provide a lot of energy, such as fat, nor the so-called brains in most film and television works, but genes similar to their own kind. Flesh and blood are the energy for their actions, and genes give them the direction of evolution. It can be inferred that those infected with the T-virus can even evolve. This also shows that the food of zombies does not have to be living humans, but can even be zombies. Although zombies will not attack their own kind when their hunger does not exceed the limit. But when the zombies' intelligence is further improved, they will start with their own kind for their own evolution. This is also what Leon saw with his own eyes when he was doing a mission. Especially the lickers, or more powerful infected bodies, their aggression is not only directed at living humans, but when the infected bodies below them hinder them, they will also attack without hesitation. Although these infected bodies were once human, when they were controlled by the virus, their personal thinking ability was completely hijacked by the virus, and they could no longer be called human. This virus seems to have its own will, and is a very scary existence. Fortunately, they are not smart, and will be confused by human technology. Otherwise, the T-virus infected body will soon invade the world, and humans will not be able to protect their territory now. But the current situation is not clear enough. Who knows if there are more powerful and intelligent creatures in places that cannot be observed? Inexplicably, the images of Alice and Kaplan suddenly flashed through Leon's mind. Soon Leon excluded this idea from his mind, and he would not doubt his teammates. He has never really seen the performance of beings like Alice and Kaplan in the zombie pile. But from Emma's words, we also know that Kaplan may not be targeted by zombies, but Alice is no different from normal people. Could it be that Umbrella's biochemical experiments are intended to create people with superpowers and seek the direction of human evolution? If this is true, Umbrella can completely break away from government management and release this as a declaration. By then, they will probably have more supporters, instead of hiding in the dark like now. Leon couldn't think of why Umbrella Corporation did this, but if he could easily guess the purpose of Umbrella Corporation, he wouldn't have to worry about this company. The most important thing at this moment is this sewage treatment plant, and even the 2 unexplored places. In this sewage treatment plant, zombies are more like pets kept by humans. But who knows what kind of madman would do such a thing as keeping zombies in captivity. Lion felt that even if this sewage treatment plant was not the lair of the mysterious terrorists, it might be an important base. Emma suspected that this matter was related to Umbrella Corporation. The ability to keep zombies in captivity might also be related to this group of people. Umbrella Corporation has not given up the biochemical experiment. Do they want to create more powerful biochemical monsters? Lion carefully filmed the zombies eating, and also filmed the scene of a mechanism suddenly opening to release food, and then sent his guess and the picture to Emma. Emma did not reply for the time being. Lion was not stupid and waited. He planned to see if there were any other mechanisms. The sewage treatment plant might not have only this one layer. Someone must have sent the food here and arranged it in the mechanism. There are no robots with such high intelligence now, which can help people complete these tedious tasks. The only thing Leon couldn't tell was how these people did it. From the traces he had walked along, he could tell that it was the zombies that moved around and made all the dust traces look strange. He couldn't rule out the possibility that these people left traces here and used zombies to cover up their traces. But he couldn't rule out the possibility that these people did it from the bottom of their feet. When a group of zombies passed by in a mighty manner, Leon came out from his hiding place. In the places where these zombies had gathered, he could easily find the location of the mechanism. These mechanisms were so ingeniously designed that they could easily be overlooked. They were under the feet, and they were disguised to be indistinguishable from the surrounding environment. The traces left behind would not attract attention. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Leon wouldn't have thought there would be so many traps here. After searching one by one, Leon determined where the traps were. But he had no way to open them. Maybe the control switches of these traps were somewhere else, and Leon wasn't sure if the masterminds would notice if he forcibly destroyed a trap. While Leon was thinking, he still noticed the surveillance camera from the corner of his eye. He turned around and avoided the surveillance camera's view, and in the blind spot of the surveillance camera's view, he was ready to sort out the harvest he had explored for so long. Emma received Leon's message, but she didn't have time to take a look. She was targeted by the liquor. She was on the pier, and just explored an area, and after confirming that there was nothing unusual, she found the liquor on the ceiling before she had time to change to another area. And before she could be glad that there was only one liquor, several liquors appeared one after another. Shit! No matter who is behind this sewage treatment plant, Emma can assert that they are definitely not simple. The liquors have already smelled her scent. Their sense of smell is more sensitive than that of ordinary zombies, and their mobility is also higher than that of ordinary zombies. This seems to be their territory, and the smell on Emma's body that confuses the zombies' sense of smell is not from the liquors. As a higher-level hunter, ordinary zombies are also on the menu of the liquors. Emma decisively gave up her exploration process and turned around and ran. A group of liquors have already captured her presence. Their eyesight is not good, but they still have some heat sensing, which is not as useful as snakes, but it can help them catch prey better. They didn't see Emma's movements, but they knew that the heat was moving away from them, and they all roared and chased after her. It was quite unpleasant to be chased by a group of liquors. She was not equipped with heavy weapons, and the only thing that could effectively attack the liquors was the line. Emma gritted her teeth, put on her gloves, and took out the line. Fortunately, she brought it with her for safety when she went out on a mission, otherwise she didn't know if she could hold on if she kept running away. Emma, who couldn't see the message and was chased by the liquors, pressed the emergency contact button in the gap between breaths, and quickly cut it off to remind Leon that there was danger here. Emma recalled the structure of this place in her mind, and used it to play hide-and-seek with the liquors here, and look for opportunities to kill these annoying things. So many liquors gathered here, but did not attack the nearby human settlements. This situation was a bit too abnormal. There is enough food in the sewage treatment plant for these cruel liquors to enjoy, so they will not leave here. And the liquors will not take the initiative to hunt zombies, they prefer living food. Although eating zombies can also replenish their energy, it does not bring them more stimulation. Emma felt a strong wind coming from the back of her head. She dodged to the side, avoided the tongue of a liquor, and cut off the tip of the liquor's tongue with a thread. The attacked liquor was even more ferocious, and the angry roar caused Emma's ears to suffer. Emma carefully walked through the trestle, but the trestle road was narrow, and was not stable enough at this time due to lack of maintenance. The liquors were crawling on the ceiling, and their limbs were even more flexible than humans, and they could calmly deal with these complex road conditions. Emma knew she had to find a way to kill them, otherwise she would definitely be at a disadvantage if the chase went on for too long. In the surveillance car, everyone was still staring at the baits and the guys who were lured out. After Emma and Leon left, some people continued to stare at the place where they were staring because of Emma's instructions. Soon an unusual fluctuation attracted the attention of a temporary colleague. Caroline scratched her hair, stared at the screen, and frowned. She bit her lower lip and quickly locked the location of the strange fluctuation. That was the abandoned public hospital in one of the 3 areas that Emma locked. Caroline sent her findings to Emma and Leon. She didn't know what happened there. The surveillance cameras they had nearby that could still be used couldn't take more detailed pictures. Caroline guessed that something big must have happened there, so there was such an obvious fluctuation. However, without specific pictures, she couldn't make a more accurate inference. "Alana, what did you find?" a male colleague asked curiously when he saw Caroline's nervous and expectant look while rubbing his eyes, drinking water, and taking a breath. Caroline nodded and smiled excitedly. "I think something big must have happened there." They retreated. The person monitoring the dozen cars shouted in disbelief. "What?" The male colleague quickly turned his eyes to a screen. A dozen surveillance screens showed the same situation. The dozen cars were retreating, regardless of the bait they threw. "What's going on?" They looked at each other. "Should we report this to the higher-ups?" "What happened?" Caroline looked at her confused colleagues and tightened her hand on the communicator. "Winchester, Kennedy, you should respond quickly." Chapter 73. Alice took Kaplan to the next door. The glass door here was locked tightly. The smart lock at the door was an iris detection, and the encryption level was higher than their laboratory. From the outside, it was hard to tell what was done here. But through the glass, they could see a woman with light blonde hair soaked in a similar glass container with a green solution. Her body was naked, and it could be seen that her figure was perfect. Even in such an environment, her face was still exquisite and moving. The woman closed her eyes tightly, and seemed to be asleep. Alice didn't know who this was. She looked familiar, but Alice couldn't tell who this woman looked like for the time being. Just seeing that her situation was no different from theirs, Alice decided to let her out. If she could take one more person away, she would take one more person away. If she stayed here and was left in the hands of the Umbrella Company, she didn't know what fate she would suffer. Alice knew that Umbrella had left some trap on her body. She and Kaplan were originally on the battlefield to deal with a sudden crisis. But she didn't know when she lost her will. When she came to her senses, many soldiers from the Los Angeles Space Base had died around her. She couldn't even control her body, and shot and killed several more soldiers from the Los Angeles Space Base. When the irresistible shock wave appeared, she saw the man wearing sunglasses. He didn't pay much attention to his people attacking the Los Angeles Space Base, but quickly had someone take her and Kaplan away. Soon, on the experimental table, she, Kaplan, lost her will. Alice is now awake, but she also knows that it is difficult for her to return to the government. Her and Kaplan's behavior is betrayal no matter how you look at it. Even if the people there still accept them, they will definitely not trust them again. After all, they have a criminal record. Who knows if they will have a similar situation again? No one wants their teammates to be crazy people who may go crazy at any time. And at this time, Alice is very worried about the safety of Emma and Leon. Their betrayal must have been seen by other living people, and Emma and Leon are inseparable. If they hurt Emma and Leon because of their helplessness, Alice can't forgive herself. However, how to deal with these things, Alice thinks she should think about it after she goes out. The worst is that she and Kaplan will wander around this land. She will never be soft on people from Umbrella. And she also wanted to find her past, lost memories. She wanted to get them back. Emma would come to her, no matter what she had done. Alice could be so sure. Alice, feeling at ease, asked Kaplan to break the door lock, and the two of them walked into the laboratory together. In the dim environment, only the glass column was still emitting a faint green light. It was with the help of these faint lights that Alice could see the woman's face clearly. Kaplan and Alice walked to the control console of this laboratory. The control console here was still intact, and it seemed that the power used by the control console was different from that of other devices. The circuits that Alice deliberately destroyed along the way did not seem to damage the control console in the laboratory. This is good, otherwise the glass column would have to be violently destroyed. Alice did not know whether there would be any bad reactions after violent destruction. She just felt that it would be smoother if she operated according to the conventional method. There was no more information on the console, only the ordinary operation manual. There was not even the same experimental record as in their laboratory. Before leaving their laboratory, Alice handed the experimental record manual to Kaplan and asked Kaplan to take it. Without the experimental record, they had no way of knowing who the woman in here was. However, the impact should not be great. Alice had made all preparations when she came in here. Kaplan watched Alice operate and let the woman out. The woman with light golden hair fell to the ground and could not stand as steadily as Kaplan. She fell to the ground and kept coughing. The situation was similar to when Alice just came out. Alice walked over and tried to help the woman with light golden hair. Soon she recovered. She grabbed Alice's hand and asked, "Who are you?" She looked into Alice's eyes, blue and clear like the sky. "I am Alice." Alice answered, and then declared, "You are free." The light golden-haired woman had confusion in her eyes. She stood up and looked around. "What's your name? What do you remember?" Alice thought she had lost her memory like them. The light golden-haired woman looked at them strangely, but finally answered, "My name is Alexia." "Gone." Alice nodded, remembering the name. Alexia was about to say something, but there was a loud bang from deeper inside, and the ground they were standing on shook violently. "Do you want to come with us?" Alice knew that now was not the time to talk. There might be someone alive here. This was a base of Umbrella Corporation. According to their usual way of dealing with it, it might be destroyed. Alexia looked at Alice hesitantly, but the sound of collapse became more and more intense. Alice didn't have time to listen to what Alexia said. She directly pulled Alexia's arm and took her and Kaplan out all the way. Alexia was dragged to run together, but her movements were not much slower than Alice. From this point of view, Alice also felt that Alexia was extraordinary. Yes, Umbrella Corporation would not waste resources. If Alexia had nothing special, they would not use her for research. Alice felt terrible about this. Alice knew that this was underground, but she didn't know where the exit was. Fortunately, there were some directions here, so following the signs on the roadside, Alice successfully led Kaplan and Alexia to find a way out. The building became more and more shaky in the explosion, and the explosion was not just that one. During their escape, there were continuous explosions. Alice not only had to find the way, but also had to avoid the bricks and stones collapsing in all directions. But while running, Alexia's arm was separated from Alice's hand at some point. Kaplan ran on Alice's left side, and when Alice couldn't take care of some small gravel, he could help Alice open it and protect Alice. Alexia was on Alice's right side, and there was no panic on her face, but she was just surprised by her situation. I don't know how long they ran. Even when Kaplan began to breathe heavily, the three of them ran out of the underground and came to the ground. Alice couldn't tell where this place was for the time being. She only saw the wide open door. She led Kaplan and Alexia to run to the exit and stepped out of this place of death. But running to the ground did not mean that they were completely safe. They had to continue running, because the explosion underground had cracks of varying degrees on the ground, and the underground nest of Umbrella Corporation this time was built under a building. The explosion undoubtedly damaged the foundation of the building, and the building was constantly collapsing at this time. If you don't want to be hit by the debris of the collapsed building, it's better to run away. Emma collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. She was soaked in blood, and the stench of the liquors filled her body. On the pier and the ground, there were severed limbs of liquors everywhere. After maneuvering, she finally killed all the monsters that were chasing her. Emma felt very uncomfortable with her chest rising and falling violently. It's really not an easy task to kill these liquors. Even if these guys are not as cunning as those desperate criminals, it doesn't mean that these monsters are reckless. Compared with ordinary zombies, liquors also have a high IQ. At least they definitely have the intelligence of animals, like lions. After Emma killed several liquors, some of them even showed fear and fled. It can be seen that as long as they are alive, they are unwilling to face the fear of death. Emma panted and took out the communicator to see what the messages sent by Leon were. After turning on the communicator, Emma found that Leon was not the only one who sent two messages. Leon sent that he had discovered the sewage treatment plant mechanism, and that he speculated that people from Umbrella and other forces were raising zombies in the sewage treatment plant. The other message came from Caroline Alana, who stayed in the car to help her keep an eye on the girls in the other two places. Alana told her that there was an unusual fluctuation in the abandoned old hospital. Emma originally regarded it as the second place to explore. The reason why she came to the sewage treatment plant first was because the people she locked on had the highest frequency of appearance near here. According to the route center positioning method, she locked on this place. And the matter was indeed not beyond her imagination. This place was indeed not simple. However, what was found in the sewage treatment plant was the breeding of zombies, and there might be other organs here. Instead, it was the abandoned public hospital that made a big noise. Emma thought that this was definitely not a coincidence, and the public hospital was probably the real hideout of Umbrella. And this sewage treatment plant, and the last car repair shop she was scheduled to explore, were probably really just used to cultivate virus-infected bodies. Thinking of this, Emma quickly sent a message to Caroline, asking her to notify the upper level to send someone to explore quickly. It might be too late if it was later. As for Leon, Emma also quickly sent him a reply. But Leon did not reply to her in time, and I am afraid that Leon was in trouble at this time. Emma didn't know whether Leon had encountered many lickers like her, but Leon, who could not respond to her, and even after she reminded him of the danger, could not even give her a similar signal. I am afraid that his current situation is not good. Chapter 74. Emma thought so, but Leon was not as lucky as her, being besieged by so many lickers. When Leon was checking the mechanisms, he accidentally touched a mechanism that he had not discovered beforehand, and a passage suddenly appeared on the ground. Leon slid down without reacting in time. As soon as he fell, his communicator was broken, so there was no way for him to contact Emma, nor was there any way for Emma to contact him. Leon barely let himself hang at the exit below the passage, and did not fall directly to the bottom. There were clusters of sharp thorns below, and he would definitely be stabbed to the heart if he fell. Leon himself had not lived enough, and he was absolutely unwilling to die in such a place at this time. Leon barely used the strength of his arms to swing himself to a relatively safe place and landed on the ground, away from the clusters of traps flashing with cold light. At this point, Leon really saw the feeling of a laboratory in a science fiction movie. The walls here are all white, and full of metallic texture. The lights are even paler, making the passage very bright, even clean. Leon walked carefully. He was not sure if this road was safe. But he had no other choice except the road in front of him. From the fact that he had slid down for so long, it was unlikely that he could climb back in the opposite direction. He did not have that much physical strength and endurance. Moreover, even if he really climbed back, the pit that suddenly appeared would probably be closed. At that time, he might not be able to open the door of the trap. That's the way it is. Even though you know that the road ahead is full of thorns, you have to move forward, because you have no way out. Leon dared not be distracted, and could only move forward by feeling. On the other side, Emma guessed that Leon had found the mechanism in the sewage treatment plant, and it was meaningless for her to stay here, so she quickly approached Leon's area according to the map in her mind. The regional planning of the sewage treatment plant was obvious, and it took Emma a while to run to Leon's area. She had to avoid cameras and zombies on the way. Fortunately, there were only zombies, not those troublesome things of the lickers. The lickers' breath on her was too strong, and the zombies didn't dare to approach. Even if the virus dominated their bodies, the instincts of the creatures were still a little bit, and they would avoid danger if it was too close. With such convenience, Emma quickly entered Leon's area smoothly, and saw the mark left by Leon. Emma found the place where Leon disappeared according to the traces he left. There was no trace of Leon here, but there was still the smell of Leon. Emma stood here and imagined that if she were Leon, she might have touched something that led to the current situation. She was sure that there was a trap somewhere under her feet, otherwise Leon would not have no response at all. If this happened in the past, Emma would probably not care at all. She had always believed that she only needed to complete her goal. But Leon is a pretty good person. After they became teammates, Leon also took good care of him. Emma really couldn't leave Leon alone without knowing whether he was dead or alive. Emma tried to touch some walls, or some places on the floor. And she tried this way, but it was a helpless method. Profiles can't restore the protagonist's behavior 100%, and more are just speculations based on general rules. Although this method is stupid, Emma's luck seems to be better than before. She just touched the floor a few times tentatively, and then touched a strange bulge on the floor. Emma looked at this weird thing carefully, but it was difficult to see any difference from the visual point of view. There must be a special coating on that thing, otherwise it shouldn't be able to deceive the vision so much. Maybe Leon didn't notice it because of this, so he fell into the trap. Emma walked away a little, and then pressed the bulge. Suddenly, a deep hole appeared on the ground. Emma took a look and chose to go down. Leon was right below, and no matter what danger there was, Leon faced it first. Maybe this was a trap, but if you want to find Leon first, you have to take risks. It's better to face it together than to go alone. However, this entrance is not a normal place for people to enter, so Emma doesn't think it will be safe to go down here. Emma almost did the same thing as Leon's emergency response. When she was about to fall to the bottom, She forced herself to slow down her descent and relied on the strength of her arms and legs to keep herself stable in the passage. When she landed at the exit, Emma did see the trap below, but she didn't see any trace of Leon. This made Emma feel a little relieved. At least she didn't have to see Leon die. Emma found the right angle and let herself swing to the ground. The moment she landed, Emma also smelled Leon's breath. This discovery made her feel a lot more at ease, which meant that Leon was still alive. Emma looked at this place, which made her feel very familiar, whether it was the pure white walls, the deep passages, or the cold sense of technology in the empty environment, which was similar to the former laboratory of Umbrella Corporation. On the contrary, it was not like a beehive. Most of the places inside were more like ordinary company buildings, and the laboratory part was not much different from the other laboratories. Emma was not sure if there would be monsters like lickers here, so she could only move forward cautiously. The smell of Leon came from the front. Alice found an empty house. There were many apartments near the public hospital, and this was obviously an abandoned city. Alice was not worried that breaking into these apartments would bring her any trouble. She found an apartment that looked good and took Kaplan and Alexia in. Kaplan broke through the wall easily, and Alice went straight to the locker room to find clothes. When they came out, the three of them had no clothes to wear, but walking outside without clothes might bring more unnecessary trouble. The room was very messy, probably because it was a large mess left when the virus broke out, and they followed the broadcast to go to the government-safe settlement. There were broken glass and a lot of garbage on the ground, but there was no disgusting smell in the house. During the period of vacancy, the windows of this house were not closed, and the ventilation was quite good. The original owner of this house should be in good condition, and there are many unopened new clothes here. But there is really no suitable clothes for Kaplan. Alice found 2 sets of decent clothes and asked Alexia to change with her. As for Kaplan's clothes, maybe they can find suitable ones when they find the arms store. Otherwise, they can only look at those sportswear stores that are not available for the time being, and they should be able to find clothes that Kaplan can wear. Alice looked at herself in the dressing mirror. A little below the left collarbone, there was a long scar. I don't know when the wound was left. Alexia put on the clothes silently. This is a set of women's sportswear that is a little too big for her. Now there is no chance to be picky about the so-called underwear or the style of the clothes. After she put on herself, she saw Alice's absent-mindedness. What should we do next? Alexia asked Alice. Alice put on her sweatshirt, pulled the wrinkles, and tied her hair up with a rubber band. Let's go to the arms store and get us the right equipment. Then, we find a safe place to hide, collect resources first, and then make plans for the next step. Alice knew that her current situation was very dangerous. She didn't want to fall into the hands of Umbrella, and she didn't want to return to the hands of the government. Both directions were too dangerous for her. But if she is not sure about Emma and Leon's situation, she will not leave easily. Alice does not want to abandon anyone, nor does she want to be abandoned by anyone. The government and she are on the same front, but she will not return to the government until she is sure that she will not be controlled by Umbrella again. Even if she needs to clear her reputation as a traitor, she will not take risks for it. She just needs to find a safe place to hide and find a chance to contact Emma. But she does not plan to tell Alexia about these things for the time being. The woman she rescued is too calm, which always makes Alice feel a little uncomfortable. And even if she brought Alexia and Kaplan out, Alice would not believe them 100%, because Umbrella has proved with its strength that they can influence people like them who have undergone biochemical experiments. If you don't want to get hurt, you can only stay vigilant at all times. Do you remember anything? Alice asked Alexia. Alexia frowned and shook her head helplessly. To be honest, the moment she woke up, she couldn't remember anything except her name was Alexia. As for the danger of the house explosion that she encountered as soon as she woke up, Alexia had no idea. She probably felt that she might die there and had to run forward. It was nothing more than a matter of life and death, which was not so attractive. Alexia was sure that she was not afraid of death. She was afraid of something else. But what she was afraid of, even she didn't know. Then you will act with us for the time being. After you recover your memory, if you want to leave, you can also separate from us. Alice told her own arrangements. Alexia did not object. She also took the rubber band from the dressing table and combed her hair and tied it up. Watching her movements, Alice stopped talking. Alexia seemed to have really lost her memory, but Alice didn't want to rush into Alexia's brain. When releasing Kaplan, Alice could do this to Kaplan because she trusted him and Kaplan was familiar with her mental imprint. But Alexia and she were not close comrades, And from the aura that Alexia occasionally revealed, she was also a dangerous person. Alice knew very well that her mind was fragile when it broke into other people's brains. If Alexia resisted, she would be in danger of brain death. Before making sure that Alexia was safe, Alice just wanted to observe first. Chapter 75. Lion walked to the fork in the road, and there seemed to be many laboratories ahead. But the walls here are all pure white, unlike the glass walls, which can see the inside of the laboratory. There is a big red umbrella logo of umbrella on the ground, which makes no secret of who this place belongs to. This place looks very clean, and it should be maintained regularly. Lion believes that people from Umbrella must come and go here frequently. Combined with the address that Emma inferred from those people, it is not difficult to infer that there are indeed people from Umbrella among those who attacked the Los Angeles space base. So who is the real murderer? It is really destined in the dark. Why Umbrella did that may not be important to some gentlemen. They just need to know who it is, and then flatten the opponent. However, in the current situation, it is difficult to say what role Umbrella played in it. And what is the situation of the murderer base identified by the president and others? If there is evidence that Umbrella is connected to the base, it might be more effective. Emma's words, those gentlemen were half believing and half doubting, or perhaps they were more suspicious than believing. They were willing to give them a chance, just to see if they could squeeze the last value out of them. Leon was not sad about such a decision. If they didn't do it, maybe he would worry about whether the Gale Nation would be destroyed soon. Just do it first, and then take it one step at a time. If it is really necessary. Leon looked at his broken communicator, stood at the intersection, and hesitated about which way he should go. His movements became hesitant, and Leon was worried that there would be some special traps here. But he didn't see any special triggers, or the design here would tend to be trap-free. Leon decided to give it a try first. He threw the damaged communicator out. Suddenly, Leon saw a flash of white light in front of his eyes, and there was a loud bang. A huge white blade fell from the ceiling not far away, and then sank directly into the pit on the ground. Immediately, everything here was as if nothing had happened, and everything returned to calm. Leon's face was tense. He was not sure whether the trap would still work, but he still saw the blind spot of the trap all the way out, which meant that it was passable. He adjusted his mentality and walked forward. But as soon as he took a step, the red umbrella sign suddenly rose from the ground, bloomed like a flower stand, and spit out a dice like a lotus pod in the middle. Leon quickly dodged and hid behind the nearest wall. The dice scattered beams of light, similar to lasers, and smashed the surrounding walls into pieces. This fierce shooting lasted for about a minute, and finally stopped. Leon hid at the base of the wall, and didn't dare to move. He just saw a laser beam pass through the wall. In the process of penetrating into another wall, a new trap was set in the corridor. Fortunately, he didn't evade it according to the general avoidance ideas, otherwise he would have to fall to the ground and wait for possible teammates to collect his body. Leon patted his pockets. He only had the necessary weapons, and this set of clothes on him. If he wanted to continue to test the traps when he went out later, he would probably have to use the clothes. The first round of the test should be over. That road is probably safe now, and Leon adjusted his mentality again, ready to cross that road. The noise caused by Leon's operation of testing the trap attracted Emma, who had taken the wrong road. Knowing that Leon must be there, Emma ran over faster and caught up with Leon, who was struggling with which way to go. Leon. Emma noticed the broken wall and called out from a distance. Leon stood in the safe zone, heard Emma calling him, and looked back. You are here. It was too dangerous here, and he didn't particularly want Emma to come over. I searched the area and couldn't find the passage to the bottom, so I went to find you. Luckily, I found the hole you fell into. Emma didn't explain in detail how she found him. I also had a fight with a licker on the way. Leon waited for her to catch up. I encountered a lot of traps here. His luck is always not very good. The equipment he uses to contact people is always easy to break down, and so is his car. But he has survived until now, which shows that the goddess of luck will occasionally favor him. I hope this time will not be an exception. He is unlucky, and Emma is not much better. Encountering a large number of lickers on the road is not an easy dead end to escape. Leon doesn't think that Emma will be so embarrassed just because of a licker. He also saw how Emma and others dealt with these infected people when he was in New York. In terms of combat effectiveness, Emma, Alice and Kaplan, the three of them will definitely not be lower than him. How are you going to go ahead? Emma stood beside Leon and asked. Leon looked around. His luck was not good, so he asked Emma, if it was you, which way would you go? Emma knew why Leon asked her, and she was happy to make a choice, Let's go left. The layout here is slightly similar to the former Umbrella Corporation. Usually they divide the functions into sections, and the direction she chose is mostly related to a confidential experiment. If they are lucky, they may be able to get some information they want. Leon did not object. He looked around and did not see any props to help him test whether there were traps ahead, so he prepared to take off his clothes. Emma saw what Leon was doing and did not stop him. After Leon's test, the two of them felt much more at ease. Passing by his clothes, Leon picked them up and prepared to continue recycling them later. However, Emma seemed to have really played a good luck this time. They did not encounter any traps along the way and arrived at the door of the first laboratory safely. Just as Leon was about to violently destroy the electronic lock, Emma took out her PDA and found a way to connect to the electronic lock line and control the right to open the door. As for whether this would be detected by Umbrella's artificial intelligence, it didn't matter. They had entered this secret base all the way, and there was no secret at all. Besides, they didn't have the face to say that they had sneaked in without a trace. Especially after such an obvious trap was launched, how deaf and blind would they be not to know? The transparency of the wall can be controlled. Emma was surprised to find that Umbrella seemed to have a new function. Such technology did not exist before. In just a few months, Umbrella's technology has made great progress, or she has never really understood her own company. Under Leon's gaze, Emma adjusted the transparency of the wall of this laboratory to 100%. Soon the white on the wall faded, gradually revealing the interior of the laboratory. Inside is an endless spherical culture dish, and the people cultured inside are still so many women. Leon's face was pressed against the wall. He tried to see what the people in the culture dish looked like, but apart from the similar short blonde hair and the naked body that could not be distinguished, he could not see anything else. On the contrary, Emma recognized what was inside as soon as she saw these people. It's Alice. Emma saw that there was no threat inside, so she chose to open the door. The door opened suddenly, and Leon almost lost his balance and fell. Alice is inside. As soon as he entered, Leon found out why these people looked familiar. The person in the petri dish looked exactly like Alice. No, I guess they are all clones. Emma knew that Umbrella had secretly studied cloning technology before. After all, how many companies doing genetic research don't know about cloning technology? The two stood in front of the door. The door was cold and quiet, and a faint deep blue light shone from the lamppost on the ground. The green culture solution seemed to be completely covered by the dark blue at this time, and the original color could not be seen at all. So many. Leon really walked inside, and realized how shocking this situation was. These petri dishes are not very big, but people standing in front of the machines will still look small. And there are at least hundreds of cloned petri dishes here. Visually, it really gave Leon a great shock. It's really too many. Emma walked slowly to the middle of these petri dishes. Every clone in them is exactly the same as Alice. In the few days since they fell into their hands, these clones would not have grown to the current level. In other words, when they were still in Raccoon City, the people of Umbrella Corporation did this. Is it because Alice's ability makes these people covetous, or is there something special about Alice herself? We have been here for so long, and no one has appeared. Is it because Umbrella Corporation has been held back by something? Leon thinks this is very unreasonable. According to the noise they made here, Umbrella Corporation could not have directly ordered to abandon this place. At least more infected bodies would be released to deal with them, instead of doing nothing and relying on the defense mechanism of this place itself. Emma couldn't be sure what happened, but compared to Leon, at least she knew from Caroline that something happened in the abandoned hospital. She told Leon the news, and also told him that she speculated that the abandoned old hospital should be the large base of Umbrella Corporation in Los Angeles. There should be more evidence we want there. If it is really completely destroyed, our suspicion will not be cleared, Leon said with a little worry. Emma also knew this possibility, and she had no better solution. She just searched here with Leon for some possible traces. Caroline and the others should have contacted the people above. I hope they will respond quickly enough to get some useful information. After all, they were still trapped here. Even if they wanted to fly to the abandoned public hospital, they were powerless. Emma and Leon looked around and didn't see the control console. This place is too big. They walked slowly and looked carefully, and finally saw the control console when they reached the end. The huge console looked quite complicated, and it was only for this laboratory. And there was more than one laboratory outside. Emma and Leon looked at each other and turned on the switch of the console. Chapter 76. There was no experimental log on the console, but after turning on the console, I saw an old acquaintance. The console startup screen showed the red umbrella logo of Umbrella Corporation, with white and red leaves separating and rotating, and finally freezing into the red and white-red umbrella logo that Emma was most familiar with. This inevitable process revealed the program that truly controlled this underground research institute, Red Queen. She still looked like the Scarlet Girl who had not grown up, with ochre-red hair hanging straight down, and a stern face that was consistent with the usual image of artificial intelligence. Emma knew that as long as she wanted, she could have all kinds of expressions. Red Queen seemed to have changed her clothes this time, and it looked like a familiar little skirt, just revealing her white calves and a pair of red leather shoes. Intruders, never allowed to leave alive. Red Queen made a boring declaration. Emma ignored her, and together with Leon connected the only handheld computer in her hand to the console, ready to use it as a springboard to find useful information. Intruder, what are you doing? The Red Queen's face suddenly enlarged on the screen. The whole laboratory went dark, and the two people were stared at by the Red Queens on the walls on all sides, which was really a bit stressful. Do you want to release nerve gas or T-virus, or G-virus? Or during this period of time, have you developed any new virus? Emma saw that Leon was concentrating on fighting the Red Queen, so she naturally chose to talk to the Red Queen. The autonomy of artificial intelligence is too high, so there will be loopholes that can be exploited. Now she couldn't use her authority, because she didn't have it with her, but even without it, Red Queen, who was rigidly following the program, was not unsolvable. Intruder, you know Umbrella very well. Red Queen was a little surprised. You look familiar, and this man. We have all dealt with each other in Raccoon City. Or is it that the memories stored in each area are not the same? Emma didn't mind letting Red Queen know of their existence. Alice was found by Umbrella, and Umbrella certainly didn't miss the news that Emma Winchester was still alive. Red Queen's figure shrank again, and several familiar clips appeared on the screen. Emma saw that it was the action footage of herself and Jane shed in the Hive, and there were many scenes that looked quite discordant. While on the screen, Lane, who had died a long time ago, was quite photogenic. It was a pity that she died too early, otherwise they might still have a quarrel now. In addition to the footage of Emma and her group, there were also the actions of Leon and their STARS team. Starting from the scene in the jungle, they were chased by zombie dogs, and then they entered the mansion. There were traces left by Emma and her group inside. When the STARS team entered the mansion, an accident occurred, and they were separated by the traps in the mansion. Jill Valentine, her teammate Black Peyton were all there, and Leon was also there. Leon, who was separated from his teammates, encountered many zombies. When he was desperately running away, he met a woman with short black hair. The moment he saw this woman, Emma's eyes became a little strange. Lion acted with this woman, but the last scene only showed Lion leaving alone. Lion, do you know Ada Wong? Emma tilted her head to look at Lion, who was still struggling. Lion said him, and then realized what Emma asked. He suddenly raised his head again. You also know Ada. When I was training in the Huron military region, Ada was my instructor. Emma didn't expect that things would be so predestined. Lion didn't know who Emma's instructor was. The members of FOS came from all over the world. As long as the people above thought there was no problem, and these people did not do anything suspicious, they could be colleagues. Lion was also very surprised to know that Emma's instructor was Ada. Ada is a member of the FBI. It's not impossible for her to be your instructor. Lion muttered in a low voice. When he was with Ada, Lion always felt that he was led by Ada. At that time, he felt that Ada was experienced. But being able to train Emma, Alice, and Kaplan as an instructor shows that Ada's status is not low. Thinking of this, Leon's mood was a little low. Look! Emma did not ask what Ada and Leon did in the Hive. She asked Leon to look at the pictures flashing on the screen. I already know who you are. The Red Queen looked at Emma with a strange look in her eyes. Even if you have any reason to break in here, you can't get out alive. Your authority is only to block those dangerous monsters. Can you still let them out to deal with us? Emma asked provocatively. Even though Red Queen sorted out her memory and put away the recorded images, Leon still saw everything he should see. The Los Angeles base has been abandoned. I have received orders to destroy the laboratory. Intruders, you can't leave alive. Red Queen did not become emotional because of Emma's provocation. She just calmly stated her mission. Emma was not surprised to hear Red Queen say this. She just pressed a few more keys and did what she wanted to do to silence Red Queen. Seeing that Red Queen really couldn't speak to ruin her mood, Emma turned to Leon happily and said, These Alices are fully developed. I think they can help us. Lion nodded, agreeing with Emma's idea. When he downloaded the Red Queen's data, He also saw some of the information of these clones. They seemed to be committed to completely restoring Alice's physical condition, and it was indeed time to release them for use. He still felt a little awkward facing these clones that were exactly the same as Alice. But Emma's overly calm attitude still affected him, which made him always firm in his work and oppose the Red Queen. That's the good thing about having a tacit partner. Emma was quite confident in Leon's work. If possible, Emma would like to reverse control the Red Queen and let the Red Queen act according to her words. But with the handheld computer in her hand, it is nothing but a fool's dream to accomplish such a thing. Emma quickly made a decision to release all the clones of Alice. The reaction of the Red Queen actually gave Emma some other hints. Since the Red Queen knew that she had the authority, she deliberately told her the order she received, probably to give them time to escape. This system probably doesn't listen to Umbrella Corporation that much. Emma thought uncertainly. Leon was sure that Emma really wanted to tell him something through those videos, but he didn't say a word more when he was loading the data of the Red Queen. It just so happened that Emma didn't want Leon to say anything. But the explosion had already begun, and a muffled sound came from a distant place, and the whole laboratory was shaken. Emma no longer looked at the Red Queen, and the Red Queen didn't seem to be ready to say anything. Her image had disappeared from the screen, and the walls had returned to their original appearance. Looking at the culture dishes, Emma saw that the solution in the glass dishes was slowly emptied out, and the blue lights were extinguished one by one, and the glass covers were opened one by one. The clones who fell to the ground breathed real air for the first time, and also saw real light for the first time. Alice found suitable clothes for Kaplan in a sportswear store not far away. After putting the clothes on Kaplan, they took Alexia to the arms store. It is not known how many weapons are left in the arms store now. It is not so easy to find useful and edible things in such an abandoned city. After all, even if people evacuated the city at that time, they would leave a lot of useful things behind. During this period, the government would organize people to take away the resources in the vacated city. And if there is an orderly evacuation, it will be even more difficult to find available resources. Alice was not so pessimistic. She took Kaplan and Alexia and picked up a usable car on the road. Then, they followed the map and went to the arms store on the map in an orderly manner. Their luck was pretty good. When they ran to the fifth store, all three of them changed into a complete set of equipment. Alice simply taught Alexia how to use guns and various knives. Alexia learned faster than Alice thought. It seemed that she had all these skills, but she had forgotten them temporarily because of the experiments. This also made Alice more curious about what Alexia did before, and why she was captured by Umbrella Corporation. Perhaps Alexia was once an official member. After being captured by Umbrella, the people of Umbrella discovered the special features of her body during the indiscriminate experiments. We should go find food now. You can pay attention along the way to see if there is a place where we can temporarily stay. Alice thought about her current situation and didn't know what to do. But there were too few of them. In such an abandoned city, they might encounter danger at any time, and there might be a lot of food left here. Naturally, they couldn't bet everything here. The right way was to bring enough supplies, and then the three of them would leave this place first, enter the human settlement, and hide themselves in a safe place. However, Alice still had something else to confirm, and she had to stay here for another day. By the way, she had to leave the clues she gave to Emma in the completely destroyed hospital. Sitting in the passenger seat, Alexia's elbows were on the windowsill, and her hands were on her cheeks, looking lazy and leisurely. Alice drove, her eyes focused on the front, but she also kept an eye out for large supermarkets around. Kaplan sat in the back seat, with most of their weapons. Alexia's eyes fell casually outside the window. The depressed world was different from what she thought. This was a long-dead city, not even as lively as the collapsed hospital. Alexia's eyes finally fell back on Alice, and she followed Alice to escape from the collapsed research institute, not only because Alice let her out, but more importantly, Alice made her very familiar. This was really a very strange experience. Chapter 77. Things always happen very suddenly. For example, explosions, and how to get all these beauties out. This is not a big problem. Emma took advantage of the time and relayed the situation here to Caroline through the communicator. As long as Caroline is not stupid, she will arrange rescue. However, before those people arrive late, it is better for them to save themselves. God helps those who help themselves. Emma despises these settings of Umbrella Company. When she is sure that she can't survive, she will want to destroy everything so that everyone will sink with her. What kind of fear of loneliness is this that makes them so twisted? Unfortunately, the people from Umbrella Company didn't stand in front of her, and Emma couldn't complain to them. Emma told Alice 20001, and the others the basic situation, and then wanted to find clothes for them. Leon lowered his head and continued to download the data. In the background music of the explosion, he tried not to put his eyes on Alice 2000. He really wanted to hypnotize himself, but he was a normal adult male. There were so many beauties, even though they were exactly like Alice, and even though they were all clones, their combined lethality was also very high. So it was normal to feel a little uncomfortable. Emma didn't care about Leon's reaction, and told Leon to download the data as soon as possible. Then she began to think about where to find clothes for Alice 2000. Clothes would not be left for clones in the laboratory. This place was too narrow, and there were pipes under the control console, so there was no space to put clothes. But with so many clones, Umbrella must have made arrangements. Maybe they are nearby, so there should be suitable clothes. Emma rushed out of this laboratory and rushed directly to the laboratory next door. The electronic lock was not open intact, and Emma directly opened it with a gun. This place did not disappoint her. It was indeed a place similar to a warehouse. From here, Emma found a red suspender dress similar to the one she saw when she first met Alice. TSK, what kind of perverted hobby is Umbrella? Could it be that so many Alices were created just to see them wearing red suspender dresses? That's a bit too salty. Umbrella should not be so boring. Emma couldn't think of the intention of doing this for the time being, so she went back and asked Alice 2000 to come and put on clothes. These clothes and shoes are comfortable to wear, but they can't stand too many people. At this time, Emma felt that her operation of banning Red Queen was a bit too rash. At least she should ask one more question. How many clones of Alice are there in this laboratory? Anyway, it was crowded with people. The sound of the explosion was getting closer and closer. Emma stood in the middle of the aisle and asked Leon how long it would take. Okay. Suddenly, Leon's voice came from above her head. Emma asked, "Is there a structural diagram of this place in the data?" "I have found it, let's go now." Leon also heard the explosion getting closer and closer. Emma called Alice 2000 and asked Leon to lead the way. Leon didn't waste any words and ran directly. His route did not overlap with the way he came, but he ran deeper and deeper. Emma had no doubts about his route. Although Leon's luck was not very good, his professional quality was still very good. It was just that Emma still felt a little regretful that she could not open all the laboratories here to take a look. Otherwise, she might know something else. Sometimes, Umbrella Corporation would also process the storage memory of Red Queen regularly, especially the Red Queen of the branch. As for the Red Queen of the headquarters, there was no problem there. If you want to know, you can ask. Emma didn't know where the headquarters of Umbrella Corporation was. In any case, it was good to be able to save her life. Red Queen must have let go at this time, otherwise the explosion would come so slowly. As long as she was authorized to do this function, she would not be able to fail to detonate all areas at the same time. There were no obstacles along the way. Emma took Alice 2000 and followed Leon to the deepest sewer. The explosion destroyed the way here, and the top would definitely collapse due to the explosion at the bottom. If you don't want to die on the way up, you must find the shortest way. And if you go through the sewer, you can quickly find a way to the outside world. The sewer is much safer than returning by the original route. The moment the last Alice's android stepped into the sewer, a loud bang was heard above their heads. I'm afraid the entire sewage treatment plant, including the secret laboratory underneath it, was destroyed in the explosion. The group carefully stuck to the wall of the sewer pipe to avoid being hit by any small stones that fell. The sewer was indeed safe. At most, they felt shaken by the explosion above, but they were not injured. The group walked for a long time before Leon found a sewer exit. After successfully exiting the sewer, they had already reached the edge of the city. Everyone who crawled out smelled like sewers, which was really unpleasant. Especially for Emma, the smell was magnified many times. There were not many zombies wandering here, because people from the government base would come here regularly to clean up. The bodies of these zombies would also be properly handled. After all, no one wanted the T-virus to continue to spread. The T-virus is very aggressive. These things can not only infect organisms, but more importantly, they can change the climate and geology. If it weren't for the outbreak of these viruses, there are also viruses with the opposite effect of the T-virus, which is extremely aggressive. I'm afraid most oases would be turned into deserts by the T-virus. Today's jungles are everywhere, and complex terrain is even more difficult to form. It's hard to say whether it will be more disadvantageous to humans or other creatures on the earth at that time. Without the idea of standing here foolishly to attract zombies, Emma and Leon quickly redetermined their positions, and Emma sent their signal to Caroline again. Caroline responded quickly. She sent the information of the troops to Emma, and handed the channel to her superior. Emma contacted her superior, and while briefly reporting their situation on the communicator, she and Leon led Alice 2000 to run towards the designated location. It's not that they like to run on two legs, but there are too many Alice 2000s, and there is no car to use here. Fortunately, the zombies they encountered along the way were not too powerful, and they did not lose any manpower until they met up with the contact person. It was really not easy. Of course, the people who came to pick up Leon and his group felt that things were indeed a bit complicated when they saw so many Alices. Emma and Leon, who were taken back to the Los Angeles Space Base, were separated from Alice 2000 as expected. Their identities were still suspected, so they were arranged in a small house on the periphery to undergo certain inspections. Emma wanted to ask where Alice 2000 would be taken, but these soldiers of the Gale country had an expression on their faces that said, "I am just silent, and I can't hear what you say," so Emma didn't even open her mouth. Emma and Leon each found a chair and laid down in it in a somewhat decadent manner. No matter what these people were going to do, they were too tired at the moment and needed to rest. As long as they were not going to be executed immediately, anything was fine. Anyway, they couldn't bear to let them die like this. Even if all the gains from their trip had been looted, it was estimated that someone was already reviewing the information and the speculative conversations they sent to each other on the communicator. These things were valuable no matter how you looked at them, and they were even more precious to them for being able to collect these very valuable things so quickly. The current Gale government was short of manpower, and they would not make any rash decisions, especially when it came to Umbrella Corporation and their old rival's base. But unexpectedly, just when they had just taken a breath and hadn't dozed off, they were caught off guard by the secretary beside His Excellency the President. If she remembered correctly, this person seemed to be called Jeremy Bernard. It was indeed rare that the presidential secretary of Gale Country was often a woman. Although this Jeremy Bernard was not the first male secretary, he was indeed impressive enough. Emma thought that the officer from the Los Angeles Space Base would come, but she didn't expect it to be him. Leon didn't seem surprised. He thought anyone could be the one, and he had more contacts with Secretary Jeremy than Emma thought, and he knew President Graham better. President Graham would send someone to see them so quickly, which was also within Leon's expectations. It's a pleasure to meet two outstanding FOS members again. Although the occasions of the two meetings were not so pleasant, believe me, this time it is really good news, Jeremy said, even winking at them slightly mischievously. The president has ordered a meeting with the two of you tomorrow. The president intends to listen to our adventure stories during the meeting. Emma was fed up with the winks of this big man, and simply didn't bother to open her eyes completely to face him. Leon was not as sensitive as Emma, but he couldn't receive the so-called playful charm. We will be on time. Even if you don't want to go, you have to go. There is no right to be willful here. I hope you two can have a good rest, and then meet the president tomorrow with full energy. He was looking forward to talking with the two of them. Jeremy was very satisfied with Leon's attitude. As for Emma's thorny words, he ignored them. After that, Jeremy handed two documents to Emma and Leon. Seeing that the two seemed a little confused, Jeremy explained, "This is the room arranged for you, and the process for tomorrow. Please take a look at it in your spare time to understand the process. The next time belongs to you. I wish you a good time." Jeremy bowed slightly, saluted Emma and Leon, and then left. During this period, Jeremy did not say a word. He looked handsome and polite, and his posture was just right. He was really charming. Even turning around and leaving, he looked particularly chic. It didn't look like someone who was living in a precarious doomsday life. Of course, in this situation, it is a bit exaggerated to say that they are in a precarious situation. At least for people of their class, it is indeed impossible to constitute the necessary conditions for a precarious life. Emma glanced at the tall figure walking away, and was not interested in Jeremy. Chapter 78. Emma always felt a kindred spirit from Jeremy, the secretary. TSK. It was this kindred spirit that made Emma quite repulsive to him. But even though she disliked him, Emma still opened and read what she should read. The two documents Jeremy gave her were indeed the room arrangement for tonight, and the process of meeting with President Graham tomorrow, and the room key was also attached. Emma saw that the codes on her and Leon's keys were two adjacent numbers. As expected of the secretary beside the president, the arrangement was thoughtful. Emma could even imagine how well the room prepared for them was arranged to suit their own wishes. It is better to have some enjoyment than nothing, and Emma always likes to enjoy life in time. After Jeremy came, The soldiers of the Gale country who were guarding here with guns and live ammunition and looked abstinent were gone, replaced by people who were familiar to Emma and Leon, Caroline and Alana, who worked with them. I take you to your room. Caroline smiled at Emma and Leon. It seemed that her attitude was quite natural. Emma was much more relaxed with Caroline than with Jeremy. Did they send people to check the remaining two places, the auto repair shop and the abandoned public hospital? Emma was still quite concerned about this issue. It was a pity that when she was under guard, no one would answer her questions. And Jeremy didn't mean to do that. She didn't even want to ask Jeremy to try. There was nothing that couldn't be answered for this question. Caroline said, "We have organized people to check it out a long time ago. The abandoned public hospital has collapsed, and no useful clues have been found for the time being. And the auto repair shop, drawing on your experience, has not found the secret laboratory it should have." Caroline herself does not know more information. Emma heard it but felt a little strange. When did the public hospital collapse? When she was watching the surveillance, she could see that the public hospital was abandoned but still well preserved. If it collapsed suddenly, it must be man-made. The people who surveyed the scene said it was an explosion from underground. It is difficult to find effective information in this way, and the explosion will destroy many useful traces. Caroline knew what Emma was thinking, and she told her what she knew. Although Emma and Leon were still suspected, they were involved in this mission. What if the collapse of the abandoned public hospital was intrinsically linked to the explosion of the sewage treatment plant, and she missed the key clues because she did not pass the information to them? "The collapse started when you sent me the message?" Emma suddenly asked. Caroline was stunned for a moment, then nodded affirmatively. Emma frowned in thought. Caroline saw that she didn't speak, and turned her eyes to Leon. "What did you encounter in the sewage treatment plant? Did you encounter any danger?" Leon shook his head. The current news could not be spread at will for the time being. Even though Caroline was also a participant in this mission, some news should not be said. People who do intelligence work should have such a scale in their hearts. Seeing that Leon was not going to say anything, Caroline stopped asking tactfully, and turned to talk about some interesting stories, before the world suddenly changed. These were all about what happened at the Los Angeles Space Base, and they were all in the news reports. Emma and Leon had not paid attention to these news before, but they listened quite seriously for a while. As soon as the topic was heatedly discussed, Caroline completed her duties, and took Emma and Leon to the room Jeremy prepared for them. Caroline did not stay for long, nor did she plan to sit in. She left with a word to have a good rest. To be honest, although their work was not heavier than that of Emma and Leon in this mission, it was not easy either, and she was very tired now. If she did not have this mission, she would have to execute it. Caroline really wanted to lie on the bed, and have a good date with the god of wine. At the door, Emma and Leon said good night to each other, and went into their rooms. Emma did not check whether there were any eavesdropping devices or cameras in them. Anyway, she did not care whether there were any. Entering the bathroom, Emma saw the toiletries and clothes that had been put in there. Picked it up and smelled it, and there was actually a smell of sunshine on the clothes. This was really thoughtful. Putting the things back casually, Emma squinted her eyes, and filled the bathtub with water, then got out to wash her face and mouth. After a set of procedures, the hot water in the bathtub was almost full. The moment she soaked in it, Emma suddenly realized that this was the life that people should live. Let yourself try to relax and enjoy the soothing of the hot water. Emma wanted to just sleep here. But she is always a person who is more rational than emotional. After soaking for a while, she took a shower and finally threw herself into the bed. However, whether it was because she was worried or too tired, Emma did not fall asleep immediately. Although she closed her eyes, her mind was still very clear. The abandoned public hospital exploded and collapsed before the sewage treatment plant, which emitted obvious fluctuations, allowing Caroline to discover it. Then Leon, and she fell into the secret laboratory underground one after another, and saw that Umbrella Company was secretly making clones of Alice. After that, Red Queen told them that she wanted to destroy the underground laboratory. In this way, it should be because something happened in the abandoned public hospital that led to the following events. No, that can't be said. It should be said that it was because of the former that the sewage treatment plant was handled by Red Queen, and the auto repair shop was she circled wrong, or the auto repair shop's handling method was different from the previous two. Emma frowned in the bed. If there is a chance, she must go and see it in person. There was no conversation that night. The iron will forged by years of training made Emma and Leon jump up at the first moment no matter how tired they were, and they got themselves ready in a very short time. In the room arranged by Jeremy, There were even FOS uniforms prepared for them to wear when they met President Graham today. It was hard not to be satisfied with such thoughtful arrangements. Even if Emma didn't like Jeremy very much, Jeremy's professional quality was indeed excellent, and she couldn't help but be dissatisfied. Presidential-level enjoyment, that's all. Leon's actions were still faster than Emma's. He opened the door first and planned to ask Emma to join him. As soon as the door opened, Leon saw Caroline standing outside the door, and several soldiers followed behind her. Seeing Leon, Caroline greeted him with a slightly embarrassed smile on her face. Leon nodded to Caroline and raised his hand to knock on Emma's door. Emma opened the door before Leon's hand fell. The bustling scene outside the door did not surprise her. "Let's go, I take you to breakfast first," Caroline said according to the procedure. Emma and Leon were very hungry. They had experienced such a thrilling thing yesterday. They consumed a lot of physical and mental energy. They had to get up early in the morning to prepare for brainstorming. It would be strange if they were not hungry. "During the days you were away, our base has changed a lot," Caroline explained, not wanting Leon and Emma to think they were just here to monitor them. "If I don't come to lead the way for you, you will probably get lost in our base." Caroline said something that Leon and Emma knew, but Caroline didn't say everything. Caroline was both a monitor and a guide, and there might be deeper reasons that they didn't know, which was why Caroline came to accompany them. Familiar people make people more trustworthy, and won't easily arouse their rebellious psychology, which may be very important for the people at the Los Angeles Space Base. Emma really wanted to know what those gentlemen would look like now that they knew about the existence of Alice 2000. She was worried that these people would use Alice 2000 to do some dangerous experiments. After all, clones are useless if not used. Even though Alice 2000 is a relatively precious clone, and they also have secrets hidden by Umbrella, there are too many of them, and even if they are used, it will not cause any major impact. Umbrella obtained Alice's genes and created these clones, and it is definitely not for the purpose of using them as inflatable dolls. And the cost of clones is not cheap, and it is very likely that they are still using Alice for some experiments. They can escape from Raccoon City, even if it is not in Umbrella's plan, but they will change the corresponding plan after the incident. How do you arrange those clones? Emma believes that after the uncontrolled betrayal of Alice and Kaplan, these gentlemen at the Los Angeles Space Base will not put these clones into use at will. No matter how normal they look, what if the people from Umbrella Corporation also left the same backdoor on them as Alice? The current Los Angeles Space Base can no longer withstand a second terrorist attack. Even if certain preparations are made, there is no way to be sure that the base's defense can withstand several rounds of satellite weapon explosions. Caroline left quickly last night. Emma and Leon were busy thinking about their own things. For a moment, they even forgot to ask Alice 2000 how they were arranged. They are all in the prison with isolated signals. Caroline can understand why her superiors make such a decision. "Don't worry, our base will not abuse them. Except that they live a little crowded, we take good care of everything else." The power of those clones is equivalent to the full strength of Alice before she underwent special training in the Huron military region. If not handled properly, it will also cause them a lot of trouble. After hearing Caroline's words, Emma and Leon relaxed a lot. Caroline is now a sign given to them by the official, and the words from her mouth are also a kind of guarantee. Even in this situation, Caroline herself was not aware of it. As they were talking, they finally arrived at the new cafeteria of the Los Angeles Space Base. It was breakfast time, and as soon as they walked in, they could smell the rich aroma of food. Leon and Emma did not ask any more questions, and went straight to get the food, ready to have a big meal before dealing with President Graham. Chapter 79. President Graham has not left the Los Angeles Space Base. Here, he still has a lot of things to do. Listening to Leon and Emma's reports is just one of the small things. As the current leader of the Gale Nation, President Graham has always shouldered an extremely important responsibility. Because the sudden disaster has changed the world, it is difficult for ordinary people to have any confidence. And because the continents of the Gale Nation have always been highly autonomous, it is almost impossible to integrate them together and basically take care of all the survivors. In this mutated world, President Graham is more like the spiritual symbol of the Gale Nation. His presence, even if it is a silent resistance to those terrorist forces, can bring more hope for ordinary people to survive. Yes, President Graham is not from a high family. He has always been a civilian idol. He may have made greater contributions. But it is not easy to control the completely disrupted social order to the current situation within 2 months, and the states have not completely escaped the control of the center. So all along, Leon has been very respectful to President Graham. This is not only because of respect for President Graham's status, nor is it just because President Graham once gave him some advice when he was confused. More importantly, Leon was impressed by his personality charm. After a sudden terrorist attack, the defense level of the Los Angeles Space Base was raised again. Leon and Emma followed Caroline to the door of President Graham's office. They went through more inspections along the way. Moreover, it was deep underground, and the construction materials were also very special. This is enough to ensure President Graham's personal safety. If there is another such raid outside, it will be difficult to be affected here. Caroline knocked on the door, and as expected, Jeremy came to open the door to greet them. You are here. His Excellency the President has been waiting for you for a long time. Jeremy came to greet them. His face was calm. There was no sense of urgency in his tone. The breakfast in the new cafeteria tastes good. I ate more, Emma explained perfunctorily. Leon almost laughed at Emma's serious nonsense. From Emma's attitude towards Jeremy, Leon felt that Emma didn't seem to like Jeremy, who handled things very thoughtfully. No, maybe it's more than that. Emma doesn't like Jeremy, and those big guys. Leon suddenly figured it out, but he didn't say much. Emma doesn't like these people, and in fact, Leon is almost the same. But work is work, and he still understands this. And Emma's awareness is obviously very high. She rarely brings personal emotions into the mission. At least from the few times of cooperation, Emma is right. It seems that our work has achieved some results. At least it can make the soldiers eat comfortably. Jeremy was not choked by Emma. I will take you to see the President. As Jeremy spoke, he took Caroline, Emma, and Leon into the office together, and the soldiers who had been following him stood outside the door and acted as doormen. This office is not big, not much compared to the White House. There are only 2 rooms connected inside and outside. The outer room naturally belongs to the President's secretary, that is, Jeremy is in charge here, while President Graham works in the inner room. The soundproofing effect is very good, and the door of the inner room is closed, so it is difficult to hear any movement inside. However, this is of no use to Emma. Her sensitive hearing can still overcome the obstacles and hear the faint sound that the President seems to be reading something, perhaps a document or a book. The sound is made by the friction of paper. After successfully getting President Graham's consent, Jeremy opened the door for them. When the last person entered the office, Jeremy closed the door and prepared refreshments. The President's office is indeed not big, but the space is more spacious than the room outside for Jeremy. Even if there are 4 people in it, there is such a large desk, 2 large bookcases, and matching leather sofas, coffee tables, and so on. You all worked hard for this mission. President Graham no longer sat at his desk. He took the initiative to walk to the sofa and asked the 3 to sit down. After everyone was seated, Jeremy knocked on the door again at the right time and served tea and snacks at the right temperature. Jeremy did not stay for long. After he put down the tea and snacks and distributed the documents prepared on President Graham's desk, he went to the outer room to continue sitting. Sir, just tell me what you want to know. Your time is precious, and we are suspected of being traitors. Emma did not like to beat around the bush with such big shots. Their time was precious, and could not be wasted. If possible, she did not want to sit here and drink tea and chat with people like Graham, but to go to the other 2 locations to see with her own eyes whether there were any remaining clues. We finally caught Umbrella's clues. If we go too late, we might not catch anything. President Graham was not affected by Emma's offensive words. He just gestured to the 3 people to look at the documents. When Miss Winchester and Mr. Kennedy were exploring the sewage treatment plant, we received a call from Miss Alana and arranged for people to investigate the abandoned public hospital and the car repair shop. We didn't get much from the abandoned public hospital. It had been completely blown up, but we still took some photos. All of it was printed out on the documents. In the car repair shop, our people were attacked by lickers and zombies, but no more advanced infected bodies or mutants were found. Our vanguard was stopped by the explosion before they could get in. However, the explosion of the car repair shop was almost simultaneous with the explosion of your sewage treatment plant. When our people went to meet you, not only the sewage treatment plant was blown up, but also the car repair shop. We didn't get any useful information from our 2 operations. Despite this, we still sent a professional team to conduct an in-depth exploration. Foss didn't know enough about Umbrella, but the FBI was different. The FBI's information resource library was not limited to FOS, so the FBI's people could better understand some patterns of Umbrella's behavior. The FBI's work is now directly responsible to President Graham. In the past, President Graham didn't think it was necessary, so the power was always delegated to his Gale Country Security Advisor Derek Simmons. But after experiencing a terrorist attack from the base in cooperation with Umbrella, President Graham's thoughts have changed. It's just that these news are unknown to Emma and the others. After a night, you haven't deciphered any useful information from the information submitted by Leon. Emma's face was full of disbelief. President Graham was not embarrassed by this question. He replied, "Of course, we have also sorted out and printed out all the useful information. It is your action that has saved us from returning empty-handed. It's just that we have never caught anyone who is really useful, and we can't find out whether there are any dens of these anti-human criminals in Los Angeles." President Graham had a little regret on his face, but it was only a little, not deep. For him, what Emma and Leon handed over was actually quite unexpected. It would be great if he could catch those slippery criminals again, but he was not worried if he didn't catch them. It was just a temporary problem, and Graham never felt upset about temporary gains and losses. After hearing what he said, Emma and Leon were in the mood to read the information. As for Caroline, she didn't know why she was here, but since Emma and Leon were reading the information, she also started to look through it. Emma and Leon's expressions were just frowning and thinking, while Caroline's expression became more and more serious as she read it, and her expression changed a lot. President Graham had already read these things, and his expression did not change. But after reading these things last night, he did not sleep all night. In fact, as soon as they came in, President Graham wanted to give them a new task, but he couldn't be so impatient. In theory, getting these data is equivalent to seeing through Umbrella's next plan in advance, and it can indeed clear Emma and Leon of suspicion. At the meeting, when Emma said that Alice and Kaplan were controlled by Umbrella and betrayed, he didn't care whether to believe it or not. But after getting these data, he was more inclined to believe it. Then these people must be used more carefully. If Umbrella can control Alice and Kaplan in this way, then can they get any more information from people like Alice and Kaplan? These enemies have already hidden in the dark. If they have this trick again, it will be too disadvantageous for government forces like them. The situation is not the worst. President Graham has carefully studied Emma, Leon and others. Without exception, they are all victims of the vicious incidents caused by Umbrella. They are lucky to escape the situation of death, but they have also forged an endless hatred with Umbrella. So for the time being, they are very useful blades. Especially against beasts like Umbrella Corporation. As for terrorist organizations like Al-Qaeda, President Graham has issued a solution these days. Before Emma and the others returned to the Los Angeles Space Base, someone had already set out. So terrorist organizations that can still emerge at this time are more vulnerable to concentrated attacks. "Sir, what do you want to ask?" Leon finished reading the information first. After all, he was the one who loaded the information. When copying the Red Queen's information, he did not forget to find the escape route. At that time, he actually saw a lot of things. It's just that the things carefully selected by President Graham's people still made Leon sweat coldly. If Umbrella Corporation really succeeds, even the temporary peace that humans have gained from living together like this will be destroyed. The T-virus and other types of viruses have already screened out most people. However, the plan of Umbrella Corporation and the information is not satisfied. They want everyone to die. Chapter 80. President Graham would not do anything unnecessary. He showed them the information because he thought it was something they needed to know. Then why did he show them such highly confidential information? This could only mean that Graham wanted to give them a new, very dangerous task, and it must be a task related to the conspiracy of Umbrella Corporation. However, it was only Leon who realized this at the first time. Even Emma, when she felt that there was something wrong with this matter, she could not tell what President Graham's deep purpose was for the time being. Leon's question still caught Emma's attention. Leon rarely did unnecessary things in serious occasions. But this question didn't sound so necessary. She had asked it early. If there was something he wanted to ask them, President Graham would not have been asked twice before he answered. There, he noticed something. Emma's eyes wandered between Leon and President Graham, and she followed Leon and said, "If you have anything to ask, just ask directly. Leon and I can tell you everything we know in great detail." What President Graham wanted to know should be related to Umbrella Corporation, or to their exploration of the sewage treatment plant this time. I'm afraid they can't think of anything else for the time being. President Graham was not surprised by the tacit understanding and sharpness of the two people, and he had no intention of hiding his purpose. After all, some things, in order to survive, have to be straightforward. I don't actually have any questions to ask, because most of the questions I want, you have also brought back the answers for me. As for the questions about Umbrella, most of the answers are in these materials. If there are any problems with your actions, it is nothing more than that your progress is smooth and you seize opportunities in a timely manner. Your mission can proceed smoothly because you rely on your experience to seize those fleeting opportunities and conduct timely exploration. Especially when the explosion came, you were able to remain calm and find the right direction to escape, and even bring out so many clones, which gives us further possibilities to understand Umbrella's technology. This also tells me that you have both luck and strength. As for the details of the mission and what you encountered, just write a standard report and submit it. Your experience is very valuable, and I hope many people can learn from it. Learn from you how to fight these traitors of mankind. You are trustworthy. President Graham's last sentence was extremely sincere. Looking into Graham's eyes, neither Leon nor Emma could see any evasion. I thought your excellency suspected that we were deliberately betraying, just like those gentlemen. Emma didn't quite believe that this politician could really trust them so much even though they were still suspicious. President Graham did not shy away from saying, "It's impossible to say that I have no doubts about you. In today's world, it's very difficult for humans to survive, and any possible doubts will be magnified again and again. But I am willing to give my trust. Trust is a beautiful quality. If I don't trust you, you can't do your work. The same is true for you and for others. Only in this way can the way out for mankind be found more quickly." Such a declaration really makes people look at Graham with new eyes. After all, in extraordinary times, the rule of presumption of guilt is often adopted. And Graham still insists on the rule of presumption of innocence, which can be said to be a double-edged sword. If Graham continues to stand firm, he can indeed win the hearts of the people. But if Graham fails once, people's trust in him will also drop greatly. Emma and Leon remained calm, but Caroline was very excited. No matter how nice the president's words are, Emma and Leon can't easily believe him. They have been through too much and are no longer people who are easy to fool like Caroline. Seeing that they didn't answer, President Graham picked up the coffee, took a sip, and said, "I do have a question. Here it comes." Emma, Leon's eyes are focused on Graham. Even Caroline, who doesn't quite understand why she is here, is holding the documents and looking at the president seriously. The leisurely atmosphere in this office seems to have changed a bit at this moment. It seems that the air circulation is not very good, making people feel a little stuffy. Under the gaze of three pairs of eyes, Graham is not nervous. When he was elected president, he had seen more exaggerated battles than this. The current FOS is not enough to support our mission. So the international discussion needs a new organization to do things. Specialized to deal with organizations, like Umbrella, that spread bioterrorism. You want us to join? Emma hooked her finger on the cup. That's right. Foss is just walking on the land of Gale country, and the information he obtained was also fought alone. But we have agreed on a new organization, Bioterrorism Security Assessment Alliance, BSA, Bioterrorism Defense and Assessment, which is composed of elites from all over the world and is dedicated to solving bioterrorism incidents in the world. BSA is no longer limited to the land of Gale country, but looks at the world. You will face more dangers, and you will also see what kind of crazy things these crazy bioterrorism organizations have done, and what kind of cruel consequences they have caused. You will bear greater responsibilities. Graham was very sure of Emma's guess. Especially after seeing the information from the secret base of Umbrella Corporation, Graham was more determined to fight against these cancers that spread biochemical terrorist crisis. If it weren't for these lunatics, the world would still be as beautiful as before. Humans don't have to struggle to survive on this drastically changing Earth, and even the safety of their children is difficult to guarantee. The damage they caused is far more than what we see now. Once the mutation begins, some laws must be newly studied. If the training of talents cannot keep up with the progress, it will become a huge disaster. The disease of human IQ degeneration is getting worse and worse, and Graham just wants to find a way out faster. Emma and Leon looked at each other, and Graham's expectations coincided with some of their ideas. They knew their abilities very well, and if they continued to stay in the base after being suspected, they would undoubtedly make themselves more uncomfortable. Even if joining BSA would face more dangers, it would be much better for them than the current situation. But before agreeing, some questions had to be asked. Why choose us? The doubts about us are not enough to be completely cleared now. BSA has great strategic significance. Are you so confident? Lion closed the file and bit his body, like a cheetah ready to go. You have dealt with Umbrella many times. You have enough experience to deal with them, and you know their usual style of attack. In addition, your personal qualities are quite excellent, and you are also lucky. In addition, you have had friction with Umbrella Company, and have been hurt by bioterrorism. I can't think of any reason not to use you. President Graham looked at the hands of the three people and the folders in their hands, and he couldn't tell what he felt in his heart. Personal emotions are insignificant in the real big trend. I called you here and showed you this information because I hope you can join BSAA and stop the ambitions of bioterrorist organizations like Umbrella. Leon thought Graham would say something that they couldn't answer, but he didn't expect that what Graham cared about was so righteous. Graham didn't ask them how they escaped, nor did he ask them about Alice again. Even Alice's clones were passed over. This was really not Gale country. We all know that the emergence of this global virus crisis has a great relationship with the Global Pharmaceutical Federation, and Umbrella has played an important role in this. Terrorist organizations such as Al-Qaeda are far more than what they are doing now. They are trying to subvert normal government security, establish their own hedonistic society, and lead people to destruction. When these two come together, it will bring more disasters. I invited you here not to test or explore your secrets. It doesn't matter if you have any grudges with these organizations. I just hope that you can do your best to complete the task and fight criminals in the subsequent arrangements. President Graham took a deep breath. If there is anything else I want to ask, it is how determined are you to deal with Umbrella and even more anti-human organizations? This pure question can even be said to be a very low-level question. It is hard to believe that a president would ask it. But President Graham is a special leader, and Emma and Leon are not surprised that he can ask such a question. Caroline put down the folder and clasped her hands together nervously. After reading the information, she had too much to say, but she didn't know where to start. And President Graham's question gave her a direct outlet. Sir, whether as a soldier, a Gale countryman, or a pure human being who desires peace and stability, I have no reason to refuse the opportunity to fight against such evil forces. As long as I can be of use, I will definitely give everything for it. Caroline used to be gentle, even weak, but at this time, she showed her determination at the first time. Since I joined FOS, I have made all preparations. As long as it is to defend the country and fight against evil, I am willing to fight on the front line and sacrifice my life at any time. Leon had almost the same reaction as Caroline, but he didn't say too much. He was fully prepared to fight against evil, even if he had to sacrifice himself for it, but he didn't want his life to be wasted on useless things. Such an answer was also expected by President Graham. Emma also said the same thing as Leon. Even in Emma's heart, she didn't have such a strong sense of honor. As long as she could survive, everything else was fine. But she knew what kind of answer President Graham wanted to hear, and what kind of answer would make them feel safe. Don't forget, if you want to find clues about Alice and others now, you still can't avoid dealing with these people. Even if she wants to run away, she will not stop the friction with Umbrella Company for Alice and revenge for herself in the future. So even if they lied, it wasn't all lies. Emma said it with a clear conscience and confidence, and she didn't seem to feel guilty at all. Very good, very good. President Graham was very satisfied with the performance of the three people. So what do you think about joining BSAA? No problem joining. Leon stood up and said. With the tacit understanding between him and Emma, they naturally knew each other's thoughts. Graham was even happier after hearing this. Then I led Jeremy. Sir, why don't you listen to our questions again? Emma interrupted Graham's arrangement. If you don't ask clearly about some things, you will rashly join an organization that requires you to fight hard, and you will be deceived and die without knowing how. Okay, I can answer you any doubts you have. Graham didn't feel wrong about Emma and Lion's caution. It is better to say that it is precisely because of Emma and Lion's performance that Graham is more confident in their abilities. Lion organized a little and asked, except us, no one else will be arranged by you to join BSAA. That's not the case, but the complete list of people joining BSAA from Gale country must be told to you after you join. Graham answered quickly. Seeing that he was not lying, Leon continued to ask, what are the obligations, rights and powers stipulated by BSAA? At least half of the countries in the world have their own elites. The intelligence organizations of various countries will open information about bioterrorism to members. BSAA members are included in the police departments of various countries and the auxiliary departments of the military departments. The purpose is to collect and share information about bioterrorism organizations in a timely manner, and to flexibly arrange members to deal with bioterrorism practices. Members who join BSAA are elites who have dealt with bioterrorism incidents and have their own unique skills and valuable experience in dealing with related incidents. These are also within the scope of sharing. You have the identity of BSAA members, and you don't even need a visa to travel around the world. You only need to show your BSAA membership certificate. No matter where you are, as long as the country recognizes the legitimacy of the BSAA organization and has personnel joining the BSAA plan, as members of the BSAA, you have the obligation to assist others in fighting against bioterrorism. In member countries, you have the right to command when you encounter emergencies that need to be handled. Law enforcement agencies have the obligation to assist you, and you also have the obligation to train these law enforcement personnel so that they can better handle bioterrorism incidents. BSA's funding will never be lacking for you, and teammates, weapons, medicines, and intelligence support will never be stingy. Graham explained the obligations and rights of BSA members in detail, including what kind of power they enjoy as BSA. The three of them also listened attentively. After Graham finished speaking, Emma still had a question. We are only responsible for bioterrorism incidents, and everything given to us is also based on the premise that we are dealing with bioterrorism incidents. That's right. Do you have any questions? Graham confirmed Emma's statement. Emma glanced at Leon, and Leon shook his head. No more. So you are all willing to join BSA? Graham asked. We voluntarily joined BSA to contribute to the eradication of international bioterrorism. The three of them stood up and expressed their opinions to Graham. Graham also stood up, picked up the glass, and said, since we all have the awareness of dedicating ourselves to international security, let's drink together to toast to the Gale country, which will be better tomorrow. Emma, Leon, and Caroline naturally gave President Graham a toast. After sitting down again, Jeremy came in with a new document. The three of them opened it and found the BSA member registration form, which they needed to sign. Under the gaze of Graham and Jeremy, the three signed their names. Jeremy took the document and left. President Graham opened his safe and took out the communication equipment built for BSA members, as well as badges and certificates to prove their identity. He personally arranged the clothes for the three people and hung the badges. Graham nodded and said, from this moment on, you are members of BSA. I know that Winchester and Kennedy are very concerned about the hundreds of clones of Miss Abernathy. We will only leave a few people to assist us in reverse research. The others will continue to follow you and assist you in your activities. This sounds like a good arrangement at first, but Emma and Leon both sensed the danger. But they still have to thank Graham for his arrangement, otherwise, hundreds of clones would probably be executed directly. All members of FOS are now incorporated into BSA. I have saved your teammates list on your BSA exclusive communication device. BSA has already had its first mission. The FBI and FOS members working outside have obtained new intelligence. They have found traces of Umbrella's activities in Rhea. In addition to the evidence we analyzed from the copy of Red Queen's data brought out from the sewage treatment plant, it is confirmed that Umbrella does have large-scale blatant activities in Rhea. Tokyo of Rhea has fallen. Your first mission is to go to Rhea to investigate the situation. Their strategic position is very important. To observe the changes on the seabed, the cooperation of Rhea is indispensable. So the safety of Rhea is now tied to you. This is a mission, and there is naturally no room for refusal. Emma and Leon also agreed immediately. It is better for them not to be in the Los Angeles space base. Although Caroline still had other confusions in her heart, she agreed immediately. President Graham got a satisfactory answer and told them to prepare as much as possible before departure. As long as the Los Angeles space base can afford it, they can choose it. But Graham still hopes that they will leave as soon as possible. After walking out of Graham's office, the three people were more confused about their future direction. They didn't have much time to prepare, so they had to hurry up. I go to the armory and see what can be used. Lion knew what the so-called fall meant. Tokyo fell in a biochemical terrorist incident. Who knows what terrible monsters there are? If they don't choose the right weapons, let alone investigate the local situation, they will die there as soon as they land. I take over the clones. Emma wanted to make sure they were safe as soon as possible. What about me? Caroline became their official teammate, but she didn't know what she could do. Emma glanced at Caroline and said directly, get the subsequent hospital and the car repair shop information, and then use the BSA communicator to send it to me and Leon. Oh, okay. Caroline agreed, and then followed the route she remembered. Emma and Leon studied the BSA communicator, and the information stored in it was indeed very useful. Leon didn't want to delay any longer, and agreed with Emma to meet at the gate of the base, and then set off for the armory. After collecting her things, Emma walked towards the underground laboratory. After Alice 2000 was received by the people at the Los Angeles Space Base, they were directly locked up in the underground laboratory. There are rooms with excellent sealing properties, and even if these clones may have Alice's abilities, they will be isolated. Of course, the location of the detention was chosen in the underground laboratory because it is convenient for them to study. Without knowing where Alice and Kaplan were taken, no trace can be left. These clones, no matter for what purpose, should not be allowed to fall into the hands of these gentlemen. Graham's choice was unexpected to her, but when the decision they made was in her favor, Emma didn't mind making these people happy. Through these channels, it was important to seize the opportunity to find Umbrella. Emma walked while checking the information in the BSA communicator. It wasn't long before they arrived at the entrance of the institute. Through the glass door, they could still see people in white coats walking around occasionally. Emma used her new ID to swipe the door and walked in. The elevator was at the back. When passing through the corridor, Emma didn't look around. Every room here has a closed door, and the material of the wall is not transparent. Even if you want to see, you can't see anything. Just when Emma was distracted and thinking about what she would encounter when she saw those clones of Alice in the underground laboratory, the elevator door suddenly opened, and some familiar faces walked out. They were the people who attended the meeting last time, security consultant Derek Simmons. Beside him was a woman Emma had never seen before, a woman who wore big sunglasses to cover most of her face even indoors. From the figure, she seemed to be quite good. Emma made way, and had no intention of greeting Simmons. Simmons and the woman in sunglasses passed by Emma in silence. Entering the elevator, Emma thought about what Simmons and the mysterious woman wanted to do here. But there were too few effective clues, and it was difficult to infer Simmons's true purpose. The most likely possibility was that Simmons went to see the clones of Alice. Is this possible? Emma asked herself in a low voice. The communicator in her hand vibrated, and Leon's message flashed by. He had already arrived at the armory. Emma collected her wandering thoughts, and knocked on the door of the officer, who was in charge of the clones. Not surprisingly, she saw a serious and abstinent face. The other party had no intention of gossiping. He knew who Emma was, and why she came. He asked Emma to follow, and led the way to open the door of the laboratory. You can take them away. Emma was not in a hurry to leave, and she didn't even chat with the clones. She tilted her head and asked, "How many clones are there?" 213. The male officer answered without hesitation. How many did you leave behind? With so many people, how would they transport these clones to the country of Rhea to work together? 27. This is not a confidential news. After all, it is something that can be known once it is calculated. There were 240 clones brought back that night. Emma nodded, counted casually, and confirmed the number of people. The handover is now complete. Yes. From now on, you will be responsible for their affairs. Okay. Emma stopped talking to the officers, and greeted Alice 2000 directly, asking them to follow. With so many people, they must plan well before going to the kingdom of Rhea. Graham really gave them a big trouble.